Deep within his heart, Fukasaku, Sunin marveled, this child is truly extraordinary. In all his long years, none had grasped natural energy so swiftly. Not since the man known as the Sage of Six Paths 1,000 years ago. Soon Kazan attempted to draw in the natural energy around him. As a sacred land of the ninja world, Mount Myaboku was suffused with dense, viscous natural energy. Kazan began to control his body, opening every pore to absorb the natural energy. It's easy enough, Kazan thought. Wait, Kazan, don't absorb too much at once. Fukasaku grew anxious. Natural energy could not be absorbed carelessly. Too little was useless, too much would trigger frog transformation, or worse, turn one into a stone forever. Kazan was well aware of the dangers of senjutsu training. So when Fukasaku hastily produced his black staff ready to disperse the natural energy inside Kazan at any moment. After a long wait, Kazan still showed no signs of frog transformation. How can this be? He's absorbed so much natural energy without turning into a frog. How vast is his chakra? Fukasaku was astonished. Kazan was not a ninja of any clan, yet his chakra was as vast as the first Hokage's. After another long wait, a change finally appeared. His palms began to frogify like the forelegs of a frog. Smack! Fukasaku leapt up and struck him with the staff, dispersing the natural energy in his body. If you can't control natural energy properly, you'll become a toad. He warned Kazan. When absorbing natural energy, you must maintain balance with your own energy. Too little prevents you from using senjutsu, too much turns you into a toad. Fukasaku also told Kazan that the balance was not between two forces, but three. A human's chakra is created from physical energy and spiritual energy. Once natural energy is drawn in, the energy within the body becomes threefold. He must keep the three energies in balance, fusing them into a higher form of energy to enter sage mode. If that's the case, it's not because my chakra surpasses Naruto's, Kazan thought. Kazan had thought it was because his Garp template had reached 60 fusion, giving him more chakra than Naruto of the Uzumaki clan. Now he realized it might be due to his conqueror's haki. His will and spirit were too strong beyond any ninja of this world. That could be a problem. The stronger the energy inside, the harder it is to keep balance. Of course, once he completed the training, he would be able to stay in sage mode longer. Fukasaku, how many people can you assist at once? Kazan asked. 4. Why do you ask? Fukasaku didn't understand. 4. A bit few, but it's fine, Kazan said. He recalled that in the original story Naruto used shadow clones to train in senjutsu. But Fukasaku couldn't watch over 1,000 clones at once. His limit was 4. Since the limit was 4. Poof poof poof. Kazan produced 3 shadow clones at once. I'll leave the rest to you, Fukasaku. Multiple shadow clone technique. What a clever idea. Train with peace of mind. Leave the rest to me. The 4 Kazans sat cross-legged, simultaneously drawing in huge amounts of natural energy. Soon Fukasaku swung his staff and struck. The 3 shadow clones were instantly dispelled, and their memories flowed back into Kazan's mind. It hurt a little, but only a little. In the original story, Naruto had been beaten black and blue. But for Kazan, the hits were only a slight sting. He didn't rush, he organized his experience and improved rapidly. Then he created 3 more shadow clones to continue training. After a while, Fukasaku's staff came down again, and the 3 clones were dispersed. That staff was no ordinary stick. Its material was probably like Pain's black rods, capable of suppressing chakra. His shadow clones vanished with a single blow. Could this be a relic of the Sage of Six Paths? Kazan glanced at the staff, shook his head, and continued accumulating experience. He learned quickly. In just one day, he found the trick to balancing the 3 energies. Kazan opened his eyes and stood up. His eyes had turned dark gold, but his pupils had not become frog-like. Instead, black patterns similar to the first Hokage's appeared on his face. What is this? Fukasaku didn't understand. Humans who completed senjutsu training at Mount Myaboku would always develop certain frog features when entering sage mode. Only the Sage of Six Paths 1,000 years ago had shown no such traces. No, compared to the Sage of Six Paths in the records, little Kazan looks more like the first Hokage, Fukasaku thought. The first Hokage had also mastered sage mode, but his was self-taught, not belonging to any of the 3 sacred lands. He had once asked the great Toad Sage, who only told him that Hashirama Senju had a special constitution. Could little Kazan also possess a special constitution like the first Hokage? Fukasaku wondered. Speaking of special constitutions, Kazan certainly had one. After all, he was an otherworldly demon who had installed a haki module, so it was only natural he was different. Soon Kazan completed the first stage of training. He mastered the balance of the 3 energies and felt power surging through him. Fukasaku told him that this was the wonder of Senjutsu chakra. Senjutsu draws energy from the outside, so it not only prevents fatigue, but also greatly enhances recovery. That means in sage mode my injury-free healing can go even further, Kazan thought. That meant not just the healing of healing wound destruction, but reaching the level of Tsunade's full-strength seal. Even a hole in his abdomen could recover at a visible speed. Next, you must learn to absorb natural energy without using toad oil, Kazan-chan, Fukasaku said cheerfully, his spirits lifted. Kazan was speechless. Toad oil was a specialty of Mount Myaboku. Once outside, it vaporized, making it impossible to use in battle. To use senjutsu outside Mount Myaboku, one must master entering sage mode without relying on toad oil. Prepare yourself. The next training will be quite troublesome, Fukasaku said. Shinzua Xianren was not joking. Without the aid of toad oil, sensing and absorbing natural energy becomes far more difficult. But that was only natural. If sensing and absorbing it were so easy, countless ninjas would have mastered sage arts over the 1,000-year history of shinobi. That won't stop me. Kazan was very confident. For him, who had mastered life return, controlling his body to absorb natural energy would not be a difficult task. If he could find the method, he would achieve the same effect as using toad oil, instantly absorbing a large amount of natural energy. Is that so? Must maintain absolute stillness and merge with nature. Kazan heard something different. It was not from Shinzua Xianren, but from the stone statues. Those who had turned to stone forever by absorbing too much natural energy while training sage arts. These stones were now telling him the method of cultivation, warning Kazan with their own failed experiences. Shinzua Xianren found it utterly unbelievable. Even though the great toad sage had predicted that Kazan possessed the ability to listen to all things, seeing him actually communicate with stone statues that had been petrified for who knows how many years still shocked him deeply. Gradually Kazan's state began to change. Using his observation haki to listen to all things, he imitated the state of flowers, grass, trees, and stones, entering a state of absolute stillness. Like an enlightened monk in meditation, his mind was empty, still as water. After an unknown amount of time, he was awakened. It was Uchiha Xianren telling them to stop training and eat. That's all for today. Let's go eat first. Shinzua Xianren said proudly, my wife's cooking is really delicious. Kazan opened his eyes and arrived at Shinzua Xianren's home. At that moment, countless bugs were laid out on the dining table. What a full bug feast. Kazan looked at the bowl in front of him. A bug was floating in the soup, which was purple and eerie, giving a bad feeling that drinking it would lead to disaster. Beside him, Bluffing Shuimin had also lost his usual composure, looking somewhat struggling, as if facing a great enemy. However, facing Uchiha Xianren's expectant gaze, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the bug. Unexpectedly, it was not bad. It's quite delicious, Kazan. Kazan was shocked. The fourth Hokage really hit the jackpot, marrying Uzumaki Kushina, if he could find this tasty. But now he was training their sage arts on their turf, and looking down on their food was a bit rude. Gritting his teeth, suppressing his physical disgust, Kazan threw all the bugs on the table into his mouth. Disgusting. The soft, mushy texture of the bugs and the strange burst of juice made Kazan want to spit it out immediately. Better to endure the short pain than the long. Down the hatch, Kazan went berserk, wolfing down all the bugs on the table. Uchiha Xianren's heart was filled with joy. Kazan's hearty, eating manner gave her unprecedented satisfaction. There's more here, little Kazan. Uchiha Xianren, we have no grievances. Why must you persecute me? Night fell. Kazan walked out of the house, came to a hillside, leaned against Hajime, and looked into the distance. The night view of Miyaboku Mountain was beautiful, like a paradise. If Miyaboku Mountain appeared in the original world, it would undoubtedly be a resort. By the way, have you grown again? Kazan stroked Hajime's fur, unconsciously realizing that the little tiger from back then had grown so big. Its size was about half of Toad Bunboku. Given time, it might grow to the size of Toad Bunboku. Ayo, is that so? It's already 8 years old. The average lifespan of a tiger is not long. Wild ones only live 10 to 12 years, rarely reaching 15. Some captive tigers with human help can live past 20. Of course, Hajime was no ordinary tiger. How long it could live was unknown. Kazan, while basking in the moonlight, Bluffing Shuimin also walked over, enjoying the scenery. Yeah, the scenery here is better than in the village. Is that so? But I still prefer the village's night view. Bluffing Shuimin also sat down, looking into the distance. Shinobi had a strong sense of belonging to their village. From childhood, they were infused with the will of fire, or will of stone, and such things. To them, the village was home, a place worth risking their lives to protect. Missing that tigress at home. Kushina's personality is actually very good. Bluffing Shuimin paused, not hiding it. Yes, a little. Having no Kushina's voice around is quite unaccustomed. He and Uzumaki Kushina had known each other at the Ninja Academy, and together they had walked for over 10 years before finally getting together. Their feelings were deep, and he was used to her chirping by his ear like a bird singing. He also told Kazan how he had rescued Uzumaki Kushina from the Cloud Ninja. It started when Cloud discovered that Uzumaki Kushina was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and had special chakra, so they sent 3 Jonin to abduct her. Speaking of which, this matter was really strange. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki being abducted without anyone noticing in her own village made it hard not to think of other possibilities. Konoha had 3 generations of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The first was Uzumaki Mido. Her union with Senju Hashirama was more like a political marriage. The Uzumaki clan provided the Nine-Tails vessel, and Konoha formed an alliance with Whirlpool Village protecting it. At that time, Konoha was not worried about the Nine-Tails going berserk because Senju Hashirama, the god of shinobi, could single-handedly beat the Nine-Tails into submission. Moreover, Senju Hashirama didn't have that many schemes. How could the great Hashirama imagine that the Nine-Tails could actually kill someone? But by the time the second vessel, Uzumaki Kushina, came around, things were a bit different. Senju Hashirama was dead, and the village had no one who could easily suppress the Nine-Tails. Sometimes Kazan wondered if the Cloud's abduction of Uzumaki Kushina, followed by Bluffing Shuimin's rescue, was all planned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The entire village of Konoha was covered by a large barrier, and entry and exit were monitored. Moreover, Uzumaki Kushina as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki should not have been without protection. This made it hard not to think of other things. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was best at such tactics, using bonds as a cage to trap Uzumaki Kushina. The same went for Naruto later on. Of course, it was also possible that Kazan was overthinking it, and Konoha simply never believed anyone would dare to break into their village to kidnap the Nine Tails, so they were careless. But whether intentional or not, Uzumaki Kushina was alive and well now. Those Cloud Shinobi were really bold. Cloud Shinobi have always been like that, trying every way to boost the village's strength. So did that matter just end there? We didn't have direct evidence back then. Wolfeng Shuemin smiled bitterly, and the village wasn't suitable for conflict with Cloud at that time. Constant concessions won't earn sincerity. It was precisely Sarutobi Hiruzen's inaction that later led to Cloud kidnapping the Hyuga princess during the treaty signing, indirectly causing the death of Hyuga Niji's father Hyuga Hisashi. Many things are like this. Often when you take a step back, others will press forward. You cannot allow your boundaries to be so easily breached. Kazan did not wish to dwell on these troublesome matters. He asked, "How is your Sage Mode training progressing?" "Very smoothly, but I feel that Sage Mode is not entirely suited to me." Minato Namikaze was exceptionally gifted. For someone without any bloodline to reach such heights, sheer effort alone would not suffice. In the original story, Minato Namikaze had mastered Sage Mode, having completed his training at Mount Myaboku. However, he was never particularly enthusiastic about Sage Mode. The condensation of Senjutsu chakra required significant time, yet the duration of combat was merely 5 minutes. The perfect form of Mount Myaboku's Sage Mode involved cooperation with Fukasaku Sage and Shima Sage. The two sages assisted in extracting natural energy through the two-sage technique, allowing the shinobi to remain focused in battle. This did not suit Minato Namikaze. His combat style was far too swift, merely an instant decided the outcome. Consider his fighting method. A flying thunder god, a one-handed Rasengan, and in a flash an enemy was taken down. The two then chatted about other matters, sharing their cultivation experiences, and soon after retired to sleep. The next day, Kazan continued his Sage Mode training under the supervision of Fukasaku Sage, while Minato Namikaze trained nearby. His talent was truly remarkable. Kazan had reached this stage so quickly thanks to life return and observation haki. Minato Namikaze had no such advantages, yet his progress was not far behind. Kazan withdrew his gaze, refusing to let his mind wander, and focused entirely on sensing natural energy. His ambitions were vast. He did not merely seek to learn Sage Mode. Kazan remembered clearly. In the original story, after Naruto completed most of his Sage Mode training, a problem arose during the final two-sage technique stage. The Nine Tails within him prevented Fukasaku Sage from using the two-sage technique to assist. At that point, Naruto considered gathering Senjutsu chakra during battle. Naturally, he failed. But Naruto is Naruto, and I am I. Kazan had already mastered life return, achieving an unparalleled control over his body. Throughout the history of Shinobi, there was likely no second person who could claim such perfect control over his body. He closed his eyes, listening to the myriad things, sensing the flow of natural energy in the air. A moment later, he willed his body to open every pore, drawing in a vast amount of natural energy. In the blink of an eye, his irises were tinged with a dark gold, and mystical patterns appeared on his face. The amount of Senjutsu chakra he could extract at once exceeded even that of Jiraiya or even Naruto. However, Kazan was also a massive consumer of energy. Kazan leaped into the air, haki and Senjutsu chakra surging simultaneously. Fistbone. Impact. Boom. A dark red thunderbolt descended from the sky, and Kazan struck upward with a furious punch. In an instant, the violent energy tore through the clouds, as if punching a hole in the heavens. So powerful. This was the Senjutsu chakra formed by fusing natural energy with the body's own energy. Yet his energy consumption was also tremendous. He might not even last 5 minutes. In the original story, Naruto was similar. 2 Rasen Shurikens would drain all his Senjutsu chakra. Naruto's chosen method was to have shadow clones absorb natural energy, then dispel the clones to replenish the original body, maintaining Sage Mode for extended periods. Kazan could do the same, but he did not wish to. He wanted to extract natural energy during combat, maintaining Sage Mode permanently. He descended from the air, opening every pore and cell in his body to rapidly absorb natural energy and fuse it with his chakra. It can be done. Kazan used observation haki to capture the energy and life return to absorb and control it. In a short while, when he opened his eyes, his consumed Senjutsu chakra was fully replenished. Fukasaku Sage beside him was already stunned. In the history of Mount Myaboku, only the Sixth Path Sage 1,000 years ago had achieved this. He had completed Sage Mode training in an extremely short time with no facial patterns or any animal features. The most perfect Sage Mode. And now Kazan seemed on the verge of accomplishing the same. Even in this state, he could absorb natural energy and control his body to fuse Senjutsu chakra. Could it be that ability to listen to all things? Little Kazan can grasp the natural energy in the air. Fukasaku Sage found it incredible. If so, perhaps Kazan could truly recreate the Six Paths Sage's perfect Sage Mode. Fukasaku Sage, I want to skip the final stage of Sage Mode training. Kazan clenched his fist, his heart surging with excitement. The final stage of Sage Mode training was to achieve symbiosis with Fukasaku Sage. This involved having Fukasaku Sage or other toads from the Sacred Land assist in extracting chakra, allowing the user to maintain Sage Mode for extended periods. Kazan did not intend to follow this path. What do you want to do? Fight. Kazan grinned. Next I want to try condensing Senjutsu chakra in the midst of battle to maintain Sage mode permanently. Indeed. Fukasaku Sage swallowed hard. This was truly about recreating the legend of the Six-Path Sage. Soon powerful combat fluctuations erupted from Mount Mayaboku. Kazan engaged Gamabunta in a fierce battle, using only his fists. He did not use Conqueror's Haki or Armament Haki, nor his monstrous strength, simply a sparring match with Gamabunta. Yet Gamabunta felt that Kazan was now even stronger than before, each strike imbued with Senjutsu energy. Throughout the process, Kazan continuously attempted to absorb natural energy during combat, rapidly fusing it to replenish his depleted Senjutsu chakra. Then his body began to exhibit frog-like features. Fukasaku Sage leaped up and struck him with a large staff, dispersing the natural energy within him. Difficult. Kazan found it challenging. This was not multitasking of two things but three, absorbing, fusing, and fighting. One's energy is limited, little Kazan, Fukasaku Sage advised. We can use other methods. No, I feel I can do it. Kazan clenched his fist, looked up at Gamabunta, and shouted, Gamabunta again. The most dangerous aspect of Sage mode was absorbing too much natural energy and entering a frog-like state. But during his battle with Chio, Kazan had already touched the pinnacle of observation Haki for seeing the future. If I can foresee danger in advance, I can control the absorption of natural energy. Kazan clashed with Gamabunta, continuously pushing his observation Haki to its limits. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Cultivation was just like this. Through repeated trials and errors, one achieves mastery. In the days that followed, Kazan remained at Mount Mayaboku for cultivation. He needed to absorb natural energy during combat and refine his Senjutsu chakra, maintaining the Sage mode for extended periods. Bunta trained alongside him, constantly fighting or on the way to battle, making Mount Mayaboku exceptionally lively. Lady Shima watched over them, wielding a large black club and ready to strike at any moment. Since I have already comprehended it, there should be no reason I cannot master it. Kazan, shirtless, clashed fiercely with Bunta. He set aside both his armored and observation Haki, fully activating his Kinbunshika Haki to grasp its ultimate expression, foreseeing the future. Boom! Mount Mayaboku trembled with relentless activity, the ground quaking intermittently. Bunta had even summoned his brothers, Gamakin and Gamahiro, to assist. There was no way around it. Kazan was an absolute beast, capable of fighting day and night without tiring. Even Bunta alone could not hold out. Bunta, Kin, Hiro, all three of you come at me together. Kazan was unsatisfied with one-on-one combat and sought to face the Toad trio simultaneously. What did you say? Even if it's Kazan saying that makes me angry. I'm rather clumsy. All three Toads erupted in anger, exactly what Kazan had wanted. He forced himself into desperate circumstances, taking a step forward even in the brink of defeat. The battle escalated further, with the Toad trio presenting significant challenges to Kazan. Occasionally Kazan could be seen flying through the air like a cannonball, crashing into mountains and carving out enormous craters. Even with advanced observation Haki allowing him to detect incoming attacks, he could not dodge them all, unless he glimpsed a corner of the future. Kazan shattered a massive boulder and charged again, clashing ferociously against the three great Toads. As for Minato Namikaze, he had already departed Mount Mayaboku, concluding that Senjutsu did not align with his combat style. Having completed his Sage mode training, he returned to the front lines without further study. Only Kazan persisted in pursuing a perfect Sage mode. At this moment, the Land of Sound and the Land of Stream had assembled substantial forces from both the Cloud and Stone hidden villages. Jiraiya and Orochimaru led their respective troops into these nations, positioning themselves in direct confrontation with the ninja armies of the two great villages. This mirrored the opening phase of the Third Shinobi World War. The Sand Hidden Village had been the first to launch an assault on Konoha, and after being repelled, the five great shinobi villages had enjoyed a brief period of relative peace. Soon after, the Stone Hidden Village attacked Konoha, and Cloud Village seized the opportunity to strike Sand from behind. Mist Village launched a naval assault flanking Konoha's rear, and Cloud Village spotted another opening, pivoting to attack Konoha directly. This created a three-pronged pincer formation. But now Cloud Village made no move to flank Stone. Instead, they marched their forces into the Land of Sound, engaging Konoha's troops in fierce combat. Throughout this period, countless small nations cried out in agony, their people plunged into suffering. The five great shinobi villages tacitly agreed to stage their battles in nations lacking their own ninja forces, or in those already brought under their influence, unable to alter the outcome. Wars raged across every inch of the shinobi world. Some villages secretly vowed to cultivate their own ninja forces. Until then, they could only unite and lodge protests with the five great daimyos. Shirbai Danzo commanded the Mist Village front, leading troops in direct confrontation. Might Guy's squad operated on the same battlefield, yet the brightest young talent was not Guy himself, but Uchiha Shursui, even younger than them all. Konoha's front lines had stretched too thin, suffering casualties daily and requiring constant reinforcement. On the Cloud and Stone fronts, Jiraiya and Orochimaru respectively led their squads in engagement. Jiraiya felt immense pressure. Initial clashes with Cloud had resulted in devastating losses. Fortunately, Minato Namikaze returned from Mount Mayaboku just in time, stabilizing the situation. Day after day, battles of all scales erupted, and casualty figures continued to mount. I have a bad feeling about this, Minato. Inside the command tent, Jiraiya conferred with his officers. They had barely repelled the sand ninja only for fresh combat to follow immediately, offering no time to catch their breath. Now most of Konoha's forces were deployed simultaneously against 3 great villages bearing enormous strain. The fighting against Cloud Shinobi was particularly grueling. Indeed, Cloud's Jinchuriki has not yet entered the battlefield. Shikaku Nara let out a long sigh, his brows furrowed with worry. A perfectly synchronized Jinchuriki possessed terrifying destructive power. If Cloud committed their Jinchuriki to battle, Konoha would face not one, but 2-tailed beasts simultaneously. They needed manpower, especially elite combatants. Where is Lord Kazan? Hayashi Hyuga asked. Their forces desperately needed the young hero who had slain the legendary Chibaku Tensei. Still cultivating Senjutsu, at Mount Myaboku. Hasn't he mastered it after all this time? Jiraiya knew Senjutsu was difficult, but surely not this difficult had he not. He had often delayed training due to his research, yet still managed to progress. He has likely completed it, but Kazan seeks to perfect his Sage Mode. Kazan harbored no secrets about his ambitions. He intended to maintain Sage Mode for prolonged combat. Minato Namikaze had attempted the same, and found it impossible. Only Kazan with his haki could grasp the natural energy in the air without entering meditation, perceiving it effortlessly. Then let Kazan continue his training at Mount Myaboku. We will recall him only when absolutely necessary. Hearing this, Jiraiya made no rush to summon Kazan back. He harbored hope, hoping Kazan would recreate the invincible legend of the first Hokage. Outside the command tent, Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and others gathered. Tempered by the crucible of war, these inexperienced young shinobi had matured significantly. Uchiha Zhan still mocked Obito as the Uchiha clan's shame, but having fought alongside him multiple times, he had come to genuinely acknowledge the former dead last. None of them wore their usual carefree smiles. Even Noara Rin wore a stern expression. Obito bore visible wounds wrapped in bandages, his countenance grave, his childishness largely shed. When will Cloud launch their full-scale assault? Will their Jinchuriki join the battle? Those words struck like a heavy hammer. They all recalled the Chunin exams where Yura, the one who had perfectly mastered a tailed beast, had appeared. But that had been a tournament. This was open warfare with no rules to restrain them. Soon they would likely face the legendary 9-tailed beasts directly, and possibly 2 at once. Whom are you afraid, already dead last? If you're scared, stay at the rear of the formation. Uchiha Zhan lifted his chin proudly. The Uchiha clan would never retreat, convinced of their status as the strongest clan in the shinobi world. Of course I'm afraid. These are tailed beasts. You think everyone is like Kazan. Obito did not hide his fear. He simply refused to watch more comrades die before his eyes. Uchiha Zhan fell silent, offering no further taunts. Throughout the battles thus far, Cloud's Jinchuriki had yet to appear, hanging over them like a sword poised to fall. Kazan. Minato-sensei has already returned, but he hasn't come back yet. Obito and the others missed Kazan deeply. That man, though their age, stood with an imposing stature, bestowing immense security upon them. After all, it's Senjutsu. It's only natural that mastering it takes more time. Kakashi hadn't argued with Obito all day. He had no such intention, and his heart felt as if a stone were pressing down on it. Even he lacked confidence in surviving this war. The Jinchuriki of Kumobikure would eventually set foot on this battlefield. At that time, no one could guarantee their own survival. There's no problem, we'll all be fine. Rin Nohara, seeing the somber atmosphere, tried to lighten it. Uchiha Kiyoshi gave a cold glance. Foolish woman, do you even believe such naive words yourself? He had no understanding of tenderness, nor did he like Rin Nohara, who treated herself as a big sister. War was no child's play. People died every day. It was kill or be killed. Even someone like Kazan had no choice but to ruthlessly strike down Granny Chiyo. He believed Kazan was a very kind person, but he had no choice. Even if he bore the burden of sin, he had to protect Konoha behind him. Thinking of that scene, Uchiha Kiyoshi couldn't help but grip the omamori in his hand tightly. He didn't like killing, but he had to kill. Even if he became an Azura, it was worth it. Naive people are not suited for this battlefield. Rin is just thinking of everyone, as she has no ill intentions. Obito shouted. They could yell at him, despise him, but they couldn't speak to Rin like that. He's right, we must be prepared to die in battle. At that moment, Hyuga Asaka also interjected, delivering a cutting remark. Obito, Rin, put away your naivety. Kurina Yuhi was also in the crowd, but she remained silent. She had come to the front lines with her father, expecting to see Kazan, but unexpectedly Kazan had been sent to Mount Myaboku to train in Senjutsu. She hadn't seen Kazan for a long time, only hearing about his deeds from the village. She wondered how he was doing now. Her father said that Senjutsu training carried dangers. Was Kazan okay? Kurina Yuhi looked into the distance, while Asuma Sarutobi watched her from the side. To be honest, he had grown somewhat disheartened. He couldn't forget the disappointment on Kurinai's face when she arrived at the front and learned Kazan wasn't in the unit. A group of young people had gathered once again, long since stripped of their academy innocence. Each carried heavy thoughts in their hearts. They didn't know if they would see each other tomorrow, or if they would die today. This feeling was suffocating. At the most tense moment, the camp suddenly became alert. Kumobikure ninja are coming. Prepare for battle. Someone shouted. Kakashi and the others all stood up. They exchanged glances and immediately returned to their respective squads to prepare for battle. Kurinai Yuhi and Asuma returned to Shinku Yuhi's side. Kakashi led Rin Noara and Obito back to Minato Namikaze's unit. Hyuga Asaka and Uchiha Kiyoshi each returned to the adults of their respective clans. They were the future of Konoha, and even in wartime, they received special care. Bang! A loud sound echoed from the camp louder than a war drum. It was the signal to assemble. Konoha ninja left the camp in an orderly fashion and quickly assembled for battle. Everyone wore solemn expressions moving forward under Jiraiya's leadership. The reconnaissance unit had discovered that Kumogakure had gathered a force of several thousand, signaling the start of a full-scale assault. Jiraiya led the troops several miles forward, arriving at a hilltop to survey from above. One could see the massive army ahead, dense and overwhelming, emerging from the horizon, with murderous intent soaring to the heavens. This day has come at last. Jiraiya sighed. Kumogakure had indeed launched a full-scale assault. Konoha had no choice but to fight. And then, whoosh! A massive energy fluctuation was gathering. Before the two sides even made contact, an unimaginable attack was already brewing. What is that? Such an immense chakra fluctuation. Ninjas with exceptional sensory abilities were trembling all over, sensing the astonishing energy coalescing vast as an ocean. It's a tailed beast ball. Kumogakure has deployed their Jinchuriki. Jiraiya gazed into the distance. A bizarre creature with a bull's head and an octopus's body opened its mouth skyward as unimaginable chakra condensed into a sphere. Everyone knew they were in deep trouble. The previous attacks by Kumogakure were merely probes. Today, they had finally launched a full-scale assault, deploying the village's perfect Jinchuriki. The chakra fluctuation was vast. Every Konoha ninja felt their hearts sink. After a moment, boom. The tailed beast ball formed, shaking the air as it hurtled toward the Konoha forces. It moved with incredible speed, creating a sonic boom, carrying boundless killing intent as it blasted forward. Along the way, even space was distorted, suffused with an aura of annihilation. How could they possibly withstand this? People felt so insignificant. They all knew the tailed beasts were powerful. Every rampage brought great disaster to the great ninja villages. But facing it directly, even the optimistic Uchiha Obito felt a chill run through his body, as if plunged into an ice cellar. The Kumogakure ninja watched coldly, eager to see the Konoha forces blown to pieces. Minato! Jiraiya called out. Minato Namikaze immediately stepped out from the ranks. He held a special kunai in both hands, then threw it, using it as a medium to teleport through space. In the blink of an eye, before anyone could perceive it, he had appeared before the tailed beast ball, standing in front of the troops. Then swoosh! He vanished along with the tailed beast ball, reappearing in a desolate mountain dozens of miles away. Rumble! The tailed beast ball detonated, the shockwave sweeping across heaven and earth. The entire ground trembled. Even though it had been teleported away with the flying thunder god technique, the destructive power of the tailed beast ball was still astonishing. A massive explosion erupted in the wasteland dozens of miles away. A mountain peak was blasted apart on the spot, flames shooting into the sky, shocking all who witnessed it. If not for Minato Namikaze teleporting it away, the Konoha forces would likely have been annihilated by that single attack. The yellow flash of Konoha Minato Namikaze stood on the shoulder of the Eight Tails, already knowing who had done it. The Flying Thunder God technique as the signature move of Tobarama Senju was well documented in Kumogakure. When Konoha and Kumogakure signed the treaty, the one who hosted Tobarama Senju was the current Reikage. We don't forget the mission the old man gave us. Don't worry, let's go. We are the new generation A and B, yay. Killer Bee's voice came from the Eight Tails, and they could even imagine him dancing and waving his arms. Stop joking around at a time like this. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, A leaped off the Eight Tails and led the main force, charging straight toward the Konoha forces. Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze exchanged a glance, already understanding each other's intent. With a nod, Minato led a portion of the troops forward to meet the enemy. Sorry for the trouble, Gamabunta. Minato leaped into the air, bit his finger to draw blood, and performed the summoning technique. Summoning Jutsu. Boom, boom, boom. 3 massive toads were thus summoned to the battlefield. The 3 great toads stood majestically on the battlefield like mountains. But upon seeing the Eight Tails before them, Gamabunta and his brothers only wanted to curse. They had no desire to fight a tailed beast. Minato, every time you summon us, it's nothing good. Sorry, Gamabunta, I'm not good at fighting tailed beasts. Minato stood atop Gamabunta's head, unsmiling and very serious. The third Reikage had yet to make his move, and the Two Tails Jinchuriki was also hidden in the shadows. Could his teacher Jiraiya handle it? Almost at the same time, Kazan, who was at Mount Myaboku consolidating his training, immediately noticed that the 3 Toad brothers had been summoned away. Has fighting broken out on the front lines? Little Kazan, the contact Toad, brings news. Kumogakure has launched a full-scale assault on Konoha. At that moment, Shima Sage also came over and brought Kazan the news. I understand. Kazan immediately stood up, donned his justice cloak, and looked awe-inspiring. Thank you both for your care during this time, Fukasaku Sage, Shima Sage. You're welcome to come down again, little Kazan. I'll have the contact Toad reverse summon you out. Don't die, little Kazan. This old lady still has many dishes I want to cook for you. No need for that, Kazan thought to himself, but on the surface he nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll head back now. He left several shadow clones at Mount Myaboku for emergencies. Then he stood still, waiting to be summoned to the battlefield. In the land of Een, Mu Yi and the Cloud Ninja were about to engage in a great battle here, with both sides dispatching thousands of troops, igniting the second large-scale war since the Third Shinobi World War. This time it was no longer a probe, but an all-out assault. The shockwaves from the tailed beast ball shook the entire land of Een. The new generation AB combo of the Cloud Ninja immediately led the main force forward. Bo Feng Shui Min had no other choice but to counterattack, summoning Toad Wen Tai and his two brothers to assist in battle. The moment the two sides made contact, a violent collision erupted. The Cloud Ninja's tailed beast has finally appeared. The Muyi Ninja in the rear were all shaken, watching the Eight Tails with its bull head and octopus body swing its twin fists to blast the three great toads of Nyamu Mountain. Even though it was 1 against 3, it held the upper hand, every move accompanied by earth-shattering tremors. Boom, boom, boom. The three great toads joined forces against the Eight Tails, the scene like mythical creatures waging war, their auras surging and overwhelming. Not far from the battlefield of the four colossal beasts, Bo Feng Shui Min and AI also erupted into fierce combat. Lightning flickered all over AI's body. His hair stood on end as he moved with the speed of a thunderbolt. His fighting style was explosive. A single chop of his hand seemed mighty enough to split a great mountain. That is the Cloud Ninja's secret technique, the ultimate lightning release armor. Many recognized AI's secret technique. It was so renowned, passed down through generations, that every Reikage had mastered it. Lightning plow level. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged, condensing lightning release chakra in his hand, his palm sharper than any blade, cleaving through the air toward Bo Feng Shui Min. AI struck without mercy, each move a killing blow. The two had briefly clashed during the previous Chunin exam, and he knew Bo Feng Shui Min was no simple opponent. Bo Feng Shui Min responded even more swiftly, tossing kunai across the battlefield to mark spatial coordinates. As AI's handblade descended, he warped through space and appeared behind AI. At the same time, chakra gathered in his palms, spinning at high speed. Spiral sphere. Boom. Bo Feng Shui Min slammed the sphere down onto AI's lightning release armor, but failed to inflict meaningful damage. The two quickly separated, staring at each other, their gazes clashing like blades in the air. Not bad. Last time in Muyi, I had no chance to kill you. Now let's see where you can run. AI was unharmed and declared he would slay Bo Feng Shui Min on this very ground. Yet in his heart, his wariness of Bo Feng Shui Min had been stretched to the limit. That space-time technique, Flying Thunder God, moved at a speed surpassing even his own, which used lightning release to activate every cell in his body. Still, he remained confident enough to kill the yellow flash of Muyi. All he had to do was wait for Chi Labi to finish off those three summoned beasts, and then the two of them could join forces to kill Bo Feng Shui Min. Bo Feng Shui Min remained silent, knowing the situation was dire. No matter how strong Wen Tai and the others were, they could hardly match the Eight Tails, second only to the Nine Tails. He had to settle this quickly. On his side, Zilai Yi also saw that his disciple was in a tight spot and wanted to provide support. But then, buzz! An astonishing aura erupted from the air once more. A blue-black cat demon suddenly appeared among the Cloud Ninja, forces rapidly swelling. It was another tailed beast of the Cloud Ninja, also gathering a tailed beast ball at that moment. Deadly energy converged rapidly. The third lightning shadow stood before them, leaving the Muyi Ninja no chance to stop it. How can this be? Dai Tu and Kakashi and the others felt their scalps tighten, a chill running from head to toe. The previous tailed beast ball had been diverted by Bo Feng Shui Min. The shockwaves of its explosion were still vivid in their minds. And now, Bo Feng Shui Min was entangled by the enemy and unable to break free. How could they withstand this? The reputation of tailed beasts spread across the lands through one rampage after another in every great ninja village had become almost synonymous with calamity. Zilai Yi gritted his teeth, leaped swiftly from the mountaintop, and rushed to the very front of the formation. He could not let the tailed beast ball land among their own troops. The consequences would be unimaginable. Zilai Yi of the three ninja. Don't get in the way. Almost the moment Zilai Yi moved, the third lightning shadow erupted with waves of wild lightning. AI's ultimate lightning release armor was already astonishing, yet the third lightning shadow was even more formidable. The third lightning shadow. The Muyi ninjas' faces changed dramatically. This shinobi was steeped in legend. During the meeting where Muyi and the Cloud Ninja signed their alliance, the Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao brothers seized the opportunity to stage a coup and launch a surprise attack. They attacked wielding the legendary Six Paths tools. In that assault, the second lightning shadow was mortally wounded and died on the spot, while the second fire shadow covering his disciples' retreat was forever left in the land of lightning. At that critical moment, it was the third lightning shadow who stepped forward, leading the Cloud Ninja to suppress the rebellion and ushering in the Cloud Ninja's current peak. Some say he alone could suppress the Eight Tails rampage. One man. Is the information reliable? It should be true. Many Cloud Ninja know of it. The Muyi Ninja were extremely wary. It was said that the current Reikage of the Hidden Cloud Village had never once been injured. While they spoke, Zilai Yi had already become locked in battle with the third lightning shadow. In the distance, the two tailed beast ball had also finished gathering. That's enough, Chakra Yulu. Airway Yumu Run, now fully transformed into a tailed beast, fixed her eyes on the direction of the Muyi forces, her killing intent seething. Destroy them. Boom. The enormous tailed beast ball shot forth like a cannon shell, the recoil, even forcing Yulu to take a step back. Earth Release Squad. Niliang Lujio roared, his expression savage. The tailed beast ball tore through the air at terrifying speed, warping space, and carrying a deathly aura that devoured all things. With the two strongest combatants on their side currently tied down, all they could do was make up for it with numbers, hoping to block that blow. The Cloud Ninja had come prepared. From the very start of the war. They intended to deal a heavy blow to Mu Yi. In that instant, dozens of Mu Yi ninjas stepped out from the formation, forming hand seals simultaneously and slamming their hands onto the ground. Earth release, earth return. Dozens of them roared at once, joining forces to raise an earthen wall in front of the formation for defense. A technique performed by dozens in unison was naturally extraordinary, materializing as a city wall standing before the troops. However, boom, the tailed beast ball struck the earthen wall with a tremendous tremor, whipping up a whirlwind that swept across heaven and earth. Behind every Mu Yi ninja's heart pounded, hoping they could hold off this strike. But the earthen wall, sturdier than a city wall, shattered like glass after barely a moment. Boom. The earthen wall collapsed thunderously, unable to withstand the blow, condensed with massive amounts of chakra. Those in the rear were already in despair. The tailed beast ball was about to detonate right among them. Just then the communication toad finally received a message from Yamu Mountain. Without a moment's hesitation, he slammed his hand onto the ground and performed a reverse summoning. Puff! A cloud of smoke suddenly erupted on the battlefield, and then a figure stepped out from it. His front could not be seen. Only a back that was not tall yet gave everyone a tremendous sense of security. As that person emerged from the smoke, the cloak behind him flapped loudly in the wind, and the two large characters, Justice, were imprinted on everyone's hearts. What a moment that was. Han believed she would never forget it for the rest of her life. The massive earth release ninjutsu jointly performed by the village's ninjas was shattered in an instant. The thousands of Konoha ninja forces were exposed to the tailed beast ball. A wave of despair washed over everyone's heart. Uchiha Kiyoshi clutched the charm in his hand, while Obito and Kakashi shielded Rin with their bodies. At this moment, everyone was plunged into despair. Like mortals awaiting the Grim Reaper's judgment, they were powerless against that suffocating, earth-shattering attack. Almost simultaneously, black arcane markings emerged on the battlefield, the pattern of the summoning technique. Amidst the despair, a toad performed a reverse summoning technique. With a poof, smoke blossomed across the battlefield. Space-time fluctuated violently, twisting the air. A figure stepped out from the smoke, his cloak bearing the characters "For Justice" fluttering in the wind. Kazan. Han almost blurted out, "He's back." The owner of that body was their age, yet at this moment, he brought an immense sense of security, dispelling their fear. The tailed beast ball continued its onslaught, carrying intense wind pressure that completely scattered the smoke. Kazan and Hajime Man and Tiger were fully exposed to the crowd's view. "It's Kazan. He's back," someone shouted in surprise. He seemed to possess some kind of magic that reignited hope in everyone. The ghost of Konoha. Yujito Ni also noticed Kazan. As a perfect Jinchuriki, her perception was incredibly sharp. The moment Kazan appeared, she had already captured that familiar chakra fluctuation. However, she thought, "Even if you come, what can you do? You'll just be buried alongside the Konoha ninjas." Her voice, of course, couldn't reach Kazan across the battlefield. The moment he arrived, his observation Haki sensed the crisis, a massive wave of energy surging towards them. Quite a lavish welcome gift he mused. Kazan's cloak fluttered behind him. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes, he stepped forward. Dark red lightning erupted from him like a rampaging storm ravaging the earth. Zap! Zap! The ground cracked under his heavy footsteps. The dark red lightning illuminated his face, making him look like a demonic god. Boom! The clear sky suddenly darkened. Dark red lightning bolts descended from the heavens, striking the ground right behind him. Viru! Haki surged violently, converging into Kazan's fist. It was first covered in a layer of black, then tinged with dark red lightning, while chakra simultaneously condensed. Finally, as all the energy merged into a single point, his fist erupted with a blinding red cross, becoming the sole focus of the entire battlefield. Oomph! Kazan let out a cold snort, and his figure vanished from before everyone's eyes. When they saw him again, he was directly in front of the tailed beast ball, emanating an awe-inspiring, domineering aura. Fistbone. Meteor impact. Boom. Kazan roared, unleashing all the energy he had been gathering in that moment, his iron fist smashing towards the tailed beast ball. Beneath the darkened sky, the massive red cross collided with the tailed beast ball in midair. Kazan's entire Haki erupted at that moment, his will striking indiscriminately, shaking everyone on the battlefield. A moment later, the great collision erupted, its shockwaves continuously tearing the earth apart, the very air vibrating and twisting. The blue-black-tailed beast ball and the red cross were locked in a stalemate in the sky, chakra and Haki clashing fiercely. Fall back. Shikaka Nara's expression stiffened for a moment before he immediately issued the order. This collision was too astonishing, the destructive power it generated was unimaginable. Even if Kazan could block this attack, the emanating shockwaves could still cause casualties among their forces. This was a true clash between monsters. A massive storm erupted on the battlefield, sweeping outwards from Kazan's center. It was as if a Category 10 typhoon had hit the land of sound, making everyone tremble with fear. "Open for me." Kazan's iron fist pushed forward, slowly straining against the tailed beast ball that was condensed with the two tails chakra. But as he threw his punch, it triggered heavenly phenomena. Countless wild lightning bolts struck down, leaving everyone present stunned and speechless. Finally, rumble. A massive explosion occurred here and the after effects instantly swept across every inch of the battlefield. Even Minato Namikaze and others who were in the midst of fierce combat paused their actions. Shikaka Nara had reacted quickly, ordering the main force to retreat immediately. Yet he still underestimated the destructive power of this clash. It was more astonishing than two great mountains colliding. The massive explosion from Kazan's fist striking the tailed beast ball head-on had shockwaves that could send a person flying dozens of meters away. Hong. Young ninjas like Hong couldn't withstand such shockwaves. It was Shinku Yuhi who reacted quickly enough, pulling her close and shielding her with his back against the impact. At this moment his heart was in turmoil. He couldn't comprehend that the same youth who used to train Jinjutsu with him was the same person standing before him now. His earlier lies were now completely shattered. Claims of beating Kazan to a pulp or returning home early to spare him. All nonsense. One punch like that could kill him 10 times over. But Shinku Yuhi didn't know that his little boasting had long been seen through by his wife, and even his daughter Kurenai Yuhi knew. After that Chunin exam, the mother and daughter duo knew their father was just bragging. So this is the current Kazan. Asuma struggled to withstand the shockwave. He hadn't seen Kazan's exploits on the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. He had no mental image, couldn't even imagine it. Today, he witnessed it firsthand. Kazan was inhumanly strong, his bare fists capable of clashing with the tailed beast ball that had driven them all to despair. Recalling the days when he and other kids mocked Kazan for only practicing taijutsu and never learning ninjutsu, his heart was filled with overwhelming shock. That guy who trained relentlessly regardless of weather and never cared about their opinions had already far surpassed them all. He was already a major figure in Konoha. After what felt like an eternity, the shockwave subsided. At that moment the entire battlefield fell silent. Kazan landed from midair, his cloak billowing behind him. He stood at the very front of the troops, his gaze piercing through the cloud ninja forces to lock onto the fully tailed beast transformed Yujito ni. Your spit is quite impressive. It nearly tore apart my custom-made clothes that cost me 10,000 ryo. Up behind him, Obito, still in shock, almost spat out his food. He thought to himself Kazan's mouth was at least an A-rank ninjutsu. What kind of spit could cause this much damage? How insulting. The other Konoha ninjas were also left dizzy by his words. It was incredibly arrogant, completely disregarding the tailed beast, showcasing overwhelming dominance. Damn you, Kazan. Yujito ni shouted, but the sound that came from Matatabi was only a roar, like a lion's roar vibrating through the air towards them. Kazan heard it and grinned. What are you yelling about? You're so big I wonder how you'll ever find a mate. You detestable brat. This time not only Yujito, but even Matatabi was enraged. This foul-mouthed Konoha brat deserved to die. Matatabi, connected heart-to-heart with Yujito, was determined to kill the annoying Kazan. But faster than them were the other cloud ninjas. They immediately joined forces and rushed forward. They believed that Kazan, having blocked such an attack, must be severely depleted, perhaps even out of chakra, making it the perfect time to kill him. However, Buzz, Conqueror's haki vibrated through the surroundings, erupting from Kazan's body. His unstoppable will relentlessly assaulted the enemy's minds. In an instant the charging cloud ninjas halted, either struggling desperately or fainting on the spot. They didn't even have the qualification to approach Kazan. Hajime spat out a ball of fire from his mouth, imbued with Senjutsu, incinerating over a dozen cloud ninjas on the spot. Boom. Dark red lightning struck down behind him, once more accentuating his terrifying posture. The tide of battle turned as Kazan returned from training at Miyamu Mountain, shattering the tailed beast ball with a single punch. Then without even raising an eyebrow he knocked out a nearby cloud ninja squad. That overwhelming presence penetrated everyone's mind. Kazan! Kazan! Daitu and the others shouted one after another, their emotions intense, but none received a response. Kazan's gaze fixed ahead through the cloud ninja forces, locking onto the two-tailed beast ULV, which was as massive as a mountain. They had already crossed paths during the Chunin exam. That time Kazan had been unable to kill his opponent, nor did he possess the capability. Now, this time let's see who can save you. Boom. Dark red thunderbolts descended from the heavens, a scene of apocalypse that shook the soul. I return these words to you, unchanged. With rage burning in her eyes, Yomiurin's voice issued from the mouth of ULV. Moments later it roared to the sky and charged at Kazan at breakneck speed. As ULV ran, the ground trembled, as if a demonic beast was on the move, and the cloud ninja quickly cleared a path. What's the hurry? Going to die? Kazan stomped the ground, and after a brief charge he shot forward like a divine beam of light, striking ahead. His speed was extreme. Not the space-time ninjutsu of bluffing Shumen, nor the body flicker technique, but sheer physical explosive power. Yet, even so, without displaying any secret techniques, merely using the recoil of the shave, his speed was enough to match the top speed of the third Reikage in his lightning-release chakra mode. Swoosh! Kazan's haki blazed like raging flames, and he charged across the battlefield as a red streak, ignoring the cloud ninja to target ULV. Fistbone! He roared as he clenched his fist, combining Conqueror's haki and monstrous strength into his right fist, and in an instant, he was upon ULV's head. Then he slammed down a punch. Impact! The punch struck, causing the entire battlefield to tremble as Conqueror's haki raged. Just like Garp at Beehive Island, who sent the evil king flying with a single punch. Now ULV's massive body tumbled backward like a kite far from the main force, crashing into a distant mountain peak with half its head blown apart. Rumble. The mountain instantaneously collapsed, and both ULV and Umurin let out a muffled groan, quickly repairing their body. Lady Umurin. The Cloud Ninja were horrified. Such a massive tailed beast sent flying with a single blow. What kind of monstrous strength was that? They wanted to go help, but approaching that battlefield would subject them to the indiscriminate bombardment of Kazan's Conqueror's Haki. That was too overwhelming, a veritable eliminator of the weak. Without reaching a certain level, one had no right to even approach him. Kazan leaped forward, ignoring the Cloud Ninja forces as he sped ahead in pursuit. Roar. At the same time behind him, Hajime let out a tiger's roar and pounced into the Cloud Ninja ranks. Tiger paws kept slamming down while its mouth continuously spewed 5-element ninjutsu accompanied by natural energy, inflicting heavy casualties on the Cloud Ninja. Kazan himself is bad enough, but how is his pet so formidable? Daitu was dumbfounded. This tiger was too ferocious, actually possessing 5 types of chakra simultaneously. Stop talking nonsense, get up there and help. Kakashi drew his heirloom short sword and charged forward swiftly. He had already seen the Cloud Ninja gathering in full force to surround Kazan's summon. In a flash, Yuzibo Jing, Rishang Fanio Asamahong, and others all rushed out following the main force into battle. Daitu, not paying attention, had already fallen to the rear of the formation. Wait for me. He activated his Sharingan and charged forward with a kunai. Right on time. Zilai Yi, who was in the midst of a fierce battle with the third Reikage, felt relieved. Currently bluffing Shumen, with the help of the 3 Great Toads, was dealing with the Cloud Ninja's AB combo, while Kazan went to handle the fully tailed beast transformed Two Tails. What he needed to do was stop the third Reikage from reinforcing other battlefields. This Kage was formidable. Unlike Luosha, he was a veteran Kage-level powerhouse. In the past, he led the Cloud Ninja to suppress a rebellion, killing Jinjiao, and Injiao, who wielded the 6 Paths tools, had eaten the Nine Tails flesh and possessed part of the Nine Tails chakra. After becoming the Reikage of the Cloud, he many times single-handedly prevented the 8 Tails from rampaging. He was instrumental in the Cloud's research into the perfect Jinchuriki technique. Faced with such a formidable opponent, even Zilai Yi lacked sufficient confidence. There's no choice. I'll have to trouble you, Sage Shins, with Sage Jama. Zilai Yi bit his finger and used blood to summon the 2 great sages of the sacred land to assist him in battle. He needed to enter Sage mode to have the confidence to contend with the third Reikage. On the other side of the battlefield, Kazan had already pursued, and before him was a tailed beast whose body was even larger than a mountain. Kazan, Umurin, and ULV roared. Jai ha 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 ha. Let's continue the fight we left unfinished last time, you cat girl of Cloud. They had met not long ago in the Chunin exam. Umurin was still the same Umurin, but Kazan was no longer the same Kazan. The fusion degree of the Garp template had increased to 60, supplemented by chakra and monstrous strength. At this moment, Kazan, aside from not having Haki as formidable as Garp's peak, was likely not far behind Garp in other aspects. Galaxy Impact. Kazan raised his hand and threw a punch descending from the sky with countless thunderbolts roaring behind him, creating a massive light pollution. Boom. A loud explosion occurred, and a mountain peak burst apart before everyone's eyes. Those in the distance were dumbfounded. A great mountain had simply vanished before them, shattered into pieces by a single punch. With such attack power, even a tailed beast would be hard-pressed, right? Indeed, it was hard-pressed. The same punch now had a lethality that was worlds apart from before. The ground beneath ULV shattered like tofu. It struggled to lift its head, channeling chakra to defend and repair its body. The brat from Konoha before it was truly different now. Though still young, he had a spirit that could swallow mountains and rivers, a sense of who else but me. His cape fluttered behind him, his eyes gleamed red, and every swing of his fist triggered celestial phenomena. Boom. Kazan smashed his fist down. The force was unbearable, and the earth shattered like glass fragments. Yet this earth-shattering punch was merely his ordinary attack. Fire Rat Jutsu. A large number of Fire Rat Jutsus shot out from ULV's mouth. The technique was still the same, but its form had undergone a huge change. Each rat was as massive as a fierce tiger. Kazan swung his fists, not dodging, directly knocking the Fire Rat Jutsus away one by one. Swoosh. These techniques landed around the battlefield, instantly merging with the vegetation, turning the battlefield into a blazing inferno. At the same time, ULV slapped down with a palm like a falling mountain, and Kazan's vision was filled with a single shadow. Thud. The massive palm struck, causing the earth to tremble, and trees rooted deep in the ground were shaken loose and hurled up. Kazan. He dodged the attack and appeared on ULV's arm. Then he swiftly charged forward, reaching ULV's face, and landed a punch right on its muzzle. Bam! ULV was sent flying again. This power was too terrifying, even a tailed beast could not withstand it. Everyone showed shock, especially the Cloud Ninja forces. That was their village's perfect Jinchuriki, who could perfectly control the tailed beast, yet now she was being sent flying repeatedly. Across the battlefield, Kazan's bright and hearty laughter could be heard from time to time. Compared with Matatabi, the disparity in their sizes was not even in the same order of magnitude. What was truly remarkable was that Kazan gave off an even more imposing presence and even heavier pressure. Why? Back in the Chunin exam, some Cloud Shinobi who had taken part in the Chunin exam could hardly believe what they were seeing. A few months ago during the Chunin exam, Kazan had been nowhere near this strong. Now he was savagely pummeling one of the 9 great-tailed beasts. You can't win against me, Kazan. Yujito and Matatabi fought in unison. Their bodies were formed entirely of chakra. As long as their chakra did not run dry, they would never disappear. Then I'll beat you until you're a dried-out corpse. Kazan curled his lips into a grin and set off in pursuit, leaping 100 meters into the sky. He clenched his fist and plummeted at meteor-like speed, the hockey around him transforming into crimson light rain that came crashing down alongside him. Hockey. This special Kekkei Genkai was no longer unfamiliar to the shinobi world and was believed to be Kazan's innate talent. But its power was truly beyond comprehension. Matatabi roared at the sky and met the attack with its colossal forelimbs. With a thunderous boom, Kazan's fist stopped before Matatabi's claws, pounding against empty air. Though no impact had actually connected, Matatabi felt as if it had suffered a stunning blow to the head, its whole body trembling. That bizarre hockey was ceaselessly pounding against its form. In the next instant, it was driven back, staggering and reeling. Too stunned to react, Matatabi hurriedly leaped away from its position. Almost simultaneously, Kazan's fist came crashing down once more, its terrifying destructive force reducing the area to rubble. His movements are too fast, no slower than the third Reikage, Matatabi communicated with Yujito. Ever since the third Reikage had taken office, the 2 tails and the 8 tails had been brutally beaten by him more times than they cared to count. As tailed beasts, their movements were certainly swift enough, but before Kazan, they were still far from adequate. Before Yujito could even get the words out, Kazan was already upon them. His aura was far too sharp and fierce, granting the 2 of them no respite, his attacks battering down like raging waves. Wherever Kazan appeared, ominous thunder was sure to accompany him, weighing heavily on the hearts of those around. You'd best start looking for your next host, wretched beast. Kazan's hockey surged wildly within him, merging with his monstrous strength as his iron fist smashed through the air. Matatabi was sent flying once more, looking less like one of the 9 great-tailed beasts than an insignificant house cat. Behind them, Dodai and the other cloud shinobi felt as if they were going mad. Their perfect Jinchuriki was being knocked around like a toy. At the same time, Dodai was filled with even deeper regret. He had failed to kill this Konoha genius before it was too late. In the past, both he and A had shared a similar premonition: if this Konoha genius were allowed to grow up without hindrance, he would sooner or later become another third Reikage. And now that premonition had become reality. On the battlefield, the man was chasing their tailed beast and beating it mercilessly, possessing combat power capable of overwhelming a tailed beast. Yujito also felt she was going mad, regretting that she had not killed Kazan at all costs back, then giving him time to grow. At this moment, even in full-tailed beast form, she was no match for him. Boom. Her deliberation was brief, but it was more than enough. Kazan's assault was so swift that he arrived before her in an instant. With a single punch, heaven and earth were rent asunder. Under everyone's gaze, Matatabi's colossal body was sent soaring, not of its own accord, but blasted into the sky. Zehaha. Too weak, Yujito. Compared with the Chunin exam, you've made no improvement at all. Kazan gathered power in his legs and launched himself skyward, both hands shooting out at the same time to seize Matatabi's neck like iron pincers. Relying solely on the tailed beast within, you will only limit your potential. Bastard. Yujito and Matatabi struggled desperately to break free, both of them realizing something at the same instant. Sure enough, the very next second they felt an irresistible, overwhelming force tearing their bodies apart. Seafloor drop. Dark crimson thunder burst across the sky. Kazan pulled with all his might, and Matatabi's body, no longer under its own control, plummeted from the heights like a meteor. There was not the slightest exaggeration. Matatabi could not break free from that force, and its mountain-like body fell from the sky. With a tremendous boom, the ground erupted, first splitting into spiderweb-like cracks, then blasting apart completely. Boundless shockwaves spread in every direction, affecting the ninja of Konoha and Kumogakure alike. How are we supposed to keep fighting this? Obito's Sharingan nearly popped out of its socket in sheer shock. Here they were locked in a bloody battle with the Cloud Shinobi, yet the shockwave from a single blow of Kazan's forced them to stop and brace against the aftershock. A monster. That was Asuma's heartfelt sentiment at that moment. He no longer dared to fantasize about surpassing Kazan. As it turned out, his old man's judgment was indeed remarkably sharp. That Kazan was more of a beast than the tailed beasts themselves, swatting the 2 tails around like a cat. Having succeeded with one blow, Kazan did not stop. Treading on empty air, he charged forward in hot pursuit. I'll strip that coat off you right now. Kazan clenched both fists, hockey surging as he gathered strength for a devastating strike. At the same moment, the woman and the beast both sensed it. His hockey was extraordinarily capable of attacking chakra directly. What was more, they had already recognized the strike that was to come next. Kazan had once used it during the Chunin exam, a savage barrage of consecutive strikes so ferocious that even a tailed beast had no time to recover. Infinite. Matatabi and Yujito jolted at the same time. Countless fire rat missiles flew from their mouths, transforming into a rain of light that blasted toward Kazan in dense, overwhelming numbers, desperate to stop him. It was an utterly horrifying sight. Countless fire rat missiles like an inverted torrent thundered skyward toward Kazan without cease. The very air carried a scorching heat, as if it were about to burst into flames. Just die. Yujito's eyes locked onto Kazan with deadly focus. Yet all she saw was Kazan making no reaction whatsoever, his body wreathed in crimson haki as a defense. Boom 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 boom. One enormous fire rat missile after another slammed before Kazan, unable to draw close, repelled half a meter away. Their techniques could not approach him by even a hair's breadth. How can this be? Astonishment flickered in Matatabi's pupilless eyes. Even the third Reikage could not accomplish such a thing, relying instead on his ultimate lightning release armor to endure attacks head-on. And at that moment Kazan's most ferocious strike had already been fully prepared. His fists were wrapped in a layer of black armament haki, then illuminated by crimson conqueror's haki. Fistbone, he roared, swinging both fists forward with an astonishing, unyielding momentum. Boom boom boom. The fire rat missiles surrounding him were instantly smashed apart, scattering like sparks. But this was not the end. In a single step Kazan crossed hundreds of meters to appear before Matatabi. Grinning, his eyes gleaming with crimson light, he unleashed his fists like a raging storm. Boom, boom boom, boom boom boom. Kazan's punches went from slow to blindingly fast. Every strike was wreathed in Conqueror's haki, and his punching speed was so extreme that countless afterimages lingered in the air. A single punch gave the feeling of 100 blows delivered in an instant. Perhaps even more. Matatabi's head erupted in ringing shock as it endured hundreds of Kazan's savage blows within the span of a single breath. Before long its head was blown apart. The speed of chakra regeneration could not keep up with the damage Kazan was inflicting. The continuous ferocious strikes of such extreme intensity proved too much even for a tailed beast to endure. ULV's head was obliterated time and again. Each time it regenerated with chakra, it was instantly shattered once more. Eventually ULV's regeneration could no longer keep pace. Up! Kazan roared, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches. The crimson lightning flared brighter, threatening to stain the entire sky red. Overwhelming Conqueror's haki erupted with every punch Kazan threw. This attack, true to its name, was unparalleled in its ferocity, unending like a torrential downpour crashing upon the earth. The Two Tails had lost count of the blows it had absorbed. Its mountain-like body was riddled with wounds. Yet Kazan continued his assault, his iron fists falling like a storm, delivering an infinite barrage. Ugh! Yumu Rin and ULV could only endure, for the consequence of faltering would be being pounded into minced flesh. Seeing this, Kazan's onslaught grew even more savage. He rained down punches in swift succession, half his face illuminated by the dark crimson lightning, giving him a demonic visage. Behind him, the Kumo ninja forces trembled in fear. The spectacle before them was terrifying. The dark crimson lightning seethed and roared around Kazan like a boiling cauldron. The Konoha ninja, including Obito, were no more composed. In fact, they had not known a single moment of calm since the beginning. The Two Tails, one of the 9 great-tailed beasts, was being brutally beaten by Kazan, powerless to fight back, its chakra-formed body exploding repeatedly. They were stunned. Was this even human? ULV's head had long been blasted apart, unable to regenerate. But both ULV and Yumu Rin knew they could not continue like this. They had to mount a counterattack. Amid the relentless assault, ULV raised a massive paw, trying to break Kazan's chain of strikes. The result was immediate. Boom. In the span of a single breath, ULV's forelimb also exploded. Subjected to hundreds of blows, in an instant the chakra-formed limb dissipated like powder. Finally, after an unknown number of punches, ULV, much like Boros in One Punch Man, had its entire body shattered. Yumu Rin was exposed to the air. Everyone on the battlefield was dumbfounded. One of the 9 great-tailed beasts had been beaten into nothingness with sheer physical force. It seemed utterly absurd. Kazan used his fists to strip Yumu Rin of her armor. "It's over, Catgirl." Boom. A thunderclap echoed as a lightning bolt descended behind Kazan. Yumu Rin, already grievously wounded in midair, looked at Kazan with difficulty. His posture was exactly like his epithet, a humanoid demon god. Despair gripped her. Even complete tailed beast transformation had failed. There was no chance left, only death awaited. Without a word, Kazan swung his fist forward, unwilling to prolong the matter. But at that moment the third Reikage tore through the air, speeding across the battlefield and barging in. Heavy flow storm. Like a cannonball, the third Reikage shot forward, driving his elbow with full force toward Kazan's midsection. With a thunderous impact, the lightning-fast elbow strike landed near Kazan's body, but was blocked by his Conqueror's haki, unable to make contact. Kazan had foreseen this blow with his observation haki, yet he chose not to evade, intending to endure the third Reikage's attack and kill Yumu Rin. However, his Conqueror's haki defense was breached. The elbow sent him hurtling backward through the air, crashing into a distant mountain peak and blasting a massive hole. "Reikage Sama," Yumu Rin whispered with her last strength before falling unconscious. The third Reikage said nothing, merely catching her and handing her to the approaching Tsuchi. Jinchuriki must not be lost. They were vital assets of Kimogakure, passed down through generations. Even though tailed beasts cannot truly die, and a Jinchuriki's death would eventually lead to the beast's rebirth, no one knew how long that would take or where it would appear. Thus, upon seeing the Two Tails falter, the third Reikage had charged into the fray, without hesitation, arriving just in time to save Yumu Rin. "Take Yumu Rin back to the village." "But Reikage-sama." "No more words. Go now." The third Reikage did not turn around, his gaze remained fixed ahead. The young Konoha genius before him was growing too fast. Barely over 10 years old, he could already suppress a tailed beast. Given time, he might truly recreate the invincible legend of the first Hokage. He must not be allowed to live. The third Raikage's killing intent boiled over his eyes, blazing like lightning. In the meantime, Kazan's chakra erupted, blasting away the rocks that buried him as he emerged from the cave. The old comes after the young. Such a cliché web novel trope lacking originality. But killing you would be far more satisfying than slaughtering a beast. A surge of conqueror's haki burst from him. Kazan locked his gaze on the third Raikage. This man had been wounded only once in his life, by his own hand, and his body was of inconceivable durability. Among all Kaga-level fighters, the third Raikage stood at the pinnacle. The battlefield subtly shifted. Tsuchi took Yumu Rin away, entrusting her to other village ninja for treatment back home. On the other side, the Eight Tails, which had finished dealing with the three Gamabunna brothers, had to abandon its joint effort with AI against bluffing Shuemin, and instead turned to occupy Jiraiya. They all sensed the third Raikage's overwhelming killing intent, aiming to create an opportunity for him to slay the Konoha prodigy. The two sides remained in a stalemate, unable to swiftly end the war, unless the battle among the three top-tier combatants could be decided. Kazan, the third Raikage, the Eight Tails, Jiraiya, bluffing Shuemin, and AI. They all understood this, but killing a Kaga-level fighter was never an easy task. In the distance, Kazan leaped down from the mountain, his haki rampaging like a beast unleashed. His wounds had healed through the Yin healing art. His conqueror's haki defense was still insufficient, pierced by the third Raikage strike. What level would the third Raikage be in the world of One Piece? At least Yonko level. He had fought 10,000 foes alone for 3 days and nights before succumbing to exhaustion. His physical resilience could withstand the Eight Tails' attacks, and even Naruto's Raisin Shuriken could not break his defense. His offensive power was unrivaled. Lacking haki but possessing chakra and ninjutsu, he was unquestionably the strongest enemy Kazan had faced since arriving in this world. Kazan felt no fear, only exhilaration. Every cell in his body seemed to come alive. Third Raikage. Thunder roared. His conqueror's haki seemed even denser now. A mere ripple of its presence shattered the surrounding ground. Almost simultaneously, the third Raikage's lightning flared brighter as he elevated his state. He could not afford to let the enemy grow any stronger. The consequences would be dire. Moments later, both vanished from their spots. Setting aside space-time ninjutsu, like the Flying Thunder God and other techniques, these two were the fastest in the current ninja world. The kinetic energy generated at such speeds was terrifying. In the distance, they could clearly see the old and the young colliding, without reservation, their fists meeting violently in the air. A moment later, a thunderous roar erupted from between them. Boom. The battlefield trembled violently as Kazan and the third Raikage's fists collided head-on, like two primordial beasts locked in savage combat. As both were taijutsu-type ninjas, the combat felt even more visceral. Every punch landing with brutal force unleashed raw primal violence. The ground beneath both fighters erupted, sending hurricane-force winds spiraling outward. Then they simultaneously unleashed a frenzy of punches in fierce exchange. What a sight! Two mighty warriors refusing to yield an inch, relentlessly hurling fists at one another. The sound of colliding fists echoed continuously, punctuated by muffled explosions in the air. The third Raikage's palm crackled with lightning as he slashed through the atmosphere, his hand cutting sharper than any forged blade. This strike came with such devastating speed, it seemed to rend space itself. Kazan ducked just in time. Below, the trees behind him were cleaved in two, their trunks marked with traces of singeing. Kazan pivoted, driving an upward hook that caught the third Raikage squarely under the chin, sending him hurtling backward dozens of meters. Not wasting a moment, Kazan moved like lightning, agile as a dragon, closing the distance at breakneck speed. His right fist clenched tight as crimson lightning crackled around his body. Opposing him, the third Raikage's azure lightning roared with equal ferocity. Upon landing, he didn't retreat, but advanced instead. The third Raikage had never known retreat. He stood as the most formidable Kage among all the ninja villages. As they drew near, wreathed in lightning, crimson and azure energies collided like mountains crashing together. Die! The third Raikage's killing intent surged as his arm swept forward, unleashing a devastating power strike that sent Kazan skidding back nearly 100 meters. Lightning release Rairigi Netsu 2. This was the Lone Bull variant of the Lightning Cleave Hot Blade, executed solo. The Hidden Cloud Village maintained an ancient tradition where each generation produced an AB duo. Much like the Mist Village's Seven Swordsmen, this pairing was one of the Cloud signatures. Only ninjas who inherited the A and B titles were permitted to master the Lone Bull Lightning Cleave Hot Blade. By this generation, the AB combination had reached its 8th iteration. The third Raikage himself was the 7th generation. That was from the previous era. With a thunderous impact, Kazan crashed to the ground, his legs carving furrows as he skidded dozens of meters. The blow was devastating. He felt as though an iron hammer had smashed into his chest. Yet his bones remained unbroken. Years of forging himself through iron block training had rendered his flesh harder than steel. He activated life, returned to control his body, and Yin healing activated automatically, knitting his wounds closed. Wordless self-healing. Only then did the third Raikage realize. The leaf genius standing before him had absorbed 2 of his heaviest strikes, yet bore not a single mark of injury. A luminescent glow emanated from the young man's chest, the signature of medical ninjutsu at work. I can no longer afford to leave you alive, brat. If you've got what it takes, come at me. Don't just talk. Kazan surged forward like a crimson aurora, his Conqueror's haki radiating from within as he charged. Though he had mastered the defensive applications of Conqueror's haki, the third Reikage still managed to breach his guards. His Conqueror's haki defense wasn't strong enough. Rather than retreat, his resolve only hardened. Kazan swung his fist into the third Reikage's chest, unleashing haki infusion and monstrous strength simultaneously. Even the formidable third Reikage was sent flying backward like a cannonball under that punch's force. Yet Kazan still couldn't break through his opponent's defenses. The third Reikage's physique was the epitome of taijutsu in this world, his body honed to withstand the full force of tailed beasts. Even such an immense blow left him unscathed. Upon landing, he immediately launched himself back into the fray, clashing with Kazan in a brutal melee. Their battle was earth-shattering from the very start, already displaying violence at its most extreme. The onlookers were utterly captivated, their eyes wide with shock. All they could see were crimson and azure streaks of light crisscrossing the battlefield, the air trembling with each impact. In the current ninja world, how many could stand against them? No words were needed. Both were undeniably among the strongest warriors alive. The third Reikage's eyes grew colder. While the blows seemed to land without visible damage, an eerie energy was seeping through his defenses, eroding him from within. Was this another manifestation of that haki? His instincts screamed yes. It wasn't chakra. It was something entirely different, a foreign power infiltrating his body through his armor and inflicting silent damage. Only a physique as monstrous as his could appear unharmed while suffering such infiltration. But over time, this cumulative damage could prove fatal. He understood the law of attrition well enough. With that realization, the third Reikage's assault intensified, moving like striking lightning. Right Tatsuha Rido. He closed the distance in an instant, launching a straight punch aimed squarely at Kazan's face. Conqueror's haki surged to its limit as Kazan raised his defenses. His Kinbunshiku had already foreseen this strike, yet he chose to stand his ground rather than evade, using the fight to sharpen his abilities. His haki barrier shattered again, his face contorting from the impact as his body was hurled backward uncontrollably. Almost instantly, healing activated. In the blink of an eye, his wounds had knit shut, and he casually spat the blood from his lips aside like saliva. Kazan spat out the blood, then drove his heel into the earth, using the explosion's force to launch himself toward the third Reikage. I heard you'd never been wounded throughout your entire life, through both the great ninja wars. Then what about that scar on your chest? Did you inflict it on yourself for nothing? Kazan asked with pointed sarcasm, his fist striking hard while his words cut deeper. That was the third Reikage's shameful secret, a past he preferred to forget. During a battle to subdue the Eight Tails, the ferocity of the fight had caused him to wound himself, leaving a lightning-shaped scar on his chest. To him, it was a mark of disgrace, a testament to his own lack of strength and maturity. Now that Kazan had accidentally uncovered the truth, though he said nothing, rage burned fiercely within his chest. Silence. The third Reikage's hand transformed into a blade as he slashed forward, and simultaneously his hair began to bristle upright, crackling with black lightning. That's black lightning. Black lightning. Nier and his companions behind noticed the unusual phenomenon. Some recognized it immediately. It was the black lightning developed by the third Reikage himself. A technique pioneered by the third Reikage. Those struck by it would experience excruciating pain and be rendered immobile. In the current Cloud Ninja, only the third Reikage had mastered it. Kazan recognized it too. This was one of the third Reikage's signature moves. After his death, not even his son, the fourth Reikage, could inherit it. It was eventually passed down to Darui. The third Reikage's long hair stood on end, crackling with black lightning shaped like a panther as he charged forward with lethal intent. Kazan raised his fist to block while wrapping his arms in Conqueror's haki to deflect the black lightning's assault. His pupils rapidly darkened to a deep amber hue, and black markings spread across his face as an immense surge of chakra erupted from within. Sage mode activated instantly. The third Reikage expressed surprise. Kazan's transformation had caught him completely off guard. Traces of Sage mode manifested on Kazan's body. The third Reikage recognized it at a glance. It resembled a certain ability of the first Hokage recorded in the village's archives. It seemed to be one of the legendary Sage of Six Paths techniques, known as Sage mode. How could he be so familiar with it? Apart from having read the relevant records, he had also recently fought Jiraiya, who was in Sage mode. It greatly enhanced combat power. He had just unleashed his black lightning when the brat before him pushed his own state even further. Arrogant. The third Reikage was furious. Even facing him, the Konoha genius dared to hold back. He pressed forward relentlessly, black lightning surging around his body with a crackling sound. Times have changed. There is no place for you in the ninja world from now on. The Conqueror's haki enveloped Kazan's entire body, isolating the leopard-shaped black lightning. It stopped less than half a meter in front of Kazan. Kazan deflected the third Reikage's handblade and punched through the air with a reverse strike. Boom. The third Reikage felt a violent tremor, then his body uncontrollably flew backward, smashing through countless trees along the way. The third Reikage clearly sensed that Kazan had become even stronger, a greater enhancement than Jiraiya's. Without immediately pursuing, Kazan stopped and shook his fist. His dark golden eyes seemed capable of seeing through everything. Is that the legendary Sage mode? Some Cloud Ninja, including Dodai, changed color drastically. The era of the Sage of Six Paths was too distant, spanning 1,000 years, so far that the historical records barely contained any relevant information. However, during the first Hokage's time, many older ninjas had witnessed the first Hokage's Sage Mode. Perhaps because of the term Sage, many believe this technique was related to the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Sage Mode. What is that? A power once displayed by the first Hokage, far stronger than the chakra we use. It is said to be connected to the legendary Sage of Six Paths, the progenitor of ninja. Dodai's expression was grave. He had never seen Hashirama Senju in this state, and the relevant records were scarce. Because even in that era, very few ninjas could force the first Hokage to go all out. Many ninja villages have records of this. Countless geniuses have tried to emulate it, but none succeeded. Jiraiya of the legendary Sannin was the second, but he was still far from the first Hokage's level. After all, Sage Mode was not a bloodline limit like would release. After learning of its existence, many ninja villages attempted to master it. Yet to this day, no one had succeeded. Over time, everyone gave up. It was not until the previous generation of Konoha, Jiraiya of the Sannin, that Sage Mode was demonstrated before the ninja world for the second time, including his recent battle with the third Reikage. However, the power Jiraiya had drawn out was far inferior to the first Hokage's. Instead, it was the Konoha genius now locked in combat with their Kage. His Sage Mode bore a striking resemblance to the first Hokage's. On the battlefield, mysterious patterns appeared on Kazan's face. His eyes turned dark gold, and his aura softened, as if he had merged with nature. Boom. With a simple step he launched forward, too fast, charging recklessly and swinging his fist to smash ahead. Yet, even such a simple swing could draw down dark red thunderbolts from the sky, possessing the power to destroy everything. The third Reikage did not retreat. This Reikage always upheld his aggressive style, to the end stepping forward to meet the attack. What's Sage Mode? It's just painting your face, isn't it? Don't think you're the first Hokage, brat. He pushed his lightning release armor to its limit, every strand of hair standing on end. He charged forward valiantly without a trace of fear in his eyes. He had already witnessed the power of Sage Mode in Jiraiya of the Sannin not long ago. Indeed, it was powerful, but it had a fatal time limit. The third Reikage did not know exactly how long it lasted, but he had seen Jiraiya rely on the cooperation of two toads, so it probably lasted only a few minutes. Let's see how long you can keep up this arrogance. The third Reikage struck fiercely. At the same time, Kazan, unrestrained, aimed both fists forward, and the destructive power of his monster strength fist was even greater. Boom. The third Reikage was sent flying again, his body crashing into a mountain and blasting a large hole. But it was not over. To kill you, I don't need the first Hokage. Kazan pursued at lightning speed, turning into a red streak and charging into the hole, his domineering fist slamming into the third Reikage. Rumble. The entire mountain shook and intense fluctuations erupted continuously. Moments later, the third Reikage and Kazan burst out from the other side of the mountain. He punched through the mountain. The onlookers were stunned. Kazan had already shown the destructive power to shatter a mountain with a single punch, but shattering and punching through brought a different sense of awe. Reikage-sama. The Cloud Ninja side could not stay calm. Their god of war, the Reikage, was actually at a disadvantage. Am I dreaming? This was too surreal. The third Reikage was hailed as the strongest Kage of all time, the iconic figure who led Kumogakure to its peak. Now he was being relentlessly pummeled by the Konoha demon. The third Reikage was knocked back repeatedly from one side of the mountain to the other. Fortunately, he was after all the third Reikage, not the Two Tails. Even at a disadvantage, he kept fighting back. His lightning radiance grew even more dazzling, like a scion powering up with chakra materializing and enveloping his entire body. In contrast, Kazan was surrounded by surging haki which ordinary ninjutsu could not even approach. This was a lightning release armor completely on par with, or even surpassing, the third Reikage's. The two men's radiance flared even brighter as they clashed, charging at each other. Boom. In an instant their fists collided again, accompanied by the roar of thunder. After one exchange, they briefly separated, then rushed at each other again, trading blows across the battlefield. The onlookers were horrified. They could not see clearly, their naked eyes unable to keep up. Only a series of sonic booms reached their ears. Obito, can you see? The battle had been raging for a while, and Kakashi felt his chakra nearly depleted. But the three major battlefields were still undecided, forcing both sides to grit their teeth and persist. I can only see a little, Obito said, cold sweat on his forehead. Even his Sharingan could not keep up with the two fighters' speed. In reality, ninja battles were always high speed. Early in the manga, it was established that young Naruto could reach speeds of Mach 5, 5 times the speed of sound. Kazan vividly remembered one scene from the manga. Around chapter 200, during Naruto and Sasuke's first battle at the Valley of the End, a kunai fell from 100 meters high and plunged into the water. This happened on page 6. Then Naruto and Sasuke charged down from the tops of the two giant statues, clashing with taijutsu and ninjutsu. In the middle of the fight, they exchanged blows for about 7 to 9 pages, yet the kunai had only descended a very small distance. A common flaw of anime, shaped by budget constraints and the demands of narrative pacing. In both the animated series and manga of Naruto, many portrayals contradict the established lore. Kazan still recalled the movie featuring the Tensigen, where the usually sluggish Inoki, when going all out, could match the speed of a falling meteor. After all, once a meteor enters the atmosphere, it can travel at speeds reaching 15 kilometers per second. Beyond that, the Naruto world holds another astonishing truth. The cells within a shinobi's body number over 130 trillion, whereas a human in the real world possesses only 30 to 40 trillion. That's a staggering threefold difference. This makes shinobi appear fragile, but it's all relative. And that's just for an average shinobi. Certain clans like the Uzumaki could have even more. This battle against the third Reikage gave Kazan a visceral understanding. Everything the anime and manga couldn't convey was now unfolding right before his eyes. Boom. A violent collision sent the third Reikage reeling, once more flying back nearly 100 meters before stopping. Blood began to trickle from his mouth as Kazan's armament haki relentlessly invaded, finally wounding the Reikage. The Reikage. He's injured. Impossible. Two great ninja wars never left a single scratch on him. He's subdued tailed beasts. How could he be brought down by some brat? The Kumogakure shinobi refused to believe it. To them, the third Reikage was more than their village's war god. He was their banner and their faith. He might lose, but not to a young ninja from Konoha. Dodai's composure shattered, his lips trembling. Why? Why isn't his sage mode ending? He was certain it was the legendary sage mode's doing. Even Jiraiya of the Sannin could only sustain it for minutes before exhausting his chakra. Why hasn't he dropped out of it yet? Fear gripped him. Fear that their Kage might fall in battle. Hachibi. On another part of the battlefield, Killer Bee abandoned his rhythmic rap, asking urgently. It might be perfect sage mode, just like the old man's. Killer Bee's heart skipped a beat. He knew exactly who the Hachibi meant by the old man. It was the legendary sage of 6 paths. Killer Bee had learned much from the Hachibi about ancient times. First, the sage truly existed, and the 9-tailed beasts were born from his very being. Furthermore, there exists another form of natural energy distinct from chakra. Considering how certain humans could summon toads from Mount Mayaboku to fight, the Hachibi was almost certain that Kazan's sage mode, like the sage of 6 paths, was learned from the great sage of Mount Mayaboku. Killer Bee asked, what's the difference between perfect sage mode and the regular one? I don't know. By the time the old man split us apart, there was no one left who could challenge him. However, I can sense it. That boy from Konoha absorbs natural energy, even while fighting. If nothing unexpected happens, he can maintain sage mode for a long time. As a mass of chakra, the Hachibi was incredibly sensitive to energy fluctuations. Even from a distance, he could feel the natural energy in the air converging on Kazan. In the distance, Kazan remained composed. Having entered sage mode, all his abilities had surged to a higher level. The destructive power of his monstrous strength punches had more than doubled. If not for the third Reikage's lightning armor, he would have been crushed by now. Even without breaking through the Reikage's defense, sage mode gave Kazan a decisive edge. His fists landed more frequently, and the invasive force of his armament haki accelerated with each blow. Fistbone. Impact. With a thud, Kazan leaped into the air, twisting his body to deliver a massive haymaker. Armament haki and Conqueror's haki combined with raw monstrous strength struck simultaneously. Even the third Reikage was overwhelmed. With a poof, the third Reikage spat blood, reeling from the impact of Kazan's overwhelming assault. Old man. I was frantic. His father, a monster of a man, was actually injured. Nothing like this had happened since his earliest memories. His focus wavered, and Minato Namikaze seized the opportunity, blasting him away with a Rasengan. You can even hurt the third Reikage. You're even more brutal than Kushina Kazan. Minato's expression was stoic, but his mind was racing. Still, for Konoha, this was a good thing. A chance to end this war. Impossible. The Reikage won't lose. Many Kumogakure shinobi refused to accept it, shouting to steady their nerves. The Reikage has subdued tailed beasts. Tailed beasts. Kazan just defeated one. Had your Reikage not intervened, the two tails Jinchuriki would be dead. Konoha shinobi shouted back, their words sharp and defiant. They weren't making things up. They had the battle records to prove it. Shut up. I'll kill you. A furious Kumogakure shinobi charged at the Konoha ninja who had spoken. Similar skirmishes erupted across the battlefield. They fought each other while keeping one eye on the 3 main fronts, the clashes that would truly decide the war's outcome. The third Reikage was wounded, but he didn't even flinch like an enraged lion. Then his palm began gathering violent chakra, crackling with thunderous energy. In the next instant, his hand became the sharpest dagger in the world, thrusting forward. Hell stab one finger. A chilling, killing intent surged forth. He was unleashing his most devastating technique. Kazan saw it coming. Sage mode offered another boon. His 5 senses were immensely heightened. In this state, his observation haki reached even greater heights. He could have dodged, but he chose not to. Instead, he summoned his Conqueror's haki to defend, seeking to push his own limits in the heat of battle. Crackle. Red lightning surged, enveloping Kazan's body and forming a spectral armor to withstand the blow. He failed. His Conqueror's haki defense couldn't hold against the Reikage's ultimate attack. Kazan was sent flying, a gaping hole torn through his shoulder. Blood gushed out, staining his robes a deep crimson. Kazan was sent flying, a bloody hole pierced through his shoulder, a ghastly sight. Yet in an instant, the wound on his shoulder could be seen rapidly healing, restoring itself to its original state in the blink of an eye. This was another ability of his sage mode. His body's recovery rate was accelerated, allowing even such severe wounds to be mended in a flash. Medical ninjutsu. But I can't see him making any hand signs. What about the seals used to channel chakra? Had he devoured them? Could it be seal-less self-healing? The Cloud Ninja recalled a possibility that prodigy from Konoha possessed a technique akin to the first Hokages where medical ninjutsu operated automatically, without needing hand signs. But I've never heard of Konoha's Kazan mastering advanced medical ninjutsu. Nonsense unless it's a powerhouse like the third Reikage. How many in the world could even wound him? It wasn't that their intelligence gathering had failed. Blame the overwhelming dominance of that Konoha prodigy. His tyrannical bloodline limit combining offense and defense repelled most ninjutsu, making it difficult to harm him. Yet even if they managed to injure him, he could instantly heal, driving them to despair. On the battlefield, Kazan's wounds had already recovered in moments. Bang! The third Reikage did not wait, idly pursuing and swinging his right leg down like a battle axe, fierce and mighty, shattering the ground, sending debris flying. Kazan did not dodge his haki, growing even denser, strengthening through battle. Crackle! The opponent's foot stopped less than half a meter above Kazan's head, blocked by his conqueror's haki. Failing in his strike, the third Reikage spun in midair, his palm descending like a spear. A flash of insight struck Kazan, and his fist shot forward even faster, slamming into the third Reikage's chest, armament, haki, and monstrous strength, invading and exploding simultaneously. In an instant, the third Reikage was sent flying, spitting a mouthful of blood midair. His strongest lightning release armor remained tough, but the opponent's technique could penetrate it. This technique was terrifying. Even the third Reikage himself felt severe damage to his internal organs. In the distance, the Cloud Ninja were horrified. Their Reikage was wounded again, spitting blood, more frequently gravely injured. Kazan moved, crossing hundreds of meters in a blink, pursuing at extreme speed. Simultaneously, smoke billowed behind him as dozens of shadow clones advanced alongside him. Fist-bone impact. Kazan caught up and struck fiercely in midair. With a bang, the flying third Reikage was knocked to the other side, where Kazan's shadow clone appeared, raising its fist for another blow. Dozens of shadow clones surrounded him, striking the third Reikage relentlessly. The third Reikage was knocked back and forth like a balloon, enduring dozens of punches in moments. So strong. The Konoha ninja behind were inspired. In their eyes, Kazan was now a divine being, unstoppable, even the mighty third Reikage being brutally beaten. The legendary myth of never being wounded was shattered, blood gushing from his mouth, proving he couldn't withstand Kazan's onslaught. Up! The third Reikage roared in fury, black lightning surging from his body, sweeping out and obliterating the shadow clones on the battlefield. But almost simultaneously, Kazan flickered to his side, his right fist erupting with terrifying haki, forming a red cross, and he hurled it with full force. Fistbone. Meteor impact. The third Reikage was gravely wounded again, his strongest armor nearly shattered, signs of defeat evident. Damn it, the Reikage is no match for that brat. Dodai uttered these words with difficulty, feeling his heart tremble. We can't continue this battle. Dodai-sama. The Cloud Ninja were stunned, staring at Dodai in disbelief. Send the signal, order the troops to withdraw from the land of sound. But we. Shut up, do as I say. Dodai made the decision, without hesitation, his eyes bloodshot. The third Reikage was the banner of their hidden cloud village, their faith. He could not die here. Boom, boom, boom. Signals like flares exploded in the sky. At that moment, the entire battlefield saw it, some Cloud Ninja in utter disbelief. But orders were orders. They gritted their teeth and with well-trained discipline quickly retreated from the battlefield. The Cloud Ninja are retreating. Narashikaku and others naturally noticed their move. He lowered his head in thought, considering whether to press the advantage further. In normal circumstances, he wouldn't hesitate to pursue, but Konoha was surrounded by enemies everywhere. The Mist and Rock Ninja had launched coordinated attacks. Would it be better to repel the Cloud Ninja and quickly support other fronts? Time was critical, and Narashikaku, the military strategist, was in a dilemma. But before he could finish deliberating, the third Reikage crossed the battlefield and appeared before the Konoha forces. His palm emitted dazzling lightning, sweeping out like a blade, slicing 10 Konoha ninja who attempted to pursue in half like watermelons. The third Reikage. The Konoha ninja were terrified. Though Kazan could beat him like a toy, sending him flying back and forth, he was still the third Reikage. Without Kazan's overwhelming power, who could suppress this Kaguya? Even Jiraiya couldn't. Reikage-sama. Dodai initially rejoiced, then his expression shifted. He saw the third Reikage using his imposing figure to block the Konoha forces. Then he turned back and gave Dodai a look. Without words, but Dodai understood his intent. He intended to stay behind to cover the retreat. Boom. Almost simultaneously, dark red lightning fell from the sky as Kazan charged forward like a divine beam in pursuit. His haki surged wildly, his demeanor like a demon god, his cape fluttering noisily. Continue the pursuit, don't stop. Before Narashikaku could finish weighing the pros and cons, Kazan had already made his choice, his voice like a great bell reaching every corner of the battlefield. Instantly, the Konoha forces advanced, pursuing the Cloud Ninja. The third Reikage tried to stop them, but was sent flying by a punch, staggering, blood spilling from his mouth. Dodai several times wanted to lead his troops forward, risking everything to save the third Reikage. But their Kage's gaze swept over again. Silent, yet his resolute eyes made his intention clear. The third Reikage knew he could no longer leave this battlefield. His organs had been shredded by that haki. There was no chance of survival. But others from his village could. Ignoring his injuries, he transformed into a blue flash to block the Konoha forces' pursuit. Bang! He drove back some, but took a crushing blow from Kazan on his back. The third Reikage forced himself upright, refusing to bow before Konoha Ninja. The Cloud Ninja will not bow to Konoha, and you can't make me. Even at this moment the third Reikage remained defiant, refusing to yield. But I can make you die. Kazan's voice was softer, his arrogance even greater. The battlefield was engulfed by an overwhelming presence. Kazan's assault was relentless, his fists cascading like waves. Kill you, and the banner of the Sand Ninja will fall, just the same. The third Reikage was driven back step by step, his decline evident. Yet he refused to retreat, fending off Kazan, while simultaneously thwarting the pursuit of Konoha's forces. This time Kazan did not hesitate. There was none of the softness he had shown in the Battle of the He Country. He ordered the pursuit, determined to cripple the Cloud Ninja without mercy. Strike once to avoid 100 strikes. This battle was to inflict deep pain upon the Cloud Ninja. Then I'll take a new one. The third Reikage roared, blood streaming from his mouth, already at the end of his strength. His internal organs had been pulverized by the armament haki, yet his lightning radiance remained undiminished. Behind him the Cloud Ninja forces attempted multiple rescues, but were halted by Earth platform. With bloodied lips, he commanded the main force to withdraw from the Een country without looking back, while using his broken body to block Konoha's pursuit. The haki ravaged heaven and earth as Kazan struck relentlessly. Yet the third Reikage, though broken in body, had an unyielding will, single-handedly trying to halt both him and the Konoha forces. Such a will could not manifest like Kazan's conqueror's haki to influence them, yet it was equally moving. He still refused to retreat a single step. Severely wounded by Kazan, his body covered in blood, his vitality severed, he persisted through sheer will. A burst of blood erupted like fireworks, brilliant yet tragic. Kazan could clearly sense that the third Reikage's life force was nearly spent, his oil lamp flickering out. He was about to collapse. Kazan intensified his assault, his fists raining down like a storm. Yet even after a long barrage the foe still stood, his figure erect, blocking Kazan and the Konoha forces. By now his life force had completely drained away, his internal organs reduced to mere shreds. Yet the third Reikage remained standing, his tiger-like eyes fixed firmly on Kazan and the others. Unlike Granny Qiandai, the third Reikage remained defiant to the very end, using his body to hold back an army. The Song of Life blossomed. This standard-bearer of the Cloud Ninja might fall today, but his will would forever echo through the hidden cloud village passed down through generations. Kazan stood still before the third Reikage, whose tiger eyes glared wide, yet the man had no breath left. What use is giving you a new one? Kazan halted, and the distant Konoha forces also withdrew. After suffering immense casualties, the Cloud Ninja successfully retreated from the battlefield of the Een country. Yet more than the loss of troops, the death of the third Reikage was the hardest blow for them. Finally it's over. Niliang Lugio sat down unceremoniously. This battle was far more arduous than the one in the He country. Without Kazan's timely return from training, many Konoha ninja would have remained here forever. Zilai Yi and Bo Feng Shui men also returned from their pursuit. As with the Sand Ninja, they only sought to drive out the Cloud Ninja with no intention of expanding the Land of Fire's territory. This strategic policy had persisted through the First and Second Great Ninja Wars, and the Third War remained unchanged. Night had fallen. Konoha ninja were still cleaning the battlefield. In the camp the force of over 3,000 had dwindled to just over 2,000. From the Battle of the He country to the Battle of the Een country, Konoha's losses were immense. The ninja they had painstakingly trained were reaped like grass by war. Zilai Yi could not force a smile as he looked at the casualty report. His usual boldness was gone, his heart bleeding. Fortunately you returned in time. Otherwise the consequences would be unthinkable. Zilai Yi tried to appear casual as he looked at Kazan. This junior brother of his felt both familiar and strange. He had grown too fast, now even mastering the perfect sage mode. Their teacher had said to protect Kazan, yet now Kazan had repeatedly saved Konoha from disaster. What do you plan to do next? Kazan spoke little, seated in the main camp. Around him were the unit commanders, Bo Feng Shui men, Rixiang Rizu, Niliang Lugio, and others. The third Reikage's death cannot be concealed. The hidden cloud will likely pull back their forces, fortify the Land of Lightning, and avoid exploitation by other villages. Now the third Reikage's corpse is in our hands. The Cloud Ninja will want it back. Niliang Lugio pondered whether they could use this opportunity to negotiate a ceasefire. That depends on what their fourth Reikage thinks. Zilai Yi knew the people of the Hidden Cloud too well. They were accustomed to aggression and would not easily bow their heads. Moreover, their Kaguya had died at Kazan's hands, a blood feud. Rixiang Rizu frowned. But with their Reikage just dead, other villages are watching hungrily. Signing a treaty with us would benefit them. They are the Hidden Cloud. Zilai Yi said only these words. The others fell silent. With any other village such a deal would likely succeed, but the Cloud Ninja could not be judged by common sense. Let them come to us. We don't need to initiate. Kazan spoke for the second time. The others shared the same sentiment. They could not act as if they had lost after winning a battle. Right? The initiative is in our hands now. But we'll see what the Hokage thinks. Zilai Yi had already sent the battle report to the village, and a response would come soon. Let the main force rest. We'll withdraw from the Een country in 3 days. The meeting ended, and Kazan left the main camp. Walking along, he saw many Konoha ninja tending to their wounds. Medical ninja were a critical resource in the army, unable to attend to everyone. Those with light injuries handled themselves. When they saw Kazan, they immediately showed deep respect. Lord Kazan! Lord Kazan! Lord Kazan! The repeated cries testified to Kazan's immense prestige in Konoha. Hearing them, Kazan approached and asked, "Is your injury serious?" "Not serious, just a kunai from a cloud ninja." The Konoha ninja quickly insisted he was fine. Kazan sensed with his observation haki and found the wound exposed bone. However, the army's medical ninja were limited, focusing on the severely injured. "This is no minor wound." Kazan sat down and without making any hand seals produced a glowing light to heal the ninja's injury. "Lord Kazan, I'm really fine. You don't need to treat me personally. The squad leaders should receive priority treatment over me." The ninja was both flattered and astonished by Kazan's ability to perform seal-less healing, a feat only the first Hokage had achieved. "No one deserves priority. We all come from Konoha. But I am of the Uchiha clan." He hesitated, deeply admiring Kazan. He had also participated in the Battle of the He country and had been saved by Kazan. He worried that his Uchiha identity might cause trouble for Kazan and invite criticism. "My eyes aren't blind, but your ears might be a bit deaf." Kazan healed the wound with the mystical palm technique. "Didn't I say? We all come from Konoha." At these words, the Uchiha ninja's eyes grew moist. The wound was quickly smoothed over, painless and warm. "Next, no need, Karazen-sama. You just fought the third Raikage earlier today. You should rest." The Uchiha urged him to take a break. A wave of genuine emotion swept through this group. In recent years back at the village, they had rarely been treated this way. Some clan members harbored deep resentment within, feeling they had suffered a profound injustice. Many refused to accept their circumstances, meeting those cold stares with increasingly aloof and proud postures. Over time, the relationship between the Uchiha and the village only grew worse. But Karazen was different. There was something magnetic about him. His sincerity came through his words, making them feel a warmth they had not experienced in a long time. "Do you want to die?" "No." An Uchiha swallowed hard. "Then hurry up and line up. And stop looking at me with those grateful faces. This is not worth your emotions." But we're even more touched. Inside the camp, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Those proud Uchiha now stood obediently in line like children patiently awaiting treatment. Some bold female Uchiha even mustered the courage to bring towels and wipe Karazen's sweat. But Karazen glared at them. "I'm a brave man. Do I need you to wipe my sweat? Go away." Rather than feeling anger or fear at being scolded, the female Uchiha actually became happier. She had spoken to Karazen. In the distance, hearing the meeting had concluded, Yugir no Kurenai immediately set out to find Karazen, with Kakashi and others following behind. Hearing the commotion, she perked up her ears and turned toward the sound. And then she saw Karazen, who had battled the third Raikage earlier that day, now healing those Uchiha. "He's actually with the Uchiha." Asuma stopped mid-sentence with Uchiha Jing and Obito standing nearby. He whispered to Kakashi, "Is he crazy?" Konoha itself was divided into factions. The largest was undoubtedly the Hokage faction, followed by the Uchiha. Due to their duties in the police force, they had never been able to integrate into the village, existing as a separate entity. Although his father Sarutobi Hiruzen had never shown overt bias, constantly claiming the Uchiha were also part of Konoha. But Asuma could sense that his father held deep reservations about the Uchiha clan. This clan's bloodline limit was too powerful. Once their Sharingan awakened, it would inevitably evolve to the three Tomo stage, granting them the combat strength of an elite Jonin. Karazen, as the Hokage's disciple, was inexplicably close to the Uchiha, without any reservation. Kakashi opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. That was Karazen, a truly extraordinary man. "Let's go, we should help too." "Huh. I'm the Hokage's son, you want me to help the Uchiha?" Before Asuma could finish, he saw Kurenai glide over like a butterfly. Uchiha Jing and Obito followed closely behind, eager to assist. "Fugakadano, should we stop them?" On the other end, Uchiha Fugaka's gaze also turned toward Karazen. Such a scene was something he had never witnessed since birth. Even when injured, many Uchiha refused to seek treatment at the hospital. They disliked the way others looked at them, as if out of pity or charity. Many within the clan were the same, reluctant to visit the hospital unless absolutely necessary, preferring to heal themselves. "If only I had met you sooner." Uchiha Fugaka's expression carried a hint of regret. Currently, the third Hokage had grown old, and after this great war ended, the village would likely select a new Hokage. Within the Uchiha, many saw this as an opportunity. They knew it was unlikely, but still wanted to make a decisive move. But Uchiha Fugako understood it was impossible. His disciples, who inherited Senju Tobirama's will, had remained wary of the Uchiha all these years. Even though they had once been protected by Uchiha Kagami and were close comrades, the suspicion persisted. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo would only say Kagami is Kagami, the Uchiha are the Uchiha. He is special. But the truth was, there had never been anything particularly special about Uchiha Kagami. They simply wanted fairness. They did not want to be treated with cold indifference. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugako couldn't help but sigh. If only Karazen were a bit older, with the reputation he had already earned on the battlefield. The Uchiha would wholeheartedly support him to become Konoha's fourth Hokage. Only such a figure could bring the Uchiha the fairness they desired and change the current situation. Karazen lacked the warm smile that Namake's Minato possessed. In battle, he was more like a ghost. Yet precisely because of this, he carried within him the same all-embracing spirit as the first Hokage. If this generation fails, then we wait for the next. The Uchiha had no chance of becoming Hokage. The elders like Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo would never allow it. Then they would fully support the Hokage they wanted. Uchiha Fugaku made a silent resolution within. Only someone like Hiruzen could become the bond between Konoha and the Uchiha. The Uchiha nearby felt a chill of fear. Such words could not be spoken lightly. The relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha was already tense. Interfering with the Hokage succession would draw the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. However, gazing at the clan members in the distance who were genuinely grateful, he suddenly felt that this, no matter what, had to be done. Of course, Hiruzen had no idea that the Uchiha had inexplicably set their sights on him, expecting him to become their Hokage. He had no interest in such a position. If he had free time, he'd rather go boxing. Looking up, he saw other ninja in the unit watching, but keeping their distance due to the presence of the Uchiha. Hiruzen bellowed, "What are you looking at? If you're injured, get over here." In no time, two long lines appeared before Hiruzen, one of Konoha's other ninja, and one of the Uchiha, standing in separate rows. Hiruzen felt helpless inside. The rift between the Uchiha and Konoha had grown so wide. He pretended to be angry and roared, "Line up together, you idiots." The Konoha ninja then obediently formed a single line. In the process, the Uchiha and Konoha's other ninja inevitably drew closer. They exchanged glances and decided to do Hiruzen a favor. Suddenly, a Konoha ninja spoke up, "Earlier today." "Thank you." The Uchiha was silent for a moment, then proudly stated, "It was nothing. We are Uchiha. It was easy to deal with the Cloud Ninja." After saying this, he realized his tone might have been inappropriate, so he quickly added, "You're too weak. Without the Sharingan of my clan, you should focus more on training your taijutsu." These Uchiha were truly insufferable, so annoying. Similar incidents occurred occasionally in the line. Although the tone seemed off, at least they were communicating normally. Once they got to know each other better, they would realize there was no ill will between them. "You need to work harder, Minato." Jiraiya patted Minato's shoulder. "I'm looking forward to the day Hiruzen becomes Hokage. But he'll be the 5th, you'll be the 4th. "I will." Minato said earnestly. The relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha had always been a historical dilemma for the village. Since Uchiha Madara's defection, a rift had formed between them that had never improved to this day. Even the second Hokage Senju Tobirama had failed to resolve it. Minato wanted to give it a try. The harmonious line forming before his eyes, because of Hiruzen, was his goal. "If I cannot achieve it, I will at least do my utmost to lay a solid foundation for Hiruzen. Then I leave it to you." "I'm very much looking forward to that day." Jiraiya finally burst into hearty laughter. It was as if he had seen hope, suddenly feeling lighter all over. Kazan's healing speed was not particularly fast. He deliberately slowed down to give these people a chance to communicate with each other. Once someone took the lead, others were unwilling to lag behind. More conversations took place between the Uchiha and the other Konoha ninjas. Some were restrained, some were friendly, and others were less pleasant. The Uchiha, how shall I put it? Many of them are like donkeys. They need to be coaxed, yielding to softness rather than hardness. "Kazan, is there anything I can help with?" Obito was enthusiastic. He was exceptionally emotional. Before his corruption, his personality was not much different from Naruto's. On ordinary days, he had endured cold stares from others in the village, feeling anger and sadness, but by the next day, he would forget it all. But now, watching the harmonious exchange among the people, his heart burned with passion. He also wanted to contribute, hoping to do something. "Go roast some meat for me, I'm starving." "I'll go right away." Although it wasn't the kind of help he had wanted, Obito still scampered off to catch fish and roast them. Uchiha Kiyoshi stood there like a guard, falling silent again, acting like a master. "What are you standing there for? Do you know medical ninjutsu? Come along." "All right." Uchiha Kiyoshi had no choice but to turn and follow Obito to catch fish for Kazan. They moved quickly. In no time, they had caught several dozen fish-lit branches with fire release, skewered the cleaned fish, and began roasting them. During this process, neither spoke much. After a long while, Obito couldn't help but speak first. If only every day could be like today. He was naive and innocent. Uchiha Kiyoshi was not. He saw many things. Those Konoha ninjas were more out of respect for Kazan than genuinely wanting to get along with the Uchiha. He snorted coldly. The Uchiha do not need to grovel before anyone. Uchiha Kiyoshi's bloodline was still too pure. But what? Obito was eager. Uchiha Kiyoshi looked at him, but ultimately did not speak his mind. Within the Uchiha, there were actually two factions. One faction advocated peace and harmonious relations with the village. The other could not bear the oppression and indifference of the village and took a tougher stance in handling village relations. The attitudes of Obito and himself were a microcosm of the clan's view of Konoha. But having spent time with Kazan and witnessed his wonders, Uchiha Kiyoshi also wanted to make an effort. Unlike Obito, who daydreamed of becoming Hokage, Uchiha Kiyoshi knew that was impossible. The villagers did not recognize the Uchiha. But he could become the clan leader of the Uchiha, joining hands with Kazan to change this situation. "So it's not enough, I must become stronger." "Huh? What did you say?" "I didn't say anything, you misheard." "Really? By the way, should we catch more fish? Lin and Kakashi and the others are hungry too." "Shut up, you disgrace," to the Uchiha. "We are Uchiha, not chefs. We won't roast fish for others." "Then what about Kazan?" "Kazan? He saved my life, he can't be lumped together with the others." 3 days later, the Konoha forces withdrew from the Land of Sound. In a few days, news of the third Reikage's death spread to every corner of the ninja world. Kazan and Jiraiya's judgment was correct. Kimobikure was soon attacked by Iwa and Suna. At that time, Cloud withdrew all its ninja forces to the Land of Lightning to defend against the two villages. The fourth Reikage had not yet been chosen out temporarily, led the village. He fought alongside the two Jinchuriki against both Iwa and Suna defending their homeland. Even outnumbered 2-1, Cloud showed no signs of defeat. Was exceptionally fierce, turning grief into strength and earning great renown on the battlefield. People began to say that though the third Reikage was dead, his son still lived. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would inherit the title of fourth Reikage. The problem was they had withstood the attacks of Suna and Iwa. But what about Konoha? They had only temporarily withdrawn from the Land of Sound and could attack at any time. Moreover, the third Reikage's body was still in Konoha's hands. Has there been any news from Konoha? No, they are probably waiting for us to make the first move. Toy saw clearly that Cloud was in a passive position and had no right to force Konoha to speak first. A's expression changed several times. On one hand, he wished he could rush to the Konoha forces right then and avenge his father. On the other hand, Cloud's predicament was right before him, impossible to ignore. We need to make a decision quickly. If we delay, Konoha may take action. Toy's hatred for Kazan, no, the hatred of all Cloud Ninja for Kazan, was now immeasurable. They wished they could eat his flesh and drink his blood. Bang! If they dare come, let them come. A punched the table to pieces like an angry Vajra, losing his composure. Toy, Killer B, and the others remained silent, waiting for A to vent. After a long time, A stood up. Toy, you go personally. The old man's body must be returned intact. He had grown up under the third Reikage's harsh training, forging excellent skills, while also developing deep affection. Anew his father's great ambition to make Kimobikure strong and great. He felt the same. So there were things he had to do even if he didn't want to. Toy nodded in agreement. A's words effectively meant opening negotiations with Konoha. He soon began discussing with the Cloud Council of Elders. They needed to retrieve the third Reikage's body and also sign a ceasefire agreement with Konoha. Cloud's situation was already difficult. They could not afford another war with Konoha. Meanwhile, Raza personally came to the front lines, leading Suna forces into the Land of Lightning. He had expected a swift victory, but met stubborn resistance. There he witnessed firsthand the impact of tailed beasts on the battlefield. A single-tailed beast ball could inflict heavy casualties on troops. How did they do it? Raza could not figure out how the tailed beasts were willing to cooperate with their Jinchuriki in battle. The death of Chiyo was a huge loss for Suna. To replenish top-tier combat power, Raza rushed back to the village and eagerly conducted experiments to get their one-tail onto the battlefield to help Suna fight. The result was another rampage of the one-tail, forcing Raza to fight it and seal it again. The Sand Village ninjas were eager to learn the Cloud Village's method of controlling the tailed beasts to enhance their combat capabilities. The Cloud Village had spent generations of effort to find a solution. Kazekage, do not be in a hurry. What we need right now is to win this war. Kuratabi advised him not to be hasty. Fighting the one-tail at this moment would be neither profitable nor wise. They should focus on the current battlefield against the Cloud ninjas and take advantage of any weakness for the benefit of the village. With the Stone and Sand ninjas attacking simultaneously, he believed the Cloud Village would not hold out long. When that time came, the Sand Village would gain substantial benefits to compensate for the losses caused by the war. As for making the Cloud Village one of the 5 great shinobi countries disappear, such a thing was nearly impossible. I know what to do. Raza took a deep breath and asked again, is Leaf Village still holding back their forces? Yes, Kazekage. The Leaf Village troops have withdrawn from Sound Country and are resting in place. Maki replied. Holding off the Cloud ninjas and retreating to the Fire Country is something Leaf Village would do. Raza envied Leaf Village's composure. With their abundant resources in the Fire Country, they had no interest in other territories. But that Kazo and ninja who had already killed Sand Village's Granny Chiyo and now had slain the third Reikage at his prime had become quite formidable. He is growing too fast. At this stage, we should not target Leaf Village. Kuratabi naturally knew who Raza was referring to. That Leaf Village demon had fully matured, and his combat power exceeded even the 5 Kage. With such a figure commanding Leaf Village, the Sand Village could not currently set its sights on them. Did Raza not understand this principle? He quickly made his decision. The Cloud ninjas are being attacked by both us and the Stone ninjas simultaneously. They must be wary of Leaf Village. They probably will not hold out for long. They will negotiate with Leaf Village and seize the opportunity to expand their gains. Yes. Maki acknowledged the order and immediately went to command the troops planning to launch another attack tomorrow. Elder Kuratabi, we also need to be vigilant about the Stone ninjas. Thank you for watching over that front. Raza was cautious. Ohoko was notorious as a shrewd and calculating shinobi, so vigilance was necessary. Tomorrow he would personally lead the troops into the Lightning Country, striking before Leaf Village and Cloud Village finished their negotiations. While Cloud ninja forces were still engaged, defending against Leaf Village would allow them to swiftly resolve the battle. At the same time, Ohoko was making his own arrangements. Not long ago, this cunning old shinobi had been waiting for an opportunity to kill the Leaf Village prodigy alongside other ninja villages. But plans cannot keep pace with changing circumstances. Before they could join forces, the third Reikage had already fallen to Kaze of Leaf Village. When this news reached Ohoko's ears, it was impossible to fathom the old ninja's state of mind. Even now, Ohoko found it hard to believe. However, with things as they were and the third Reikage already deceased, this presented the perfect opportunity to strike into the Lightning Country. Keep a close watch on the movements of both the Cloud and Leaf ninjas. Within a short time, the Cloud Village may seek negotiations with Leaf Village. Furthermore, monitor the battlefield between the Sand and Cloud villages. Ohoko remained far too dominant. Raza's caution was warranted. The old shinobi was like a hyena, never letting slip any chance to strike at rival ninja villages. Such a Kisama, should we increase the bounty on the black market? There is no need. The two-tails Jinchuriki had been defeated and left near death. Even full manifestation of the tailed beast proved futile, and the third Reikage perished in battle as well. Who in the shinobi world could now slay Leaf Village's demon? That opponent had become too powerful. Issue my orders. Any ninja dispatched from our village on missions who encounters Leaf Village's demon may immediately abandon their task and retreat. Additionally, Ohoko's heart was as cold as stone. Send reconnaissance units to Sound Country. If the opportunity arises, eliminate the Cloud Ninja sent to negotiate with Leaf Village. Leaf Village must not be allowed such ease. Understood. Haki. Yes, Lord Madara. It is a Kekii Genkai I have never encountered before. In some hidden underground location within the shinobi world, Uchiha Madara stood with the Outer Path's demon statue behind him, listening to Black Zetsu and White Zetsu's report. Tell me more. Upon hearing about this new Kekii Genkai, Uchiha Madara's interest was piqued. A Kekii Genkai that combines offense and defense. It can wrap around the fists to enhance destructive power or coat the body to resist ninjutsu. Black Zetsu detailed what he had observed from Madara. He had waited 1,000 years to resurrect his mother Kagaya Otsutsuki. Having finally brought the Rinnegan back into existence, Black Zetsu could not afford any mishaps. Beyond that armament, Haki, his Haki seems to possess two additional abilities. He can capture natural energy from the air and maintain Sage Mode for extended periods. Sage Mode. These 4 words caused Uchiha Madara's eyes to widen slightly. He was very familiar with this senjutsu, as Hashirama Senju had once mastered it. That technique, the heavenly descending Buddha, had been able to shatter even his complete Susanoo armor. Right, those shinobi outside are still talking about how Leaf Village's Kaza might have a chance to recreate the invincible legend of the first Hokage. White Zetsu chuckled by his side. What do you ignorant fools know about Hashirama's combat power at his peak? Uchiha Madara's expression remained unchanged. However, both Black Zetsu and White Zetsu could see that Uchiha Madara was somewhat irritated. This fearsome figure harbored deeply complex emotions toward the first Hokage. Throughout the generations, countless heroes had risen in the shinobi world, yet only Hashirama Senju could capture Uchiha Madara's attention. The two had known each other since childhood. Though belonging to rival clans, they became best friends. As adults, they had led their respective clans in fierce conflict for years. My battles with Hashirama were genuine life and death struggles. Those children would never understand. Black Zetsu remained silent, merely watching. Whenever Hashirama was mentioned, Uchiha Madara invariably had much to say. Only after he had finished would they proceed with serious matters. As expected, Uchiha Madara finally fell quiet after dismissing the ninja world with contempt. Continue observing that brat. Be careful not to let him discover us. At merely 11 years old, he had already slain legends of the current generation, though in Uchiha Madara's eyes those so-called legends were nothing. Still, such youth signified extraordinary talent and limitless potential. Though the odds were slim, there remained a chance he could become another Hashirama. I look forward to the day we might cross paths on the battlefield. God of War Kaza, do not you dare die so easily. Having spoken, Uchiha Madara closed his eyes once more. His remaining time was limited, and he now subsisted on the energy of the Outer Path's demon statue. He had not originally planned this, but now wished to find a proxy. Someone who would ensure the Eye of the Moon plan proceeded without incident after his death. Frontline camp. Kaza had not returned to Mount Myaboku again. His Sage Mode had reached completion. With no battles to fight, he continued his daily fist training as usual. The foundation established by Might Guy's template was sufficiently high to allow Kaza to pursue the 7th gate of the 8 inner gates. Even having mastered perfect Sage Mode, Kaza had not abandoned his training in the 8 inner gates. He regarded it as his trump card. The image of a peak-phased Might Guy unleashing the 8th gate was something Kaza himself could scarcely imagine. Kazan trained as usual, honing his pair of fists. Without using chakra or haki, he pounded the great mountain with nothing but pure physical strength. Kakashi and the others had long grown accustomed to Kazan's training methods and continued their own training on the other side. Kurenai, Yuhi, Rin, Nohara, and the others were chatting and playing together. They savored this brief time of peace. In truth, it was indeed brief. Before long, a Konoha ninja came looking for them. Lord Kazan, Lord Jiraiya needs to see you. His manner was deeply respectful, and the look he gave Kazan was like looking at a god. All right. Kazan acknowledged, told Kurenai and the others, I'll head over first, and left. It was the same camp as before. Jiraiya, Minato, Namikaze, Shikaku, Nara, and the other high-ranking officers had already been waiting for quite some time. Have the Cloud Ninjas sent word? Kazan had already guessed something of the sort. That's right. They plan to sit down and talk with us in the Land of Iron. They're certainly being cautious. After all, we were only just killing each other on the battlefield. Neither side trusts the other. Jiraiya could understand the Cloud Ninja. Since they couldn't invite them to the Land of Lightning and didn't want to negotiate on Konoha's turf, the best option was to hold the talks in the Land of Iron. I plan to have you make the trip. Shikaku will go with you. If anything comes up, the two of you can discuss it together. Word had already arrived from the village. Hiruzen Sarutobi placed great importance on these negotiations. If he weren't so far away in Konoha, he would have gone in person. Kazan took the scroll and read through it. Everything revolved around the ceasefire with appropriate concessions to be made when necessary. The old third isn't just getting old. His brain is rusting too. With our current position, there's no reason to back down. Kazan complained loudly, but no one in the camp dared to chime in. Only Jiraiya chuckled and said, "Tell me about it." But the baseline for the talks is already set. You and Shikaku will handle the specifics. Whether Hiruzen intended to make Kazan the fifth Hokage, Jiraiya didn't know, but he was already preparing, giving Kazan a chance to grow. Completing these negotiations would be yet another major achievement. When do we set out? The Cloud Ninja have already set out for the Land of Iron. The talks are 5 days from now. I understand. Kazan immediately set out, taking Shikaku, Nara, Hisashi, Hyuga, and a few others with him. Leaving again, Kurenai came over while Kazan was packing. I need to go to the Land of Iron this time to negotiate with the Cloud Ninja. Will it go smoothly? Don't worry. They're in no position to make demands now, so it will go smoothly. Then, have a safe trip. Kurenai didn't say anything about going with him. This was a major village affair, not something a mere genin like her could decide. Even her father Shinkayuhi was no exception. Kazan's status was no longer the same. He had entered the center of Konoha's power. Kazan soon quietly departed with a small team of ninja. Obito watched Kazan and the others disappear, his heart full of envy. He imagined one day standing at the front of the squad with Konoha's twin casts on either side. The thought alone gave him a secret thrill. I feel like the gap between me and Kazan is getting wider and wider. Compared to him, I'm just cannon fodder grunt. Aren't you though? Kakashi shot him a sidelong glance, landing a critical hit on Obito's heart. The truth is the sharpest blade after all. Damn you, Kakashi, don't act like you're not the same. I'm already a jonin. Kakashi had accumulated enough wartime achievements and had been promoted to jonin. Obito, however, was still a genin, unchanged. Obito was left speechless, nearly choking on his breath. What's so great about that? I'll catch up to you soon. Meanwhile, after leaving the main force, Kazan and the others set a rapid pace. The Land of Iron lay between the Land of Sound and the Land of Waterfalls, so they had to pass through the Land of Sound to reach it. There was still time before the negotiations, so they didn't need to rush and could discuss terms on the way. In the evening, they stopped to rest and discuss the negotiations to be held in the Land of Iron. A ceasefire is the foundation of these talks. That won't change, and I trust the Cloud Ninja feel the same. Naturally, the Cloud Ninja are under attack from both the Sand and Rock Ninja, and have been pushed to their doorstep, so they'll be willing to accept the ceasefire. Then the next question is what we can get out of these negotiations. Negotiations like this always came down to resources, money, mission commissions, and the like. Kumogakure's location was unique, and its mineral resources were second to none in the shinobi world. Hiruzen's main goal was a ceasefire, so his conditions were not harsh, though a token gesture would be enough. Of course, compared with all that trivial stuff, Kazan wanted something far more. Add one more clause to the negotiations. I want their secret technique, the lightning release chakra mode. The moment Kazan finished speaking, Shikaku, Nara, and the others were dumbfounded. Though this secret technique was only B rank, its power was tremendous. The third Raikage's entire set of nintaijutsu was built on the lightning release chakra mode, and the even further enhanced lightning release strongest armor. More importantly, a jutsu could be passed down for generations, making it extremely valuable. That probably won't work. In the history of the shinobi world, no major village has ever used its own secret technique as a bargaining chip. Shikaku, Nara hurriedly tried to talk Kazan out of it, or else the negotiations couldn't proceed at all. Still, it's not completely impossible to obtain it. Seeing that Kazan had the look of someone who would charge in and snatch it if the Cloud Ninja refused, he quickly came up with a suggestion. Many Uchiha ninja saw the Cloud Ninja's lightning release chakra mode with their own eyes that day. With the Sharingan's special nature, the Uchiha might have already recorded this secret technique. Right? Why didn't I think of that? Kazan was taken aback. The Uchiha Sharingan was uniquely gifted. It could copy any jutsu with a single glance. In the original story, Kakashi had used Obito's Sharingan to earn the nickname Copy Ninja. Perhaps the lightning release chakra mode wasn't suited to the Uchiha, or they didn't meet the training conditions, but their eyes could still record it. Seeing this, Shikaku, Nara finally relaxed. He didn't actually know whether the Uchiha could copy the third Raikage's lightning release chakra, but at least the negotiations could proceed normally. But just as he relaxed, something unexpected happened. Wind release Wind Cutter. Water release Water Dragon Bullet. Earth release Swamp of the Underworld. With extreme suddenness, several ninja attacked them, or rather attacked Kazan. They moved so fast that before Hisashi Hyuga could even cry out a warning, the enemy's attack was already upon them. Lord Kazan. Boom. A massive explosion erupted here. Multiple ninjutsu rained down simultaneously, fire and lightning accompanying a hurricane that struck Kazan. Nara, Shikaku, and the others cried out in alarm and immediately evacuated the area. Looking around, there were fully 2 ninja squads attacking, totaling 8 individuals. Their headbands had a scratch mark, all were missing nin. Such a large number of missing nin. They're all bounty hunters from the ninja world's underground black market. They're after Kazan. Nara, Shikaku turned his head, looking toward the center of the attack. Hey Kazan, are you okay? He felt Kazan was probably unharmed, but still asked. I'm fine. Kazan stepped out of the smoke completely unscathed. The enemy's ninjutsu were all repelled by his Haushiko haki, unable to get close. Truly invulnerable to all techniques. Narashikaku and the others wore expressions of, as expected, having witnessed his inexplicable physical prowess many times on the battlefield. But those black market bounty hunters were no longer calm. Completely unharmed. They looked astonished. Kazan's bounty on the black market was as high as 2 billion ryo, yet no one had ever claimed it. Those who dared to accept this bounty were all elites among the missing mean, full of confidence in their strength. Yet they couldn't even breach Kazan's defenses. Want my head? Have you prepared for your own deaths? Surging haki erupted from Kazan, sweeping the surroundings. Go. These people made a quick decision, and seeing that the mission was impossible, they turned and fled. The rumors in the ninja world were probably true, with no exaggeration. This person had indeed killed the third Reikage single-handedly. Where do you think you're going? Kazan moved, vanishing from his spot, as if teleporting. When he reappeared, he was already over 100 meters away, hovering above one of the enemies. Die! With a bang, Kazan punched the opponent in the chest, piercing through before they could use a substitution jutsu. Seeing this, the others quickly swept their hands, unleashing ninjutsu attacks. But they only received one punch from Kazan in return. 5 elemental attacks, wind, fire, earth, lightning, and water, fired simultaneously, but none could approach Kazan. With a single fist, he repelled them, scattering them into the air. Monster! People's faces contorted with terror. They vowed that if they survived this day, they would avoid Kazan at all costs in the future. But they had no tomorrow. Kazan flickered. His speed was like lightning, making it unclear when he moved. He appeared before several people through a punch that struck the air, sending an endless chill through them. Those people understood. An aura of death enveloped them, chilling their spines. After a moment, they suffered fierce impacts, their bodies torn apart by haki, dying on the spot. In the distance, Kakuzu, hidden in the shadows, saw this, and without hesitation quietly retreated. He had originally sent these cannon fodder forward to test the waters and create an opportunity for his own attack. And the result? The demon god of Konoha was too overbearing, and no one knew how he cultivated it, and that haki was utterly unreasonable, preventing all ninjutsu from approaching. What was there to fight? He didn't even throw a single shuriken, and hurriedly vanished into the forest. That 2 billion ryo bounty. Let whoever wants it have it. He lacked the ability to claim it. The battle ended quickly. 8 missing mean corpses were neatly stacked and burned by them with a single fire. Send a letter back to the camp. Let the Uchiha people try to replicate the third Reikage's lightning release chakra mode. Consider me owing them a favor. With you saying this, the Uchiha would go mad, wouldn't they? Narashikaku could already imagine the scene. Even if their Sharingan couldn't copy it, they would do everything possible to help Kazan develop this secret technique. Kazan's favor was priceless. He did as said, summoning a contract animal to deliver the letter back to the camp. Let's continue our journey, complete this negotiation as soon as possible. The several nodded. With a flicker, they all vanished from the spot. A few days later, Kazan and the others arrived in the Land of Iron. The environment here was unique, much like the Land of Snow, perpetually covered in heavy snow. Lord Kazan, and everyone from Konoha, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Sanai, the witness for this negotiation. He was younger than Sanai in memory. After all, it was more than 20 years before the Fourth Shinobi World War. Thank you for your trouble, Lord Sanai. Narashikaku was very polite. The person before him was a powerhouse who could survive against Jiraiya's student, the amphibian Hafso Sanzo. At that time, Sanai led the samurai of the Land of Iron to rise in resistance and successfully repelled the Rain Ninja. Although Sanzo actively retreated, Sanai and the Land of Iron did show how tough their fists were in that war. The Cloud Ninja have arrived, I presume. Let us over. Please follow me. Sanai's gaze lingered on Kazan for a long time. This was the demon god of Konoha. Judging by his age, one could never imagine that this person could kill legendary ninja like Granny Chiyo and the third Reikage. Under Sanai's guidance, Kazan and the others quickly arrived at the conference room. When they entered, Dotoi and the other Cloud Ninja had been waiting for a long time, though they looked somewhat disheveled with injuries on their faces. It seems your journey wasn't boring at all. More than not boring. Even Dotoi himself nearly died on the road. They didn't know how news had leaked, but the negotiation team was attacked on the way. Who the enemy was temporarily unclear, but it was basically certain that either Suna Ninja or IWA Ninja were responsible. Of course, they wouldn't tell Konoha about such matters, otherwise negotiations would only become more disadvantageous. Just a few dust particles. Let's begin, everyone from Konoha. And remember to be careful on the way back, otherwise if you die your new Reikage will blame it on us again. Kazan's mocking words, especially the 3 characters, new Reikage, stabbed into their hearts like a knife. In principle, Konoha agrees to a ceasefire with the Cloud Ninja. But there are conditions. If you don't agree, we can leave right now. Kazan tossed the negotiated conditions in front of Dotoi. Mineral resources, a certain amount of money, transfer 30 of Cloud Ninja mission commissions to Konoha. These were all common demands, and the quantities weren't large either. The only thing the Cloud Ninja found unbearable was that it had to last for 5 whole years. This is impossible. The Cloud Ninja will absolutely not agree. Dotoi instinctively protested. A full 5 years. This was a critical juncture for the Cloud Ninja to recuperate and replenish. In this war, Cloud Ninja forces had suffered huge losses, and since the war hadn't ended, yet the final casualty figures were still unknown. Dotoi could only be certain that the Cloud Ninja troops needed to be replenished as soon as possible after the war. The conditions offered by Konoha would greatly slow down the Cloud Ninja's recovery speed. If you don't agree tomorrow, I'll lead my troops to storm your land of lightning. Kazan suddenly slammed the table. Hockey permeated the entire conference room, causing their hearts to tremble violently. The young man before them had just killed their Reikage not long ago. He was a nightmare in the hearts of the Cloud Ninja. Who is the fourth Reikage? Do you want me to swap you another one? From the moment Tutai arrived, he had braced himself for exploitation. Now the Cloud Shinobi were the ones in need. Taking advantage of the third Reikage's death, the Rock and Sand Shinobi had immediately turned their spears against the Cloud. And there was also the Mist Shinobi approaching via waterways who might launch a sudden assault at any moment. The Cloud Shinobi had only managed to hold out this long thanks to their perfect Jinchuriki. It could be said that the Cloud Shinobi feared neither the rock, the sand, nor even the mist. What they truly dreaded was Konoha, or rather Kazan alone. The two tails had been battered to the brink of death, and the third Reikage had fallen in battle. These memories were still fresh in the minds of the Cloud Shinobi. Faced with Kazan, Tutai could not afford to be assertive. His opponent's record was too illustrious. Unlike Hiruzen Sarutobi, this young man before him was far more domineering in his actions. He had also received intelligence that Kazan had once single-handedly stormed the Sand Shinobi's camp and emerged unscathed. Tutai had no doubt that if they refused, Kazan would come to the Land of Lightning the very next day and land a few blows on them. Even so, these terms are still too harsh for the Cloud Shinobi. Tutai understood that he and the Cloud Shinobi were at a disadvantage in the negotiations. The initiative lay in Konoha's hands. They had no right to bargain, not even the chance to fight to the bitter end. Yet he still refused to concede, easily pressing on with the talks despite the odds. All negotiations were like this: you name a price, I counter. Especially in a matter of such importance, it could not be concluded in a short time. It required prolonged haggling. Only when the price aligned with both parties' expectations could the deal be struck. Lord Tutai, please remember, it was the Cloud Shinobi who initiated the attack. The losses inflicted upon Konoha by the Cloud must be compensated. Nara Shikaku, having waited for Kazan to display his fist, immediately took over the negotiation. Kazan handled the intimidation while Nara Shikaku managed the negotiation. This was the strategy they had agreed upon before arriving. As for Hyuga Hizashi, he had activated his Byakugan upon entering the room to keep watch even though they were in the Land of Iron. Meanwhile, at the frontline camp in the Land of Fire, Nara Shikaku's letter had already arrived. Jiraiya summoned Uchiha Fugaku and handed it to him. The Cloud Shinobi's secret lightning release technique, the lightning release chakra mode. It was the same technique used by the third Reikage and his son. Uchiha Fugaku finished reading the letter and fell into thought. He was familiar with this technique. It used lightning release chakra to stimulate the body cells, further enhancing physical strength. Perfect for a taijutsu specialist like Kazan. Indeed, Kazan mentioned this to me long ago. He wants this technique. However, the Cloud Shinobi would never teach their techniques to shinobi from other villages, especially not to Kazan. So can the Uchiha Sharingan copy the cultivation method of the lightning release chakra mode? Uchiha Fugaku did not immediately agree. He said, I'm not certain, I need to consult with the clan. His eyes rested on the final line of the letter. If they succeeded, Kazan would owe the Uchiha a favor. Uchiha Fugaku did not verbally commit, but in his heart he had already made a decision. If someone in the clan could copy it, that would be best. If not, the Uchiha clan would spare no effort to develop the technique for Kazan. Very well. Kazan's negotiations with the Cloud Shinobi may take a while. Go back and ask. By the way, Minato has fought alongside A and has a high talent for ninjutsu. He might be able to help you. Jiraiya was also beginning to pave the way for his disciple. Like Orochimaru, Minato Namikaze came from a common background with no clan support. However, Orochimaru had recently developed an ambiguous relationship with Danzo of Root. It seemed he intended to gain Danzo's support, having struck some kind of secret deal behind the scenes. In this regard, his own disciple was at a significant disadvantage. With the Uchiha's help, however, he would have a chance to compete. I will. Then Lord Jiraiya, I'll take my leave. Very well. Uchiha Fugaku left the camp and immediately summoned the clan shinobi. What? Lord Kazan wants the lightning release chakra mode. The technique the third Reikage used. It does match Lord Kazan's fighting style. Kazan's taijutsu was unparalleled. His pure physical movement speed already surpassed the body flicker technique. Setting aside techniques like the flying thunder god, Kazan was the fastest in the shinobi world. If he could master the lightning release chakra mode, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. My eyes did not record the third Reikage's technique. Same here, that fighting style doesn't suit the Uchiha. Many Uchiha shook their heads. The truth was that the third Reikage's combat style was incompatible with the Uchiha. Their clan had always excelled in ninjutsu, and their shuriken manipulation was unparalleled in the shinobi world. From a young age they had looked down on taijutsu. One glare, and most techniques could be copied. Oh, why bother training? If not for Kazan's emergence, taijutsu would have held an even lower status in their eyes. But we can try. My eyes recorded the chakra flow of the lightning release chakra mode. With some effort we might be able to fully replicate it. There were also those who, though unable to use it themselves, had silently recorded it. The eyes of this clan were simply a cheat. They could copy any technique they desired. If not for the Uchiha's excessive pride, believing their clan's secrets surpassed all other techniques, and thus deigning not to record them. The Uchiha's arsenal would have been larger than Konoha's entire collection. Then let's hurry. Lord Kazan is currently negotiating with the Cloud Shinobi in the Land of Iron. If things go quickly, it might take only a few days, at worst half a month. Let's strive to complete the development of the Cloud's lightning release chakra mode within this time, so Lord Kazan can witness the power of the Uchiha. Since Uchiha Fugaku had decided to pledge allegiance, he had to make Kazan see the value of the Uchiha. I have no objections. If it's for Lord Kazan, I have no objections either. The Uchiha held a deep fondness for Kazan. Their emotions were straightforward. Once you earned their recognition, they would bare their hearts to you. Uchiha Fugaku, seeing the enthusiasm of his clansmen, became even more steadfast in his resolve. The Uchiha clan would do everything in their power to help Kazan ascend to the position of Hokage. Only Kazan could resolve the decades-long rift between the Uchiha and Konoha, severing the barriers of mistrust. Before long, the Uchiha in the camp had begun a large-scale development of the lightning release chakra mode. The essence of the technique is to stimulate cells with lightning release chakra to increase cell activity. During activation, the entire body must be enveloped in lightning release chakra. Probably the brain as well. In such high-speed movement without the Sharingan, one must elevate the neural reflex speed to the extreme to be able to fight at those velocities. Correct. When entering the strongest lightning release armor state, the third Raikage's hair stood on end. That's the best evidence. He enhanced his neural reflex speed. I think we can skip that part. Lord Kazan's observation haki is clearly stronger. Why skip it? Wouldn't it be better to further develop neural response capabilities on top of having observation haki? If we're going to do it, we'll do it perfectly. He is Lord Kazan. The scene was spectacular. The Uchiha had gathered all their strength to develop a single technique. Naturally, the commotion could not be hidden from others. Kakashi, curious, couldn't help but ask, "Hey dead last, what are the Uchiha up to these days?" "I'm not the dead last," Obito retorted loudly, unwilling to talk to Kakashi. But when he saw that Noira Rin was also curious, he finally explained the reason. "It's a mission." "Well, not exactly a mission. Kazan asked us to develop the lightning release chakra mode, the technique used by the third Raikage." Developing a technique for Kazan. Had Kazan's status in the Uchiha's hearts risen that high? The group was astonished. But thinking of everything Kazan had done, they understood. Only someone like Kazan could pull that off. Asuma sighed. The more he compared himself to Kazan, the more discouraged he felt. Each of them had been forced by the village's rumors to keep their distance from the Uchiha. Only Kazan had sincerely and actively approached them. Raw power may inspire fear, but only sincerity earns true recognition from the Uchiha. It must be said that the Uchiha have endured much frustration over the years, targeted by the villagers of Konoha. All this time they have sought a way to resolve their predicament, yet the village's perception of the Uchiha remains hopelessly poor. Now Kazan has emerged, powerful and possessing a magnanimity akin to the first Hokage's all-embracing spirit. This gives Fugaku Uchiha a glimmer of hope. Adding flowers to brocade is far less valuable than delivering charcoal in the snow. Fugaku has resolved to stake everything on Kazan. Kakashi holds little interest in politics, but he undeniably has a talent for it. The Uchiha's maneuvering sets his mind racing with implications. It is not entirely a bad thing. He too believes that if Kazan were to become Hokage, it would be a tremendous blessing for Konoha. Only with Kazan as Hokage could his father's tragedy be averted. To this day, Kakashi remains convinced that Kazan has inherited his father's ninja way, and to ascend as Hokage, Kazan needs such support behind him. Meanwhile, Kazan and Nara Shikaku have spent several days locked in tedious negotiations with the Kumogakure delegation. Today is the fourth day. The Cloud Ninjas still refuse to budge an inch. They have their reservations. The siege by Sunagakure and Iwagakure has inflicted heavy losses upon them. After the war, Kumogakure will need vast resources to cultivate a new generation and replenish their ranks. Nara Shikaku can understand the Cloud's concerns. The shinobi world is chaotic. No one knows when some Kage might suddenly perish, plunging the world into another great war. 5 years is too long, drastically slowing Kumogakure's recovery. They fear that before they can regain their strength, war will break out once more. However, the longer the negotiations drag on, the worse it becomes for the Cloud. If Jiraiya were to push his forces forward again, do you think the Cloud would still dare to hold their ground? The Hokage hopes to see these negotiations conclude. Of course I know. Hiruzen Sarutobi's stance is clear. As long as the war can be halted, he will make appropriate concessions. He is old and weary, having witnessed too much life and death. War should be avoided whenever possible. There is nothing wrong with that. To desire peace is never wrong. Kazan turns and asks, "We can't fight, and this deadlock is getting us nowhere. What's your take, Pineapple Head?" Nara Shikaku is long accustomed to the nickname. In principle, the 5-year period remains unchanged, but we could make some appropriate modifications. What kind of modifications? For the first 2 years after the war, the Cloud sends us compensation supplies each year. The remaining 3 years can be deferred, or we reduce the annual amount and extend the term, keeping the total compensation the same while giving the Cloud more time to recover. In other words, the total compensation originally meant for 5 years could be stretched into 10. No. What I want is to deny the Cloud a swift recovery, so those people don't forget their wounds once they've healed. Kazan ponders for a moment and reaches a decision. We'll go with your first proposal, but change the 2 years to 3. The remaining 3 years of compensation, they may split it however they wish. Alright, we'll present that to them tomorrow. Nara Shikaku feels that excessive pressure might be unwise, but Kazan is the one leading these negotiations. Moreover, Konoha should indeed project strength, to show the other villages that Konoha fears no one. The next day negotiations resume. This is our final concession. If you refuse, then these negotiations end here. As always, Kazan seizes the initiative, dominating the talks from the very start. Dodai takes the new terms offered by Konoha. The total compensation remains unchanged, but instead of 5 consecutive years, it is now 3 years post-war paid directly to Konoha, with the remaining 2 years split into 5 years of repayment. Dodai exchanges a glance with his companion. They had both anticipated Konoha might propose such an arrangement, and so they still intend to push the terms even lower. They propose splitting the 5-year term into 10, keeping the compensation to Konoha unchanged while not hampering Kumobikire's recovery. But the moment he voices this, Kazan rises and leaves without a second word. Then let us meet on the battlefield. Pineapple Head Byakugan, we're leaving. Kazan leads the way out. Nara Shikaku and Hyuga Hayashi's brother follow without hesitation. This. Please wait. Dodai is stunned. Is this young man so swift and decisive? Negotiations are meant to involve lengthy deliberation. No one acts like this. Don't push your luck, Cloud Ning. Rather than the negotiating table, I'd much rather meet you on the battlefield. This is Konoha's final condition. If you cannot accept it, I will bring my forces to the Land of Lightning tomorrow. I mean what I say. It is an unmistakable threat. Dodai even suspects Kazan is bluffing, not truly wanting to start a war. Kumobikure has dealt with Konoha many times over the years. They know Hiruzen Sarutobi well. He certainly does not wish to fight. But this demon of Konoha before them? Not necessarily. The people of Konoha believe Kazan possesses the all-embracing magnanimity of the first Hokage. Yet in the eyes of the cloud, this prodigy of Konoha resembles none other than Madara Uchiha, the former Azura of the shinobi world. He is far too domineering, and his fists are hard enough to back it up. Please grant us a little more time to consider. Dodai yields, genuinely fearing that Kazan might fly to the Land of Lightning and land a crushing blow. You have one day. If you do not agree by then, we will meet on the battlefield. Kazan leads his people out of the conference room. Nara Shikaku and Hyuga Hayashi's brother secretly relish the moment. Pushing the cloud to such a brink is a rare feat. Lord Dodai, what do we do? Let's go. He doesn't seem to be lying. We only have one day. Dodai sighs inwardly, already deciding to accept Konoha's terms. Otherwise, he is certain that if he does not sign the agreement today, Konoha's army will be at their doorstep tomorrow. Will they agree? If they don't, we'll march over. I'll speak to the old third Hokage myself. Very well. Nara Shikaku and Hyuga Hayashi's brother both nod. They believe the cloud will likely agree. They have no other choice. Sure enough, in the evening, Dodai arrives at their door with the agreement. Kumobikure accepts Konoha's terms. Both sides shall cease hostilities immediately and never invade each other again. That last line can be discarded like a passing wind. When war arrives, promises are the cheapest thing of all. Still, after the Third Shinobi World War, the great hidden villages will enjoy a period of peace. From the era of Naruto and Sasuke's birth to the Fourth Shinobi World War, there are over a decade of peace. Enough time for the great villages to recover to their peak. Sunagakure, however, is the exception. Their Kazekage, as fortune would have it, will still be done in by Orochimaru's treachery. That village is simply unlucky. 2 successive Kazekages not killed on the battlefield, but murdered by rogue ninja. How disgraceful. And then there is Gaara. Perpetually the tragic soul. The negotiation was concluded. That very day, Kazan, along with Nara Shikaku and his party, retraced their route from the Land of Iron. Not long after leaving the Land of Iron, they were ambushed once more. Lord Kazan. Hyuga Hayashi's Byakugan detected the assault first as he accelerated to stand before Kazan. A dense shower of shuriken and sunbon hurtled toward them from all directions, carrying a chilling, killing intent. Katen, he roared, spinning his body like a top, deflecting most of the projectiles. Yet the shuriken were too numerous, falling like a black rain. Nara Shikaku, quick-witted, instantly leaped away from Kazan. With a crackling sound, Kazan stood still, his haki surging as dark crimson lightning burst forth, halting all the incoming shuriken in midair. He reached out, caught one of the shuriken, and flicked it back. A cry of agony accompanied by a flash of blood sounded from afar. Protect yourselves. Leaving these words, Kazan vanished in an instant. By the time Nara Shikaku reacted, the suspended shuriken clattered to the ground. Then with a thunderous boom, a violent explosion erupted in the distance. Nara Shikaku and the others did not wait long before several corpses flew toward them and landed at their feet. Hyuga Hayashi swallowed hard. His Byakugan saw farther and clearer. These assailants were slaughtered like chickens by Kazan. One punch killed most of them, and the remaining few were spared only because Kazan held back. After a few brief questions yielded no answers, he finished them off. With a thud, Kazan descended from the sky and landed. Cloud Shinobi. Nara Shikaku examined the headbands of the fallen. The treaty was just signed. What are they trying to do? Hyuga Hayashi frowned. It might not be Cloud Shinobi. Other villages could be framing them, or perhaps bounty hunters from the black market. Nara Shikaku pulled off a headband and inspected it. Such petty tricks were almost insulting to his intelligence. Then who could it be? Rock Shinobi or Sand Shinobi? Both are possible. They have ample motive. Nara Shikaku tossed the headband aside. These two villages were currently at war with Cloud Shinobi, and they had the most to lose from a successful peace between Konoha and Cloud. More than us we should worry about Dodai. They've likely been attacked too. Should we help them? Hyuga Hizashi asked, fearing the fragile treaty might collapse. Whether they live or die is irrelevant to us. Even if we killed them, Cloud would blame rock and sand. Whether sand or rock did this, their aim is to sow distrust among us. Ignore them. Let's head back. Kazan ordered them to burn the bodies and then departed. Leaving corpses lying around would only breed bacteria. The two agreed and followed Kazan on the return journey. Several days later, the weary group arrived at the camp and promptly reported to Jiraiya. Everything went smoothly. Yes, some wasted time, but it went well. Kazan handed the signed treaty to Jiraiya and told him about the ambush on the way back. Jiraiya opened it and saw the terms were more generous than he had expected. Making those Cloud Shinobi swallow such a loss is no easy feat. As for your attackers, I agree with your guess. It's likely not Cloud, but sand or rock. He chuckled and set aside the matter of the attackers for now. Carefully storing the treaty, he would send it back to the village later. You've worked hard. Go rest. Oh, and Kazan stopped by the Uchiha compound. They should be waiting for you. Oh. The look on Jiraiya's face suggested that the lightning release chakra mode was complete. Kazan eagerly left the main camp and found Uchiha Fugaku. Zehaha. Fugaku, is my technique ready? His hearty laughter preceded him. At first the Uchiha were unnerved by that laugh. But over time it became infectious, and some even found themselves wanting to imitate it. Mission accomplished. Uchiha Fugaku handed Kazan a scroll he had prepared. This is the technique you requested, Lord Kazan. Truly the Uchiha. You've been a great help. Kazan's praise meant a great deal to the Uchiha. They didn't need much praise, but coming from Kazan, the one who killed the third Raikage with his fist, the ghost of Konoha, it was different. This is our duty. By the way, did the negotiations with Cloud go well? Yes, smoothly. The treaty is signed. We should be able to leave here soon. Jiraiya had told him his plans. The war here was over, only a garrison would remain, and they would be reassigned to other fronts according to the village's orders. You've worked hard. Uchiha Fugaku took the opportunity to invite Kazan for a meal. Here. All right. In the camp, clans clustered together, and the Uchiha were no exception. If Kazan stayed to eat, other clans would see him. Uchiha Fugaku wanted to show that Kazan was close to the Uchiha. As a favor for the lightning release chakra mode, Kazan didn't mind helping them out. I apologize, Lord Kazan. I'm sure you've seen through my intentions. I have. Consider this my repayment for your help. Thank you. Uchiha Fugaku expressed his genuine gratitude and confided in Kazan about the Uchiha's predicament, in Konoha, hinting that the police force's work was not easy. Every time they enforced the village's rules, they faced protests from the villagers. The rules were set by the Hokage and the council. The Uchiha merely carried out the law. Yet the villagers vented all their resentment on the Uchiha. The police force's work has never gone smoothly. The third Hokage supports us, but the rift between the Uchiha and the village is widening. Uchiha Fugaku didn't explicitly say that the police force was a trap. After all, it was the previous Uchiha clan head who took the job to gain more power. He only wanted Kazan to understand that what the Uchiha truly needed was for the village's leadership to openly support them, so the villagers would cooperate with their work, rather than just the Hokage's private reassurances. Uchiha Fugaku did not speak plainly, but he knew Kazan understood his meaning. So do you regret it? Kazan asked, taking a sip of water. No regrets. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. The village's peace requires guardians. Moreover, the work of the police force has indeed effectively reduced the Uchiha's casualties. This was true. Many Uchiha still remained in Konoha, never stepping onto the battlefield. During the Second Shinobi World War, the Uchiha clan suffered the lowest losses among all Konoha shinobi clans. On one hand, it was due to their powerful Kekkai Genkai, while on the other, the authority of the police force. Some foolish individuals were still gloating over this. Yet this casualty ratio imperceptibly widened the rift between the Uchiha and other Konoha clans. They all belonged to the same village. Why should the Uchiha always have the fewest casualties? But the problem was, even though the Uchiha knew this was detrimental to coexisting with other clans, they could not refuse. It was an inescapable conspiracy. Kazan listened silently. When he first watched the anime, he thought the Uchiha only coveted the power of the police force. Now he realized how shallow that understanding was. The Uchiha clan head at that time was likely more concerned about the casualties of his people. He might have even considered that when other clans suffered heavy losses on the battlefield, the best preserved Uchiha could step in to turn the tide, or even aspire to the position of Hokage. Of course, this was mere speculation. What the Uchiha clan head actually thought, Kazan could not know. The Uchiha clan was prone to extremes. Uchiha Madara, merely upon discovering in the village that humans could never truly understand each other, angrily left Konoha and planned to save the world through dreams. Thus it was hard to fathom the Uchiha's thoughts. The only certainty now was that the Uchiha wished to improve their relationship with Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku even hinted both directly and indirectly that they wanted to support Kazan becoming the Hokage of Konoha. Kazan neither refused nor agreed. Who could say what the future held? Finally, after finishing his meal, Kazan took his leave, and Uchiha Fugaku personally saw him off. Before leaving, Kazan paused, turned around, and grinned at Uchiha Fugaku. The Uchiha are the Uchiha. The Uchiha should just be themselves. Jaini. Kazan departed, leaving Uchiha Fugaku and the others standing there stunned. What did those words mean? They wanted to change, yet Kazan told them to just be themselves. Was he acknowledging that the Uchiha had done nothing wrong? Strangely enough, it was moving. Even Uchiha Fugaku felt a lump in his throat. Lord Kazan is truly different. An Uchiha remarked, feeling that Kazan was like a succubus. That smile, not exactly sunny, but with a hint of wickedness, somehow felt healing. Precisely because of this we must support him even more. It was not that Kazan needed the Uchiha, but that the Uchiha needed Kazan. The next day after resting, Kazan returned to the mountain behind the village. He had already memorized the technique, lightning release chakra mode, and now it was time for practice. Multiple shadow clone technique. A puff of smoke erupted, and over a dozen shadow clones of Kazan appeared simultaneously. His current physical and mental strength had greatly increased, allowing him to sustain over a dozen shadow clones training at once. Let's begin. The shadow clones nodded, and each began their training in lightning release chakra mode. Instantly the mountain peak crackled with the sound of true lightning. Lightning-natured chakra erupted simultaneously from over a dozen Kazans. The principle of this technique was, as Kazan understood it, primarily using lightning-natured chakra to stimulate cells activating the body and nerve cells. But it was not merely stimulation, it involved covering the entire body with chakra akin to donning a chakra cloak. Perhaps the creator of this technique was inspired by the chakra cloak of Jinchuriki. After all, Kumogakure had long studied tailed beasts, and their number of tailed beast rampages likely exceeded all other villages combined. Moreover, after beginning his training, Kazan discovered another drawback of this technique. Another chakra-devouring monster. No wonder this technique never spread widely among Kumogakure shinobi. Because covering the entire body with lightning-natured chakra to stimulate 130 trillion cells required immense chakra. Ordinary shinobi could not maintain this state for long in battle. Additionally, the lightning release chakra mode had a relatively singular function, mainly enhancing movement speed and neural reflexes. It was the foundation of all taijutsu for the third and fourth Reikage. Simply put, the lightning release chakra mode was more like a buff lacking offensive capabilities on its own. Both the third and fourth Reikage had complementary offensive secret techniques. The difficulty of training, the cost of execution, and the reward of only speed and neural reflexes. These factors were enough to deter 99 of Kumogakure shinobi. Even the Uchiha showed no interest in this technique. However, for a brute force enthusiast like Kazan who played with numbers, the value of this technique was immeasurable. The fourth Reikage upon his first appearance demonstrated the astonishing speed of this technique, fast enough to catch up to Naruto in tailed beast chakra mode. All day Kazan trained in lightning release chakra mode on the mountain. No one disturbed him, everyone knew he was cultivating. In the evening, after compiling his day's training experience, Kazan's eyes snapped open. Lightning release chakra mode. A massive surge of lightning bloomed from his body. Unlike the dark red lightning of Conqueror's Haki, it was the color of natural thunder. Kurenai and the others preparing dinner nearby immediately looked up at the commotion. Then, Kurenai couldn't even see what happened. She only saw a massive boulder on the mountain violently shattered as Kazan's entire body smashed into the mountain, creating a hole. Asuma and Kakashi's eyes widened. Hey Kakashi, did you see that? Not at all. Kakashi remained silent. That speed was like traveling through time, unbelievably fast. Kazan, covered in dust, crawled out of the hole he had created. Even with enhanced neural reflexes from stimulating the brain, without using observation haki, I can't keep up. He had too many enhancements stacked. Garp's template, the 6 powers shave, and now the lightning release chakra mode. He was too fast even for himself. He could even go further, using Sage Chakra to activate the lightning release chakra mode. Fortunately, in Sage mode his 5 senses were further heightened, otherwise, even with observation haki, Kazan feared he might not fully control his own speed. This time Kazan completed his training with remarkable swiftness. With the aid of life return, mastering the output of chakra meant the technique was already perfected. Yet accounting for the dozen or so shadow clones training simultaneously, it still required over 10 days to finish. The infusion of chakra could not be excessive, otherwise the lightning-natured chakra would damage his cells. Nor could the chakra infusion be too little lest it fail to activate the cell's vitality. This was the inherent peril of mastering the lightning release chakra mode. Next comes complete mastery. Kazan, his belly full, resumed his training. The best way to train is through combat. Minato, let's spar. Under the watchful eyes of Kurenai and the others, Kazan's once round belly returned to normal in an instant with a soft whoosh. Then he leaped from the mountaintop, charging toward Minato Namikaze. Hearing the commotion, Minato watched from afar as Kazan came running through the sky. Minato sighed inwardly. This kid truly acted on every whim. As Kazan shot toward him like a bolt of lightning, Minato activated the Flying Thunder God technique, whisking them both away from the camp. By the time Obito and the others arrived, the two had vanished without a trace. Gone. They already left. I told you, whether it's the teacher's Flying Thunder God or Kazan's extreme speed, we can't keep up. Stop with the sarcasm. Don't you want to see the teacher and Kazan fight too? Kakashi didn't retort. The battle between the Wooden Leaf Demon and the Yellow Flash, he naturally yearned to witness it firsthand. But they were far too slow. Even rushing at full speed, they found no trace of the pair. In the distance, several li away, violent chakra fluctuations erupted with a resounding boom. It seemed their teacher had brought him over there. Your Flying Thunder God is quite troublesome. Kazan could somewhat feel the frustration a once experienced. This space-time technique left him with a helpless feeling of possessing immense power with nowhere to unleash it. Congratulations, Kazan, on completing the lightning release chakra mode's training. Minato was not as calm as he appeared. His reflexes were lightning fast, allowing him to face it with ease and composure. But against Kazan's explosive speed, he felt the pressure. One misstep could mean being struck. It's not fully mastered yet. Again. Without another word, Kazan's lightning became extraordinarily fierce. Moving at a speed so extreme, he seemed like a beam of light. He appeared before Minato in an instant. Simultaneously, his observation haki surged, aiding him in battle at such velocities. Minato gave his all. The Kazan before him had recently slain a figure as iconic as the Cloud's banner in direct combat. His prowess surpassed Minato's own. With a flick of his finger, Minato's body warped through space, reappearing behind Kazan. The Rasengan in his hand spun at high speed, descending with a force that seemed to tear everything asunder. Boom. The ground beneath Kazan's feet split apart, yet he remained unharmed. Not even his robes were torn. Minato's Rasengan, repelled by Kazan's Conqueror's haki, halted less than half a meter from his back. Minato clicked his tongue in disbelief. This Conqueror's haki defense was absurd. Even the Rasengan couldn't penetrate it. No, it wasn't even given the chance to get close. As he deliberated, Kazan swung a hook punch, the intense wind pressure stinging his skin. Minato's heart skipped a beat as he warped through space, once more to create distance. He's keeping pace with my thoughts. Relying solely on neural reflexes barely allows me to track his attack speed. I need supplementary sensory techniques to assist. Minato had spent his career overwhelming others with speed. Now he tasted that very feeling himself. One tore through the air with sheer physical might, the other traversed space itself. Their clashes were blindingly fast as they weaved through every corner of the battlefield. Jiraiya arrived upon hearing the commotion, yet even he could not clearly discern the flow of combat. Still, he gleaned from subtle traces that Kazan's lightning grew more dazzling as he relentlessly pursued. Even Minato is being suppressed. That was the Flying Thunder God technique, the fastest in the shinobi world, created by the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, and refined by Minato to surpass even the original in speed. Yet now he found himself hard-pressed by Kazan, who would tear through the air to close the gap mere moments after Minato warped away. The lightning release chakra mode has greatly enhanced Kazan. He already possessed speed rivaling the third Raikage. This mode makes him even more formidable. Even Uchiha Fugaku, observing with his Sharingan, struggled to track the battle clearly. All he could perceive was a blurred silhouette moving at incredible velocity. After all, even Sasuke during his Mangekyo period couldn't fully evade the fourth Raikage's attacks. And the Kazan of now surpassed even the fourth Raikage at his peak. On the battlefield, waves of energy continuously erupted. Minato was not invincible. With his observation haki predicting the future, Kazan could seize the moment of his spatial leap. He could even punch away the specially crafted kunai on the ground. But he refrained, for this was training. A battle to rapidly master the lightning release chakra mode. It was evident he grew stronger with each exchange, advancing like a thunderbolt. He can still go faster. In the darkness, Narashikaku could only discern a streak of blue lightning darting about. He has yet another level to reach. Jiraiya thought of Sage Art. From Fukasaku, he had learned that Kazan had achieved perfect Sage mode, able to maintain the state indefinitely. Sure enough, as Kazan adapted, natural energy from the world began to converge upon him. Sage Art lightning release chakra mode. Minato's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. This was a pace that threatened his very life. Kazan paid it no mind. His eyes gleamed in the night as dark markings emerged across his face. Simultaneously, the lightning around him grew even more radiant, almost blinding to behold. In the next instant, as if tearing space itself, his fist was already upon Minato. This is too fast. Minato couldn't believe that he of all people was complaining about someone else's speed. Normally, it was always others griping about his own velocity. But that was precisely what Kazan made him feel now. Space trembled. After a ripple, Minato swiftly retreated to widen the gap. Yet the moment he looked up, Kazan's fist was already upon him again, having caught up. No, it was that observation haki. He could sense the fluctuations in space itself. Fistbone. Impact. Did I survive? After who knows how long, Minato Namikaze lay on the ground with a thoroughly worn-out expression, gazing at the moonlight. Although he had not been hit by Kazan, the pressure had been suffocating. It was like a mouse being teased relentlessly by a cat. Worse still, he could not break through Kazan's defense. His signature Rasengan could not even get close to Kazan. Looks like I still need to keep working hard. Minato thought of his incomplete technique, adding nature transformation to the Rasengan to further increase its destructive power. Only then would he have a chance to break through Kazan's Conqueror's haki defense. As for Kazan, he stood still, clenching his fist. I've roughly mastered lightning release chakra mode, and incorporating Senjutsu chakra works just as well. Not bad. The lightning around his body began to disperse, and the fluctuations completely subsided. Kazan revealed a smile. It seems you have fully mastered the lightning release chakra mode. Jiraiya and the others walked over at that moment. Watching Kazan's figure, Jiraiya's heart burned with excitement. If this continued, Kazan might really be able to recreate the first Hokage's invincible legend. However, it's a pity that we cannot recreate the third Raikage's strongest lightning release armor. Fugaku Uchiha's heart surged with excitement. This thigh was getting thicker and thicker. Good thing the Uchiha had latched onto it quickly enough. Lightning armor isn't of much use to me. Its greatest function was defense, using the lightning around one's body to vaporize enemy jutsu. In the original work, the 4th Raikage's lightning armor was inferior to the 3rd Raikage's in defensive power. It wasn't that the 4th Raikage's mastery of this technique was inferior to his father's, rather the 3rd Raikage's defense did not rely purely on the lightning armor. He also possessed a physique powerful enough to fight tailed beasts in close combat. For Kazan, who possessed Conqueror's Haki defense, the lightning armor was of little use. Over the following days, Kazan continuously reinforced the lightning release chakra mode. Jiraiya was not in a hurry to withdraw, he was waiting for orders from the village. Then, Lord Kazan, Lord Jiraiya wishes to see you. Understood. Kazan acknowledged, and the next second, he vanished like a ghost. The ninja who had informed him opened his mouth, staring at the empty space before him, utterly unable to perceive how their Lord Kazan had left. Bang! Kazan descended at high speed from the sky. Jiraiya inside the camp didn't even need to guess. He knew that his junior brother had arrived. Have the village's orders arrived? Kazan walked into the camp, hands in his pockets, his cape billowing behind him, without wind, looking imposing. Admittedly, Jiraiya was envious, wondering whether he should get one for himself too. But that was a matter for later. While both Orochimaru and Danzo's battlefronts have requested reinforcements at the same time, I plan to send you to the Rain Country. I'll personally lead a team to Danzo's side. Jiraiya did not intend to let Kazan have too much involvement with Danzo. It was a form of protection. The future Hokage should not be involved in dirty business. Kazan only needed to continue being the hero of Konoha, as always. The Rain Country. Yeah, the situation there is complicated. Sand Ninja, Rock Ninja, Rain Ninja. Many forces have gathered. Now, although the Sand and Rock Ninja both have their sights set on the Cloud Ninja, they are also restraining each other and haven't reached unity. Add the Rain Ninja watching covetously from the sidelines, and the situation remains unclear to this day. There have been no large-scale offensives, but casualties occur every day. Once you're in the Rain Country, listen more to Tsunade. I don't fully trust Orochimaru's words. Kazan raised an eyebrow. Isn't he your close friend? He is indeed my friend, but I can't read him anymore. Jiraiya's expression was grave. The war had changed them all, including Jiraiya himself. After the Second Great Ninja War, Tsunade had left the village, and only recently had she been brought back to her senses by a single punch from Kazan. Orochimaru hadn't left, but after the Second War his conduct differed from before. He became even more obsessed with ninjutsu. Also, be careful of Hanzo of the Salamander. That demigod. Exactly him. Jiraiya had deep memories of Hanzo of the Salamander. He was the only shinobi after the first Hokage to earn the title of God. When he was young, he had the poison sac of a salamander implanted in his body, giving him strong resistance to poison. But because of that, even his normal breathing carries poison. His taijutsu is on par with Mifune, the general of the Land of Iron, and he excels in ninjutsu as well. During the Second War, even when I joined forces with Orochimaru and Tsunade, we were suppressed by him. Kazan naturally knew all this. He also knew that the character's inspiration was Hattori Hanzo, a ninja from Japan's Sengoku period. From this perspective, that man was certainly not simple. However, perfect. After killing the 3rd Raikage, Kazan had not completed an achievement. If he could kill Hanzo of the Salamander this time, perhaps he could push his template even further. When do we set out? As soon as possible. I'll give you a force of 1,000, or Shikaku will assist you. What about Minato? Is he going with you to the Mist side? Master Sarutobi has a mission for him. Alright, I'll go prepare then. Kazan walked out of the camp. When he found Nara, Shikaku the latter was already directing the troops. You're here? Yeah. Lord Jiraiya should have told you the details. Our target this time is the Rain Country. The specific battle plan can only be decided after we get there and consult with Lord Orochimaru. How long until the troops are fully assembled? We can depart at 3 p.m. We'll rest twice along the way, then pass through our ally the Grass Country to enter the Rain Country and rendezvous with Lord Orochimaru and Lady Tsunade. Kazan could find no fault with this plan. The Nara clan truly deserved to be called Konoha's external brain. The arrangement was watertight, leaving nothing for him to add. Call me when it's time to depart. Kazan said a few words and left. Then Kurenai found him and brought him an Omamori charm. Keep this on you at all times. The young girl's eyes were full of reluctance. But this time she would follow Jiraiya to the Mist battlefield. Alright. When you get there, listen to Uncle Shinku. I know I'm not like you, Kazan. I won't act recklessly. That's quite a thing to say. Are you calling me out? Kazan shook his head. Then Obito and Kakashi came over as well. Kazan, next time we meet, I'll definitely have caught up to you. Obito adjusted his goggles. He was still a genin of Konoha, but he had accumulated quite a bit of war merit. After this mission, he would probably be promoted. During wartime, there were no chunin exams, promotions were given directly. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Kazan led his troops out of Konoha on schedule. By now, Kazan had already become one of Konoha's top combatants, perhaps even the strongest among them. The 4 characters Konoha Oni had echoed throughout the ninja world. Hiruzen Sarutobi had also begun entrusting him with command of troops. In other words, at this point, Kazan had already entered Konoha's inner circle of power. Aware of his young age, Hiruzen Sarutobi dispatched Konoha's brain to assist him. With war tolerating no delay, Kazan and his party traveled swiftly, pausing only twice along the way. Thus they reached Kusagakure in merely 3 days. You finally arrived. I've long been eager to meet you. As soon as the troops arrived, Orochimaru personally came to welcome them. He was deeply interested in Kazan and desired to obtain Kazan's cells for research. Lord Lung, I too have long been familiar with your renowned name. I have already witnessed what Jiraiya and Tsunade can do, but what abilities do you possess? I hope I won't disappoint you. Even Orochimaru's laughter carried an icy chill. He said nothing further and led them into the Konoha camp. Kazan followed him into the main tent and asked bluntly, how is the situation here? Not ideal. The speaker was Tsunade. On the surface, Orochimaru was the army's first commander, yet in reality Tsunade held authority equal to his. Orochimaru walked to the tactical map table and explained the situation in Rain Country to Kazan and Narashikaku. The reason they had failed to achieve results was simple. This battlefield encompassed Konoha, Iwa, Suna, Kumo, and AIM. On the surface, Suna and Iwa appeared to be focusing their attacks on Kumo, yet they never lowered their guard against Konoha, fearful of a flank attack. Of course, the most troublesome were the Reinin, or rather Hanzo the Salamander. Since the Third Shinobi World War began, this ambitious figure's actions had been uncharacteristically quiet, diverging sharply from his past behavior. After all, it was Hanzo who had led the Reinin invasion that ignited the Second Shinobi World War. Yet now for the first time in recent memory, he was refraining from major moves, and no one could fathom what he intended to do. Hanzo understands patience. Behind the scenes, he may be preparing some grand plan. Or perhaps we are overthinking this. Kazan remembered. At this time, the Akatsuki had already begun to rise from the shadows, though not yet as powerful as they would later become, given Hanzo's suspicious and cautious nature. He could not help but worry that launching a preemptive strike might leave his village open to an Akatsuki ambush. In the original story, it was precisely because the Akatsuki threatened his rule that he fell to Danzo's manipulation, ultimately conspiring with Orochimaru to kill the organization's founding leader Yahiko. But leave him to me. Oh, you intend to confront Hanzo. Orochimaru's eerie gaze swept toward him. The half-god versus the Konoha Oni. If the two truly clashed, it would undoubtedly shake the entire ninja world. Indeed, I also wish to see just how formidable the man hailed as a half-god truly is. Kazan, if you are willing to take on Hanzo, you would be rendering us a tremendous service. We have detailed intelligence on Hanzo. Orochimaru. Tsunade turned her head, glaring at him with her voice raised. Hanzo the Salamander was not so easily dealt with, otherwise the three legendary Sannin would not have faced such hardship during the Second War. For Konoha, this is the optimal choice. Tsunade, you understand. We even combined could never have defeated Hanzo. Can Kazan do it? At least he stands a better chance than we did. Do not forget that both Old Lady Chiyo and the third Reikage fell at his hands. Orochimaru was not targeting Kazan out of malice. He simply believed this was the best course of action. The 1,000 troops you brought are under your full command. No need for such formality. This time I plan to act alone. Alone? Indeed. Moving with 1,000 men would only constrain my own capabilities. Hearing this, Tsunade recalled Kazan's conqueror's haki. Alone he could face an army. What is the objective? Decapitation. 2 words left Kazan's mouth. A dead half-god is a good half-god. But before we kill him, there are other matters we can attend to as well. You big fat sheep, prepare some antidote for the salamander's venom. Kazan had yet to test whether his haki defense could withstand poison. To avoid poisoning his own allies, Hanzo always wore a respirator, preventing the salamander's venom from contaminating the air. But Kazan was certainly no ally of his. You are truly going to attempt a decapitation strike on Hanzo. By charging into Rain Country, your opponents will not be limited to Hanzo alone. You will face their entire ninja force as well. Numbers mean little to me. Tsunade had no response. Kazan's haki was simply beyond reason far more absurd even than the Uchiha Sharingan. At least the Uchiha needed to glare, and their range was nowhere near as vast. Kazan, by contrast, could stand perfectly still and unleash a single surge of haki, rendering countless ninjas combat incapacitated in an instant. Very well. I will prepare the antidote for you. Plenty of it. As for your plan, I agree in principle. However, what are your odds of persuading them? They are Reinin. If they leak information to Hanzo, will your decapitation opportunity still be viable? The other matter Kazan mentioned was persuading the Akatsuki. After he killed Hanzo, or even assisted in doing so, he would take over the Hidden Rain Village. The conditions were simple. Upon completion, the Hidden Rain Village would sign an agreement with Konoha committing to fully assist Konoha in stabilizing this battlefield. No village is entirely united. Even Kumo, despite its cohesion, produced rebels like the Kagaya clan, especially under a dictator like Hanzo. If the Akatsuki had accepted Hanzo's rule, they would never have been born. It was indeed sound reasoning, and Tsunade was convinced. The risks were great, but so too were the potential rewards. Once Kazan's plan succeeded and Konoha allied with the Hidden Rain Village, they would have the opportunity to drive Suna and Iwa out of this battlefield in one decisive stroke. As for Kumo, they would merely be grateful that Konoha had done them a great favor. Whether they continued to cause trouble for Iwa and Suna afterward was not Konoha's concern. When do you plan to depart? I will rest for a day and leave, then waiting for your antidote in the meantime. Very well. I will begin preparing it immediately. Shizen, stop spacing out. We are going to be busy today. Oh. Shizen, clutching her pet pig Tauntaun, snapped back to reality. She was somewhat stunned by their conversation. A covert infiltration into the Hidden Rain Village to execute a decapitation strike against Hanzo the Salamander, revered as a half-god throughout the ninja world. That was exceedingly bold. Bold. Indeed a little. But for Kazan it was nothing. To him, who possessed the Conqueror's hockey numbers, had lost their meaning. Moreover, the battle with the third Reikage had granted him a clearer understanding of his own abilities. In the current shinobi world, there were probably few who could rival him. Now the entire shinobi world was open to him. After parting with Gangsho, Kazan went to sleep. The next day, Jing-in found him with dark circles under her eyes. Kazan, this is the antidote you requested. Did you not sleep last night? Gangsho-sama spent the entire night preparing the antidote. Thank her for me, and you too, Jing-in. Thank you. No, I didn't really help much. She quickly waved her hands, insisting she had only been an assistant, a task anyone could have accomplished. Don't underestimate yourself. One day you'll become a kunoichi, no less than Gangsho. Kazan took the scroll and unsealed it. Immediately, a large pile of antidotes appeared before him. Gangsho was the type to hide a warm heart behind a cold face. She had prepared this many. At that moment, Jing-in felt a little elated. Though she knew Kazan was merely encouraging her, the thought of being compared to Gangsho was something she dared not even imagine. Still, she was very happy. Then I'll take my leave. Don't mention this to anyone. Ah yes. Whoosh. Kazan departed from the my camp in secret. Russell. Uji country. True to its name, the environment was overly damp, as if even the sun could not penetrate. This is my second time here, and I still hate this place. Living in this weather every day, aren't you afraid of rheumatism when you're old? Boom. In the gloomy sky, a bolt of blue lightning struck down. Illuminated by the flash, Kazan's figure was revealed as he raced through the air. He moved at high altitude like Doflamingo, each step landing on the air and propelling him dozens of meters forward. By now, Kazan had fully entered the territory of Uji country. He encountered no obstacles along the way. This weather greatly facilitated his infiltration. Yet, even without such weather, the rain shinobi would hardly expect someone to infiltrate Yuin village in this manner. Compared to moving with a force of over 1,000 men behind him, Kazan's solo action was many times faster. I've arrived. Kazan landed on a cliff with Yuin village before him. That rain bears no trace of chakra fluctuation. At this moment, the village was still drenched in heavy rain, but Kazan sensed no chakra. It was natural rain, not artificially created. That was right. The Rain Tiger Free technique was a long-term jutsu employed by Pain after he took control of the village, used to monitor and defend against intruders. Thus, if one carefully sensed the chakra fluctuations within a single drop of rain, they could probably locate the three of Xian Wuchang men. Much easier to find than I imagined. The observation haki rapidly expanded from Kazan, sweeping in all directions. Soon he detected a patch of rain infused with chakra. Found you. Meanwhile, at a secret base some distance from Yuin village, the three founders of the Akatsuki organization and their like-minded rain shinobi gathered. Everyone in Akatsuki felt uneasy about the current situation. Are those great villages still fighting? Yes, they battle every day without cease. The death of the third Reikage had a tremendous impact. The sand and rock shinobi were drawn and aiming to strike, while the iron was hot. And Uji country, sandwiched right between the three great villages, could not avoid being caught in the crossfire. No, it should be four great villages. Mai had also allied with the grass country, sending troops to guard the battlefield. Why can't they solve problems in a more peaceful way? Mi Yan gazed at the rain outside the base, his heart heavy. Like many, he harbored an unrealistic dream. To sit down together, work together, and create a world of peace. Mi Yan, don't worry about me, Xiaonan. That's precisely why we must strive even harder to lead the world toward peace. To achieve this goal, we must start from Yuin village. Now Akatsuki had grown strong enough to pose a threat to Hanzo. It was the support of so many like-minded comrades that strengthened Mi Yan's resolve. As long as they gathered all who shared the same dream, nothing was impossible. Beside him, Xian Wuchangmen smiled. Peace or not, it didn't matter much to him. As long as Mi Yan and Xiaonan were happy, and well, Xian Wuchangmen would do anything. He was about to speak when the rain outside sent an alarm to him. Xian Wuchangmen immediately shouted, Mi Yan, Xiaonan, an enemy is infiltrating. What? Mi Yan, Xiaonan, and the other Akatsuki members were startled. Their base was surrounded by Xian Wuchangmen's Rain Tiger Free technique. Nothing could escape his notice. Boom. Before Mi Yan could react, a figure descended from the sky. It landed at the entrance of their base, creating a large crater. Dressed in white with a cloak billowing behind him, the word justice shone conspicuously. Yo, found you, Zilai Ye's three little disciples. I have something to discuss with you. Rumble. As if in coordination, another bolt of lightning struck behind him, illuminating his face. Only then did Mi Yan and the others see Kazan's appearance. He was young, yet the aura he exuded was unsettling. This was not deliberate, it was the aura of a true powerhouse forged through countless victories. Who are you and how do you know of Zilai Yi-sensei? Mi Yan shielded Xiaonan and Xian Wuchangmen behind him. Kazan's domineering entrance put immense pressure on them. He stood up, hands in pockets, a grin spreading across his face like a demon. How do I know Zilai Yi? Because that guy is my fellow disciple. Fellow disciple? The trio was stunned. They knew of Zilai Ye's fellow disciples, the Cold Lord Dashiwan of Mai and the Princess Gangsho Ji. None were as young as this. Are you mocking us? No, Mi Yan. He might not be mocking us. Xiaonan spoke softly, her expression visibly turning serious. The third Hokage had another disciple besides the Sannin. Xian Wuchangmen also recalled. That was before the war broke out. After the Sannin, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took another disciple. This information was not a secret, nearly all villages knew it. And the fourth disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen was none other than the one now shaking the shinobi world. Mai's ghost god Kazan. Ghost god. These two words carried immense pressure, having slain top-tier ninja like the Elder Chiyo and the third Reikage. The Akatsuki members were startled at first, then immediately rushed forward to confront Kazan. You're not the ones I'm looking for. Kazan's eyes suddenly snapped open. A powerful conqueror's haki burst forth from his body, an invisible shockwave sweeping through everyone at the Akatsuki base. Ugh! Konan clutched her head in agony. This assault was too dreadful. Even circulating chakra could not resist it. It penetrated everywhere, relentlessly hammering their minds. Thud! 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 In the span of a breath, many Akatsuki members rolled their eyes and collapsed, unable even to remain standing. Stop it now! Nagato endured the least impact, already drawing his weapon as if ready to fight to the death if Kazan did not cease. Kazan stopped, and the ripples of Conqueror's haki dissipated. But, whoosh! Kazan vanished from his spot, appearing instantly before Nagato. The latter's pupils contracted violently, but before he could react, Kazan's kick sent him flying sideways, crashing into the base. Nagato! Nagato! Konan and Yahiko shouted, struggling to their feet and charging at Kazan together. Bam! Bam! Inside the Akatsuki base. The trio supported each other, bearing signs of a beating, and glared furiously at Kazan, who sat in the main seat. They had lost their parents at birth and had struggled to survive in the Hidden Rain village until this day. Though they shared no blood, their bond was as strong as family. Don't look so grim. Those guys are fine and they'll wake up soon. Yahiko relaxed a little upon hearing that. Ghost god of Konoha, what do you want with us? He recalled Kazan had mentioned wanting to talk. Simple. I plan to eliminate the leader of your village. What a... The trio was instantly stunned. Barging alone into the Hidden Rain village, his goal was to kill their village's leader. You want us to help you kill Hanzo? Impossible. Yahiko instinctively retorted. No need for your help. I'll deal with Hanzo myself. But don't rush. Hear my terms first. Kazan outlined his plan to the trio. He would carry out a decapitation strike against Hanzo, and upon success the Akatsuki would take over the Hidden Rain village and reach an agreement with Konoha. Impossible. Yahiko gave another refusal after hearing the plan. The Akatsuki's original purpose is to create a peaceful world. That is our organization's creed. We will not become Konoha's lackeys like the grass country. We have our own methods. Naive and childish. Yet it inherited Jiraiya's ninja way. Always dreaming of achieving peace without war. Childish. Admittedly, my ideas may be naive, but how can we know it's impossible without trying? Yahiko argued passionately. His companions beside him were the best proof. There were many in this world who yearned for peace like him, as long as you can't even change the Hidden Rain village. How do you intend to change the world? That's because we're not strong enough yet. Once we have sufficient power, we can negotiate with Hanzo. First, they would grow the organization and recruit more like-minded ninja. Then he could attempt to talk with Hanzo, transform the Hidden Rain village, and make it better. By the time you grow strong, Hanzo will have already moved against you. Stop talking, big kid. Konan thought to herself, compared to us, you're the kid. Of course, she dared not voice that. The ghost god of Konoha was too oppressive, quick to resort to violence over any disagreement. The earlier burst of haki had suffocated her and filled her with despair. She nearly thought she would die. Let me be direct with you, your existence has already threatened Hanzo's rule. The Hidden Rain village didn't seize the chance to join the Sand and Rock Ninja in invading the Land of Lightning precisely because they fear you. We have no intention of rebelling. The Hidden Rain village is our home. Yahiko retorted again. That's just your wishful thinking. Kazan cut him off mercilessly. You know Hanzo's character better than I do. He didn't intend to waste more words on these three. I'll give you time to investigate, then tell me your answer, whether you'll cooperate with me. Of course, you're also free to betray me and tell Hanzo that Konoha's Kazan has come for him. Who knows, it might even help you achieve your dreams. Kazan's tone was so calm it was terrifying. Konan, who had indeed considered betraying him, now dared not act rashly. Just moments ago, the Akatsuki members had been knocked unconscious in an instant. This was likely what the outside world called the Ghost God's Conqueror's haki bloodline, truly overbearing beyond compare. Ordinary ninja couldn't even stand before him. My patience is limited. Go now. I'll wait here. Yahiko opened his mouth to speak, but was dragged away by Konan and Nagato. Outside the door. Even though it was their own base, the trio now had to discuss matters at the entrance. I absolutely won't agree. If we seize the village this way, what difference is there between us and the other ninja villages? Yahiko refused to take control of the Hidden Rain village through such means. In the original story, the Akatsuki had grown powerful enough to contend with Hanzo for leadership of the village. But Yahiko didn't do so, and Hanzo struck first, capturing Konan as leverage and forcing Nagato to kill Yahiko with his own hands. What he said might be right. Konan. Yahiko looked at his childhood friend in disbelief. Hanzo giving up the chance to invade the Land of Lightning is already suspicious in itself. Even Nagato, you don't look so devastated. We'll always stand by you. But if things are as he says and Hanzo refrained from attacking because of us, then we need to seriously discuss this. Konan glanced at Yahiko. This was his strength as well as his weakness. I'll go into the village and investigate personally. If Hanzo has been wary of us, even planning to eliminate us, I'd rather cooperate with Kazan. Nagato spoke up. He was the true strongest in the current Akatsuki, far surpassing leader Yahiko in power. And for the sake of Konin and Yahiko, he could become even stronger. Uzumaki Nagato set off, infiltrating Amigakure to conduct an investigation. They had never considered such matters before. Living in the beautiful future that Yahiko had painted for them, they thought too simply and idealistically about many things. Kazan's appearance made Nagato see another possibility. He wanted to confirm it in person for no other reason than for Yahiko and Konin, who had given him his life. Nagato would not allow anyone to take away everything he had. Meanwhile, Konin and Yahiko had already returned to the base. They all stared at Kazan silent for a long time. Konin couldn't help but ask, just call me Kazan. While Kazan is Teacher Jiraiya doing well. The trio had lived a hard life as children like rats in the streets. Amigakure did not offer the kind of treatment Konoha did. As orphans they had to rely on their own hands to survive. Meeting Jiraiya was the happiest time they had ever experienced. Jiraiya took care of them like a parent, eating with them, telling them stories of the shinobi world, and teaching them ninjutsu. Konin sincerely wished that time could last forever. What she wanted was so simple, though she had little interest in changing the village or the like. It was only because Yahiko wanted it that she worked hard to help him. He's doing well in good spirits. Even at his age, he often sneaks into the women's bath to peep. Yahiko and Konin opened their mouths, then let out a somewhat helpless laugh. That's just like Teacher Jiraiya. They opened up when talking about Jiraiya, even Yahiko, who had considerable objections to Kazan. But even so, I won't agree to your plan. We will bring peace to Amigakure in our own way. Even if Nagato and Konin die, will you still not hesitate? What did you say? Yahiko shot to his feet. I absolutely will not allow Nagato and Konin to die, even if I have to be shattered to pieces. And then, if you are shattered, what about the remaining Konin and Nagato? Yahiko was momentarily at a loss for words. Don't think that your feelings are above theirs. They feel the same about you. Kazan propped his legs on the table, his hands behind his head. One might think this base belonged to him, Kazan. Your wish is beautiful, but reality won't be as beautiful as the novels Jiraiya writes. You are not the protagonist of his books. Whether Yahiko's ideals came from his heart or were influenced by Jiraiya was unknown. However, even Jiraiya understood that reality would not be as beautiful as stories. The development of the world is not written with a pen, it is composed of countless complex human hearts. Kazan asked again, what do you think of Konoha? Yahiko thought for a moment and said, it's the strongest village with an excellent location, not like Amigakure that rains all day, abundant resources. You are truly shallow. The Akatsuki is lucky to have you as a leader. Am I wrong? Yahiko sensed the sarcasm in his words and asked reluctantly. Kazan did not answer immediately. Instead, he got up and rummaged through the base, finding some food. Those are Konin's snacks. Crunch. Kazan had already started eating as if he hadn't heard. The Hokage of our village is an old man who hates war just like you. Believe me, more than you, he wants war to never happen. He sits in his office every day using his telescope technique to peep. He could live that life forever. Peeping. Konin thought to herself, is everyone in Konoha so perverted? It was completely different from the serious atmosphere she had imagined for a big village. Teacher Jiraiya peeps at the women's bath. His teacher developed a technique to peep, so what about Kazan? Well, he had just snatched all her snacks and munched on them right in front of her. Such an unseemly shinobi village. So what? Yahiko didn't care about these things, he was waiting for Kazan's next words. Isn't it obvious? No matter how hard we try to avoid war will still come knocking. Kazan tore open the package and poured the snacks into his mouth with a rustling sound. This world has never turned on a single person's will. Accidents and tomorrow. Which one do you think will come first? Forget it, never mind. You think about it first. If the intelligence Nagato brings back contradicts what you believe, what do you plan to do? This question was somewhat difficult for Yahiko to answer. If Hanzo truly regarded them as a threat to the point of suppressing his own ambition and letting go of the opportunity to invade the land of lightning, that would mean the Akatsuki situation was not safe. What should he do then? Continue to adhere to his beliefs and passively accept or fight back for Konin Nagato and their comrades in the organization? It's because you have the Akatsuki that Hanzo took notice of you. Without the Akatsuki, he wouldn't even know who you are. Do you understand this logic? Yahiko was silent. He certainly understood the logic. It meant that only by possessing power does one have bargaining chips. It seems you understand. No matter what you want to do, you need to gain the right to speak first. Right now you only want to negotiate with Hanzo, but your future targets will be the Kage of other villages. Think carefully about my suggestion. A dictator like Hanzo will not bring the peace you desire to Amigakure. Yahiko said, nothing lost in thought. Kazan didn't disturb him and turned to chat with Konin, the most wasteful woman in the ninja world. 60 billion explosive tags just detonated like that. What kind of family background is this? She hadn't gotten a lip piercing yet, and she looked a bit better without it. Living with these two idiots all the time must be exhausting, right? Idiots. Was he referring to Yahiko and Nagato? So harsh. But it was indeed quite tiring. Not really, although Yahiko is always hot-headed and founded the Akatsuki on his own back then. Nagato usually doesn't talk much. Konin began to vent her grievances, pouring out all her complaints about Yahiko and Nagato at once. Listening beside them, Yahiko's face darkened. So everything I've done makes me look like a fool in your eyes. And Conan, why are you so unguarded with this man? How can you just say that out loud? Be careful, sister, he's a demon. Did you make this? Kazan pointed at the paper crane in Conan's hand. Yeah, I used to fold them for fun when I was bored. I got used to it as I grew up. I know. This paper crane told me it has many siblings. Conan looked at him with a face full of question marks. Everything has a voice. This paper crane likes you very much and has a lot to say to you. Kazan's eyes swept toward a dark corner out of the corner of his eye. It's just a paper crane. Everything has a voice, Kazan repeated. Is this your ability? Yes, I can even sense your emotions to some extent. Pervert. Conan suddenly covered her chest and looked at Kazan warily. It was late at night. Uzumaki Nagato had not yet returned. Infiltration missions were never tasks that could be completed in a short time. Even with the ability of the Rinnegan's 6 paths, it still took time. At the secret base of the Akatsuki, a figure carefully walked out, and after confirming there was no one around, quickly headed toward Kimogakure. What are the conditions for recruiting members of the Akatsuki? At the top of the base, Kazan quietly watched that person. Behind him were Yahiko and Conan, their expressions grim. That afternoon, Kazan had told them that there was a spy of Hanzo in the Akatsuki. They didn't believe it, but now any refutation was pale and powerless. Yahiko's heart began to waver. Could it be that Hanzo really wanted to eliminate the Akatsuki, seeing them as enemies threatening his rule? But the Akatsuki only wanted peace for the village. Kazan moved swiftly, darting through the darkness. The Akatsuki spy had barely sensed danger when he felt a large hand seize his head. Don't speak. Clench your teeth. The spy instinctively obeyed, then the world spun wildly as his consciousness began to blur. Before long, Conan and Yahiko gazed at the unconscious traitor lying on the ground. This Konoha ghost truly operated with brutal simplicity. He's yours to handle. Kazan delivered the man and withdrew. This was Akatsuki's internal affair. He should not interfere further. Wake him up, Conan. In truth, Yahiko had already made up his mind. This was undoubtedly Hanzo's spy. Had the Konoha ghost not visited Akatsuki, they might have remained in the dark indefinitely. The night passed without incident. When Kazan awoke the next day, Yahiko and Conan were still seated in the council chamber. Their expressions suggested they had extracted information during the night. Any results? Yahiko only grunted, saying nothing more. It was Conan who spoke, informing Kazan he admitted to being Hanzo's spy, viewing us as a threat to the peace of Amigakure. But we never intended to rule Amigakure. We only wanted to make it better. Yahiko slammed the table with force. They strove for peace and change in Amigakure, yet Hanzo only saw them as enemies threatening his rule. Kazan, oblivious to the mood, asked, so what's your answer? In his plan, Akatsuki was a crucial piece. He would certainly kill Hanzo. That was unchangeable. But after the kill, Amigakure needed someone to take Hanzo's place. Otherwise, the Rain Ninja might be easily swayed by someone like the old schemer Inoki, potentially launching a suicide attack on Konoha. Akatsuki, however, had gained some reputation in Amigakure. Their rapid growth proved that many Rain Ninja shared their ideals. But fear of Hanzo's power kept those sentiments hidden. Yet if Hanzo died, those people would ignite like wildfire, and the wind of reform would sweep through Amigakure. Don't hesitate. If you want to change Amigakure, you must first control it. Yahiko remained silent, clenching his fists tightly. He hoped Nagato would bring good news upon his return, but he did not. 2 days later, Nagato brought Yahiko bad news. Although Hanzo had not yet decided to eliminate Akatsuki, investigations revealed he had planted many spies within the organization. Nagato also learned that Hanzo had refrained from campaigning because he feared Akatsuki would attack his stronghold and usurp him in his absence. Don't ask how Nagato found out. The Rinnegan could read others' memories, even extract their souls. Yahiko. Cooperate with him, Yahiko. Nagato and Conan both supported an alliance with Konoha. I understand. Yahiko no longer resisted, for the ones persuading him were Conan and Nagato, his two most trusted people. He turned to Kazan. When do you plan to act? What does Akatsuki need to do? Clear the underlings and take over Amigakure. Figure out the method yourselves. I'll only kill Hanzo. You don't need our help. Conan didn't doubt Kazan's strength, but Hanzo had dominated the shinobi world for too long. His demigod name was known to all. No need. The title demigod will soon become part of shinobi history. Kazan was confident, and even without releasing his haki, his overwhelming presence was palpable. The trio nodded to each other and began making arrangements. 3 days later, Kazan arrived at a mountain peak. Aren't you following them? Why are you here with me? Rain poured from the sky. Conan had not joined Akatsuki, but followed Kazan instead. Yahiko wants me to stay with you. The outcome of your battle with Hanzo will determine this revolution's final result. They care about you knowing it's safer to stay with me. What else did he say? Yahiko also said he hopes you fight Hanzo far from the village to avoid harming innocent civilians. The Konoha ghost's reputation now rivaled that of the demigod Hanzo, especially his destructive power. His fists were said to move mountains and fill seas, a legend widely told. Can your fists really destroy a mountain? Conan couldn't help asking. Do you want to see it for yourself? Kazan stepped forward 1 step from the cliff's edge, his white robe stark against the dim backdrop. Then he said, if you want to witness my fists, follow me as best you can. With that, Kazan bent his knees and vanished from the cliff in an instant. He leaped into the air, parting the rain as he shot toward Amigakure. So fast. Conan was startled, spreading a pair of wings, and quickly following. Meanwhile, Hanzo sat in the central tower of Amigakure, his trusted advisor before him, reporting on the current battlefield situation, especially the Lightning Country front. With the third Reikage dead, both Sunagakure and Iwagakure had invaded the Lightning Country. For Amigakure, this was the perfect opportunity to expand its territory. But the thorny Akatsuki remained in his village. He had not yet decided to eliminate them, as the shadow, Danzo, had not yet arrived, still leading numerous Uchiha ninja in battle against Kirigakure. A man like Hanzo logically should not be easily swayed by Danzo's machinations. Yet before the poison of power, even knowing it might be a trap, he would step into it. What about Konoha? The same. They hold the grass country, neither advancing nor retreating. I suspected as much. Sarutobi Hiruzen has grown old, his ambition faded. Hanzo held Sarutobi in contempt. With such a golden opportunity, signing a ceasefire with Kumogakure was laughable. Why not just destroy the Lightning Country and claim everything? As he pondered how to handle Akatsuki, so he could send troops to the Lightning Country and claim his share, his personal guard rushed in. Lord Hanzo, we have detected an intruder. Intruder? Was this a joke? This was his territory, the demigod salamander Hanzo's domain. Who would dare invade his turf? Sunagakure, Kumogakure, or Konoha? It's someone from Konoha. Konoha. Hanzo stood up immediately. He had just mocked Hiruzen for losing his ambition, and now Konoha had come to his village. Where are they? They're already outside the village. What a... Hanzo's eyes widened, and the room was instantly filled with icy killing intent. Konoha's forces had reached his doorstep, and his people only now noticed. What have you been doing? Why did you only just discover Konoha's intrusion? Lord Hanzo. It's not a force, it's just one person. One person? Are you joking with me? Who in the world would dare enter his Amigakure alone? Who is it? It's the Konoha ghost Kazan. He's moving through the air, and our scouts. Boom. Before he could finish, Kazan's figure crashed down like lightning before Hanzo. Dark red haki coursed over his body, his pupils turned white, and his justice cloak fluttered upward. Rain dripped into the room through the hole he had smashed. Hanzo's eyes widened. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe someone dared to storm his domain alone. You're courting death, Konoha ghost. A mere demigod isn't qualified to kill me, Hanzo. Kazan looked up, his conqueror's haki sweeping through Amigakure like a storm. Dark red lightning raged, roaring down from above the village, transforming the sky into an apocalyptic scene. In an instant, countless ninja in Amigakure rolled their eyes and collapsed. You're dead. Hanzo grabbed his weapon and swung his chain scythe at Kazan. But Kazan was faster. In a flash, he was before Hanzo, grabbing his head and leaping into the sky above Amigakure. Let's take this outside. I've already picked out a grave for you. Boom. Crimson thunderbolts descended from the heavens, painting an apocalyptic scene. Those who had not been knocked unconscious by the conqueror's haki, or were not caught in its periphery, stood dazed, staring at the sky. At the center of the village, two figures shot upward into the air, one of them seized by a single hand. Under the flash of lightning, they caught a glimpse. The captured man resembled their leader Hanzo of the Salamander. Wait, that's Lord Hanzo. The rain shinobi were dumbfounded, and then a cry of submarine drop reached their ears as their leader was hurled to the ground. Boom. A tremendous tremor shook the very foundations of the village, as if the ground itself were quaking. This. Conan, who had followed Kazan, stood frozen in awe. Kazan's decapitation strike was quite different from the one she had envisioned. He had charged single-handedly into the hidden rain village, targeting Hanzo himself. This was no assassination, it was a frontal assault. And those unconscious people. The conqueror's haki I witnessed that day. It could actually achieve this level. Conan gazed down from the sky. Now more than 70 of the village's forces lay unconscious. Before she could act, she saw Kazan darting through the heavy rain, chasing after Hanzo. Meanwhile, Yahiko and Nagato, waiting in the village, heard the commotion. Kazan has made his move, Yahiko. I know. Let's charge in together. Yahiko led the Akatsuki into the hidden rain village. He did not wish to do this, but it concerned Conan and Nagato. He had no choice but to act. Go assist Lord Hanzo. The hidden rain village fell into chaos, and Hanzo's trusted subordinates rushed to his side. At the same time, someone shouted, "The Akatsuki have invaded. Have those traitors colluded with Konoha?" Their faces darkened. If this situation were not handled well, the hidden rain village might soon have a new leader. Of course, they never believed that the exalted demigod could lose. The battle erupted instantly, and Yahiko led the Akatsuki charging into the village. Along their path, many ninja and civilians lay unconscious, felled by the conqueror's haki. Kazan's conqueror's haki was an indiscriminate area of effect attack. Yahiko, focus on the enemies before us. Nagato, seeing Yahiko about to tend to the civilians, reminded him that now was not the time to care for them. They were staging a coup. Despite his reluctance, Yahiko nodded and led his forces against the enemy. Meanwhile, the battle between Kazan and Hanzo of the Salamander had already begun. Do you think that killing that old hag Chiyo and the third Reikage qualifies you to challenge me? You are not worthy of taking my head. Hanzo swung his sickle and chain, bringing it down upon Kazan, who raised his left arm to block. With a clang, Kazan's arm remained unscathed, harder than steel. This is not mere physical strength. This must be the legendary armament haki. By now, Kazan's haki was no longer a secret. Since the top combatants of the shinobi world had fallen at his hands, word had spread. There were 3 types: Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Kazan, still in a blocking stance, uttered 7 words, and brilliant bolts of lightning burst forth from his body. Hanzo quickly retreated to create distance. Too slow. Kazan tore through the rain, appearing behind Hanzo in an instant. Fist Bone Impact. So fast. Startled by the blinding speed, Hanzo was struck, his body bursting apart like a water balloon. A water clone. It was not the elemental intangibility of a Logia devil fruit from the sea, but a clone technique derived from water release. Die. Hanzo's figure appeared at the other end, his fingers forming a sword seal, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Fire Release Exploding Flame Formation. Boom. The explosive tags buried beneath Kazan's feet detonated, triggering a massive explosion. Of course, he did not think such an attack could kill the demon of Konoha. After all, the other man bore the title of God as well. As expected, after the chain of blasts ended, Kazan emerged from the smoke head, held high, his robes not even ruffled. Compared to the first Hokage, your demigod title is as watery as your water release. You're looking for death. Hanzo's voice turned icier. In all his years, no one had dared to belittle him so. But the next second, he saw a flash of blue light, and then Kazan was right before him. Fist Bone Impact. It was a terrifyingly powerful punch delivered at such speed that it seemed to tear through space itself. Dark crimson Conqueror's Haki coiled around the fist, racing forward, and finally formed a cross-shaped strike that dispersed even the rain. In an instant, Hanzo was sent flying. Conan, who had just flown over, witnessed this scene. It was hard to believe that the demigod of the shinobi world could be so easily knocked away. Hanzo dug his feet into the ground, but still slid more than 10 meters before stopping. Though he wore a respirator, blood already seeped from his mouth. That single punch had wounded him. Looking down, he saw that the chain of his sickle had snapped under the blow. Such combat prowess explained why he had dared to charge into the Hidden Rain village alone. Demon of Konoha, there is no reason for the Hidden Rain village to fight Konoha. It was not fear, but a sense of futility. Konoha had no intention of invading other villages, and the Hidden Rain village had no grievance with Konoha. There should be no conflict. Kazan, unconcerned, said flatly, "Are you begging for mercy?" Negotiations had failed. A veteran like Hanzo had seen all kinds of men. Kazan's demeanor clearly showed he had no desire to talk. Hanzo's fingers moved swiftly, and a massive water dragon roared forth from his body, surging forward. But it could not approach. It burst upon hitting an invisible barrier half a meter before Kazan. Boom. The water splashed down as rain, and at that moment Hanzo charged with the chainless sickle, executing a draw cut aimed at Kazan. A silver flash streaked by, yet it still failed to breach Kazan's Conqueror's Haki defense, as if striking an invisible wall. What kind of Kekii Genkai is this? I've never seen anything like it. He instinctively retreated, but Kazan was faster, like lightning tearing across the sky. In the blink of an eye, he was already upon him. Water body flicker. Oh, that irrational speed left Hanzo no time to even execute the water body flicker technique. He doubled over, hurtling backward. The relentless speed made his attacks seem to traverse space, and his fists were brutally powerful, far surpassing even Tsunade in her prime. In all his career, Hanzo had never encountered such an opponent. The crux was that his ninjutsu and taijutsu could not break through the other's Kekii Genkai defense. "Lord Hanzo, we are here to assist you." At that moment, the rain shinobi reinforcements arrived. Hanzo glanced at them, then quickly removed his gloves, bit his thumb, and performed the summoning jutsu. Summoning jutsu. Poof. A puff of smoke appeared in the rain, and the infamous salamander Ibuse emerged from beneath Hanzo's feet. Then Ibuse and Hanzo vanished together, blending into the surroundings. The rain ninja forces arrived, numbering in the hundreds. All were elites selected by Conqueror's Haki. Where else can you hide? Observation Haki's perception far surpassed sensory ninjutsu. Even though Banzong merged with the environment, he remained distinctly clear in Kazan's eyes. He clenched his right fist, Conqueror's Haki swirling around it, emitting a crackling sound. The next moment, he punched the air toward the rain ninja forces. Fist Bone Impact. Boom. With that punch, even space seemed to tremble. Countless surges of Haki erupted from Kazan's fist, transforming into a cannon blast that shot out. Ugh. In an instant, dozens of the 100-strong ninja force were blasted to pieces. They did try to defend, attempting to combine their efforts with a water wall. But the moment they clashed, the water wall was shattered, its terrifying destructive power chilling to the bone. Meanwhile, Banzong seized this opportunity to strike his chain scythe, parting the rain as he slashed forward. Emolata. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, believing that without Conqueror's Haki defense, he could break through Kazan's body. But then, SSSHH. The sharp chain scythe grazed across Kazan's body, emitting a grating sound, slicing through his white suit. But aside from a tear in the fabric, Banzong could not see a single drop of blood. How is that possible? Sacrificing dozens to kill a powerful enemy. You must think yourself quite rational. Unfortunately, even stronger slashes cannot penetrate my Haki. Banzang's presence was completely clear to Kazan. Not using Conqueror's Haki for defense was merely bait to lure him in. After all, Kapu's defense was so high it could withstand divine avoidance. How could such a slash compare to Luo Jie's divine avoidance? He swung a backhand punch at speed like a lightning bolt descending from the sky. Before he could react further, Banzong took the full force of the punch. His figure flew backward like a kite, spitting blood wildly in the air, his respirator completely shattered by that blow. Swish! Kazan stomped the ground repeatedly, the terrifying recoil propelling him hundreds of meters in a single step, relentlessly pursuing Banzong. Croak! Almost simultaneously, Banzang's summoned beast Jing Fu, the giant salamander, opened its huge mouth and spewed a massive cloud of purple poison mist. Kazan noticed, kicked Banzong hundreds of meters away, and turned to try to block the poison with his haki. It was useless. Such poison gas was everywhere, spreading through the air. Unless he stopped breathing, he could not resist it. You've been poisoned by the giant salamander. You're finished. Banzong struggled to his feet. The revered demigod of the ninja world was actually beaten into a humiliating state. Whether with ninjutsu or taijutsu, he could not break through Kazan's haki defense. Fortunately, his most fearsome aspect lay in the poison sac implanted since childhood, making him a true poison man. He alone could match an entire army. The poison mist completely enveloped Kazan. Banzong waited for Kazan's final counterattack. He knew the giant salamander's poison best. Even he himself would be poisoned if inhaled for too long, showing how potent it was. In the original story, even Kinjo Lang, who had poison resistance, could not withstand the poison of Jing Fu, the giant salamander. Boom! Kazan's chakra surged, blasting the surrounding poison mist away with no trace of poisoning on his face. You're fine. Banzong was dumbfounded. Jing Fu's poison would kill any ordinary person on contact. How could the other appear unruffled? I am affected. I can clearly feel the poison. Then you. You're asking about the time until the poison takes effect. Probably because I've eaten a lot of poisonous mushrooms since childhood. Kazan grinned, his smile like a demon's. He tore through the air in a straight line, and by the time he reached Banzong, the sonic boom only echoed behind him. Bang! Banzong was severely wounded again, many bones in his body shattered. But he still managed to reunite with Jing Fu, the giant salamander, at the first opportunity. After a distortion, he once again merged with the surroundings and vanished. The opponent's speed was too fast, arguably the fastest in the ninja world. This was pure taijutsu compared to the flying thunder god technique. It even skipped the hand seals with no warning whatsoever. It made Banzong feel that Kazan's speed was even more terrifying than the flying thunder god. But it's useless. No matter where you go, my observation haki can find you. Almost at the same moment, Kazan had already charged forward like a streak of white light. Take your lovely giant salamander and die together. At least you'll have company on the road to the underworld. Infinite. Kazan clenched both fists simultaneously, his haki surging forth, forming two crosses that converged on his fists. Fistbone. Rumble. The dark clouds in the sky parted at that moment, torn apart by crimson thunder. For the first time in a long while, a beam of sunlight shone down, landing on Yuin village. What is this? It can even split the sky. Xiaonan watched in a daze from afar. The rain-soaked Yuin village, which had been drenched in constant downpour, was suddenly bathed in sunlight. The sight before her left her dazzled. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, Kazan had already swung both fists with full force. Conqueror's haki-coating armament, haki-coating monstrous strength. All energies were unleashed together. Boom, 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 boom. Kazan unleashed the most brutal assault on Banzong and the giant salamander Jing Fu beneath him. Each punch caused spatial tremors. Under such bombardment, Banzong and his summoned beast didn't even have a chance to be sent flying. Under the relentless rain-like onslaught, they felt their bodies no longer belonged to them, trembling uncontrollably, their forms mangled. Lord Banzong, the rain ninja behind him, panicked. Under such an assault, who could survive? Even the clouds were torn apart, the space constantly shaking as if it would collapse at any moment. After an unknown period, the frenzied assault ceased. The lightning glow on Kazan dissipated. He stopped punching and stood still. Before him was Banzong, battered beyond recognition, with horrifying blood continuously flowing from his body. As for his summoned beast Jing Fu, the giant salamander, after being headshot by Kazan, it escaped somewhere via summoning jutsu. Any last words? Kazan unhurriedly took out an antidote and injected himself. Seeing this, Banzang's last hope died. The other would not accompany him to the afterlife. But it made sense. He had come specifically to kill him, and with the princess of Muyi around, how could he not have the antidote for the giant salamander's poison? I never thought that after the first Hokage and Ujiboban, Muyi would produce a genius like you. I really want to see the expressions of old geezers like the Yimu when they hear I was killed by you. They'll definitely lose sleep, haha. Banzong laughed uproariously, his life force rapidly fading. He was extremely afraid of death, needing trusted guards at the door just to sleep peacefully, but now he felt an unprecedented lightness. Because he knew that the leaders of the great villages would only be more terrified when they heard of his death. Moreover, this was a figure comparable to the first Hokage and Ujiboban. Dying at such hands was not a disgrace to the title of demigod. De Yimu, you've given me a reminder. Kazan turned around and called out to Xiao Nen, the bird-like figure in the sky. Banzong is dead. I purposely left you his head. Don't forget our cooperation. With that, Kazan soared into the air, stepping on the air, and disappeared after a few bounds. As if he hadn't killed a demigod of the ninja world, but just a mere grunt. Xiao Nan's heart could not calm down for a long time. Only after a while did she descend to sever Banzang's head and turn to bring it back to the village. They needed to end this revolution as soon as possible. The revolution in Aim village concluded swiftly. As Konan returned bearing the severed head of Hanzo the Rain Ninja, who had held their ground, laid down their weapons and surrendered. And Yahiko, carrying the ideals of the Akatsuki, became the new leader of AIM Village. Regardless of whether those dreams could ever be realized, Yahiko's vision had offered the majority of the village a grand, but perhaps illusory promise. Thus the Akatsuki ceased to exist as a separate entity, merging entirely into AIM Village. 2 days later, Yahiko appeared in Hanzo's former office. Though both the leader of the Akatsuki and the leader of AIM Village carried the title of leader, the nature of their duties could not have been more different. The former resembled guerrilla fighters, or rather a ragtag collection of misfits. The latter was a formally recognized institution acknowledged by the international ninja world. Yahiko had been drowning in administrative affairs over these past days, utterly overwhelmed. You need some rest. You've barely slept 5 hours across 2 days. I wish I could, but there is still so much for the village to attend to. Yahiko bore prominent dark circles beneath his eyes. Only upon truly becoming a ninja of AIM Village had he come to understand how arduous it was to realize his ideals. Many in the village are watching to see our stance on the war. Nagato reminded him from nearby. It was a time of war. The world outside raged in chaos, and AIM Village, situated at the heart of the continent and sandwiched between the great ninja villages, found it nearly impossible to remain untouched. We will not join the ninja world war. Yahiko hoped AIM Village could follow Iron Country's example, remaining a neutral nation untangled from any conflict. But we promised Kazan we would cooperate with Konoha. We have already delayed too long. Upon hearing this, Yahiko's brows furrowed with worry once more. Their cooperation with Kazan had indeed included assisting Konoha, ideally by joining forces to drive the other villages from the battlefield and bring the war to a close. Indeed, we've waited too long. Yahiko turned to his 2 childhood friends. Konan, Nagato, I entrust this mission to you both. When it came to negotiating with Konoha, there was no one more trustworthy than these 2. I still have important matters to attend to here. The former leader had perished at the hands of Konoha's demon. Many had witnessed that crimson lightning rending the sky that day. Now that AIM Village sought alliance with Konoha, the emotional unrest within the village required his personal attention to quell, a task certain to prove cumbersome. Konan and Nagato nodded, their expressions grave. They moved with great speed and departed the very same day. At the Konoha frontline camp, Orochimaru and Tsunade were discussing strategy and formulating their plans. At that moment, a ninja entered and addressed them. Orochimaru-sama, Tsunade-sama, envoys from AIM Village have arrived. Envoys from AIM Village. The 2 exchanged a glance as though something passed between them unspoken. Bring them in. Moments later, Konan and Nagato stepped into the tent. Orochimaru and Tsunade immediately noticed Nagato, or rather his Rinnegan. The 3 disciples Jiraiya once trained back in the day. Orochimaru instantly pieced it together. The founders of the Akatsuki were precisely that trio, the 3 individuals Jiraiya had left behind and cared for in AIM Village. The brat from back then has grown so tall he... What is your name? Orochimaru's gaze fixed upon Nagato's eyes. Those purple spiral-patterned pupils, the legendary eye of the sage, the Rinnegan. Uzumaki Nagato. Uzumaki. Tsunade had of course noticed the distinctive red hair that marked the Uzumaki lineage, but had not given it further thought. Now hearing that surname, she realized he was in fact a member of her grandmother's clan, one of the few remaining Uzumaki in the world. We come bearing sincerity. Konan produced the agreement they had prepared in advance. The terms largely mirrored those negotiated with Kazan, though Konan had privately added several clauses. AIM Village intended to establish trade relations with Konoha after the war, further strengthening the bond between the 2 villages. This was not merely about seeking shelter under a powerful tree, but also about accessing Konoha's abundant resources, things AIM Village needed for its own development. Yahiko had agreed, without hesitation, not for economic gain. He genuinely believed that among all the ninja villages, Konoha cherished peace the most. Yahiko planned to build a peace framework starting with Konoha. Orochimaru welcomed this wholeheartedly. In this way, Konoha would effectively command both grass and rain ninja forces alongside its own, significantly bolstering their military strength, enough to attempt driving the IWA and soon a ninja from the battlefield. However, where is Kazan? He disappeared after killing Hanzo. As expected, both Orochimaru and Tsunade had already suspected as much. Yet hearing confirmation that Hanzo, the half-god of the Rain Country who had nearly cost them their lives, had been slain by Kazan, still made them draw sharp breaths. That boy had already surpassed them, approaching the caliber of the legends of old. Did he say where he was going? No, but I infer he may have headed toward the land of Earth. Konan had overheard Kazan's final conversation with Hanzo with her own ears. Orochimaru and Tsunade exchanged another glance. Though the Konoha forces had made no progress on this front, Orochimaru was no fool. He had already secretly uncovered the IWA ninja supply lines. Moreover, the village had dispatched Minato Namikaze to lead a mission along those routes himself. The 2 kept silent, instead turning their attention to the negotiations with Konan and Nagato. The discussions proceeded smoothly. Both sides shared similar governing philosophies, and the alignment between them was nearly seamless. Orochimaru had harbored hopes of extracting concessions from these talks, reasoning that with Hanzo dead and no longer holding leverage, AIM Village had little grounds to bargain with Konoha. Yet Tsunade rejected each of his proposals, showing no difficulty toward AIM Village and pushing earnestly for the alliance. Then we shall take our leave. There remains much for the village to attend to. I will personally write to Jiraiya. I imagine he will be quite surprised to learn you now lead AIM village. Hearing this, they both smiled faintly at the memory of their kind master. They lingered no longer. The moment they departed, Tsunade turned to Orochimaru. Find a way to notify Kazan. Have him coordinate with Minato's team for the next operation. I've already sent my snakes to search for Kazan. Orochimaru and Tsunade had thought alike. Now that AIM village stood united with Konoha once the mission to sever the IWA supply lines was completed. Konoha could combine the strength of rain and grass ninja to drive the IWA ninja back into the land of Earth. The remaining sand ninja, seeing the tide turn against them, would likely retreat of their own accord. Thus this entire front could be stabilized. And all of this traced back to the moment Kazan slew the half-god of the ninja world. What did you say? Hanzo is dead. Is the news reliable? It's a message investigated by the Umbu Tsuchikage-sama. Inoki stared at the urgent intelligence in his hand, his brows furrowed deeply. Hanzo's death should have been a golden opportunity for the IWA. They could have led their forces to invade the land of rain. However, the problem was that by the time they received the news, Amigakure had already reached an agreement with Konoha. Konoha, what a cunning scheme. Since the second great ninja war, Amigakure had been a strategic stronghold. But due to Hanzo, even the 4 great ninja villages had never been able to take it down, and Hanzo himself had no interest in cooperation whatsoever. He had been confident in his own strength, known as the demigod of the shinobi world. Yet now he had fallen at the hands of Konoha's demon god. Inoki would never believe that Konoha had no part in this. But how could he have imagined that the so-called demigod Hanzo would die at the hands of Kazan, Chiyo of Suna, the third Raikage of Kumo, and now Hanzo of AIM? Konoha's prodigies had become a force to be reckoned with. If he had known back then, he would have done everything to kill that person. But now it was too late for words. Inoki flew out of the camp. At present, IWA were fighting on 2 fronts, coordinating tacitly with Suna to simultaneously attack Kumobikure and Konoha. They had just achieved some gains when this unexpected change occurred. No more delays. Prepare the troops. We will launch a full-scale assault tomorrow. What is the target? Kumonin and Konoha. This time I will lead the assault personally. Also inform the Sunanin of our actions. Yes. The IWA Umbu vanished with a whoosh, heading to relay the message to the Sunanin. Soon Raza received the message Inoki wished to convey. What do you think? Raza set down the intelligence about Hanzo's death and asked Ebizo. Inoki is getting restless. He fears that Hanzo's death might cause changes. IWA have invested massive forces in the land of lightning and the land of rain recently. They need to achieve results to compensate for the war's losses. Ebizo understood perfectly. It's just as I thought. And on this point we Sunanin are the same. The IWA needed victories to offset their losses, and so did the Sunanin. Both Suna and IWA had invested massive forces in this battlefield, suffering the heaviest losses. They would tear a piece of flesh from the land of lightning, even if it meant scraping it off. What is our decision? Mobilize all forces and launch a full-scale assault on both Konoha and Kumonin. For Konoha, adopt the conservative strategy. With the combined strength of 2 great villages, even Konoha and Kumonin would find it hard to handle. Don't forget those sly old foxes of Kiri were also launching a surprise attack on the land of lightning from the sea. The only thing Raza worried about was that Konoha demon god. The so-called conservative strategy was simply to retreat at the sight of the enemy, just a nicer way of putting it. Hanzo's death swept through the shinobi world like a storm. The fall of the demigod was a monumental event, exerting a tremendous influence on the war. Now the name of Konoha's demon god spread to every corner. Within Konoha, Kazan's glorious achievements were being exaggerated to the point of legend. Some were even hyping that Kazan would soon rival the first Hokage, inspiring the entire village. In Hiruzen Sarutobi's office, he was not sitting, but standing by the window gazing at the scenery outside the village. From this spot, every time Kazan entered, he would break a pane of glass. He had high expectations for Kazan, firmly believing that one day Kazan would become a figure like the Sannin. Who would have thought that he would not just become one but surpass them? Previously, people called Kazan the demon god of Konoha because his combat stance was like that of a demon god. Every time he went into battle, it triggered celestial phenomena. The clear sky would darken instantly with his appearance. But now people called him demon god because he possessed supernatural combat power like that of a demon god. What a pity. Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke, blowing it out the window. He had already heard about the matter between Kazan and the Uchiha. Even from the rear of Konoha, Hiruzen was fully aware of everything happening in the troops. His goal was to achieve the complete unification of Konoha, but the relationship between the Uchiha and the village had never improved. Hearing that the Uchiha greatly respected Kazan, Hiruzen initially wondered if he had misheard. After all, the Uchiha were notoriously difficult, arrogantly believing themselves to be the strongest in the shinobi world. Winning their recognition was extremely hard. But upon careful thought, if Kazan could gain the support of the Uchiha, and he himself could assist with all his might, Konoha might achieve true unification, with everyone united, ushering in an unprecedented peak. Unfortunately, Kazan was still too young. His brilliant military achievements were enough to make him Hokage, but his life experience was not convincing enough. While Minato and Fugaku also have a good relationship, having him succeed as the 4th Hokage can lay a solid foundation for the future. Hiruzen Sarutobi had long planned to step down. Moreover, the successor to the fourth Hokage must not have any clan backing. Initially, he had chosen Orochimaru as his successor. Orochimaru was exceptionally talented, calm in nature, and farsighted, one of the best candidates to inherit his position. But he ended up getting involved with Danzo. Just then, Minato Namikaze emerged as a rising star, giving Hiruzen another option. Continue to closely monitor the frontline situation. Also inform Jiraiya and ask him to have the sages of Mount Myaboku relay the message to Kazan, ensuring that Minato's mission is completed smoothly. Yes. The Umbu ninja also vanished with a whoosh. After issuing all orders, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned to look toward the back mountain. Lately there had been no sound of Kazan's bang-bang punching there, and he found it strangely unsettling. Hanzo's death ignited the entire shinobi world. On this day, the Sunanin and Iwnin mobilized in full force, launching fierce attacks on both Kumanin and Konoha. Orochimaru and Tsunade called everyone into the camp to discuss countermeasures. But in truth, there was little to discuss. With the large-scale offensive from Suna and Iwa, they would not stop until they achieved results. Anoki and Raza are both restless. They want a quick victory. What should we do? Fight. What else can we do? A squad leader spoke coldly. Their hatred had grown rapidly in the war, and they wished to make the enemy disappear, completely killing every last Iwnin and Sunanin. Finally, everyone turned their gaze to Orochimaru, the commander of the forces. Contact the Kusanin and Ainin. Have them help us repel the Sunanin and Iwnin. Orochimaru's eerie eyes gleamed with a cold, killing intent. Shikaku Nara frowned and asked, what about Kazan? He has an important mission. Upon hearing this, Shikaku Nara asked no further questions. The flames of war began to burn once again, and this time on a larger scale. The 5 great ninja villages, including Aim and the Land of Grass, were all drawn into this war. The battle had already begun on this side, and Jiraiya only then received Hiruzen's message. Kazan is truly about to catch up with the first Hokage. Jiraiya's heart raced as he read the letter. That Hanzo who had tormented them to the brink in the Second Great Ninja War and bestowed upon them the title of Sannin had actually died like that at the hands of Kazan. But now was not the time for such lamentations. The battlefield where Orochimaru and Tsunade were fighting was probably already in chaos. Summoning technique. Jiraiya called out the messenger toad. Kosuke, I have a favor to ask. Deliver this intelligence to Kazan as fast as possible. Understood. Kosuke, without a word, swallowed the intelligence, then vanished in a puff of smoke, heading to find Kazan. Jiraiya was not the only one to receive the news. Danzo also did. He heard important intelligence from a root ninja. The legendary Rinnegan. Are you sure? Our people saw it with their own eyes. Nagato of the Uzumaki clan in Amigakure is suspected to possess the sage's eyes. Meanwhile, Kazan had already entered the Land of Earth. His goal this time was clear: to reach the Hidden Rock Village and obtain their 2 secret techniques, the Lightweight Rock and Heavyweight Rock. He was powerful enough, but no one would ever consider themselves too strong. Moreover, the ninja world still harbored the Otsutsuki clan, Uchiha Madara, and other truly top-tier combatants. Besides, now was the best time. If he waited until the war ended, his invasion would only provoke greater conflict. As things stood, how much worse could the outcome be? They were already enemies, having fought each other on the battlefield for a long time. It couldn't get any worse. Bang! Just as Kazan was about to act, a spatial fluctuation emerged. Then Shao Jie appeared before him. Kazan, the Leaf Village has an important mission for you. Shao Jie spat out a scroll from his mouth. A mission? They had used Mount Myaboku's internal phone. It must be something important. Kazan didn't mind the scroll covered in toad saliva. He took it and opened it. It recorded the mission of Minato's squad to cut off the supply lines of the Hidden Rock Village. The Battle of Canopy Bridge. Kazan immediately thought of the crucial turning point of the Third Great Ninja War. I never thought this war would go on for so long. In this war, even Kazan had lost track of time. He was either on his way to battle or fighting, from the Land of Rivers to the Land of Sound, and then from the Land of Sound to the Land of Rain. He had even made a trip to Mount Myaboku in between, and unconsciously so much time had passed. But the timeline is still much earlier. Is it because of the Third Raikage's death? After a brief thought, Kazan said to Shao Jie, I understand. I'll get there as soon as possible. Then I'll head back. Shao Jie vanished with a bang and returned to Mount Myaboku. As for Kazan, he stood up and looked toward the distant Hidden Rock Village. Built among the mountains, the central Tsuchikage building was carved into the rock, quite distinctive. Kazan could clearly sense a large barrier around the Hidden Rock Village similar to that of the Leaf Village. Without knowing the password, it was impossible to infiltrate silently. But I have no intention of sneaking in anyway. A smirk curled at the corner of Kazan's mouth. The next moment, he leaped into the air, covering hundreds of meters in a single step, charging straight into the Hidden Rock Village. Almost at the same time, the barrier squad of the Hidden Rock Village immediately detected an intruder. Lord Han Wei found an intruder. An intruder? Where? At that moment, the third Tsuchikage had already gone to the battlefield, leaving only 2 uncontrollable Jinchuriki to guard the village. The Five-Tails Jinchuriki was one of them. In the sky. What? Han immediately led his men out of the building. Looking up, they indeed saw a figure descending at tremendous speed, not flying, but walking in midair. In a few breaths, the figure landed with a crash on the roof of the office building. A textbook Marvel-style superhero landing. You're the demon of the Leaf Village, Kazan. He was easy to recognize. The unique justice cape on his back was his trademark. What do you want in our hidden rock village? Han's expression turned grim. The man before him had just killed the demigod of the ninja world. His appearance at the hidden rock village could only mean trouble. Can't you tell? I'm here to fight. Kazan grinned, and his conqueror's haki erupted from him, sweeping across the entire hidden rock village. His haki was even more profound. Under the clear blue sky, dark red lightning bolts continuously struck down. The death of Hanzo had brought his fame in the ninja world to version 3.0, and his template fusion had now reached 80. Thud. Thud. In an instant, many of the hidden rock ninjas around Han couldn't withstand it and collapsed unconscious. The hidden rock village is not a place for you to run wild. Then come and stop me. Kazan moved swift as thunder. In a flash, he appeared before Han and threw a punch that sent him flying. Boom, boom, boom. He left several shadow clones behind, then bit his thumb to summon with blood. Summoning technique. Bang. A massive cloud of smoke erupted, and Hakimi let out a tiger roar as it stepped out. I'll leave this place to you all. The shadow clones split up quickly, entering the interior to search for the secret techniques he wanted. Finally, Kazan patted Hakimi's head, then leaped up and gave chase. The commotion here could not be concealed. The remaining hidden rock forces immediately converged on the spot. Hakimi let out another tiger roar and charged into the hidden rock forces alongside the shadow clones. At that moment, the sky was filled with endless dark red lightning echoing across the entire land of Earth. Many people noticed the ominous phenomenon in the sky. That dark red lightning. It's the demon of the Leaf Village. He's here. Where's Lord Han? He's already engaged the enemy. That's not enough. Quickly find Lord Laozi and tell him a big trouble has arrived. Yes. The hidden rock forces left to guard the village numbered over 4,000 with 2 Jinchuriki stationed. With such a setup, who would dare to invade? Yet Kazan of the Leaf Village had come just like that, descending from the sky and breaking into their hidden rock. Many sensed that a great calamity was upon them. The Leaf's demon's record was too brilliant. Even the demigod of the ninja world had fallen at his hands. Could the hidden rock stop him? Rumble! The dark red lightning raged as if about to tear the sky apart. Regardless, let's kill his summoned beast first. The captain of the guard led his men to pounce on Hakimi. After all, it was the summoned beast of such a prominent figure, it was bound to be formidable. In fact, Hakimi was indeed extraordinary. Its size was now nearly as large as Toad Bunta, yet it moved with incredible speed and could spit out 5-element ninjutsu. What's more, it had mastered sage techniques, and each strike inflicted heavy casualties on the hidden rock. Of course, the ninjas who could still hold on were those filtered by Kazan's conqueror's haki, elites among the hidden rock. They fought together against Hakimi while ordering others to wake the ninjas who had been knocked unconscious, thus bolstering their forces. Meanwhile, on the other side, the battle between Kazan and Han had already begun. Han, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, was known as the Steam Ninja. He was a towering figure standing at 2.28 meters tall and weighing over 100 kilograms. At that moment, a train-like woo-woo sound emanated from his body and a massive amount of steam burst forth. Then, like a locomotive, he charged forward at high speed, unstoppable. Steam advance. Han let out a mighty roar and rammed straight into Kazan, the continuous steam raising the temperature of the battlefield. Boom. Kazan stood unmoved, his body coated in armament haki, a layer of black armor covering his skin. Using steam to enhance your destructive power and speed. Not bad. Compared to Hanzo, fighting a guy like you is much more interesting. Bang. Kazan threw a backhanded punch. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted as Kazan's lightning-fast fist struck, sending Han flying backward violently. Arg. He spat out a mouthful of blood, severely wounded after just one punch. Such a punch was overwhelmingly heavy, imbued with the monstrous strength of the Qinsho clan and the invasion of haki. Sizzle. A torrent of steam erupted from his back, halting his momentum. After just one exchange, Han realized this was an opponent he could not defeat. Yet he showed no intention of retreating, for behind him lay the Yanin village, the land that had raised him. More steam surged from his body, shrouding the entire area. Even more convenient than the Mist Ninja's hidden mist technique. The temperature here continued to rise as his massive steam release made it feel like stepping into a sauna. Rip! Kazan tore off his coat and cloak, charging headlong into the thick mist. A moment later, boom. The mist was dispelled as they stood with fists locked, their knuckles colliding. The shockwave erupted from between their fists, scattering all the mist. Boil release unrivaled monstrous strength. Han roared, raising his chakra to its boiling point, unleashing 1,000 gene force that surpassed even monstrous strength. Simultaneously, an invisible gravitational force accompanied his fist, allowing him to hold his own against Kazan in a direct punch exchange. This must be the weighted rock technique that Kazan desired. But it was useless. Bang, bang, bang. They exchanged heavy blows, each strike a full-force assault, clashing fists repeatedly. Kazan used observation haki to seize the moment. He found an opening, his fist striking like a viper's tongue, tearing through the air. Boom. Kazan's fist slammed into Han's chest, swift and ferocious, sending his over 2-meter-tall massive frame flying sideways, finally crashing into a mountain range, leaving a human-shaped crater. But soon Han emerged from another direction, writhing out. It seemed to be some kind of earth release technique that allowed free movement through rock. Earth release lightened rock technique. Han stared at Kazan in silence, fully enhancing his own state. Then, with a speed utterly disproportionate to his size, he charged at Kazan. Propelled by steam and lightened rock reducing his density even as a little giant over 2 meters tall, he moved with the agility of a fish in water. Whoosh! In an instant he crossed hundreds of meters to strike. Speed equals power. This held true in physics, but the drawback of lightened rock was that while it reduced body density, enhancing mobility, and even enabling flight, it also diminished strength. To compensate for this flaw, successive generations of rock ninja had developed the weighted rock technique to boost their attack power. In the Fourth Great Ninja War, Dayemu used this technique in tandem with the Fourth Reikage, enabling the latter to punch through the absolute defense of Susanoo. All excellent techniques. Kazan desired them even more. Boom. He swung his fist, colliding with the opponents. Both attacks were immensely fierce, the ground beneath them could not withstand it, and shattered instantly. Kazan was not as imposing as Han in stature, but with the blessing of Haki, he seemed invincible. Open! He erupted with force, the thunder in the sky roaring, as if echoing his will. Han barely held on for a moment before being sent flying again, his internal organs continuously invaded by armament Haki. Just then the sound of battle cries shook the heavens in the distance. Reinforcements from the rock ninja had arrived. Seeing Han spitting blood from Kazan's blows, though shocked, they charged forward recklessly. Earth release rock iron cannon technique. They worked in perfect unison, and in moments dozens of them executed the technique to attack. A torrent of rocks rained down like hail, but Kazan stood unmoving. However, upon closer inspection, one could still sense Haki enveloping his body. The rock ninja's techniques were blocked half a meter before reaching him, unable to advance further. Buzz! Then a violent eruption burst from his body, a massive chakra explosion that sent everything flying. Immediately after, Kazan bent his knees, and after a simple power-up charged straight into the rock ninja ranks like a tyrannosaur. Ah! Screams instantly filled the battlefield. Kazan wove his fists continuously as he charged into the crowd. With each punch, groups of rock ninja were sent flying, a truly awe-inspiring scene. He showed no mercy. Without Uchiha Madara's Sharingan, he had observation Haki. Crackle! Red lightning erupted from his fist. With a single blow, he struck the air instantly, sending dozens flying. Dust and sand rose across the battlefield, but they could not hinder his movements. He struck anyone in sight, without hesitation, bare-chested, sending rock ninja tumbling one after another. Earth release hardening technique. Boom. It was useless. Even the rock ninja's strongest defense was no match for one of Kazan's punches. Their hardened bodies lasted less than a second before being pierced. Horrific blood sprayed, splattering across the ground. Monster! The rock ninja trembled with shock. Such an enemy was terrifying, flawless in both offense and defense. No, perhaps there was still a weakness. Some thought to use Jinjutsu against him, coordinating to subdue Kazan. But before their techniques could begin, Kazan's gaze swept over them. What kind of look was that? It seemed to pierce the soul. Conqueror's Haki struck their minds like a hammer, eliciting agonized screams. Stop right there. Seeing his village's forces being battered and sent flying with screams unending, Han charged from afar at extreme speed. Steam-weighted rock, lightened rock. He unleashed every technique, all converging into a kick from his right foot. Still useless. Kazan raised his left arm, blocking Han's full-force strike. Then crackle! Lightning surged over his body. Many rock ninja recognized it as the Cloud Ninja's secret technique, lightning release chakra mode. Too weak. Call out that beast inside you. Kazan had not forgotten the possible achievement, brutally beating the nine-tailed beasts. From behind, more rock ninja arrived. Kazan grabbed Han and swung him backward like a weapon. Ugh! Han felt as if his entire body was being torn apart by a terrifying centrifugal force, his body uncontrollably crashing into his comrades, sending them all flying together. But before he could think more, Kazan pursued, leaping into the air, his fist glowing with vivid red light as it descended. Fistbone shockwave. With a punch from midair, a massive explosion occurred, the ground shattering continuously. Nearby rock ninja were caught in the blast, their bodies uncontrollably sent flying backward. Kazan fought alone against 1,000 like a tiger among sheep, striking terror into the hearts of the IWA shinobi. They did not retreat, for there was no path of escape, only the resolve to fight. Yet the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful, hailed as a demon god, another extraordinary figure to emerge from Konoha since the first Hokage. No ninjutsu could draw near him, and even the most refined taijutsu failed to harm him in the slightest. He had no weaknesses. On the battlefield, Kazan bare-chested weaved through the crowd with fluid agility. Each punch he threw triggered massive explosions, sending IWA shinobi flying through the air. Earth release, Earth Dragon projectile. In an instant, dozens of shinobi joined forces to unleash the same jutsu, pushing its power to the pinnacle. Boom! The dragon roared as it collided with the Conqueror's Haki barrier, failing to harm Kazan in the slightest. With a low hum, his Haki bloomed outward, shredding the dragon just half a meter away. Then Kazan shot forward like a bolt of lightning, raising his fist for another strike. His speed was unmatched, already the fastest in the shinobi world, as if he were teleporting through space, arriving before his foes in the blink of an eye. He swung his fist, striking the air itself, reminiscent of Whitebeard's Quake Punch. Even without a Devil Fruit ability, the compressed air blast sent the IWA shinobi hurtling away. Ugh! 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 They spat blood as they flew backward, gravely wounded by a single blow, their combat abilities utterly shattered. Enough of this brat. Han attacked once more, his body shrouded in surging steam mirroring the fiery passion blazing within him. His fist came crashing down, carrying the undulation of gravity and the propulsive force of steam fused into a single devastating strike. Kazan turned and met the blow head-on, refusing to retreat even a single step. Boom! Hansama's full power strike blocked so easily. The IWA shinobi's hearts grew even heavier. They had witnessed Han crush countless enemies into pulp with his iron fists, yet now he could not even touch his opponent. No, it was more than that. Upon closer inspection, they realized Han's fist remained suspended, unable to close the distance. Stopped cold, repelled before reaching its target. Fist bone. Damn it. Han's eyes sharpened in alarm as he retreated at terrifying speed, enhanced by steam and the lightweight rock technique. Yet a flash of lightning streaked across the battlefield, and Kazan appeared behind him. Impact. His fist seemed to pierce through space itself, arriving before Han had any chance to react. There was nowhere to dodge, only to endure. Earth release hardening technique. This was his last resort, hardening his skin to the toughness of rock in a desperate attempt to withstand the unparalleled blow. PCHH. His hardened skin was torn apart in an instant. Kazan's fist, unrelenting, pierced straight through his chest. Hansama. The IWA shinobi's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept that Han had fallen before them. But a Jinchuriki is not so easily slain. An ominous presence soon surged from Han's body, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Many IWA shinobi realized what it was, the chakra of a tailed beast. One by one, tails emerged from behind him, finally settling at 5. At the same time, a cloak of chakra enveloped Han. He dropped to all fours, much like Yujito had done before, differing only in the number of tails. Roar! He let out a beastly howl, his 5 tails whipping out in a sweeping arc. Clang! Kazan remained utterly motionless, gazing down at Han, now in his semi-tailed beast form. I've heard the 5 tails is famed for its boil release, physical prowess, and sheer impact. But this level of power is far from enough. Let that beast inside you out. Ignoring the lashing tails, he grabbed Han by the head and leaped skyward. As he soared, the clouds above were torn asunder, revealing a vast cloudless expanse. Crimson lightning bolts crackled down relentlessly, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Then, seafloor drop. Kazan slammed the 5 tails down with tremendous force, burying it deep within a mountain. Crash! A whole mountain shattered into pieces. Rocks flew in every direction, and the violent shockwave rippled across heaven and earth, making it nearly impossible to stand. Kazan's gaze swept over the scene, and he suddenly smiled. He tapped his toes lightly on the air, then dove downward at incredible speed. Almost simultaneously, a low growl echoed from within the dust. A pure white beast burst through the smoke, revealing its true form. It was the 5 tails Kokuo. Charging headlong at the plummeting Kazan, the beast met him with its horns. Boom! An even more colossal collision erupted. The Jinchuriki, beaten to the brink of death, had forced the 5 tails to fully manifest. After blocking Kazan's punch, the 5 tails spun and swept its tail, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Stronger than the 2 tails. Is your strength as tailed beasts really determined by the number of tails? He was unharmed, even curious about the hierarchy of the 9-tailed beasts, wondering if the Sage of 6 Paths had truly been so partial, bestowing most of the chakra upon Kurama. Human. Kokuo said nothing, merely fixing its gaze intensely upon Kazan. His overwhelming power exceeded any expectation the IWA shinobi or the beast had, rivaling the might of the first Hokage in his prime. You're quite cold. Very well then. Let's fight. Kazan's feet left the ground, his fists coiling with power. He shot forward like a beam of light, tearing through the air at breakneck speed. Kokuo charged head-on, all 4 legs pounding the earth in a full sprint toward Kazan. Finally, they collided once more, the tremendous impact sending tremors throughout the entire village of Awagakure. Pretty tough, but too slow. Moving like thunder itself, Kazan appeared at Kokuo's flank in an instant and delivered a punch that sent the beast flying. Since its very birth, aside from being captured by the first Hokage, the beast had never suffered such humiliation. Its limbs were lifted from the ground, its massive body sent hurtling through the air. Let's see just how hard those horns of yours really are. Kazan pursued relentlessly, his fist brimming with haki aimed squarely at the horns atop the 5 tails head. Even a tailed beast as powerful as it was pinned to the ground and beaten mercilessly with no chance to fight back. The IWA shinobi behind watched in stunned disbelief. The very beasts they regarded as symbols of calamity were now being pummeled like some helpless little pony. Such a thing had never happened before. But, team up against the 5 tails. Regardless of whether the beast would go berserk or could be sealed again, Kazan was their greatest enemy at this moment. Everyone fall back. At that moment, Rashi's voice rang out. Because of his ideological clash with Inoki, he had distanced himself from Awagakure, choosing to live in the mountains. But the village was not Inoki's alone. Seeing Awagakure in crisis, he could not stand by. Watching the 5 tails being beaten without any chance to retaliate, he knew that even with his addition little would change. So the moment he entered the battlefield, he began to call upon the 4 tails within him. Monkey. I know. Leave it to me. Son Goku. The 4 tails, without a word, took control of Rashi's body. Roar. A thunderous bellow erupted as Rashi's body rapidly transformed, swelling into a colossal red-furred ape with 4 tails. Unlike other tailed beasts, the 4 tails despised being referred to by its title. Thus upon first contact it had told Rashi its true name. Their relationship was unusually close, like a pair of old friends who were always bantering. Kazan naturally noticed the new arrival. He dodged the Four Tails' incoming fist, but was immediately sent flying by a sweep of the Five Tails' tails. With a thud, Kazan was launched into the air. Almost simultaneously, both the Four Tails and Five Tails gathered chakra in their mouths. Not tailed beast balls, but ninjutsu of lava release and boil release. Moon step. Kazan tapped his feet mid-air and evaded with ease, looking down upon the two colossal beasts below. Not as grand as Madara Uchiha single-handedly facing all 9-tailed beasts in the Fourth War, but not bad either. Speaking of which, you two have always been my favorites. These two-tailed beasts were inspired by the myths of the Dragon Kingdom. The Five Tails named Kokuo was even derived from King Mu of Zhou. Son Goku, of course, was modeled after the great sage from Journey to the West. I'll set you free right now and send you to be reborn. His haki surged wildly, and thunder roared above Kazan's head. Both of the Yin Ninja's two-tailed beasts have appeared fully transformed into their beast forms. In the past, this would have been an absolute disaster. But now the Four Tails and the Five Tails have become the final hope for the Yin Ninja. However, they looked up and saw the My Demon God hovering in midair, showing no fear at all, even smiling with a calmness that was chilling. To maintain such a composed demeanor before two-tailed beasts, this was a spirit that perhaps only the legendary My Twin heroes of the past possessed. The huge eyes of the Four Tails and the Five Tails locked onto Kazan in midair, their expressions tense. Be careful, Mu Wang. I know. He is no ordinary ninja. He is very strong. Very strong. To be regarded with such caution by a tailed beast proves Kazan's power. Let's begin. As soon as his words fell, Kazan dove from midair swift as a thunderbolt. Overwhelming chi surged within him, stirring even the sky itself as countless dark red thunderbolts fell alongside him. Kazan clenched his fist, and a red cross grew from small to large, illuminating the heavens. Finally, he threw a fierce punch. Galactic impact. It was a sight of extreme terror. The Yin Ninja below seemed to glimpse countless red meteors falling alongside Kazan. However, the attack came too swiftly, leaving no time for further thought. Boom. The three energies, domineering aura, chakra, and physical strength, descended simultaneously, detonating the area. The Four Tails and the Five Tails joined forces, exerting their power to resist, but were still forced back step by step. They gritted their teeth, struggling to hold on. It could be seen that the Five Tails' forelimbs were bent under the pressure. The Yin Ninja could not believe what would happen if this punch struck a human. Perhaps not even a trace would remain. Boom. The terrifying power detonated, stirring up a storm that swept across the entire Yin Ninja. Whoosh! The Four Tails and the Five Tails joined forces and barely managed to withstand this blow, but the next second Kazan tore through the air and charged. He swung a punch, striking the Five Tails' face and sending the pure white beast flying backward. Human. The Four Tails roared, its fist pressing down like a mountain. Kazan also threw a punch to meet it, colliding with the Four Tails' fist. The Four Tails' overall abilities have always been considered among the top of the nine-tailed beasts. Its lava release could melt the god tree, and it possessed monstrous strength, holding a high status among the nine-tailed beasts, having once commanded them in battle during the Fourth Great Ninja War. However, its monstrous strength could not shake Kazan in the slightest. It's not over yet. The Four Tails roared, swinging both fists, each punch carrying the force to shatter a mountain. Kazan also swung his fists to meet them, producing a series of explosive sounds. Bang, bang, bang. The man and the beast relentlessly exchanged blows, each collision stirring up a gale and shaking the very air. The Yin Ninja behind were stunned. A mortal body could actually contend with a tailed beast, even gaining the upper hand. Such a scene they had never witnessed before. No, not contending, but gaining the upper hand. Kazan's punching speed grew faster and faster, so fast that the Four Tails could not keep up. Finally, it revealed a flaw which was caught by Kazan's observation haki. Fistbone. Meteor impact. Kazan's fist erupted with deep red electric light and smashed forward with unstoppable force. Pooh! No blood blossomed, but the Yin Ninja's eyes widened. What did they see? One of the Four Tails' arms had been reduced to powder. Kazan did not pursue because the Five Tails was already charging from the other side, its horn piercing through the air as it rammed. It spewed out a massive amount of steam like a gigantic train speeding at high velocity. Bang! Kazan turned around and spread his 5 fingers. The rocks beneath his feet shattered and burst apart, yet his feet did not move an inch. Roar! Almost simultaneously, the Four Tails swung its fist covered in scorching lava that could melt everything. Kazan's fist, wrapped in domineering aura, met it head-on, fending off the pincer attack from both tailed beasts unharmed. Impossible. Can't even this hurt him? Someone muttered, their lips trembling. How many people in the world could achieve such a feat? Kazan, 1 against 2, fought the tailed beasts with all his might, a scene as epic as a myth, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The Four Tails and the Five Tails held nothing back, unleashing boil release and lava release, simultaneously blasting at Kazan. Kazan moved like lightning, setting aside techniques like the Flying Thunder God. He represented the ultimate speed of the age, and such attacks could not even approach him. He sped forward, weaving through the rocky terrain, and in the blink of an eye he was right in front of the two-tailed beasts. But just then a large segment of memory flooded his mind, and he revealed a flaw. Now Mu Wang. Use the tail. The four tails and the five tails seized the opportunity, turning simultaneously as their tails swept out from behind. Boom. Even Kazan was sent flying by this combined strike, landing on a hilltop and raising a cloud of dust. Yet he was unharmed. Since he had comprehended Conqueror's hockey defense aside from the third Raikage's one-finger penetration, no one had been able to break through his defense. Have they found it? Kazan stood up and walked out of the dust. The memory just now was transmitted from his shadow clone, which had automatically dispelled its technique. Not only the lightweight rock and heavyweight rock techniques, but also the secret scrolls of the Yen ninja were taken away by his shadow clone. Next I will deal with you. Kazan stepped on the corpse of a nearby Yen ninja and stared straight at the two-tailed beasts ahead. The latter's four limbs simultaneously gripped the ground, an instinctive reaction to threat. Don't be nervous. The process won't be as complicated as you imagine. It will be over in an instant. Gather. Kazan clenched his right fist, and the natural energy of heaven and earth immediately converged toward him. His body was like a black hole, seemingly draining all the natural energy in the area. The four tails and the five tails immediately sensed this unusual phenomenon. This energy. Could it be? It's natural energy. Cat Squirrel and Gyuki weren't lying. He has mastered the same sage mode as the old man. Kazan's aura surged to another level. His eyes turned dark gold, and black mystical patterns appeared on his face. What's happening? His chakra. It's even stronger. A sensory ninja closed his eyes, sensing the vast chakra, and his voice trembled as he spoke. When he opened his eyes again, Kazan had already left his original spot, moving rapidly through the void, and reappeared in front of the two-tailed beasts. Now I will grant you freedom. Sage Art. Infinite Fistbone. As the last word fell, a storm of attacks was unleashed instantly. The four tails and five tails could barely be discerned when Kazan had already charged forward, a streak of white light racing toward them. Sage Art. Monstrous Strength. Conqueror's Haki. Three powers converged upon his fists. The four tails and five tails possessed keen perception, being chakra-based life forms highly sensitive to such energy. At that moment, they sensed the cataclysmic might contained within Kazan's fists. Sage Art. Infinite Fistbones. The final syllable fell. Kazan's fists lashed out like a storm, each strike delivered with blinding speed, as if punching through space itself. The four tails and five tails could not even muster a defense before their heads were struck. Yet this was not the end. It was merely the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. The IWA shinobi behind were all stunned. This was the demon of Konoha. After slaying the demigod Hanzo, he was likely the strongest in the shinobi world. Now he was pummeling two-tailed beasts. Such a spectacle could only be likened to the Warring States duo. Kazan unleashed hundreds of punches in moments, each a peak strike. An aged Garp once displayed his peak strike at Beehive Island. A single punch that shattered half the island and sent the evil king flying. Even Akiji, one of the three admirals, was slammed into the ground by his attack. But Garp was old, unable to replicate his God Valley glory. He could only briefly manifest peak strikes. Kazan, however, was barely over 10 years old, not yet at his true zenith. Conqueror's Haki raged violently around him, tearing the very ground apart. The scene was utterly terrifying. Ugh! The four tails and five tails let out agonized cries. Kazan's fists carried an unusual power that even to chakra-based life forms brought bone-deep pain. Boom. Half of the four tails had exploded. Before it could regenerate, the other half also burst apart. Kazan's assault was so ferocious that even the tailed beasts as chakra life forms could not regenerate in time. Fists rained down incessantly, the air filled with chilling thuds. Space rippled continuously, evoking a terror that it might be torn apart at any moment. Son, the five tails called out worriedly. Don't worry, you'll be like him soon enough. Kazan's words were like a biting wind. As the five tails turned to counter, an iron fist seemed to cross time and space. Thud. The five tails' head also burst, scattering into energy particles in the air. They did not wish to die like this, struggling to resist. Lava release and boil release erupted simultaneously. The four tails and five tails tried to defend and break free from Kazan's barrage. Yet their techniques were shattered before they could even form. Lord Han, Lord Rashi. The surrounding IWA shinobi were tense, their hearts pounding. At this rate, their village would lose two-tailed beasts at once. It was a devastating loss. They wanted to assist, but the terrifying Conqueror's Haki rampaged through the area. Shinobi of their level could not even approach. Boom. The five tails faltered first, having lost count of the blows endured. Its chakra-formed body was battered and torn devoid of its former sanctity. Had they not been energy bodies with vast chakra reserves enabling constant regeneration, they would have perished upon Kazan's first strike. Yet even as energy life forms, they began to falter. Let us meet again in the future. The five tails succumbed first. With Kazan's final blow, its energy dissipated completely, returning to the world. Kokuo. Son Goku's condition was no better. With the five tails dead, it was his turn. It seems your IWA faces great trouble, Rashi. It's too late now? He could only bid farewell to his Jinchuriki. That kid's power is already on par with the first Hokage. If there's a chance, tell Inoki to stay cautious from now on. Rashi understood that Son Goku was making his final farewell. But if the four tails were dead, could he survive? There was no chance. Then, boom. The four tails also returned to the world, its chakra fluctuations gone. Yet the nine-tailed beasts could never truly die. They would be reborn. They all originated from the Ten Tails part of the Divine Tree. As the Four Tails and Five Tails dissipated, Han and Rashi's forms were exposed. Han remained unconscious while Rashi, due to the physical extraction of the tailed beast, had little time left. In his final moments, he used his last strength to speak to the IWA shinobi behind. Tell Inoki not to seek revenge on Konoha. Not for Inoki's sake, but for a Wagakure. Finally, he looked at Kazan, his eyes carrying a plea. Don't worry, I have no intention of destroying IWA. You can go in peace. Rashi smiled, closed his eyes calmly, and accepted his death. Thud. Thud. 2 punches struck, and the 2 Jinchuriki of IWA were obliterated, their blood exploding in the air and seeping into the rocks of the land of Earth. Lord Han, Lord Rashi. The IWA shinobi behind wailed in grief, but could only grit their teeth, lacking the courage to approach. Ahead of them, Kazan stood upright, his figure imposing. Though human, he was far more fearsome than any tailed beast. He did not look back. The black markings faded from his face, and the lightning around his body vanished. Finally, he leaped into the sky, speeding forward and leaving the area. He still had an important task to attend to. Only when Kazan was truly gone did the IWA shinobi rush forward. Seeing the blood on the ground, many closed their eyes in pain, silently weeping. The battle on that front was still unknown, but a Wagakure's rear had suffered a devastating loss. Captain, the Jutsu scrolls from the Tsuchikage's office are missing. What a... The leading shinobi's eyes bulged with rage. Our Jutsu scrolls. He stole them. The captain felt as if the sky had collapsed. Decades of a Wagakure's hard work, Jutsu developed by generations of shinobi, had been stolen. How could he ever face the Tsuchikage again? Kazan departed carrying the dazzling achievement of slaying the Four Tails and Five Tails and taking away the IWN's ninjutsu scrolls. There was no time to examine them. He still had another important matter to attend to. Tap. His feet struck the air in rapid succession as he sped toward the Canopy Bridge. Meanwhile, elsewhere. A few days earlier, Minato Namake's team had secretly slipped through Kusagakure and entered the borders of the land of Earth. Because the mission was so vital among the 4 members of Team Minato, only Minato himself knew the true objective. Only after they had entered the land of Earth did Minato begin to tell them what the target was. Now I will tell you the details of this mission. His expression instantly turned grave. Seeing this, the others realized that this mission would by no means be simple. It would be crucial. Minato produced a map with marks and drawn lines. First is here, the route the IWNine took to attack Kusagakure. According to the village's intelligence, the IWNine on the front lines have gathered a force of several thousand. The others stared at the route on the map, lost in thought. Rin Noera was quicker to think, and she was the first to ask, if they let us see their march route, that means their rear support is overwhelmingly strong. That's right. Minato nodded, moving a finger to another part of the map. The main IWNine force on the front will be met by Lord Orochimaru, Lady Tsunade, Kazan, and the others. Our mission is here, the Canopy Bridge. To cut off their reinforcements and supplies, coordinate with the frontline combat forces, and drive the IWNine back to the land of Earth. That is the objective of this mission. At these words, Kakashi and Obito also grew serious. Their instincts had been right. This mission was truly important and dangerous. They would have to penetrate deep behind enemy lines, and one careless mistake could mean never returning. Kakashi, you are already a Jonin now. The command of the squad will fall to you next. Do you have confidence? As before, Kakashi had been specially promoted to Jonin for his outstanding war record, with Hiruzen Sarutobi personally making the decision. Minato had other missions to handle and could not lead the team himself. After all, for an infiltration mission, it was not simply a matter of the more people the better. I will complete the mission. Kakashi took a deep breath and then nodded firmly. That's good. Your mission is to destroy the Canopy Bridge, which the IWNine used to transport and supply resources, and then withdraw. What about you, Sensei? I'll go to the front lines to fight the enemy, and in doing so draw the enemy force's attention to create an opening for you. Any other questions? No more questions. The 3 all shook their heads. In that case, the mission begins. Yes. The 4-man squad immediately moved out and split up after entering the land of Earth. It was at this time that Kosuke brought Minato a piece of news. Kazan has also come to the land of Earth. Could it be for those 2, Jutsu lightweight rock and heavyweight rock? Minato immediately thought of something. Kazan had previously invited him to pair up and go to the hidden cloud village to obtain the cloud's lightning release chakra mode. Now that the lightning release chakra mode was in hand, he never imagined Kazan would set his sights on a Wagakure next. However, if Kazan is also in the land of Earth, then nothing could be better. Kosuke, I'll need to trouble you once more. Have Kazan come to the Canopy Bridge as soon as possible. He still could not rest easy about the 3 in the squad. They were all too young. As it turned out, Minato's concern was not unwarranted. The 3 young ninja traveled over mountains and rivers and were ambushed on the second day after infiltrating the land of Earth. Kakashi and Obito joined forces to fight back, but Rin Noera was kidnapped during the battle. At this moment, the 2 stood where they were, at a loss for what to do. On one side was the mission, on the other a comrade. They were caught in a dilemma. The Canopy Bridge mission bore on the course of the war and could not afford failure. But, Kakashi, let's rescue Rin first. What? Rescue Rin first? After saying this, noticing Obito's stunned gaze, Kakashi added, the enemy wants to know our plan. We must get Rin out as quickly as possible. Obito thought he had misheard. During his days at the Ninja Academy, he had heard rumors about Kakashi, that he was too ruthless during missions and so obsessed with completing them that many comrades could not tolerate him, and he had been transferred through several squads. Obito had expected that convincing this guy would take a great deal of effort. He had even prepared for the worst-case scenario of rescuing Rin himself, while Kakashi continued the mission. Unexpectedly, Kakashi had spoken up before him. That sounds like something Kazan would do, not you. Shut up. Plan the rescue operation right now. If they learn our plan, they will definitely reinforce the Canopy Bridge's defenses. Alright. Obito smiled, looking at Kakashi with newfound respect. He thought to himself that when he became Hokage in the future, he wouldn't assign Kakashi to guard the pond. This guy did have some good qualities after all. Soon the two finished their rescue plan and followed the trail. The IWNine had not gone far. This was their rear base, so there was no reason to be afraid, especially when their opponents were just a few kids. In a cave, the IWNine were interrogating the captured Rin Noera with Jinjutsu. Meanwhile, Kakashi and Obito had tracked them all the way and were already not far away. Found them. Be careful. There are bound to be ambushes around. Kakashi was very calm. At times like this his mind grew ever clearer. This was the quality of an outstanding ninja. In the world of ninja, a ninja who does not respect the rules is trash, but a ninja who does not cherish his comrades is worse than trash. Those words still echoed in Kakashi's mind again and again. That night Kazan had snapped him awake with a single seafloor drop. No, rather than waking him up, it had made Kakashi understand what he truly wanted deep in his heart. If this mission failed, perhaps he too would be rejected by the village just like his father. But at this moment Kakashi's heart held not a trace of fear, only calm. Kazan's figure and expression from that night seemed as if they had happened only yesterday, watching over him. A father's nindo was always meant to be inherited by his child. Kakashi's hands moved through seals and Obito beside him looked stunned. He had never seen those hand seals from Kakashi before. Chidori. Raging lightning gathered in Kakashi's hand like 1,000 birds crying out at once. Cover me, Obito. Kakashi's gaze sharpened and he leaped down from the tree, charging at the enemy's stronghold with grim resolve. Obito did not dare to be careless. His Sharingan opened at once, and he moved forward in tandem with Kakashi. Kakashi charged forward with unwavering resolve, his Chidori crackling as he lunged at the enemy. Obito's Sharingan caught every detail. Though Kakashi's technique was complete in the chaos of high-speed combat, he couldn't track the enemy's movements clearly. Without a word, Obito manipulated his shuriken to support Kakashi's assault. Two men who could hardly stand each other now displayed a startling, seamless coordination. Unlike in the original story, Obito's Sharingan had already awakened long ago with Kane's help. The two of them were far more formidable now than their animated counterparts. Before long, they cut deep into enemy territory and found Rin Noera bound and captive. But standing between them and her stood a single elite jonin of a Wagakure, Hikaru. Kakashi and Obito exchanged a single glance, then moved in unison to eliminate the threat. Release. Obito was already at Rin's side, dispelling the Jinjutsu that held her. Kakashi. Rin's eyes fluttered open, landing first on Kakashi then Obito. You two. Don't speak now. The danger isn't over yet. Let's move. Kakashi untied her bonds and led them out of the stronghold, determined to retreat with all possible speed. But as they emerged from the base with Rin, they found themselves surrounded by IWA shinobi. This was the rear lines of the IWA forces. There was no way their commotion had gone unnoticed. The three raised their heads only to see enemies on every side. Damn it. Kakashi drew the short blade passed down through his family and placed himself before the other two. I'll hold them off. Find a chance to get out of here. As for the mission, if they could just make it back alive, nothing else mattered anymore. The self he had once lost had in the end become exactly like his father. Yet he no longer resisted it. He accepted it willingly. Silver hair and that short blade. So you're the child of White Fang. The IWA shinobi recognized Kakashi at once. That silver-white hair and the iconic short blade. They once belonged to the White Fang of Konoha, a name that shook the entire shinobi world. And if this was his son, then there was no reason to leave any survivors. Kill the one with silver hair. Capture the other two alive. We need to find out what Konoha is planning. Understood. The IWA shinobi moved, showing no carelessness despite facing mere children. Run. Kakashi tightened his grip on the short blade only to find that Obito had no intention of leaving. Instead, he stepped up beside him, ready to fight shoulder to shoulder. I never liked you. But no matter what the village says, you really are just like your father. A truly outstanding shinobi. I've come to see you in a new light, Kakashi. Kakashi's heart trembled. At any other time, he might have felt a flicker of happiness. But this was not that kind of moment. He shouted again, enough talk. Take Rin, and, before he could finish, Obito cut him off. Rin, find a chance to escape. If you can get to Minato-sensei as fast as possible, Kakashi and I will cover you. The unspoken meaning was clear. Obito had no intention of fleeing. He would stand and fight beside Kakashi. But then, none of you are getting away, brats. The IWA shinobi had already struck. War was no game, and they wouldn't be given a moment's reprieve. Kakashi and Obito surged forward to meet the assault, shouting back over their shoulders, Rin. Rin Noera flinched, but she didn't hesitate. Biting her lip, she turned and ran. She had to find their teacher as quickly as possible. Only that would give Kakashi and Obito a chance to survive. Battle erupted. As strong as the two were, as gifted as they were still only two against many. The fight had barely begun before wounds covered their bodies. Both were battered cuts and gashes marking their skin, blood streaming freely from countless injuries. Even if the IWA shinobi didn't kill them, they would likely bleed out before long. Seeing this, even the ever-optimistic Obito couldn't help but think grim thoughts. I finally started getting along with that bastard Kakashi, and now we're about to die here. He was so weak, now his life slipping away moment by moment. Obito felt as though his very soul had already flown back to Konoha. He longed for those old days, wished he could be with everyone again. Right, I still need to confess to Rin. If only I could go back. This time I'd definitely gather the courage to tell Rin how I feel. When faced with death, the mind wanders endlessly. It replays memories of the past, and regrets the things and people one failed to cherish. But today was clearly not their day to die. A rumble rolled across the sky as thunderous sounds echoed, accompanied by an intense, overwhelming pressure. Kakashi and Obito immediately looked toward the distant horizon. In that direction, dark crimson lightning raged wildly, as if trying to set the very heavens ablaze. Then they heard a laugh that seemed to come from the depths of hell itself. Zaya, so you want to say goodbye to Rin, do you? A real man keeps his word. When we get back, I'll personally make sure you do it, Obito. Kane. Both Kakashi and Obito's hearts leaped with joy at the same moment. Obito in particular, his Sharingan had already seen it. Kane was tearing through the air at incredible speed, Conqueror's haki gathering around his fist. Wait, Conqueror's haki. The half-dead Obito suddenly found strength surging through his body, and he grabbed Kakashi, pulling him back. Move, Kakashi. Kane's attack is coming. But when he turned his head, Kakashi was already moving faster than him. Because he had seen it, the crimson cross illuminating the entire sky. He had been on the receiving end of Kane's power before. What do you think you're doing to my comrades, IWA shinobi? Boom. A violent shockwave swept in every direction, pressing down from the heavens. In that instant, every IWA shinobi froze, staring blankly at the distant sky. It's the demon of Konoha. Many of them recognized that descending fist technique. It was far too distinctive. Fistbone. Evade. The IWA shinobi scattered at once, finally understanding why those two Konoha brats had turned and run the moment their reinforcements arrived. So the reinforcements were that monster, the demon of Konoha. Galaxy impact. With a furious roar, Kane's right fist slammed downward. Torrents of haki and chakra erupted together, carrying apocalyptic force straight into the heart of the IWA shinobi formation. Boom. A colossal explosion tore through the area. The earth itself rose and churned like a giant wave in the sea, utterly unable to withstand such a terrifying attack. Dozens of IWA shinobi were hurled into the air by the shockwave, and even those not directly struck were caught in the blast. The survivors trembled in dread. The dense forest that once stood here had been reduced to nothing but rubble and ruin. Kakashi and Obito had dodged quickly enough to escape the blast. Yet even so, staring at the battlefield that looked as though some all-in-one cleaner had wiped it flat, the shock in their hearts was beyond words. It's not over yet. No, it wasn't over. Kane had already landed, blue lightning erupting from his body as he descended like a thunderbolt. His speed was so absurd it seemed he was phasing through space itself, appearing before one enemy after another. Puff! A cloud of blood suddenly burst into the air, and Kane was already standing before the next target. The battle ended swiftly. Kakashi and Obito couldn't perceive the details, only witnessing Kazan darting across the battlefield like lightning, unleashing streaks of divine radiance, and dispatching his opponents in an instant. Phew! Only when Kazan appeared before them in a flash did Obito, exhausted, lean back and sit down. He knew the battle was over. The IWA ninja unit that had nearly cost him and Kakashi their lives was annihilated so effortlessly by Kazan. Obito let out a long sigh. We've survived. Kakashi, more rational, urged. We're still in the land of Earth, not safe. We could face pursuit from IWA ninja at any moment. Let's leave quickly. Don't worry about pursuit. You need treatment now. Kazan crouched down, his hands glowing with a soft light, healing their injuries. What do you mean, don't worry about pursuit? Nothing. Just focus on recovering. Kazan said no more, but Obito soon thought of someone else. Oh, Rin. Rin went to find Minato-sensei. She might encounter IWA ninja pursuit. His worry was evident on his face, ignoring his own wounds. I met her on my way here. She's heading back now. I see. Obito relaxed. Kakashi, seeing the crisis resolved, immediately informed Kazan of their mission objective. Kazan, this mission is crucial. Minato-sensei. No, the third Hokage ordered us to destroy the Canopy Bridge, cutting off Iwa's supply lines. Without any scroll, he could only relay the mission's importance verbally. Understood. Once Minato returns, we'll act immediately. As he spoke, Rin appeared from a distance, running hurriedly. After surviving life and death, her emotions were raw as she rushed over and embraced both of them at once. Looks like I'm a bit late. A spatial fluctuation swirled, and Minato Namikaze arrived. Is the frontline battle resolved? Kazan turned around. The original account of the Canopy Bridge battle was not detailed, mainly telling how Kakashi gained the Sharingan and how Obito supposedly died. However, Kazan remembered that Konoha suffered heavy casualties on this battlefield, and it was Minato himself who intervened. He resolved the fight in an instant. A battle just broke out here. It's not safe. They're both badly injured. Let's send them to the frontline camp first. All right. Minato immediately went to his 3 students. Minato-sensei. Don't say anything yet. We'll talk back at camp. You need treatment now. With that, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and teleported the trio away. He was incredibly fast. In no time, he reappeared before Kazan. Let's go, Kazan. They exchanged glances and vanished in an instant. Half a day later, with a cry of fist bone impact, Kazan shattered the canopy bridge, the vital IWA supply route. The IW and Ninja could only watch helplessly as the bridge disappeared before their eyes. With both the Konoha demon and the Yellow Flash in action, what could they do? The village had a clear order: if encountering the Konoha demon or the Yellow Flash during a mission, they could abandon the task. Mission complete. We should go, Kazan. How convenient. Are you sure you didn't hold back any secrets? Kazan was still a bit persistent. The Flying Thunder God was indeed too powerful. I'll give you the technique scroll later. Minato's tone carried a hint of resignation. Kazan wasn't obsessed with ninjutsu, but he was relentless in his pursuit of power. Then they teleported away. By the time they returned to the frontline camp, it was already dark. Thanks to Rin's treatment, Kakashi and Obito were out of danger. With some rest, you'll fully recover. Thank you, Rin. Obito sat up, his body wrapped in bandages. Though still unable to fight, he could walk normally. Medical ninjutsu was truly amazing. Just then, Kazan and Minato, having destroyed the bridge, entered. Seeing they were safe, Kazan prepared to leave. Since you're fine, I'll head back now. So soon? Won't you stay the night? No, things are about to get turbulent over there, and I need to return. Minato, you should come as soon as possible. Both Iwa's tailed beasts had been slain by him, and the canopy bridge was destroyed, cutting off their rear support and supplies. Next came driving the IWA forces out of the battlefield, and the war in the Land of Rain could soon end. Minato nodded. He had already learned on his way back what Kazan had done. Just as he had guessed, Kazan had gone straight to a Wagakure, stolen their technique, and killed both of their tailed beasts. Now IWA was bound to launch a final assault, but they would have only one chance. If they could withstand it, IWA would have no choice but to withdraw from the battlefield. I'll be there as soon as possible. Kazan nodded, then stepped out, leaped into the air, and vanished into the night. Minato-sensei, what did Kazan mean by turbulent? Is there going to be a big battle in the Land of Rain? As soon as Kazan left, Obito and Kakashi eagerly asked. I'm afraid so. Kazan did something in the Land of Earth. What? He killed both Jinchuriki of a Wagakure. With the canopy bridge destroyed, IWA will likely launch a full-scale offensive soon. The two Jinchuriki of IWA had been killed by Kazan. They felt their heads spinning as they tried to digest the news. That explained why Kazan had appeared in the Land of Earth. What they didn't understand was how Kazan had suddenly made it to a Wagakure. Was it a village mission? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kazan traveled through the night, returning to the frontline camp at top speed. His stamina was terrifying. He could arguably fight for 10 days and nights without rest. Upon his return, Orochimaru and Tsunade immediately sought him out. They had already received reliable intelligence from the Umbu that both of Iwa's tailed beasts were dead, killed by Kazan's own hand. What's the situation now? As expected, Inoki is gathering his forces, preparing for a final assault. All thanks to you. Tsunade shot Kazan a fierce glare. She never imagined he would be so bold as to storm the IWA rear and kill their tailed beasts, practically forcing that old man Inoki into a frenzy. Better than being stuck in a stalemate here. Orochimaru saw it as a good opportunity to end the war. The envoys from Amigakure have already come. We've formed an alliance with Konoha. I've notified the AIM and Kusa Ninja. They'll coordinate with us in battle. Now Konoha effectively had the collaboration of both Amigakure and Kusagakure on this battlefield. Their forces were sufficient to repel the IWA and Suna Ninja. So, you have one night to rest. Tomorrow we'll be busy. Orochimaru's eerie eyes glinted with cold light. It was time to teach the IWA ninja a lesson they would never forget. The IWA shinobi arrived faster than Orochimaru had anticipated. Before dawn broke, their forces emerged from the other end of the horizon. Lord Orochimaru, the IWA are here. The reconnaissance unit immediately relayed the news, and Orochimaru's serpentine eyes snapped open. Spread the order, prepare for battle. Orochimaru's voice was colder than a viper's. He quickly donned his attire and strode out of the camp. Kazan was even faster. As Orochimaru stepped out, he saw Kazan standing at the forefront of the 1,000-strong force, arms crossed, his cloak billowing in the morning wind like a battle flag. Our enemies are not just the IWA. I know what kind of man Razu is. He might have already struck some deal with Inoki. The Suna will likely join this assault. Kazan stood still, gazing into the distance. Because of Konoha's meddling, the Suna and IWA had to be wary of the Leaf, and they could never achieve a major breakthrough in the war against Kimogakure. The temporary leader of the Cloud, A, was far more valiant than expected, slaying countless foes. Though not yet matching his father, he would one day catch up to the third Reikage. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would succeed as the fourth Reikage. Moreover, the Cloud's tailed beasts exerted overwhelming pressure on the battlefield. A single-tailed beast ball could inflict massive casualties. Thus, the Suna and IWA had never been able to crack the bone of Kimogakure. Given time, Inoki could wear them down slowly, bit by bit, until the Cloud were exhausted. They lacked figures like Kazan who could thrash tailed beasts, but they had numerical superiority. With sheer numbers, they could overwhelm the 2 tails and the 8 tails. Unfortunately, the current situation did not allow the IWA to slowly grind down the Cloud. Having paid such a heavy price, without victory, Inoki and Raza would not back down. The Iwa supply lines have been cut by you. This assault is their last chance. The Iwa's general offensive had already begun some time ago, and the Leaf had not been at ease lately fighting major battles daily. But today was different. Inoki had given a death order they must achieve dazzling results, or else slink back to the land of Earth with their forces. Leave the IWA battlefield to me. You handle the Suna. He had clashed with the Kazekage and slain the Reikage, now only the Tsuchikage and Mizukage remained. I want to witness the legendary Kekii Tota firsthand. Orochimaru stared at Kazan for a long moment, then nodded. Very well. I'll take Tsunade to hold off the Suna. The situation now was both complex and simple. If they could drive either the IWA or the Suna off the battlefield, the war here would end. Just as they finished their discussion, a scout from the intelligence unit found Orochimaru again. Lord Orochimaru, the Suna's attack is also coming. I understand. Time was of the essence. Without a word, Orochimaru took most of the troops to face the Suna. Kazan with the remaining forces would join the Rain and Grass shinobi to repel the Iwa's frontal assault. What about the Rain and Grass? We've contacted them. The moment we clash with the IWA, they will strike from the flanks. This was the battle plan personally devised by Narashikaku. A combined force of 3 villages to encircle the IWA. As they spoke, white feather-like papers drifted down from the sky. It was Conan arriving. Why are you here? Yahiko knew you were back and asked me to deliver a message. The Rain will fully cooperate with the Leaf in this operation, but in principle, we do not involve ourselves in other villages' conflicts. He's still so naive. Once you chose to fight, there was no standing aside. I understand. The IWA are here. Get to the rear. Don't underestimate me. Conan did not retreat, she stayed. This was also Yahiko and Nagato's wish. She knew they wanted to protect her. In the current shinobi world, nowhere was safer than beside the demon Kazan. But Conan herself did not want to be protected like this. She could fight. As you wish. Kazan ignored her, unclasped his hands, and strode forward, then barked, engage. In an instant, the poised Leaf shinobi charged straight toward the IWA forces. The true moment of crisis had arrived, the decisive battle was about to begin. Most Leaf ninja understood that if they won this fight, they might finally return to their home in Konoha and reunite with their families. This temptation of home drove them fiercely. Moreover, since the start of the Third Great Ninja War, the Leaf had always been the one force to defend. They were instilled with the conviction to protect their homeland. In their eyes, the IWA's Suna cloud and mist were the invaders. The Leaf fought to defend their home. IWA. It's because of you that Yeshu died. Her parents were waiting for her back home. Spare none. Drive every IWA away. Kill. The killing intent saturated the entire battlefield. Unresolvable hatred and vengeance ignited the field. For the IWA felt the same. Their families and friends had fallen to the Leaf, and they too had reasons to win. Boom. The war escalated into a white-hot phase from the very start. Waves of ninjutsu erupted everywhere, shuriken and kunai harvested lives without cease. Conan had been well protected and had never seen such a sight. Scared. This is war. Yahiko is right. War should not happen. It benefits no one. Conan further realized the importance of peace for this world. Desiring peace is certainly not wrong, but the methods and actions require more careful thought. Just then a powerful surge of chakra came from the sky. Kazan and Conan looked up simultaneously and saw an aged old man aiming both hands at the Leaf forces. Dust release detachment of the primitive world technique. Inoki launched his signature dust release. A translucent square barrier trapped dozens of Leaf ninja, then detonated mercilessly. When the smoke cleared, nothing remained. Those dozens of Leaf shinobi had been disassembled into atoms, vanishing completely from the world. Kazan. Narashikaku, seeing the third Tsuchikage act so quickly, could only turn to Kazan, the general of their forces. Don't die. I have no wish to attend your funerals. Kazan glanced back, took a few steps forward, then launched himself into the air, charging straight at Inoki. Don't underestimate me. I was once a founder of the Akatsuki. Without a word, Conan flapped her wings and followed into the sky. Such an ability is really convenient. Narashikaku could only lament as he sprinted on the ground. He was not a noble flying unit, he had to rely on his legs. Kazan launched his attack. Without seeing him, one could tell by the dark red thunderbolts that ceaselessly descended from the sky. Now that tyrannical Kekii Genkai had become renowned across the ninja world alongside Kazan, causing celestial phenomena with every assault. A mark of unmistakable identity. Galaxy impact. Boom. A colossal crimson cross illuminated the heavens as Kazan's fist descended, detonating the entire rock ninja force. The surrounding crowd drew in sharp breaths. This my demon was too formidable. Only those who witnessed it firsthand could truly comprehend. A single punch created devastation spanning hundreds of meters, its power incomparably greater than Daimu's dust release. Suddenly a beam shot forth from the distance, carrying the terrifying force capable of disintegrating all things. It was Daimu's dust release, surging like a polar light through the air. Kazan's expression remained cold as he stepped on the air, soaring like a dragon to evade with ease. Instantly his right fist struck like lightning, crashing into the air and causing ripples in space itself. Fist bone impact. What others deemed an unimaginable technique was for Kazan merely an ordinary punch delivered at will. Haki and chakra erupted instantly like a dragon's blazing breath sweeping toward Daimyo. Sensing the danger, Daimyo flew at high speed to dodge. The my demon before him was truly overbearing. A casual strike of such ferocity placed immense pressure on him. Is my so bereft of men that they send a mere child? Daimyo attempted to provoke him with words. A decrepit old man who couldn't even move in fear of Uchiha. Do I need to dig up my first Hokage to kill you? Kazan never lost a verbal duel. He immediately retorted with sarcasm. How does he know? Only Daimyo and his teacher were aware of this incident, being so paralyzed by Uchiha's dominance that his resolve had once wavered. But there was no time to think. Above Kazan suddenly radiated layers of lightning dashing through the air with his feet. Moving through the air, truly a monster. His combat experience was immense, having lived through the first great ninja war, making him the longest-serving Kage. Daimyo calculated Kazan's speed and swiftly formed a cubic barrier before himself. Dust released detachment of the primitive world. Almost simultaneously Kazan's fist tore through space and collided with Daimyo's dust release. With a boom, no massive explosion occurred. Dust release possessed a power of decomposition, a Uchiha Itachi that fused three nature transformations. Kazan's fists wrapped in Conqueror's haki remained unscathed. Another thud rang out as Kazan's right leg swept out, sending Daimyo flying backward like a broken kite. The rock ninjas below were astounded. What terrifying Uchiha Jinkai could stand up to a Uchiha Itachi? It seems as rumored that my demon's haki is no weaker than the first Hokage's would release. Kazan's haki was no longer a secret, regarded as a new Uchiha Jinkai that combined offense and defense comparable to the first would release. Daimyo controlled his body, halting in midair. His eyes were cold, murderous intent brewing. You killed Han and Rashi. So what? Then I must kill you. Daimyo raged. The Four Tails and Five Tails were the very foundation of Yanin village. Now with them killed by Kazan, not only was the rebirth time uncertain, but the village would have to waste vast efforts to wait and recapture them. The losses Kazan inflicted on Rock Ninja were enough to cripple them. To Daimyo, who had dedicated his entire life to Yanin's development, Kazan was his greatest object of hatred. I see you're not just big-nosed, you're big-mouthed too. An old man with one foot in the grave. How can you kill me? Kazan was ostentatious, moving like lightning, raising his right leg and stomping toward Daimyo's face with a thunderous roar. Everyone froze. This man was too arrogant, too domineering, daring to treat the third Tsuchikage like this. He seemed not to be fighting a powerful enemy, but rather beating down a foe. He stomped at Daimyo's face with utter carelessness, as if it were nothing, lifting his foot and stepping down without any solemnity. Daimyo's gaze was fiercer than a beast's. He did not retreat, simply twisting his neck and head to dodge the foot, while his fist imbued with gravity struck out. Bang! The fist didn't connect. It stopped half a meter from Kazan. So this is the haki defense. Daimyo's insight was sharp. He seized the opportunity keenly. But his fist was not hard enough. Your fist is much lighter than that guy Han's. Kazan's haki surged like a volcanic eruption, blasting Daimyo away before sweeping another kick. Tempest kick. A leg sweep sent the vacuum rolling, turning into a blade that slashed toward the enemy. PSH'd. Daimyo dodged quickly, but his arm was still cut, spattering blood. Many cried out in shock. Only moments into the battle, Daimyo was already wounded. Had the my demon grown so powerful? Kazan pressed on his fists as heavy as 1,000 June, seeming heavier than a mountain, wreathed in dark red lightning. Behind him, countless lightning bolts tore the sky, a terrifying sight. Fistbone. Impact. Dust released detachment of the primitive world. Daimyo thrust both hands forward to block the domineering punch with dust release. Boom. Kazan's fist was not decomposed, repelled by the haki. Yet he could not break through the dust release either. Both energies detonated simultaneously, sending invisible ripples sweeping in all directions. Stronger than imagined. Kazan's eyes flashed. Daimyo's dust release was indeed one of the most powerful attack methods below the six paths. If it were the stronger version, the limit stripping technique, even the Conqueror's haki defense, might not hold. But, too weak. Kazan shot out like a bolt of lightning, treading the air as if on solid ground. In an instant, he was before Daimyo, his terrifying speed leaving no time to react. Earth release rock fist technique. Daimyo's expression was grave. The opponent's speed surpassed even the third Reikage's. Forced to counter, he couldn't adapt to using dust release in time. His fist hardened into rock, increasing its weight and hardness. Simultaneously, earth release super added weight rock technique. This strike was one of his strongest, second only to dust release. Yet the moment it collided with Kazan, the rock shattered, exposing his short arm beneath. PSH'd. Many had witnessed the collision between Inoki's rock fist and Kazan's iron fist, which shattered instantly. Inoki's body was once again sent flying backward, finally halting in midair 100 meters away from Kazan. His expression was cold, as if shrouded in an impenetrable frost. Though not severely injured, he had come to a clear realization of Kazan's formidable power. This was a prodigy rivaling the twin titans of the warring states, and more importantly, his demeanor was as domineering as Uchiha Madara's. He, the third Tsuchikage, had just been stomped down by Kazan, a disgrace. No matter what, he resolved to kill him today. He did not wish to see another Uchiha Madara emerge in Konoha. Dust released detachment of the primitive world. Inoki aimed both hands forward, his diminutive frame surging with immense chakra. The detachment of the primitive world shot forth as a beam of light, carrying the terrifying power to disintegrate all. No matter how powerful the technique, it is meaningless if it cannot hit its target. Boom. The dark crimson thunder above Kazan's head grew more violent, rolling and surging, enveloping the entire battlefield. Everyone's scalp tingled. The battle scene of the Konoha demon was too horrifying, accompanied by natural phenomena. At that moment, many fainted with eyes rolled back, including both Iwanin and Konohanin. Kazan did not suppress his conqueror's haki, allowing it to unleash indiscriminate attacks. What was happening? Many were terrified. Though he did nothing, comrades around suddenly collapsed. This is Lord Kazan's haki. Be careful, do not approach easily. The Konohanin who had fought alongside Kazan immediately brought back their fallen comrades, distancing themselves from the battlefield. High above the sky, Inoki's technique had already struck. Kazan clenched his fist and punched the air. Fist-bone impact. Haki and chakra bloomed simultaneously, and the concentrated energy compressed the air, colliding with Inoki's dust release. Boom. Intense waves detonated the sky, and this clash ended in a draw. Impossible that Tsuchikige's dust release was blocked by a single punch. Many Iwanin found it hard to believe. That was the dust release, a Kekii Toda surpassing bloodline limits, fusing 3 chakra nature transformations with immense power. Yet a casual punch from him stopped it. What technique was this? Was the bloodline limit of the Konoha demon truly so formidable? Die, you brat of Konoha. Inoki shot forward, determined to slay the god. His flight speed was extreme. At full effort, he could catch up with a meteor entering the atmosphere. But Kazan was the fastest in the shinobi world, even in the air. His observation haki had already foreseen this. When Inoki's dust release detachment of the primitive world enveloped Kazan, he had already transformed into a bolt of lightning, leaving the spot. With a roar, the square-shaped dust release detonated, but Kazan was nowhere to be seen. Turning around, Kazan was already above Inoki, his speed, as if tearing through time and space. Inoki reacted swiftly, raising a fist to strike upward, but Kazan sidestepped. Then Kazan's right foot stomped down heavily, accompanied by monstrous strength and haki emitting crackling sounds. This time Inoki could not evade. His small body plummeted like a meteor. Crash. At that moment, many were shocked, stunned, and incredulous. Kazan's kick was sharp and powerful. The air vibrated as he stepped down onto Inoki's face. Could he still be alive? It was too brutal, simple, and direct, with a grand and unconstrained fighting style. Even the Konohanin couldn't help swallowing saliva. That was the third Tsuchikage stomped down. Boom. The ground exploded. Inoki flew out of the dust instantly. He looked utterly disheveled. His face sunken, nose bridge broken, blood splattering. The scene was truly savage. He was already considered strong. An ordinary person would have had their head burst open. Inoki panted heavily. He was the grandson of the first Tsuchikage Ishikawa, gifted from childhood, raised under the tutelage and care of the first and second Tsuchikage. The first Tsuchikage had personally assigned him the task of cleaning the stone of the village and guided him. His grandfather had told him back then that the will of stone was to be unyielding and immovable. Earth release golem technique. Without hesitation, Inoki summoned a giant rock golem. The rock golem that blocked Uchiha Madara's Yasaka Magata. Boring. Kazan descended rapidly, paying no heed, and once again raised his foot to stomp down heavily. The rock golem swung its rocky fist to block, but it exploded upon contact, unable to withstand the force. Its massive body was torn apart by haki and shattered by monstrous strength. But it's not over yet, brat of Konoha. The scattered rocks now floated around Kazan, encasing him completely. Inoki clapped his hands together and shouted, "Merge." Instantly, all the rock fragments rushed toward Kazan, enveloping him like Pain's Chibaku Tensei. Lord Kazan. A Konohanin called out worriedly, but immediately felt a surge of violent chakra erupt from the center. With a boom, Kazan burst forth chakra, shaking off all the rocks. But Inoki's killing blow followed close behind. Dust release detachment of the primitive world. The massive dust release swept across like a beam of light, tearing Kazan apart, disintegrating him into particles. He had never believed that move would finish Kazan. The true fatal blow was his dust release, capable of penetrating haki defenses. But, poof. Shadow clone. Inoki's pupils contracted violently. He turned around immediately, only to see Kazan's fist rapidly enlarging, brimming with haki, as it came crashing down. Earth release super lightweight rock technique. Inoki turned and blocked, managing to stop Kazan's ferocious punch. This was an enhanced version of the lightweight rock technique, capable of reducing the weight of any substance. During the Fourth War, Inoki had used this technique to withstand Uchiha Madara's Ten Tails Rinnegan's power. But this was not over. Earth release super added weight rock technique. Kazan immediately felt a gravity force crash down from the crown of his head, his body becoming immensely heavy, causing him to shake involuntarily. But the next second, his left fist struck out again, still as fast as lightning, seemingly unaffected by the gravity. Impossible. Under the Tsuchikage's super added weight rock technique, why is his movement still so agile? Why? Some Konohanin suddenly recalled the Chunin exams when Kazan had already trained with over 1,000 pounds of weight. Perhaps Inoki's super added weight rock could not control Kazan. Inoki was completely caught off guard, and a careless moment allowed Kazan's fist to strike him. His body flew sideways once more. Even with earth release defense, he suffered severe injury, spitting blood heavily. Kazan pressed forward, supremely domineering, throwing punch after punch into the air, leaving ripples that seemed to pierce the very space. As Uchiha Madara would later say, in the current shinobi world no one could match Kazan in taijutsu. Everyone was dumbfounded. Kazan was too domineering, suppressing Inoki and relentlessly attacking. The Iwanin's hearts raced, fearing their Tsuchikage would be beaten to death. After all, their enemy was the Konoha demon who had killed Chiyo the third Reikage, the demigod of the shinobi world, and others, a legendary killer. Violent lightning erupted around Kazan as he surged forward like a thunderbolt tearing through the sky. The moment Inoki halted his movement, Kazan's fist descended again, wreathed in haki and chakra, invincible and unyielding. Even the mighty Inoki's expression darkened. He crossed his arms to block Kazan's haki-enveloped fist, employing his super light and heavy rock technique to diminish its devastating force. In that instant his arms went numb, feeling as though they might shatter. What kind of Kekkai Genkai was this? Inoki had witnessed the first Hokages would release firsthand power capable of destroying heaven and earth beyond mere human capability. Yet Kazan's haki-infused Kekkai Genkai felt no less formidable than the first Hokages would release. While he could mitigate the force of Kazan's strikes, there was no escaping the overwhelming intrusion of that haki. What manner of punch is this? It dwarfs even Tsunade's ferocity. The onlookers stood stunned. They had once considered the first Hokage's granddaughter the most devastating ninja alive, but compared to Kazan, she seemed insignificant by comparison. Kazan pressed his advantage relentlessly while Inoki darted frantically to create distance. But Kazan moved with the speed of a howling gale, closing the gap in an instant until there was nowhere left to flee. Kazan unleashed a barrage of iron fists in a devastating onslaught. For a harrowing moment, Inoki found himself on the brink of death, each strike threatening to end him. The stone ninja wore grave expressions, eager to intervene, yet the leaf forces held their ground with equal ferocity. More critically, their battle raged high above the clouds, rendering the ground troops powerless to reach them. Inoki understood that continuing this fight meant certain death. He deliberately drew closer to the mountains bordering the battlefield, pressing his palms together as a colossal stone hand erupted from the rock face, reaching toward Kazan. Earth release rock arm. The giant stone hand blotted out the sky as it swung down toward Kazan. Useless. Kazan didn't even need to throw a punch. As the massive hand descended upon him, it simply froze mid-air half a meter away before his haki shattered it to pieces. He surged forward once more toward Inoki, but the older man had already completed his preparation. Inoki aimed both hands at Kazan, his chakra surging within him. Dust release boundary separation jutsu. Unable to contain himself any longer, he unleashed his most devastating technique. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Inoki had used this jutsu to annihilate 25 of Madara Uchihas with clones in a single strike. It was far more than an enhanced version of the original boundary separation technique. It inflicted continuous damage over time. Kazan crossed his fists forward in a defensible stance. Inoki's dust release engulfed him in scorching heat, like a blazing laser, the relentless assault pressing down with sustained force. Kazan resisted fiercely, refusing to be reduced to atoms by the devastating attack. Though this strike instilled genuine peril within him, fear was absent from his expression. In fact, a fierce excitement surged through him instead. Only such devastating power deserves the title of bloodline borderline removal. Take pride, Inoki. Your jutsu surpasses the third Reikage in sheer destructive capability. Dark crimson lightning intensified above Kazan's head. An unmatched aura radiated from his body, sending shockwaves through everyone present on the battlefield. The stone ninja below trembled with tension. This was their strongest trump card, their Tsuchikage's ultimate technique, yet it failed to kill their opponent. Instead, it only fueled Kazan's excitement, driving his battle spirit ever higher. Had he not been holding back all along? Kazan continued to resist with relentless effort, his surrounding haki growing denser and more oppressive. No matter how much Inoki amplified his chakra output, it proved useless against the escalating pressure. He had never before encountered an opponent he couldn't decompose. Simultaneously, he sensed something gathering around Kazan from all directions, the very essence of heaven and earth converging upon him. Moments later, black mystical markings appeared across Kazan's face, and his eyes turned a dark golden hue. Open! With a mighty roar, Kazan swept his crossed arms apart and tore free from Inoki's boundary separation technique through sheer force alone. Moonwalk. He pressed his toes against the air itself, closing the distance to Inoki in an instant, as though bending space and time. His right arm shot forward, gripping the Tsuchikage's head with crushing force. Sage Art. Seabed Descent. Kazan spun midair and hurled Inoki downward with all his might. The terrifying centrifugal force threatened to tear Inoki's body apart. In sheer panic, he realized he had lost even his ability to fly, his body plummeting uncontrollably from the heavens. A devastating strike, combining haki monstrous strength and sage art into one catastrophic blow. Both armies in the distance watched in shock as a meteor fell across the daylight sky. The intense friction from his fall ignited Inoki's garments. When he struck the ground, the impact shattered the earth like tofu, sending chunks flying in every direction as the shockwave engulfed the entire battlefield. The earth-shattering blow left Konan and the others utterly stunned. Tsuchikage Dano. Could it be? Has the Tsuchikage fallen? Impossible, he is the Tsuchikage. Some warriors trembled in fear. So many powerful figures had already perished at Kazan's hands, and they feared Inoki would be next. As the dust settled, an eerie silence fell over the battlefield. Everyone stared tense-eyed toward Kazan's position. After what felt like an eternity, Kazan landed from the sky, but Inoki was nowhere to be seen. Only when the smoke cleared did they spot Inoki lying motionless at the bottom of a crater hundreds of meters wide. He was utterly disheveled, his robes completely burned away, left wearing nothing but tattered pants. Kazan removed the shredded justice coat that Inoki's dust release had torn apart, then approached the fallen Tsuchikage. It's over, Inoki. Regrettably, the new era holds no vessel for you. Your stop has come. Hearing this, Inoki struggled to open his eyes and locked his gaze with Kazan's. The will of stone means holding fast to your convictions with unyielding resolve, immovable as rock itself. Even if I perish today, the stone ninja who inherit the will of stone will carry that conviction to its end. Konohagakure will forever remain the unshakable boulder of the shinobi world. Perhaps, but you won't live to see it. Kazan extended his hand, his finger pointing toward Inoki's head. Granting him a worthy end was the final respect he offered this stubborn Tsuchikage. Tsuchikage Dano. At that moment, a horde of stone ninja charged forward. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet Jutsu. Working in unison, they unleashed wave after wave of dragons soaring through the air toward Kazan. Dozens of earth dragons struck simultaneously, roaring as they closed in, yet none could breach Kazan's haki barrier. His eyes hardened and Conqueror's haki erupted outward, dropping countless stone ninja instantly. Yet still they charged forward without fear of death, determined to rescue their Tsuchikage. Surging domineering aura erupted from Kazan's body, the sensation akin to a volcano in full eruption, shaking the very soul. The Iwagakure ninja who had come to rescue Inoki fell in clusters, knocked unconscious on the spot by his Conqueror's haki. Yet they still charged forward with undying resolve. Earth-style fractured earth palms. Unmindful of their fallen comrades, they focused solely on Kazan before them. When 1,000 ninjas simultaneously unleashed the same jutsu, the destructive power was naturally beyond imagination. The earth beneath Kazan's feet cracked apart once more like an earthquake, with fragments of stone flying and dust clouds rising in all directions. You cannot take Inoki away. Kazan launched into the air, his arm gathering domineering aura as he brought it crashing down with immense force. Boom! The terrifying presence swept across the area, inflicting heavy casualties upon the Iwagakure ninja. Kazan. Inoki spat a mouthful of blood, deeply unwilling to accept this defeat, yet able to bear the loss with dignity. What truly broke his heart was watching the young faces of his village perish one by one before his eyes. Kazan seemed not to hear, launching a domineering strike that sent all the Iwagakure forces coming to rescue Inoki flying, killing them all. Countless giant rock hands burst forth from the ground, shrouding Kazan's head, and fell down mercilessly. Bang! It was useless. Kazan let the giant rock hands crash down upon him, repelling them with his Conqueror's haki. Then he unleashed his chakra, shattering every single rock hand to pieces. He had already made up his mind to kill, fearing that lingering would only invite further complications. The ninja's tactics were endlessly varied, who knew they might actually rescue him right under Kazan's very nose. His killing intent was nearly tangible, the oppressive aura it radiated being overwhelmingly immense. This invincible bearing had been forged through countless battles against powerful enemies. It formed naturally upon him rather than being deliberately displayed. Seeing that even thus they could not safely rescue Inoki, the Konoha god of war alone could hold back an army of thousands. Finally, with no other choice, one person embraced Inoki's incapacitated body and shouted toward Kazan. Please wait, Kazan of Konoha. We Iwagakure ninja. Surrender. What a... The moment those words left his lips, every Iwagakure ninja present shuddered. Inoki was so enraged that he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes red as he glared at the man. What nonsense are you spouting? We surrender. Huangtu repeated himself. He was Inoki's son, and also the future father of the 4th Tsuchikage Karatsuchi, having appeared as captain of the 2nd Division of the Ninja Alliance during the 4th Great Ninja War. His words carried considerable weight among the Iwagakure ninja. Shut your mouth. Overcome with anxiety, Inoki coughed up even more blood as he commanded, Iwagakure ninja will never submit to any. We have already lost. Huangtu shouted to cut him off, his expression one of unspeakable anguish, his lips trembling. On this very day, many familiar faces had died right before his eyes. But what could they do? No one was a match for the Konoha god of war, and his own father Inoki had also been defeated. They Iwagakure ninja could not win this war. They had lost everything. Senior Han and Senior Ro have also perished. The village still needs you. His cry brought the agitated Inoki to silence. The old man seemed to lose all his strength in an instant. Kumogakure still had 2 perfect Jinchuriki standing guard. What of Iwagakure? What remained? The 4 Tails and 5 Tails had both been killed by Kazan. Just as his son Huangtu had said, the Iwagakure village now needed him the most. At that moment, everyone halted their movements, including the Konoha forces who stopped under Narashikaku's command. They were all waiting for Inoki to make a decision. Konan also flew over, fluttering like a butterfly. After a long while, Inoki struggled to step down from his son's embrace. He gazed at Kazan and summoned every last bit of his strength to speak a few words. We surrender. Speaking those words was almost more painful than killing Inoki himself. None of the successive Tsuchikage of Iwagakure had ever been cowards who fled from death. They had all died on the battlefield, devoting everything to their village, never once bowing to any other ninja village. His actions today would surely be recorded in Iwagakure's history as the most shameful Tsuchikage. And yet, Onoki had no choice but to act not for others nor for himself, but solely for the survival of Iwagakure. This time all eyes turned to Kazan, waiting for his response. Only with Kazan's nod would this war come to an end. Finally, he abruptly turned his back on Onoki. Konoha accepts your surrender. In 3 days someone will await your arrival in the Land of Rain. He agreed, accepting the Iwagakure ninja surrender. As for the terms, those would be negotiated in subsequent talks. One thing was certain, this negotiation would inevitably cripple Iwagakure. Yet for the Iwagakure ninja this was already the best possible outcome. Compared to reparations, they could never bear the loss of Onoki falling in battle. For he was the pillar of Iwagakure. Kazan did not leave directly, he walked toward the Konoha forces. Then he called out, "The war is over." Those simple 6 characters traveled through the air, to every ear echoing across the entire battlefield. In that moment the Konoha ninja felt a whirlwind of emotions. Many broke into tears, grateful to have survived and to return home to embrace their families. Others held nothing but hatred in their eyes, staring fiercely at the Iwagakure ninja before them. But whether they wished it or not, Kazan had already declared the war over. Lord Orochimaru and Lady Tsunade are still locked in fierce battle, with the Sunagakure ninja on their front. Leave them be. Once the Iwagakure ninja retreat, that guy Rashi will withdraw on his own. In truth, Kazan had not guessed wrong. When the war on this front ended, the Sunagakure ninja learned of it shortly thereafter. Without communication or any intent to cooperate, the Suna and Iwa ninja were in the same boat. When the lips are gone, the teeth must feel the cold. For this war to continue, neither Iwagakure nor Sunagakure could afford to lose. Check on the wounded. Send the injured to the medical unit as fast as possible. Kazan no longer looked at any of the Iwagakure ninja, instead ordering the Konoha forces to tend to the wounded immediately. His observation haki covered the entire battlefield, and in a flash of movement, he vanished, reappearing before a man on the verge of death. Luminous energy poured from his hands as he performed treatment. Lord Kazan, do not speak, your injuries are severe. After a while, when the wounded man stabilized, he rose and continued giving orders. Take him back to the camp. Then he moved to another wounded soldier. In this moment, he was far from the Konoha god of war. He resembled an angel instead. Konan stared in a daze, unable to reconcile the tyrannical demon before her with Kazan. She flew over, wanting to help. Let me assist you. Do you know medical ninjutsu? No. Then come back once you have learned it. Oh. The war had ended, concluding with the surrender of the Iwa Nin. This news quickly swept across another battlefield. What? The Iwa Nin surrendered? Ebizo, who was commanding troops in battle against Konoha, was startled, his murky eyes turning solemn. It was not surprising that the Iwa Nin had been beaten into surrender, but wasn't the timing a bit too fast? What exactly happened on that battlefield? Onoki suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the demon god Kazan. Understood. Ebizo's hatred for Kazan surpassed anyone else's. The image of his own sister being pierced through by a single punch still haunted his mind. Therefore he understood the terror of that Konoha demon god better than anyone. He thought quickly. With the Iwa Nin no longer holding back, Konoha the Sunanin had no choice but to withdraw from the battlefield. Otherwise, once Konoha's forces regrouped, the Sunanin would not even have a chance to retreat. Send the signal. Have all troops withdraw from the Land of Rain, including those attacking the Land of Lightning. Yes. Soon the news reached Raza's ears. His eyes turned cold as he was engaged in a fierce battle with Orochimaru. Did something unexpected happen? The Iwa Nin have lost. Onoki nearly died at the hands of the demon god Kazan, and Iwa has announced its surrender. Worthless. Raza gritted his teeth, filled with reluctance and helplessness. Withdraw immediately. He was decisive, leading his troops to retreat at once. The Land of Lightning was a piece of meat the Sunanin could no longer taste, but what about the Iwa Nin? The Sunanin had no agreement with the Iwa Nin, and even if they did, they could simply tear it apart. With the Iwa Nin suffering heavy casualties, and even their village's tailed beasts slain, Raza would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. Since Onoki had been so easily defeated by Konoha's demon god, he must truly be getting old. Raza had no idea what Kazan had experienced during this period, nor how far he had evolved. He still thought Kazan was the same man from the early days of the Third War. All he wanted now was to withdraw from the battlefield as quickly as possible, preserve his strength, and then turn to invade the Land of Earth. At the border of the Land of Lightning, I was the first to notice that the Iwa Nin and Sunanin besieging them were retreating. What's going on? Why are those guys retreating? The reports from the front say that the battle between Iwa Suna and Konoha has been decided. Tutai was also paying attention to the other battlefield. Only if Konoha won this battle would Kimogakure have a chance to catch its breath. Was it Onoki or Raza? Which of them ran into Kazan? It was Onoki. Is he dead? No, he surrendered on behalf of Iwa. Shameless old bastard. I wished he could rush over right now and personally cut down Onoki. Surrender was something the Cloud Nin would never do. Just like his father, the third Reikage, who never bowed his head, even when he died on the battlefield, he remained proud to the very end. Send out scouting units to confirm that the Iwa Nin and Sunanin have completely left the Land of Lightning. And then, A's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Next it was time for Kumogakure to counterattack. The war was over. The Sunanin and Iwanin had both withdrawn from the land of grass and the land of rain. At this moment Kazan, Orochimaru, Tsunade, Nara Shikaku, and Minato Namikaze, who had rushed back, gathered in the main camp. They were discussing post-war arrangements. First, the negotiations with Iwa. Who will go? Orochimaru asked, but his gaze remained fixed on Kazan. He had already heard about Kazan's negotiation process with the Cloud Nin. It had been so forceful that even the Cloud Nin were left breathless under the pressure. Because Kazan was powerful enough with an incomparably glorious record, even the Sannin were inferior to this young man before them. Anyone facing him would feel tremendous pressure. I won't go. You handle it yourselves. I have other things to do. Kazan planned to use this time to cultivate the lightened rock technique and the weighted rock technique, as well as the enhanced secret Iwanin earth release arts. In that case, I'll make the trip myself. Seeing that Kazan was not going, Orochimaru had no choice but to go himself. Among those present, the three of them held the highest seniority, all being disciples of the Hokage. On matters of principle, Tsunade rarely made mistakes, but he feared she might be too soft-hearted. So this time, Orochimaru decided to go to Amigakure himself. Then next we should think carefully about what level of reparations we should demand. Orochimaru was determined to make the Iwanin suffer severely in the reparations this time. Regarding reparations, I think we can be more lenient. Nara Shikaku, as the strategist, attended this discussion. Give me your reasons. So far in this war, the Iwanin's losses have been even greater than the Cloud Nin's. The Cloud Nin and Sunanin will not miss this opportunity. Drive the tiger to devour the wolf. They were all smart people, no need to spell it out completely. A single hint was enough. The Cloud Nin had lost a Kage and immediately came under attack from the Iwanin and Sunanin. Now Inoki was severely wounded. Both of the village's tailed beasts had been killed by Kazan, and the war at the front had already inflicted heavy losses on them. This was precisely the moment when Iwa was at its weakest. You want the Iwanin to keep grinding against the Cloud Nin and Sunanin. Will they agree? They will. Both Suna and Cloud have suffered heavy losses this time. Suna's poor Cloud is resentful. They won't miss this opportunity. Nara Shikaku knew that Konoha was unwilling to invade other ninja villages, and he himself could not be bothered to do such a thing. But if they could deplete other villages at no cost, why not? After all, Konoha had already gained more than enough in this war. Do as you suggest, but the war reparations cannot be reduced. We must make clear to the other villages where Konoha stands. Orochimaru had no intention of letting Iwa get off easily with this compensation. However, Iwa's reparations can begin after the war ends. For now, let them focus all their strength on dealing with Suna and Cloud. I have no objections. Tsunade agreed. The reparations from Iwa and Cloud did not all belong to Konoha. Allied nations had a share. If they demanded too little, they would not know how to account to their allies. Then it's settled. The last matter is to send the wounded back to the village. This war had truly lasted too long. Amigakure was the center of the ninja world, a vital strategic location. Konoha had been fighting here for far too long. The camp was full of wounded and sick. Now that the war was over, many of the troops needed to return to the village to recuperate. Although the possibility of an attack was very low, it was not completely absent, so someone needed to lead the escort. Let Kazan go. He hasn't returned to the village in a long time. Tsunade spoke up again, looking after her junior disciple. After all, Kazan was only in his teens, still very young. All right, I'll lead the group back to the village. Kazan agreed. He indeed hadn't returned to Konoha for a long time. Ever since the Third War began, he had been constantly on the move. 3 days later, Orochimaru and Nara Shikaku arrived at Kumogakure. The one responsible for receiving them was Konan. He looked at the Konoha forces and did not see Kazan. Kazan didn't come. He has other tasks. Orochimaru did not elaborate, even though the Cloud Nin's stance was to remain neutral. Is that so? Konan was somewhat disappointed. Nara Shikaku found it quite surprising, but he did not say anything. Orochimaru had no interest in such matters, and simply asked Konan to lead the way. Their negotiations with the Iwanin had to be completed as soon as possible, so that Iwa could devote all its efforts to fending off the attacks from the Cloud Nin and Sunanin forces. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kazan was already leading the injured back. They were not moving fast. Some of the wounded could not even walk on the ground. Nevertheless, Kazan could still see anticipation in their eyes. Their hearts were eager to return home. Walking at the front of the team, Kazan wasted no time and opened the copied scroll of Earth Release Ninjutsu to begin learning. As for the original, he had handed it over to Shiwan. That secret technique scroll would allow Mai to hold an absolute advantage in negotiations. Earth Release added weighted rock and Earth Release lightened rock. The cultivation of these two secret techniques was extremely difficult. It lay in the manipulation of matter. The principle was to alter the density and composition of the target, including oneself, through Earth Release. After memorizing the cultivation methods of the two secret techniques, Kazan began practicing one of them simultaneously. Although the two secret techniques were completely different, one increased the weight of matter, the other decreased it. They led to the same goal, with the core being the control of matter's weight. Once one of the secret techniques was mastered, the other would be relatively easier, achieving twice the result with half the effort. This was not his own understanding, it was clearly stated in the Iwa Ninja scroll. Bang! Dozens of shadow clones appeared out of thin air. Amid the astonished gazes of my troops, the shadow clones each found a spot and began training on the spot. Kazan's main body, however, did not engage in any training. His observation haki covered a radius of 10 li, remaining vigilant of the surroundings. He was calm and composed, but the other my ninjas stared in disbelief. No one had ever trained in such a domineering manner. On one hand, no one possessed such a vast amount of chakra, while on the other, no one had such a powerful will. But upon second thought, given that Kazan could blow up a mountain with a casual punch, and his will was strong enough to materialize, it seemed understandable. Kakashi saw this, hesitated, and walked over. Kazan, what's wrong? I've developed a lightning release ninjutsu. 1,000 birds. Kazan still remembered arriving at the battlefield at that time, hearing all kinds of piercing sounds like the squealing of pigs, incredibly noisy. Indeed, it was about the 1,000 birds. Kakashi briefly explained his situation. The power of the 1,000 birds was formidable. It was the strongest lightning release ninjutsu he currently possessed, but controlling it made him feel extremely strained. My dynamic vision can't keep up in such high-speed combat, and I don't have the reflexes of the yellow flash. So you want the lightning chakra mode to stimulate your brain and enhance your reflexes, eh? This problem had also been faced by the original Kakashi, and it was only resolved after obtaining Dai 2's Sharingan. I can. Smack. Before Kakashi could finish his sentence, Kazan slammed the scroll for the lightning chakra mode onto his face. Back then, Kakashi had handed over the multiple shadow clone technique to Kazan without a second thought. Kakashi had opened his mouth and he had given it to him without hesitation. But the lightning chakra mode consumes a lot of chakra, so you need to be careful. Not everyone could maintain the lightning chakra mode for a long time. However, the setting clearly mentioned that because Kakashi lacked the Uchiha bloodline, he could not deactivate the Sharingan. It remained active, constantly draining chakra. Now without the Sharingan, perhaps he might see another my white fang. Thank you. Don't thank me, thank yourself. If your father knew, he would be very happy. Really? Kakashi was not sure. He had actually hated his father once. He hated him for ending his own life and leaving him alone in this world. Only today did he truly let go. There were indeed many things more important than missions. Like those two people beside him. Kakashi turned around. Dai 2 and Yi Yuan Lin were also looking their way. These were the people who truly cared about him. When his father died, they had always wanted to help him move past his shadow, but at that time, he hadn't realized it, nor was he willing to. Thank you, Kakashi said again, this time for being awakened by Kazan. I still hope to become a ninja like my father. Kazan could see the sincerity in his eyes and smiled. Your dream isn't bad. This journey took them a full half a month, stopping and starting along the way, wasting a lot of time. When they once again saw the iconic 3 Hokage rocks in the distance, some even had tears in their eyes. The Mai side had made preparations in advance, with the medical corps fully deployed to send the wounded to the hospital for treatment as soon as possible. As for Kazan, he earned the admiration of the entire village. Kazan. Lord Kazan. Kazan, I heard about your deeds on the battlefield. It's good that you're back. And so on. Kazan even received flowers from children. This reminded Kazan of how Naruto had been treated like a hero after Pain's invasion of Mai. But that path had taken Naruto a full decade. From a demon fox to a Mai hero admired by the entire village. Then an ANBU appeared before him. Lord Kazan, the Hokage requests your presence. I understand. Kazan nodded, tossed the flowers to a jealous-looking Dai 2, and walked toward the Hokage building. Arriving downstairs, he saw that all the windows of Yuan Fei Rizhan's office were open. Good heavens, he's even guarding against gentlemen. Kazan's haki surged, shattering all the glass of the Hokage building. Then he laughed and jumped into the office. Zeha, I'm back, old man. Third Hokage. Yuan Fei Rizhan was now full of black lines on his forehead. You see, after ordering the ANBU to summon Kazan, he had immediately run to open all the windows of his office, not even daring to close the door, just to guard against that bastard. Now all the glass was shattered on the ground. How outrageous. Can't you just enter through the front door, you bastard, Kazan? Yuan Fei Rizhan's roar echoed through Mai. The villagers all turned to look this way. The Hokage-sama was full of energy today. It seems that this period has greatly helped your growth. Yuan Fei Rizhan looked at the young man before him, who was no longer what he used to be. The aura around him was sharp, carrying the awe-inspiring spirit of the legendary Mai twin heroes. The legendary puppeteer, Qiandai III, laying the demigod Banzong of the Salamander III, to Ingda Yimu. One by one, the legends of the ninja world had died or been defeated by his hand, forging an invincible aura. What growth? It's just that I've seen too much life and death. Kazan walked over to the desk, picked up something, and began to eat. These were all prepared in advance by Hiruzen Sarutobi to prevent him from rummaging around the office. If others saw him, it would be greatly embarrassing for the Hokage. True. Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a heavy puff of smoke. They as shinobi had grown up with war, blooming in battle and vanishing in battle. Looking at Kazan before him, he possessed the magnanimity of the first Hokage, who embraced all things, as well as the dominance of Madara Uchiha, the best successor to the Hokage. Kazan, what is your dream? Are you Wong Bansui? Suddenly a powerful tune echoed in Kazan's mind. Don't you already know? I want to become the freest person in the entire ninja world. Hiruzen Sarutobi had heard of this and said, living in such a world, no one can truly be free. That's because they aren't strong enough. Don't forget how Konoha was born and how that chaotic era ended. Hiruzen Sarutobi naturally would not forget. Back then it was the first Hokage with his would release his great power who led the Senju clan to defeat the Uchiha clan in a decisive battle and used his own charisma to influence Madara Uchiha. Subsequently, the most powerful ninja clans in the ninja world joined hands to create the first ninja village, ushering in a new era. So you should become Hokage even more. Hiruzen Sarutobi missed those days, deeply hoping Kazan could restore Konoha's peak. In his excitement, he blurted out what he had kept bottled up inside. Kazan paused in his eating. Too troublesome. Don't you have a better candidate? He meant Minato Namikaze, but Hiruzen Sarutobi thought he referred to Orochimaru. Many in the village also believed Hiruzen Sarutobi would let his own disciple inherit the fourth Hokage position. The darkness in Orochimaru's heart is too deep. His expression was somewhat dejected. Orochimaru had once been the best choice from the start for Hiruzen Sarutobi. Time had changed. The Second Shinobi World War had transformed his perfect disciple. Having recognized the fragility of life, Orochimaru became obsessed with various forbidden techniques, seeking immortality, and even allied with Danzo. Even as Hokage, he was not entirely aware of what they had done behind the scenes. Orochimaru is not as strong as you imagine. Not strong. As a villain, Orochimaru had survived from the Naruto Shippuden era to the Boruto era. His fear of death and desire for immortality is in itself a weakness. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke earnestly. But you are different, Kazan. You are strong. You can make Konoha better. No one is not afraid of death. I am also afraid of death. Kazan suddenly lost his appetite. He put his hands in his pockets. Did you call me here just to say this? Seeing the resistance on his face, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed silently in his heart. The perfect successor was precisely the one who least wanted to succeed him. This made it difficult for him to speak the next words. He had learned from the ANBU about Kazan's actions on the front lines, not just defeating strong enemies one after another. Immediately after the battle, he tirelessly treated his comrades, even the Uchiha, without rest. A true inheritor of the will of fire. He was well aware that the Uchiha clan now desperately hoped to see Kazan inherit the Hokage position in the future. Neither Orochimaru nor Minato Namikaze would do. Kazan was the one everyone expected. At that time, Konoha would become unprecedentedly united and reach its true peak. However, there was no rush, yet Kazan was still young and both he and Konoha could afford to wait. If there's nothing else, I'll head back first. Go ahead. MMJINE. Kazan vaulted out the window, stepped on the air, and headed home to the back mountain. Now that he was a Konoha hero, the doorstep of his original home would probably be worn down by visitors. Hokage. Maybe one day when I'm in the mood I could take it. Not now though. Kazan returned to the back mountain. Nothing had changed. Yeah, right. The original cabin had been demolished, transformed into a Konoha-style building. There was even a small courtyard. What does the old third Hokage mean by this? Is he determined to make me the Hokage? Living behind the Hokage building. That was a treatment like no other. Then, summoning technique. Boom. Hakimi was summoned to Konoha. The moment it appeared, it pounced like a fierce tiger, claws on Kazan's shoulders, licking him wildly. Calm down first. Look around. Rawr. Hakimi paused, looked around, and realized it was home. In excitement, it let out a tiger roar that shook the heavens and bounced around the back mountain. But it forgot how huge it was now. Oh, every jump felt like an earthquake. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched the constantly shaking desk, thinking that damn feeling was back. Let's go hunting. Rawr. Kazan leaped onto the tiger's back, and Hakimi headed straight for the forest of death, without a second thought. After being away for so long, Hakimi was extremely excited to be home. Mostly because it no longer had to eat bugs. It was the Tiger King, and making it eat bugs every day, was that appropriate? If other tigers found out, they'd think Hakimi's teeth weren't sharp enough. If it weren't for being unable to beat those toads of Mount Myaboku, it would have eaten them long ago. Kazan finished the hunt quickly. The forest of death had plenty of ingredients. During the hunt, they encountered another tiger. Hakimi's tail immediately wagged like a fan. Hey, you're not in heat, are you? Rawr. It quickly denied it, saying it was just excited to see another of its kind after so long. But its tiger eyes were clearly fixed on the other's rear. Still pretending. Go if you want. Kazan jumped down and patted its big head. Tigers are solitary animals, but this was the world of Naruto, full of intelligent beings. Maybe Hakimi could develop a clan of its own one day. Was it possible to turn the forest of death into the fourth sacred land? Kazan pondered and found it not impossible. 100 years later, perhaps the world would have a new sage Hakimi. How ridiculous. Kazan returned alone to the back mountain with the prey, realized he couldn't use fire release, and used Moon Step to dash to the Hokage building. I need an ANBU who knows fire release. The ANBU hidden around exchanged glances, unsure what this lord wanted, but eventually one stepped forward. Lord Kazan, I know fire release. You know fire release. Good, come with me. Kazan grabbed the man and carried him back to the back mountain, pointing at the prepared firewood. Light it. The ANBU's inner thoughts were profane. Being suddenly lifted by Kazan and dropped from a height was more intense than bungee jumping. And you came all the way to the Hokage building just to find an ANBU to light a fire. I am a noble ANBU, the elite ninja of Konoha. You can ask me to kill, but to light a fire. Fire release flame bullet. The firewood was quickly ignited by the flames, and a blazing fire began to burn. Lord Kazan, is there anything else I can do? Half of the ANBU's face was swollen, but he stood respectfully. No, you can go back. Why is your face so swollen? Go see the medic and bill it to the old, third Hokage. It's a work injury. The ANBU said nothing, suppressing his thoughts with all his might. Lord Kazan was terrifying. He could read his mind. At noon, Hakimi returned with a real tigress. Upon seeing Kazan, it became alert and instantly bristled. The rascal said he was taking it to meet someone important, but it turned out to be a bipedal beast. Huh. It bared its white sharp teeth. Hakimi gently slapped it. Damn. Kazan lost his composure and quickly went over to punch Hakimi. Don't mess around, watch out for the feminist punch. My Haki defense doesn't have the function to resist that. Kazan walked up to the tigress, which was still very afraid, hissing in intimidation. Buzz. A violent surge of chakra erupted from Kazan's body, cracking the ground beneath him. The tigress quieted down, lying on the ground with all four limbs, becoming incredibly docile. See, why couldn't you be like this earlier? Kazan walked over to pet the tiger. His technique was skilled. Having grown up petting Hakimi, he was experienced. The tigress was initially scared, but gradually began to enjoy it. From now on you'll live here with Hakimi. Woo. It whimpered, saying there was no prey here. Don't worry, if you want to hunt, go back. This place is safer than the forest of death. The tigress was stunned. This biped could actually understand her tiger language. It settled. Now let's eat. He had been roasting meat since morning. The prey was really too large. From now on your name will be Hunyo. Don't be so resistant. The name is a bit rustic, but it's catchy, isn't it? Besides, people with this name tend to live long. Hunyo, after being punched, became docile, and like Hakimi, crouched in front of the roast meat, drooling profusely. This life is really nice. The meat was ready. The one man and two tigers began to eat, the aroma drifting into the office, irritating Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was buried in official work. He wanted to close the windows and doors, but found that all the glass had been shattered by Kazan's impact. Inhuman. Night fell. Kazan continued to cultivate the two secret techniques, weighted rock and light heavy rock. The difficulty of this technique was higher than he had imagined. He hadn't fully mastered it despite spending so much time. Earth release weighted rock technique. Kazan shouted, and the next moment his entire body was pulled by gravity, the space around him seeming to warp. With a loud boom, the ground beneath him instantly cracked. This level is far from enough. It's not the true weighted rock technique. He had witnessed the true weighted rock technique from Inoki. Its power was far greater than what he was currently displaying. However, I have already achieved initial mastery in material manipulation. With continued practice, I will soon fully master it. Kazan was very confident in himself, training with dozens of shadow clones every day. That's about a quarter of the effort of the Desert King, isn't it? Hey Kazan, I've come to find you. At that moment, Kushina's voice came from afar. As a Jinchuriki, she was kept in the village and did not step onto the battlefield. A long time no see, Ninetales. It's Kushina, don't ignore me. Kushina's face darkened. She walked up to Kazan and threw a punch. Duong. It hurt so much. She roared inwardly. Why is someone's body as hard as steel? Kushina rolled on the ground like Neymar, completely losing her dignity. Alright, stop pretending, get up quickly. And you don't need to worry so much. Minato is doing well. Kazan's observation, Haki could sense it. Beneath Kushina's carefree exterior, there was a restless heart. The war had been going on for a long time. During this period, Minato Namikaze had only returned to the village twice, resting briefly before rushing back to the battlefield. For Kushina, watching Minato leave each time was a torment, and the waiting was even more agonizing. Your Haki is really annoying. Kushina stood up and sat next to Kazan. Since she couldn't hide it, there was no need to. Is Minato okay? He's fine. Can you tell me about him? I won't let you work for nothing. I'll cook for you tomorrow. Kazan was about to briefly explain, but upon hearing this, he immediately refused resolutely. I will not tell you a single word about Minato Namikaze. You? Kushina was furious. My cooking might be a bit bad, but it won't kill you. What are you afraid of? Poison has its own flavor. You're cooking Hakimi, and Hunyo won't even eat it. You look down on me. Wait, who is Hunyo? Kushina looked to the side and found another tiger here. What's going on? Anyway, you should save your dishes for Minato. Once the front line stabilizes, he'll probably come back. Minato can come back to the village. Seeing her hopeful gaze, Kazan still told her about some recent events on the battlefield. When he mentioned the Canopy Bridge where Kakashi and the others almost died, Kushina's heart clenched. Fortunately, they pulled through safely. Then hearing Kazan say that the IWA and Suna ninjas had withdrawn, she couldn't hide the smile on her lips. Suddenly, Kazan spoke toward the direction of Kushina's seal. By the way, Ninetales, I killed the 4 tails and 5 tails. You should be able to sense it, right? The 9-tailed beasts were originally one separated from the 10 tails. Their chakra is of the same origin, so sensing it is not strange. After all, although the tailed beasts are scattered, Kazan remembered that they also have an internal small meeting gathering every once in a while. Presumably, it's because their chakra always connects them. They died because they were too weak. Ninetales snorted coldly, very indifferent. But I can sense your true emotions, Ninetales. You should know that. As soon as these words were spoken, Ninetales' closed eyes instantly opened. If Kushina were inside the seal space at this moment, she would even see a trace of red on Ninetales' fox face. Brat, don't feel ashamed. Feeling sad for companions is never a shameful thing. I'm not worried about them, I repeat. They died because they were too weak. Ninetales went berserk, vehemently denying it. This Ninetales guy also worries about others. Kushina had a look of, are you kidding me? The Ninetales symbol of calamity, full of hatred for everyone, yet willing to talk to Kazan, would worry about someone. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ninetales paused, then continued to roar, "This woman is right. I don't worry about anyone, and no one is worth my worry. Your denial, Kushina, cannot hear it, but I can see through your heart. Ninetales in front of me, you don't need to hide your true thoughts, and you cannot hide them either." Kyubi said nothing more, and went into hiding. Only a pair of eyes stared at Kazan through the ceiling barrier. This was a human unlike any he had encountered in a millennium. One who could see through his innermost thoughts and feelings. He found himself chatting with the human without realizing it, and over time, he even grew accustomed to it. Of course, Kyubi did not believe he had gone soft from being sealed away too long and growing lonely. He was simply somewhat interested in this peculiar human. That was all there was to it. Uzumaki Kunai then returned home, learning that Namikaze Minato might visit the village soon. She declared she would practice her cooking skills diligently to impress him. The war shall soon draw to its close, and thus Naruto must be born. The chakra of Indra and Azura the brothers would surely re-emerge in the shinobi world. Since the Sage of Six Paths passed away, and since Indra left in defiance over the succession dispute to establish the shinobi system, the chakra of the two brothers had reincarnated numerous times. The previous inheritors of Indra and Azura's chakra were none other than Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Now the turn had come for Sasuke and Naruto. If Obito is not dead, who will Uchiha Madara choose as his proxy in the shinobi world after death? Kazan remembered clearly that Madara's encounter with Obito was merely a coincidence. It was a white Zetsu spy monitoring Konoha who stumbled upon Obito and brought him to Madara. Of course, Uchiha Madara had always harbored plans to find a worthy Uchiha to carry out his vision after death. Had it not been for Uchiha Obito, another would have taken his place. If someone else had taken that position, would the Ninetales rampage still have occurred? Kazan pondered while sitting before the bonfire. Enough one counter will come for each challenge that arises. Kazan chose not to dwell on such matters, dispelled his shadow clones, reclined backward, and fell asleep upon Hajimi's belly. The following morning Kazan rose and resumed his cultivation practice. Meanwhile, Hajime began instructing Hunyu in the art of senjutsu. After his meal, Kazan practiced his martial arts, striking the mountain with such force that it resonated loudly. He delegated his ninjutsu training to shadow clones. Sarutobi Hiruzen was awakened by the pounding sounds before dawn. He felt helpless, yet nostalgia outweighed it. After a quick wash, he proceeded to handle his daily duties. The shinobi world remained tumultuous during this period. Though negotiations between Konoha and the Stone Ninja concluded, the war persisted. The Cloud and Sand villages swiftly mobilized their forces and launched a coordinated assault into the land of Earth. The three great ninja villages were well aware that this was Konoha's strategy to weaken them mutually. Yet they had no better alternative, and combined with Sarutobi Hiruzen's diplomatic approach, it significantly reduced their concerns. The flames of war swiftly shifted from the land of lightning to the land of Earth. Reports from ANBU revealed that Inoki, though gravely injured and unhealed, rushed to the front lines to command the Stone Ninja in repelling the invasions from Cloud and Sand. The Stone Ninja are requesting our assistance and the dispatch of reinforcements. Reinforcements? It became evident that Kazan's slaying of the Four Tails and Five Tails had placed the Stone Village in a dire predicament. Stripped of the tailed beast's deterrent, the Cloud and Sand villages intensified their invasion with greater resolve. Ignore them. This falls outside the scope of our agreement. But if the Stone Ninja fall, what of our reparations? Even should the Stone Village be defeated, Kirigakure will endure. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood the situation clearly. The five great ninja villages would not fall so easily, for powerful nations like the Land of Earth stood behind them. And these nations all relied on ninja forces to manage their troubles. Should the Stone Ninja prove unable to hold the line, the Land of Earth itself would intervene. At that point, negotiations would become matters between nations, not between ninja villages. Therefore, Konoha would receive its full share of reparations from the Stone Ninja, not a single coin less. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen was fully informed of the negotiations between Orochimaru's faction and the Stone Village. What of the mist? This is troublesome. They made landfall from the sea with the ocean at their back, and our frontline forces have failed in several pursuit attempts. Miboshi-in rubbed his temples at the mention of the mist. Unable to achieve any breakthrough, perpetually entangled. Perhaps we should send Kazan Hiruzen. Tenin Koharu spoke up with a suggestion. He has only just returned and has been cultivating relentlessly. Let us not disturb him now. This concerns the village itself. Does cultivation matter more than the village? Tenin Koharu raised her voice further. What was more important than the village? As a disciple of the third Hokage, he should lead by example. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke and remarked calmly, "Then you go speak to him." Tenin Koharu fell silent. That child's audacity was well known. Even the glass windows of the Hokage Tower had been shattered countless times. Such a person was utterly uncontrollable. She had also heard that during the war Kazan had independently breached the Sand Ninja camp, and later the Stone Ninja village. She could maintain her lofty posture here for show, but before Kazan himself, she dared not issue commands. I trust Jiraiya and Danzu's capabilities. They will handle it properly. If that proved insufficient, there would still be time to deploy Kazan later. With Samayuo Hayato's death, only one deity remained in the shinobi world, the Oni of Konoha, the Land of Waves. Jiraiya had already received word from the village that the battle involving Amigakure had concluded. He also learned that his 3 disciples from long ago had become the leaders of Massacre. Jiraiya felt genuine joy for them, and reread their letters several times over. He could even discern which passages were penned by Nagato, and which by Konan and Yahiko. Seeking to forge peace through negotiation. Yahiko, it seems you have become a remarkable shinobi. A smile graced his lips as he read the letter's contents. I know this path will be difficult, but we will strive together and never give up. Teacher Jiraiya, my greatest wish is to make the world as beautiful as the lands you describe in your novels. I look forward to the day your dreams come true. Yet this road will prove arduous. Yahiko. Jiraiya rejoiced in his disciples' progress and genuinely hoped they would achieve their dreams. However, he now leaned more toward Kazan, recreating the invincible legend of the first Hokage whose dominance had shaken the shinobi world for decades. Jiraiya burned the letter to ashes and emerged from the camp. The Mist Ninja had persisted in their attacks throughout this period, attempting to seize the Land of Waves as a strategic stronghold connecting to the mainland. Konoha naturally opposed this, for the Land of Waves bordered directly upon the Land of Fire. In the present era, the territories of the 5 great ninja villages were separated by at least 1 minor nation each. They each possessed the power to annihilate these buffer states, yet none could bring themselves to do so. For without these intermediary zones, rest would become elusive. The Mist's ambition to claim the Land of Waves would directly imperil the Land of Fire, which Konoha could never permit. Sarutobi Hiruzen would not allow a sword to perpetually hang over Konoha's head. Thus both sides had been at a stalemate in the Land of Waves for quite some time. Even Danzu, that crafty veteran, found himself without an effective solution against the Rain Ninja. Speaking of Danzu, he was now perusing the very letter Jiraiya had just finished reading. Jiraiya remained unaware that his letter had been intercepted by Danzu's root division. He scoffed at Yahiko's ideals. Mutual understanding was simply unattainable. The outbreak of 3 great shinobi wars within merely a few decades served as the ultimate testament to this. You wish to sit down and negotiate with the Grass Ninja Village and others. Setting aside whether such efforts could succeed, what would the 5 great ninja villages think of such an outcome? They would view it solely as a threat. Even Konoha had no desire to witness another colossus rise to power. Minor ninja villages must accept the limitations of their station. Keep a close watch on Amagekire's movements. If necessary, sow discord and create obstacles for them. Furthermore, monitor that individual named Uzumaki Nagato. The legendary Rinnegan, Shinra. Danzu himself desired to behold the profound mysteries it concealed. Kazan, of course, was unaware that Zhuanxin Xiaochun wished for him to set out for the battlefield against the Mist Ninja. Even if he knew, he would not have cared. It was merely a decaying leaf. Why bother with her? Kazan understood the situation of the 3rd great ninja war well. It was not that he possessed prophetic insight, but rather that Yuanfei Risen had the Umbu deliver every frontline report to him. The old man clearly was not willing to give up his plan for Kazan to succeed as Hokage. Kazan, however, did not kill the Umbu who came after sending them off. He devoted himself to mastering the 2 secret arts, weighted rock and lightweight rock. He was now powerful enough, his physical condition meeting the requirements, to unlock the 8 Gates formation. Yet the power of the 8 Gates formation came at the cost of burning life force. Had Naruto not appeared in time, Kai would have returned to the earth after delivering that world-shaking kick. Yang attributed chakra, or to put it bluntly, the power of the 6 paths level. Only by reaching the 6 paths level can one ensure survival after opening the 8 Gates formation. But this was an unsolvable paradox. If he had already reached the 6 paths level, would he truly still need the 8 Gates formation? In the official settings, Otsutsuki Kagaya's 80 Divine Vacuum Strikes was hailed as the ultimate taijutsu, perfect in both offense and defense. Meanwhile, the 8 Gates formation was deemed an extraordinary taijutsu. In terms of pure destructive power, Knight Kai might be even greater, once distorting space itself, including the 6 paths rod. The 80 Divine Vacuum Strikes were no less impressive, shattering countless shadow clones of 6 paths Naruto in a single blow. However, the so-called 6 paths level is merely a limit that ordinary ninja cannot break through a level of power they cannot touch. And what about me? Kazan felt the surging conqueror's haki within him. He suddenly realized that as long as his power was strong enough, whether he possessed a sage body or sage eyes did not matter. Moreover, the 6 paths level could ignore ordinary ninjutsu, something his haki could also achieve, and even directly strike a chakra. That meant his conqueror's haki infusion would most likely injure a 6 paths body. Indeed, there is no need for any sage body or sage eyes. Kazan understood, becoming more enlightened. Once I punch all of you into the ground with my fist, who would dare say my fist is not a sage fist? With this clarity, Kazan felt his haki surge even more powerfully. Good things come in pairs. As he rejoiced in his heightened haki, the distant shadow clone automatically dispelled its technique. When Kazan absorbed all the memories, Earth release weighted rock technique. He punched out, and the ground instantly shattered into pieces. No haki, no monstrous strength. Only the power of his fist enhanced by the weighted rock technique. By altering matter through Earth release, the destructive force of Kazan's fist multiplied several times. It's complete. Kazan now wished he had a Susanoo in front of him to punch a few times. Haki, monstrous strength, gravity, sage techniques. Kazan closed his eyes, feeling the surging power within, a look of enjoyment on his face. But this is not my limit. The Akimichi clan's expansion technique. This technique was a yang release ninjutsu, requiring a massive amount of calories to use. That was why the Akimichi clan members were all plump in build. Kazan, however, had already mastered life return. His body consumed far more energy each day than any Akimichi member. A mere expenditure of calories was nothing to him. The only problem is, how do I obtain the expansion technique from the Akimichi clan? Kazan's first thought was to take it by force. But since they were all from Konoha, he could not bring himself to do so. He was now a hero of Konoha, and his actions had to carry some dignity. He could not treat the Akimichi clan like he did the IWA ninja. I guess I need to talk to the old third. After resting for a moment, Kazan split off a shadow clone to continue training the lightweight rock technique, then leaped toward the Hokage building. In the blink of an eye, he arrived, kicked open the door to Yuanfei Rizen's office, and strode in. Kazan. Yuanfei Rizen was furious. Ever since this brat returned to the village, all his windows had been replaced once. Now before a few days had passed, the door was also kicked down. Why don't you just tear down my entire Hokage building? Don't shout yet, I have something to discuss with you. Yuanfei Rizen spat out a mouthful of tea. What did you say? You want the Akimichi clan's expansion technique. Do you even know what you're saying? That was the foundation of the Akimichi clan's existence, a secret art passed down through generations, never taught to outsiders. Yes, I want their expansion technique. Kazan was very direct. The thought of throwing punches like Luffy, but with the force of his grandfather Garp's fist, filled him with a strange excitement. He had even thought of a name for the move. Supergiant Fist. They won't hand over the expansion technique to you, even if you are Kazan. I won't pass it on, and I'm not asking for it for free. They can name their terms. As long as I can do it, I will give it my all. Kazan knew well that obtaining the Akimichi clan's technique would be difficult, otherwise he would not have asked Yuanfei Rizen for help. Yuanfei Rizen did not reply immediately, taking a few deep puffs of his pipe, seemingly lost in thought. What would it look like when Kazan's fist enlarged countless times and smashed down? It must be spectacular, right? But this matter was truly troublesome. The importance of ninjutsu was self-evident, especially a family secret technique. If the Akimichi clan were willing to trade, fine. But if they were not, the unbreakable bond between them would develop cracks. Seeing Yuanfei Rizen hesitate, Kazan had to appeal to his emotions. Teacher, do you remember what you asked me before? What my dream is? Of course I remember. You want to become the freest person in the entire ninja world. Yes, I want to live freely, so I don't want this world to be engulfed in war. As he spoke, even his eyes took on a sacred glow. How to bring peace to the ninja world, I don't know. I have no answer in my heart. Jiraiya searched for half his life and found none. Perhaps I will never find one either. However, I want to recreate the era of the first Hokage to intimidate all the great ninja villages with force. That is my current goal, my freedom. I want to become as strong as the first Hokage. Hearing this, Yuanfei Rizen paused his smoking. On one hand, what Kazan was saying now was exactly what he himself hoped for, to restore the glory of the first Hokage's era. On the other hand, this wretched little scoundrel had actually called him teacher. Yuanfei Rizen found himself unable to utter a single no in front of Kazan. It seems I have no choice but to run this errand for you. I'm counting on you, Yuanfei-sensei. Of course, if it's really too troublesome, it's fine if the exchange doesn't happen. I'll think of other ways. Kazan himself did not realize how much of a manipulative act he was putting on. Yet what Yuanfei Rizen thought was that other ways you're thinking of. Don't tell me it's raiding their village again. Konoha is not a band of thugs. Hiruzen Sarutobi moved swiftly. Soon an Umbu arrived at Kazan's home in the mountains to deliver a message. Lord Kazan, the Hokage requests your presence. Oh, news already. Understood, I'll be right there. Kazan dismissed the Umbu, saying he would follow shortly. Shortly after, Kazan arrived at the Hokage building again. This time he walked properly and caused no destruction. Upon entering, he saw Hiruzen Sarutobi and Akimichi Torafu chatting amiably in the office. Both were ninjas of the same era. In their youth, they had accompanied the second Hokage Tobarama Senju to the Kumogakure for that conference. Now Akimichi Torafu was the head of the Akimichi clan responsible for Konoha's defense. Kazan, you're here. This is my important companion, the current head of the Akimichi clan, Akimichi Torafu. Senior Torafu. Kazan discreetly observed Akimichi Torafu, who was exactly as he remembered from the Akimichi clan, equally plump. Torafu, this is the Kazan I mentioned to you. Akimichi Torafu nodded, his gaze sharp as he stared at Kazan's solid muscular build. Hello, Kazan. Hiruzen has told me about you. In principle, our clan's secret techniques are not passed on to outsiders. Not just you, Kazan, but anyone. I understand. Kazan spoke patiently. Since the other party was willing to sit down and discuss, it meant the matter wasn't truly impossible. It all depended on what the other party wanted. However, Hiruzen told me about your ideals. I myself long to see the peaceful era when the first Hokage was alive. They were among the most senior ninjas in Konoha. Having experienced the first Shinobi World War, they were still young when the first Hokage was alive. They had thought the peaceful days would last forever. But an unexpected tragedy occurred after the first Hokage battled Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End and died upon returning. War quickly spread. Only those who have experienced war truly understand the value of peace. As clan head, he did not wish to see his clansmen die on the battlefield. Thus, when Hiruzen Sarutobi approached him and painted that picture of the past, Akimichi Torafu was moved. For the village, and for my Akimichi clan, on the condition that you do not pass it on, we are willing to teach you the expansion technique. However what? Kazan knew things wouldn't be that simple. He had even prepared to give up the expansion technique, fearing the other party might demand something like marrying a female ninja from the Akimichi clan. After all, if that happened, Kazan would be considered half a member of the Akimichi clan, and teaching him the expansion technique could be justified to the clan. In fact, Akimichi Torufu had indeed mentioned this condition to Hiruzen Sarutobi at first, but Hiruzen flatly rejected it. Now Kazan was the best candidate for the 5th Hokage in his eyes. The matter of marriage naturally could not be decided lightly. We have one condition. Senior Torufu, please go ahead. Kazan's attitude was good. After all, he was asking for a favor. I heard you possess a technique that allows rapid digestion of food. If you're referring to life return, yes, it can rapidly digest food. Could it be? Correct, exactly what you're thinking. Akimichi Torufu honestly admitted it. After all, it was well known that every member of the Akimichi clan was overweight. There was no need to hide it. Our clan's technique is special. Apart from chakra, each use of the expansion technique consumes a large amount of calories. Therefore, we Akimichi clan members usually consume a lot of high-calorie food, causing everyone to be plump. He paused here, as if recalling some memories, before continuing to explain the reason after a moment. To be honest, when I was a child, I was so overweight that I became timid and insecure, lacking even the courage to face the girl I liked. Understandable. Kazan had also been to school. He had often mocked the Akimichi ninjas of this generation as fat as pigs. He silently apologized to them. So you want life return to change the Akimichi clan's body shape problem caused by the secret technique, the plumpness. Correct, your life return should be able to do that, right? It can be done. Life return is not just about rapid digestion, it can also perfectly absorb the energy from food. However what? I don't know how to teach this technique. Edge. Akimichi Torufu looked at Kazan as if trying to discern truth from falsehood. Reason. Kazan thought for a moment, choosing his words carefully before saying, to be honest, I don't even know how I comprehended life return myself. My appetite is astonishing. Every time I eat until my stomach is bulging. Well, even more bulging than Senior Torufu's current stomach. Akimichi Torufu eagerly asked, and then to quickly digest the food in my stomach without delaying my training, I comprehended life return. Almost every Akimichi ninja faces a similar problem. In his youth, he had also wondered how to maintain a good figure while consuming high-calorie food. And then, Akimichi Torufu pressed. There is no and then. Akimichi Torufu was stunned. You mean you don't even know how you comprehended life return? Yes. So there's no training method? No. If I had to put it, it's about finding a way to control every cell in the body to accelerate energy absorption. How can one control every cell? Comprehend life return. Seeing Akimichi Torufu's expression that seemed to say, are you kidding me? Kazan found it hard to explain. Even in the training memories of Garp, there were no clear records about life return. Like Luffy, he seemed to suddenly comprehend life return while eating, a process similar to how Kazan himself comprehended it. It was all quite sudden. Senior Torufu, I don't know the method to train life return. You might consider proposing another condition. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach, he truly didn't know the training method. This thing was about talent. Moreover, people in the Naruto world seemed unable to practice all techniques from the One Piece system. But this is the technique our Akimichi clan desires most. Akimichi Torufu let out a heavy sigh. Due to the secret technique, every generation of Akimichi ninjas tends to be obese. They were ridiculed by other children from a young age. If it were only male clan members, it might be tolerable, but for the beauty-conscious female clan members. Kazan, we are still willing to teach you the expansion technique, but I have a request. Akimichi Torufu was still not giving up. Could you trouble yourself to stay at the Akimichi clan for a few days? Was he trying to observe and study Kazan's use of life return up close? Sure, I can stay at the Akimichi clan for 5 days. He had originally thought of 3 days, but the Akimichi clan was too generous, giving away their ancestral secret technique for free, so he couldn't be stingy. However, Kazan held no expectations for the Akimichi clan's ability to comprehend life return. The Akimichi clan. Kazan arrived here as promised. Before his eyes lay a sea of meat, not only on the dining table, but also among the Akimichi ninjas themselves. They stared unblinkingly at Kazan as he continuously stuffed meat into his mouth, his belly gradually swelling. Gulp. Many people were swallowing their saliva. For the Akimichi clan, who had cultivated the family's secret techniques since childhood, eating was a truly blissful experience. Even the clan's emblem was a large character, eat. Watching Kazan devour food with such frenzy, their mouths couldn't help but secrete copious amounts of saliva. Even some of the Akimichi female ninjas were no exception. He ate with such relish, swallowing an entire chicken, chewing a few times to spit out the bones without wasting a single drop of juice. As expected of Lord Kazan, even his eating was so bold and unrestrained. Finally, Kazan was full, his belly as large as a small hill. Then, under the watchful eyes of the Akimichi clan, something miraculous happened. Kazan's belly, like a deflating balloon, returned to normal at a visible speed. Gasp! Everyone present stared wide-eyed, their eyes gleaming. Every one of them had to some extent experienced being mocked for their physique in childhood. Kazan's life return could solve the problem that had plagued them for generations. Lord Kazan, how did you do it? Some of the more impatient ones even stepped forward past the clan leader to ask. They already knew the course of events and had no objections. As long as Kazan did not pass on their secret technique to outsiders, but instead taught them life return in the end, this deal was still a profit for the Akimichi clan. Because they could cultivate life return for generations. Freely controlling every cell of the body was not just a simple solution to their physique issues. How did you do it? Kazan thought for a moment and began gesturing with his fingers. First like this, then like this. Did you understand? Everyone shook their heads, completely unable to understand what you were saying. They only saw your two fingers gesturing back and forth, not even resembling hand seals. It seems you have no talent. This has nothing to do with talent, does it? Don't you want to see what you're teaching? The Akimichi clan members were exasperated. Seeing this, Kazan chuckled dryly. This technique is just like that. Oh, I don't know how I understood it. What about the circulation pattern of chakra? Someone asked, not giving up. Chakra. No need for chakra. The key is on the physical body. So this is a type of taijutsu. It should be possible to understand it that way. After all, it was a technique from the One Piece system, and classifying it as taijutsu was fine. I see. Lord Kazan, can you tell us more about the feeling at that time? They were very enthusiastic, fully immersed in it, with some even taking notes, afraid of missing anything. Kazan shared everything he knew about life return. However, his experience was hardly worth studying. Whoosh whoosh, who knew what he was talking about? After a lively session, Shodao Tsufeng brought Kazan to his study and took out a scroll. Kazan, this is the secret technique of our Shodao clan. The expansion technique. You're giving it to me now, eh? Oh, I can feel your sincerity. You haven't lied. If in the end we still cannot develop life return, then that is the fate of the Shodao clan. Shodao Tsufeng was very generous. He could see that Kazan had not held back from them. He just whoosh and whoosh again, and understood the technique without knowing how. Therefore, even if the Shodao clan ultimately could not gain inspiration from it, it had nothing to do with Kazan, it was their lack of talent. Thank you, Senior Tsufeng. If the Shodao clan truly cannot master life return, you can tell me again. Within my ability, I will do my best. Kazan knew in his heart that people in this world could not cultivate techniques from the One Piece system. This time he had essentially obtained a clan secret technique for free, and he felt a bit guilty. Therefore, he was willing to make a promise. Ha ha ha, then I won't be polite. But please remember, do not pass on the Shodao clan's techniques to outsiders. I guarantee you, even to my descendants, I will not teach any of the Shodao clan's related ninjutsu. Only then did Shodao Tsufeng feel relieved. He chatted with Kazan for a while longer before they parted ways. After leaving, Kazan immediately began his own training. He had only requested the Shodao clan's expansion technique. He did not take any related techniques like the meat tank. However, whether it was the meat tank or other techniques, their core was the expansion technique. There are still a few days until the agreed time. I'll train well. Boom. Kazan created dozens of shadow clones, training the lightweight rock technique and the expansion technique simultaneously. Several days later, Kazan suddenly opened his eyes, and then his legs left the ground as he soared into the air. It was not stepping on air using moon step, but true flight. He had completed the lightweight rock technique. It was a feeling completely different from moon step. As a human, he had truly achieved flight, overcoming the limitation of Earth's gravity. Kazan looked up at the sky, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The next second, he shot upward like a Hokage, piercing through the clouds and soaring across the heavens. After a long while, he stood in the sky looking down at the entire my below, with the Justice Cape behind him fluttering wildly in the wind. Pei-In released a super large-scale Shenluo Tianjing from this very spot. I wonder what would happen with a single punch. Kazan only thought about it, but did not do it. Then his body shot upward again, passing through the clouds to reach the sea of clouds above. He spread his arms, basking in the sunlight, feeling an indescribable comfort all over his body. This feeling intoxicated him, and he involuntarily sank into it. Only when Kazan was completely satisfied did he descend from the air and return to the Shodao clan. It seems your technique is complete. Yes, I've troubled you during this time. I should go back. Today was the agreed time with the Shodao clan. Kazan did not intend to stay, he was leaving. The Shodao clan members were too enthusiastic. After all, he was the hero of my god-tier ninja. During this time, he had been approached many times by a Shodao female ninja who weighed 170 jin. Then I won't keep you any longer. Shodao Tsufeng let Kazan go very straightforwardly, even though they had no clue about life return. Then I'll take my leave. Kazan soared into the air, flew out of the Shodao clan, and returned to the back mountain. As soon as he returned, he saw Kakashi standing guard at the entrance. It wasn't that he didn't want to go in, but Hakimi was staring at him with tiger-like eyes, so he could only wait outside the small courtyard. Kakashi. Kazan. Seeing Kazan descending from the sky, this scene reminded Kakashi of the third Tsuchikage daimyo. It seemed Kazan had mastered another technique and become even stronger. It's rare for you to come to me on your own. Is there something? I want to challenge you, Kazan. Huh. Shouldn't that line be from Kai? I have completed the lightning release chakra mode training. I want to see my current limit. Challenge me. Fine. I've been wanting to try an Iwa ninjutsu myself. Alright then, let's change locations. Kazan body flickered to Kakashi's side, grabbed him with one hand, and shot straight into the air. It's back. That damn feeling is back. Kakashi was carried like a chick, his dead fish eyes utterly lifeless. He remembered the time Kazan had hoisted him up and slammed him down. Soon the two arrived at a training ground. Let's begin, Kakashi. Come at me with all your strength. Oh. Kakashi steadied his mind, and his hands flashed through hand seals. He could feel a massive amount of chakra gathering in his hand, bursting into arcs of lightning. The next second, Chidori. Shriek. Like 1,000 birds chirping at once, Kakashi gripped his right wrist with his left hand, half his face cast into shadow by the lightning's glow. But it wasn't over yet. Lightning released lightning chakra mode. Crackle. He erupted with even more chakra, his entire body wreathed in lightning. A truly formidable sight. Then, I'm coming, Kazan. Whoosh. The moment the words left his mouth, Kakashi shot forward like lightning. His speed had always been exceptional. He was a ninja who specialized in extreme speed combat. This was perhaps related to the White Fang's legacy. It was said that Konoha's White Fang ended battles in a single breath. When the silver light fell, an enemy's life was taken. And yet no matter how fast Kakashi was, he was still too slow in Kazan's eyes. Kazan sidestepped with ease, the Chidori grazing past his clothes by a hair's breadth. But Kakashi's assault wasn't over. With a sharp swish, he drew a short blade with his other hand and slashed down at Kazan. Not bad. It seems your lightning chakra mode can solve Chidori's problem quite well. Kazan let Kakashi's short blade fall. Clang. Kakashi's hand jarred as if he had struck solid steel. The next second he saw Kazan's leg sweep around and send him flying like a kite with its string cut. Too fast. Even with my neural reflexes enhanced, my body can't keep up. Kakashi landed on both feet and skidded more than 10 meters before stopping. Your Chidori still has a lot of room to grow. Keep refining it, combine it with your father's blade arts, and one day you'll surpass the White Fang of Konoha. Now it's my turn, Kakashi. Kakashi had been pleased by the first half, but the second half immediately made him sense trouble. Earth release, earth splitting palm. What? Kakashi was full of question marks as he watched the ground shatter and surge toward him. He wasn't surprised by the power of Kazan's earth release. The destructive force of Kazan's fist was still fresh in his mind. What he didn't understand was, where were the hand seals? Why could he use ninjutsu without hand seals? Why did the ground begin to collapse the moment he slapped it? Kakashi had no time to complain. Kazan's attack was already upon him. He immediately leaped into the air, weaving among the falling rocks, desperately dodging. In his frantic haste, he saw Kazan clap his hands together and unleash another earth release technique. Still no hand seals. Earth release rock arm. Rumble. A colossal rock palm burst out and swatted at Kakashi in midair. The giant palm blotted out the sky and pressed down like a mountain before Kakashi's eyes. At that moment, Kakashi stopped thinking and suddenly no longer wanted to fight. Showing off without following the basic rules, releasing ninjutsu without hand seals. What's the difference between that and taking a bath without undressing only to finish with your clothes still dry? Are all you peak powerhouses of the ninja world fighting like this now? I'm tired. Let it all burn. Boom. Kakashi was slapped to the ground, sprawled on his back, staring blankly at the calm sunny sky. Dead. Kazan walked over. He hadn't even used his weighted rock fist. Why was the guy already down? Not dead. Kakashi released the short blade in his hand. In the future, he shouldn't challenge Kazan unless he had to. The man had no sense of restraint. I'm still a kid. Well, then again, maybe Kazan had already been going easy. Kakashi thought of the mountains Kazan had shattered with one punch, the tailed beasts he had blown up with one punch, and the enemy forces he had sent flying across the sky with one punch. In any case, he was never challenging Kazan again. As long as you're fine. By the way, that Obito guy, has he confessed to Rin yet? That dead last. Kakashi let out a snort. Same as always. Is that so? I'm looking forward to seeing what happens between the three of you. Since Obito hadn't died, Kakashi's personality had also been set right. So which direction would this love triangle ultimately take? He was looking forward to it. I don't know what you're talking about. Kakashi turned his face away awkwardly. He wasn't dense, on the contrary, he was quite sharp. He actually understood Rin Nohara's feelings. But Obito really liked Rin, and Kakashi himself wasn't sure about this three-person relationship. What do you mean you don't understand what I'm saying? See, you understand perfectly. I didn't expect you and Obito to be so close that you'd consider his feelings. Kakashi whipped his head around, eyes wide. How could he have forgotten that Kazan could read people's minds? Unwilling to take it lying down, Kakashi counterattacked. Don't just talk about us. What about Kurenai? What do you plan to do about it? Even Asuma knows how she feels. You really are rude, Kakashi. Kazan chuckled. As for me and Kurenai, you don't need to worry. Kurenai? She's still too young for that now. It'd be a crime. Alright. Next time I see her, I'll tell her to take better care of herself, or she'll end up looking like she does in Boruto. Have her go learn from Tsunade. As they were chatting in A&B, you appeared out of nowhere again. Lord Kazan, the Hokage requests your presence. Understood. Kazan patted Kakashi's shoulder. Then I'll be off. With that, he rose straight into the air and flew into the Hokage's office building. Is it about the front lines? Kazan got straight to the point. At this time, if Hiruzen Sarutobi was summoning him, it could only be about the war. Regarding the battlefield in the Land of Waves, the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have landed there. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Might away. Kazan's expression immediately turned serious. I'll go now. Don't rush. Take Kakashi and the others with you. No need. I move faster alone. How many days have the Mist's 7 ninja swordsmen been in the Land of Waves? Since the village had received word, it proved Kisame Hashigaki and the others had already appeared on the battlefield. 2 days. I'll head there now. Hope it's not too late. Kazan, don't be careless. Take Team Kakashi with you. No need for that. Kazan had already stepped out through the window and risen into the air. Who do you think I am? With that, he tilted his head back, shot into the sky like a rocket, and raced toward the land of waves. Boom! Hiruzen Sarutobi walked to the window as a sonic boom came down from the sky. The glass didn't even crack. Was something urgent happening? He shook his head and sat back down at his desk. Don't die, Might Dewey. Kazan's observation haki had already covered all of Konoha, but he found no trace of Might Dewey. Might Dewey must have gone with the troops to the battlefield in the land of waves. You two are an odd father and son pair. I rather like you. Rumble. Crimson lightning kept falling from the horizon as Kazan weaved through the clouds at tremendous speed. Meanwhile, in the land of waves, with the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist landing, the atmosphere at the front instantly grew more tense. The Konoha side only knew that the 7 ninja swordsmen had landed on the battlefield but had seen no sign of them. After Jiraiya and Danzo discussed it, there was no better option than to strengthen their defenses. As it happened, Might Guy's team was chosen for the task. Might Guy had already become a genin of Konoha. Though he hadn't been promoted, yet he had earned great distinction on the battlefield. At least he didn't have to kneel like his father, Might Dewey, begging the other team members to give him another chance. That had happened before their departure. Might Guy's team gathered at the village gate and set out for the land of waves battlefield. Because Kazan and Kakashi had both won great merit in battle, Might Guy was full of drive for this trip to the land of waves. But it was at that very moment. Please give me one more chance. No matter what the mission is, I'll complete it more desperately than ever before. His father knelt down not far from their team, begging the village and the other shinobi to give him one more chance. Might Guy felt ashamed and lowered his head, refusing to look. He had grown up and seen more of the world. He was no longer the naive kid he used to be. The words of his father he had once believed so completely now sounded harsh to him. He even thought his father was a disgrace. On guard, as he was lost and thought his teammate Shiranui Gunma suddenly stopped in his tracks. Might Guy looked up. They were mist shinobi. There were 7 of them, each holding a ninja sword of a different shape. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? Ebisu, wearing sunglasses, couldn't help but exclaim. Why would they be here? Could it be an ambush? Except for Might Guy, both Shiranui Gunma and Ebisu thought of that possibility. A mist attack was coming. They had to get word back to their unit and prepare it for battle. But then, I didn't think brats from other villages would know us too. Looks like we've become celebrities. Juzo Biwa, the first-generation wielder of the decapitation sword, said coldly. Oh, there's a small nick on the blade. It needs to drink some blood so the iron can regenerate. What is this guy talking about? The 3 of them only knew the mist had 7 mystical ninja swords. They had no idea what they were actually like. But they were about to learn. A brief clash left all 3 in constant peril. The gap in strength was too great, and before long they were forced into a corner. They couldn't win. There was no chance at all. They had already prepared for the worst. They would die here today. But the one who was meant to come would still come. A green light shot through the dense forest at incredible speed. Might Dewey, having activated the 8 gates, arrived in an instant, descended from the sky, and landed in front of Might Guy. At least I made it. Daddy. Might Guy's eyes flew wide. You're a genin. What are you doing here? Don't talk, Guy. I'll buy you time. Run. Go back and tell Master Jiraiya and the others. Might Dewey locked his eyes on the 7 men before him. His beast-like instincts told him the 7 were extremely dangerous, the elite of the elite. What are you saying, Dad? They're the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. You can't win against them alone. I have the gate of death, the 8 gates formation. What? But that move. Might Guy's heart gave a sudden lurch. He had learned the 8 gates from his father and knew exactly what kind of technique it was. Especially the last gate, the gate of death, would bring its user unimaginable power. But the price was his life. Once it was opened, there was absolutely no chance of survival. My self-imposed rule. Might Dewey only uttered those few words, then turned and gave his son a smile and a thumbs up. The sight made Might Guy's mind flash back to the conversation between father and son in the hospital that day. On that day when he had thought his father insane for saying that the moment of death was the peak of youth, Might Dewey had told him this. True victory is not defeating the strong, but protecting what matters most to you. This was his father, Might Dewey's self-imposed rule. Now he was going to end that self-imposed rule, which meant that what he would protect, even at the cost of burning away his own life, was Guy himself. Dad. Might Guy shouted, tears already streaming down his face, his overdeveloped tear ducts in full force. At this moment he felt boundless shame. Shame for the self that had been smug over a few achievements, and had even deliberately avoided his own father. But Might Dewey said nothing. With what he thought was his coolest pose, he smiled at his son. I'm a failed man. After 20 years of training, I only learned one jutsu. Since graduating from the Ninja Academy, I've been an eternal genin. Usually all I do is find lost cats or carry bags for rich ladies while they shop. Guy, as a father, I'm truly sorry I could never make you proud of me, but to die this way might not be such a bad ending after all. At least he would use his own life to teach his child one final lesson, showing him what a self-imposed rule truly meant. With that thought, Might Dewey hesitated no longer. He pressed his thumb hard against his heart. 8 gates, the 8th gate, the gate of death. Boom. Just as Might Dewey was about to activate the final gate of death, the distant sky seemed to go berserk. Terrifying crimson lightning raged without pause, tearing the sky apart. Crimson lightning. Conqueror's Haki. Kazan, he's here. All 4 Konoha shinobi noticed the anomaly in the distance. A sight like the end of the world. Amid the raging thunder, Kazan tore through the lightning, his cape snapping loudly behind him. Stay low, Uncle Dewey. And you too, Guy. A low hum filled the air. The instant his words fell, an enormous crimson cross bloomed around Kazan's fist, illuminating the entire sky. Fistbone. Damn it, move. Without a word, Might Dewey dashed forward, scooped up Might Guy and the other two, and fled in an instant. He didn't understand sensory jutsu, but his beast-like instinct still made him feel a bone-piercing chill from Kazan's fist. If they didn't run, they would surely die. Impact. A deep crimson great cross illuminated the heavens. Kazan advanced as if striding through a storm, with raging thunderbolts cascading behind him, casting the entire area into a dim, ominous gloom. Fistbone impact. A thunderous sonic boom erupted in midair as Kazan shot forward, arriving atop the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. In the next instant, his fist descended with the force of 10,000 June. Haki and chakra erupted simultaneously, pressing downward. A colossal explosion tore the ground asunder, unleashing a terrifying storm that swept in every direction. Might Dewey had already moved with remarkable speed, clutching the 3 children and fleeing the epicenter. Yet even he was sent hurtling backward by the gale like a lone skiff on a raging sea, straining desperately against the relentless blast. This is the Kazan of today, Guy exclaimed, utterly stunned, gazing up from his father's arms at Kazan descending from the sky. That soaring, untamed bearing, paired with the word justice emblazoned on his cloak, carved itself deep into the boy's heart. The companion who had once trained with him on the school grounds every day after class now strode far ahead of everyone, having become a peerless powerhouse whose name shook the entire shinobi world. As for the 7 ninja swordsmen, they had evaded the brunt of the blast by dodging early. Even so, they were far from unscathed, struck by countless flying debris and left in a sorry state. The demon god of Konoha. What is he doing here? All 7 recognized Kazan, for the heaven-shaking phenomena that accompanied him were unmistakably iconic. Their expressions turned grim. Though none had personally crossed blades with Kazan, they had heard the rumors that his power rivaled the first Hokage himself. But witnessing that single strike was enough to confirm the rumors were no exaggeration. The demon god of Konoha, whose combat prowess rivaled the first Hokage, stood as one of the strongest shinobi of this era, or perhaps without equal. The 7 men abandoned their composure, gripping their blades tightly in wary readiness. What do we do? The mission must be completed. Kill him. That's right, he's only one man. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, each having survived brutal selection, were the elite jonin of this generation of Kirigakure. Combined with their legendary blades, their combat capability could not be judged by ordinary jonin standards. Even a Kage was within their power to slay. Their mission was to infiltrate deep behind Konoha's lines and execute a decapitation strike, while the main forces of the Mist and Leaf were locked in battle. Being entrusted with such a critical task spoke volumes of the current Mizukage's confidence in their abilities. Good, then let's kill him. The decapitating carving knife has drunk too much ordinary blood. Now it yearns to taste the blood of a demon god. Mangetsu's father, Zabuza's predecessor. No, it was Mangetsu's predecessor. The wielder of the decapitating carving knife, Momochi Zabuza Sr., rather the man known as Biwa Juzo, gripped his blade, killing intent radiating from every pore. Ninjas forged in the blood mist would not be cowed by a mere title. Carrying 7 kitchen knives, you dare to charge into Konoha's battlefield. Have you been living on an island for so long that your brains are waterlogged? Kazan paid no heed to the incoming Biwa Juzo, letting the greatsword descend upon him without a flicker of concern. Boom. The decapitating carving knife came down with full force, striking against his haki, but it could not reach Kazan, stopping dead, half a meter from his body. The decapitating carving knife. The most useless of the 7 blades. And so is its master. Kazan spoke with effortless nonchalance, utterly composed. He reached out, grasping the blade itself and applying pressure. Crack. With a single clench of his hand, the decapitating carving knife shattered into pieces. That's impossible. Biwa Juzo stared in disbelief. A masterpiece forged by the finest artisans of the land of water, shattered by a mere grip. Behind him, watching from a distance, Shiranui Gunma and the others were equally shaken, their eyes bulging in shock. The infamous 7 swordsmen of the mist. One of their blades had just been broken. Kazan didn't stop after crushing the sword. He snatched the broken weapon away and kicked Biwa Juzo flying in a single motion. In the distance, seeing Biwa Juzo make his move, the remaining 6 surged forward in unison, attacking together. You all wield blades, but your swordsmanship is pitifully weak. Watch closely, ninjas of the mist. This is how a blade is used. Kazan gripped the shattered remnants of the decapitating carving knife in one hand and charged toward the 7 ninja swordsmen, his haki and chakra surging in tandem. Conqueror's infusion. Superhuman strength. Chakra. Armament coating. Heavy rock jutsu. The fractured blade was now wrapped in a layer of jet black armament haki, with dark crimson lightning crackling along its edge. The heavy rock technique had altered its very composition, making it heavier, denser, weightier. Kazan moved with blinding speed, a flashing streak of light, closing the distance to the 7 ninja swordsmen in an instant. He let out a thunderous roar as he swung the massive blade in a devastating arc. Divine evasion. Mangetsu's predecessor. No, the wielder of the greatsword, Samahata Fuguki Suikezen, was at the very front of the formation, and he sensed the terrifying power contained within that strike immediately. He wanted to dodge, but the strike came too fast, as if it were splitting space itself. And he had surged too far ahead. With no other option, he crossed Samahata in front of his body to block. The result. Boom. The moment contact was made, Fuguki Suikazan was sent flying like a kite, with its string cut his massive body careening backward out of control. Crash. 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 No one knew how far he flew. All they could see was him snapping tree after tree along his path, until he vanished from the sight of Might Guy and the others. Even after Fuguki Suikazan had disappeared from view, they could still hear the distant sounds of trees shattering. Might Dewey found himself involuntarily swallowing hard. Just how much strength did it take to send a man flying that far? Damn it, attack together. Kuratsuchi Raiga, the wielder of the Thunderblades Raiga Kuratsuchi, gritted his teeth and brought his swords down. Lightning-style lightning strike. A thunderclap boomed. His twin blades were extraordinarily capable of calling down heavenly lightning to strike. But it was useless. Kazan strode toward him with the bearing of a dragon, swinging the broken carving knife in a horizontal slash. Even lightning can't keep up with his speed. Raiga's mind went blank with shock. By the time he snapped back to reality, Kazan was already upon him, the blade arcing closer. Aramitama. Never mind whether the technique was real or not. He shouted it anyway. Boom. Raiga Kuratsuchi followed in Fuguki Suikazan's footsteps, hurtling backward through the air. Judging by the speed and distance of their flight, it was highly unlikely they would survive. Meanwhile, the decapitating carving knife in Kazan's hand was absorbing the blood spilled around it, automatically repairing its blade. Don't hold back. The wielder of the blunt blade, the executioner's blade. The user of the hammer blade, the man known as Jingu. The wielder of the blunt blade, Helm Splitter, the shinobi named Jinpachi Munashi's companion. The user called the blunt blade wielder, the man named Doga. The wielder of the blunt blade, the shinobi known as Juro. The user of the blunt blade, the man named Toga. Regardless, the wielder of the blunt blade. Helm Splitter shouted aloud. The demon god of Konoha's strength far exceeded their wildest imaginations. In a single exchange, the 7 ninja swordsmen had become 5. He dared not hold anything back, coordinating with the remaining 5 to attack as one. Hunting you down one by one would have been troublesome. You delivering yourselves to my doorstep like this is a great help. Allow me to send you all on your way. It had been some time since Kazan had fully completed a hidden achievement. Whether his name thundered through Konoha or the entire shinobi world, he had remained conspicuously absent. He knew the reason. His renown had reached a critical threshold after successively killing the 3rd Reikage Hanzo and others. Breaking past, it would require something more. Now perhaps he could test whether the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen could grant him a hidden achievement. Divine evasion. He roared, swinging the decapitating carving knife to meet them head-on. Biwa Juzo and the others could plainly see that the demon god of Konoha before them had no real skill with the blade. Despite his earth-shaking technique names, he was essentially just swinging the broken sword like an iron club, relying purely on monstrous strength. And yet it was precisely those strikes they dared not block. The moment they saw them coming, they had to flee. The power contained in each swing was enough to make one's scalp tingle. This, divine evasion. Whether you wanted to evade it or not, you had no choice, but for the only alternative was death. The battle had just begun, and only 5 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist remained. Zigwashin Heaton Gue and Haishalia were both sent flying by a single slash from Kazan, landing who knows where. The only certainty was that those 2 were most likely dead. How could an ordinary ninja withstand such a level of attack? Hidden mist technique. With his sword seized, Pipa Shirzong immediately formed hand seals. The battlefield instantly became hazy, shrouded in thick fog. This technique can only fool yourself. Daisen shouted, intending to mend their swords with the blood of the mist ninja. As he spoke, he had already raised the decapitating sword and swung it. His observation haki allowed him to ignore the fog and clearly see the enemy's positions. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the decapitating sword split through the mist and came crashing down. Holding the twin swords, Shuangdao Pingdi Gue Deng Man, you raised them above his head to block. But the moment they touched, a terrifying gravitational force pressed down along with the decapitating sword. Gue Deng Man, you was horrified, his feet sinking into the ground instantly. This is not the weight the decapitating sword should have. This power was too terrifying, not something a human should possess. Fortunately, the Gue Deng clan also possessed their own bloodline limit. Among them, the water transformation technique was their signature, allowing them to liquefy their bodies, rendering them immune to all physical attacks. Gue Deng Man, you deliberately released the twin swords, allowing the decapitating sword to strike down while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. It's similar to the elementalization of Logia-type devil fruits. So that's it. You are from the Gue Deng clan. Kazan finally recognized him. The man hailed as the most outstanding genius of the Gue Deng clan, capable of masterfully wielding all 7 ninja swords. He was the elder brother of Gue Deng Shueyu and the first user of the Shuangdao Pingdai. What does it matter even if you know? It's too late. Gue Deng Man, you thrust both swords at Kazan simultaneously, allowing Kazan's blade to fall. Ridiculous. You think mere elementalization can withstand my haki? Perish with confusion and doubt. ZZZT. Conqueror's haki surged wildly, wrapping around the blade. Kazan's sword came crashing down with ferocity. With a squelch, the expected liquefaction did not occur. Instead, a horrifying spray of blood burst into the air. Gue Deng Man, you was cleaved in half by the single slash, his eyes filled with disbelief until the moment of death. Why? Why was my water transformation technique ineffective? No one answered his question. In the blink of an eye, only 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist remained. Their hearts trembled. Gue Deng Shui, you had been split in half before their very eyes. The Konoha demon, whose power was said to rival the first Hokage, possessed strength far beyond their imagination. Rumble. A violent fluctuation erupted from Kazan, his chakra surging like an ocean, crashing against everything around and kicking up a hurricane that scattered the fog. When Kai and the others could see the battlefield clearly, Gue Deng, man, you had already been split in 2. Boom. The wielder of the explosive sword, Wooly Shenba, launched his attack immediately after. Joining him were Tongchao Yi Ren and Li Xianchuan Wan. The 3 advanced simultaneously, while behind them Pipa Shirzong performed ninjutsu to provide interference. Fire of Kagetsuchi, Earth of Grace. Kazan showed no fear. Instead of retreating a single step, he actively charged forward. Though he was shouting randomly, it was ultimately Roger's ultimate technique, so Kazan put all his strength into this strike. The red lightning on the decapitating sword's blade grew even more dazzling, and with a peerless slash it tore through the air. Bang! All 3 were sent flying by Kazan's single blow. Everything happened too quickly, even the 3 combined were no match for a single exchange. Pipa Shirzong had just finished forming his hand seals when his comrades were swept away by a single slash, severely wounded. Water release, water dragon bullet. A massive water dragon surged forward. This was also one of the reasons Konoha had been unable to achieve a breakthrough in the war for so long. The environment here was highly favorable for Mist Ninja, enhancing the power of their ninjutsu. Kazan turned around, standing still, allowing the water dragon to crash against his conqueror's hockey defense and explode on its own. Then a tens of meters tall rock hand rose from the ground and mercilessly slammed down. What a... Pipa Shirzong had not seen Kazan form any hand seals at all. This palm strike came so suddenly. With a thud, Pipa Shirzong was smashed into the earth, losing consciousness on the spot. The same ninjutsu can have vastly different power in different hands. Kazan casually flicked his sword, creating a vacuum that severed Pipa Shirzong's head, finishing him off. Ninjas have too many tricks. A dead ninja is a good ninja. Only 3 were left. The remaining 3 exchanged glances, no longer daring to speak of killing Kazan. They were perfectly synchronized. After a single glance, they fled in different directions. We can't win. If this was the power of the first Hokage, it was no wonder the ninja world was so peaceful when the first Hokage was alive. With a peace-loving first Hokage like that, who the hell would dare start a war? A single man could slaughter all 4 great ninja villages. You can't escape. Blue-white lightning erupted from Kazan's body, and he turned into lightning itself, giving chase at blinding speed. Damn it! Tongchao Yi Ren howled as Kazan targeted him first. He tried to resist, but was cleaved into the ground by Kazan's sword. An awful burst of monstrous strength and gravity erupted. The moment he collided with Kazan, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his internal organs exploding under the gravitational load. No chance of survival. Having done this, Kazan swung his sword, leaped into the air, and shot out like a cannonball toward Wooly Shenba. Another slash heavy as 10,000 Jun descended upon meeting. By now the decapitating sword, having drunk the blood of the 7 swordsmen, had restored itself to its original state. This great cleaver bared its sharp fangs once more. Wooly Shenba couldn't even defend himself before his chest was sliced open. Might Dai and the others were astonished, shocked beyond words. This was simply too strong. No matter how elite a Jonin before the current strongest in the ninja world, they didn't even have the right to engage. They could only be slaughtered. The last one, Li Xianchuan Wan, seemed to know he couldn't escape, so he turned to confront, making one final desperate stand. Swish! A silver light streaked through the air, and Kazan swept past the other like a gust of wind, stopping a dozen meters away. He rested the decapitating sword on his shoulder and turned around. At that moment, Li Xianchuan Wan's neck began to spurt blood, a wound appearing on his throat. Dead. The infamous 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were annihilated like this from the start of the battle to the end, taking less than 10 minutes. Kazan flicked the decapitating sword. Still sharp enough. From now on I'll use you to cut meat. Hope Han gets used to you, or else you'll be collecting dust in my home. The decapitating sword seemed to tremble. It was a sword for killing people, not for slaughtering pigs. Hidden achievement unlocked: Ninja Sword Collector Eye. Reward Monkey D. Garp template integration 5%. You guys really are useless. When Kazan finished collecting the 7 ninja swords, the system achievement was completed just as expected. Compared with previous missions, this achievement reward was somewhat underwhelming. And collector, I means there's a 2. Could the Kusanagi sword be among them? Kazan remembered clearly that the Kusanagi sword didn't refer to a single sword, but a series. In Shippuden 3 had appeared in total. Orochimaru Sasuke Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha each held 1. Counting the 4th that appeared in the so-called Unburnable, there were 4 Kusanagi swords in all. But as for where these swords were, Kazan had no clue at all. Let fate decide. If I get the chance, I'll collect those 3 swords as well. He walked up to Might Due and the other 3 with the executioner's blade on his shoulder. Did you get so scared your legs went weak, guy? Not at all. If you have something to say, go tell your father yourself. I'm sure you have a lot you want to say to Uncle Due. Kazan heard the voice in his heart. He was filled with guilt toward his father. The problems between this odd father and son were best left for them to resolve themselves. Maybe the moment he turned around they'd hug and cry together. Kazan, thank you for this. But please find Jiraiya-sama as quickly as possible. I suspect the Mist are about to launch an attack. Might Dewey looked tense. Actually, his first instinct was to go back and deliver the news, but he couldn't stop worrying about Kazan. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist showing up here is no coincidence. I just heard them mention the word mission. Is that so? I understand. You all catch up quickly. Kazan also knew what was important. With a leap he vanished from the spot. Soon he arrived at Konoha's main camp in the Land of Waves. With a thunderous boom, he dropped from the sky and crashed into the ground, making the earth tremble. Enemy attack. Someone heard the commotion and immediately raised the alarm, only to be slapped across the face by a nearby comrade. Enemy attack my foot. That's Lord Kazan. Haven't you fought alongside Lord Kazan? Don't you know he always smashes a huge crater into the ground every time he lands? Kazan's distinctive outfit and the Justice cape on his back were highly recognizable. Also because he was too fast, every time Kazan landed, he caused a certain amount of damage. Lord Kazan. The man having been slapped calmed down. Taking a closer look, it really was their Konoha demon god only. Why is Lord Kazan carrying a big sword on his shoulder? I heard he only uses his fists. Is now the time to wonder whether he uses fists or a sword? Don't you think those 7 swords look a little familiar? Don't they look exactly like the Mist's 7 demonic swords? The Mist ninjas' swords. Everyone looked carefully, and then their eyes went wide. They really were. Kazan was carrying an executioner's blade on his shoulder with 6 other swords hanging from it. Each one was bizarrely shaped. They were exactly the Mist's 7 demonic swords. No way. Could it be? Were the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist killed by Lord Kazan? I'm here, pervy sage. Without the slightest courtesy, Kazan walked into Jiraiya's camp carrying the 7 great swords. Why are you here at this hour? What's going on? Jiraiya stared fixedly at the executioner's blade on Kazan's shoulder. If he wasn't mistaken, those were the Mist's 7 ninja swords. How did they end up in Kazan's hands? The old third sent me over. As for these, I took care of them on the way. So they really were the swords of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Since these 7 swords are in your hands, that means you killed the 7 ninja swordsmen. I just happened to run into them. Oh, just happened to run into them. They really were unlucky. They had to run into Konoha's second god-class ninja, the 7 ninja swordsmen who had always plagued them. To think they were killed just like that. Wait, where did you find them? Jiraiya, slow to catch on, suddenly snapped awake. So you figured it out. This is exactly what I was about to tell you. When I found them, they had already infiltrated the area around the camp. If nothing goes wrong, the Mist attack was about to come. Jiraiya was startled. If Kazan hadn't suddenly arrived on the battlefield, the Mist would certainly have joined forces with the 7 ninja swordsmen for a coordinated attack from inside and out. If that happened, the consequences would be unpredictable. Send for Elder Danzo, and also the Hyuga and Uchiha. Jiraiya made an immediate decision and gathered all the senior leaders together to discuss the strategy for the coming war. Kazan, I won't participate. Just tell me the result. Kazan had no intention of joining the meeting. He asked Jiraiya for a scroll sealed the 7 ninja swords and walked out of the camp. He felt the Mist attack this time wouldn't be so simple. The 7 ninja swordsmen were certainly powerful. When the 7 joined forces, they had the power to kill a Kaga-level powerhouse. But with only 7 people, could they really cause that much destruction to Konoha's rear? Forget it. At the end of the day, the Mist didn't know he had come. Whatever trump cards they had were no match for him. Observation haki instantly enveloped the entire camp. Soon Kazan found his target and walked over. A moment later, he saw Kurenai Yuhi training hard alone under a tree. There was no one around, just her by herself. Working so hard this late isn't like you. Kurenai Yuhi, who was training, froze at the familiar voice, thinking she had misheard. She looked up, saw that it really was him, and immediately ran over in delighted surprise. Kazan, why are you here? She had been separated from Kazan for quite some time, worrying about his safety every moment. Because the enemies Kazan faced were all top-tier combatants from the great ninja villages, she feared he might come to harm. Without seeing with her own eyes him leaping around, throwing punches, and eating a whole chicken in one go, Kurenai couldn't put her mind at ease. She had even proposed to her father that she join Kazan's squad. Under Konoha's rules, once you became a jonin, you had the right to lead a squad on missions. But her father told her that Kazan, as the 4th disciple of the Hokage, led not a squad, but an entire large force, and had to command troops in battle against enemy forces. So Kurenai then proposed going to the force Kazan commanded. But Shinku Yuhi was uneasy. The enemies Kazan faced were the pinnacle of the current ninja world, and he might not be able to look after his daughter's safety. So he didn't agree and always kept her by his side. Listening to her chatter endlessly about Shinku Yuhi's faults, Kazan couldn't help laughing. Uncle Shinku is doing this for your own good. On the battlefield, I can't possibly look after everyone. Besides, I don't have any intention of leading a squad. He was used to working alone. Leading a squad on missions would only be more troublesome. I know Dad is doing it for me, but when I can't see you, I worry every day. Perhaps because she had experienced life and death, Kurenai no longer hid her feelings. She said them boldly and directly. It seemed quite a lot had happened during this time. Kurenai, Kazan, you can hear my heart. You should understand what I mean. She gathered her courage, her wine-red eyes fixed unblinkingly on Kazan's eyes. Being confessed to by a teenage girl like this was a somewhat strange experience. Let's set that aside for now. I'll take you to see a view like no other. What view? The true knight. Kazan smiled, pulled the cape from his back, and draped it over Kurenai. Hold on tight. It's a little cold at night. The next second Kurenai felt a powerful hand wrap around her waist, and her ears visibly flushed red. Then with a little escaping her lips, she was carried by Kazan up into the sky. Kazanyu. How beautiful. This was a sight Hong had never seen before. The night was so exquisite. From high above, she could see the campfires within the barracks. Is that the village over there? That's Konoha. I'll take you for a stroll. Kazan held Hong as they flew through the sky. He flew slowly, allowing Hong to take in every scene. Finally Kazan carried her above the clouds facing the bright moon in the sky. It's truly beautiful. Her eyes shimmered in the moonlight and she reached out as if to grasp the moon. Is this the technique you obtained from the IWA ninja? Hong asked. You know quite well. Because I keep asking father about you. She softly recounted what she knew piece by piece, one event after another. From killing Hanzo the demigod to storming the hidden stone village and slaying the tailed beast to forcing IWA to surrender. Kurenai's eyes shimmered with admiration. I never imagined that the child who saved me back then would one day become Konoha's great hero. She had always believed Kazan would become an outstanding ninja. But she never thought that the little boy who once punched away a vicious dog to save her would one day rival the first Hokage. I want to go over there. Alright. Kazan took her soaring through the night sky. Hong spread her arms, feeling as free as a bird. After an unknown time, they descended together onto a hilltop. Kurenai felt a sense of contentment. This unconventional date allowed her to momentarily forget the war. Yet the war was not over, and its pains still lingered. She told Kazan, Jing is dead. Huh. Kazan was stunned for a moment. Seeing his bewilderment, Hong said softly, during your decisive battle with IWA, the Mist Ninja soon launched an attack. Jing was protecting a ninja from the Yamanaka clan when he was ambushed and killed by a Mist Ninja. That guy is dead. Protecting a ninja not from the Uchiha clan. Kazan had never imagined that Uchiha Jing would die like this. He recalled how Jing had once caught fish for him and under a tree spoke tenderly about how cute his little sister was. But the war was so frequent that he never had a chance to return. No. Kazan suddenly tensed, realizing a possibility. What about his body? Did the village manage to retrieve it? No, he sank into the sea. After the battle, we couldn't find his body. No idea where the currents took him. Uchiha. No body. Mist Ninja. Family. These key elements combined made it hard for Kazan not to think of the work of that Uchiha ancestor. Where is his sister? Resting in the camp. She barely escaped from the Mist Ninja and is badly injured. Go find Uncle Mahiro. I need to go there. Kazan left without further explanation, heading straight to find the person. Almost simultaneously in the underground cave where Uchiha Ban was hiding. White Zetsu was reporting to Uchiha Ban. Everything is ready. The Mist Ninja have implanted the three tails into Jing's sister without any seal. Once the tailed beast wakes up, it will cause chaos. Well done. Go tell that kid and let him go there in person. An ordinary Sharingan is not worthy of being my earthly representative. How pitiful, Jing. Pitiful. Uchiha Ban didn't sneer, but spoke calmly. I am merely helping him see the true face of this world. This world is bound by the chains of hatred. Only in the world of dreams can people attain true happiness. Hashirama has proven that his path of mutual understanding is futile. Now it's my turn. Ever since he discovered the Uchiha Stone Tablet and read its contents, Uchiha Ban had begun preparing this plan. He would revive the divine tree, let the chakra flower bloom again, and release the infinite Tsukuyami to cover the entire world, granting everyone salvation in dreams. Uchiha Jing was the tool he had chosen to execute his plan, someone to watch over Nagato Uzumaki and collect the tailed beasts after his death. Uchiha Jing was an excellent choice. He was the most outstanding genius of this generation of Uchiha, and he had even died saving someone who wasn't even from the Uchiha clan. This was an unexpected bonus. Only when love is deep enough can the awakened Mangekyo's power be unmatched. Uchiha Ban still remembered the scene when he saved him that day. Who are you? Uchiha Jing was very alert when he woke up. He immediately noticed the Sharingan in Uchiha Ban's eyes. Since the founding of Konoha, there had been few Uchiha renegades. Even though he had read extensively since childhood, Jing only knew of one ancestor, Uchiha Ban. But that man had died at the Valley of the End, slain by the first Hokage, so he didn't think in that direction. Whoever you are, thank you for saving me, but I must return. The war isn't over. The village needs me. Uchiha Jing didn't want to stay with this stranger. He was highly vigilant. You can leave any time, but you're badly injured. Going back now would only make you a burden. I suggest you rest first. Uchiha Ban didn't say much to him then, nor did he reveal his identity. He simply prepared quietly, planning to make Jing face reality. At that point, he would tell Jing about the Eye of the Moon plan, and Jing would join in becoming his earthly representative after his death. He understood the Uchiha better than anyone. The true clan of love. Back to the present, Uchiha Ban's gaze turned piercing. I don't have much time. Go and let that kid see the truth of this world. Alright. But the demon god of Konoha has also arrived in the land of waves. The demon god of Konoha. The second ninja after Hashirama to be called a god in Konoha, and the rising star Uchiha Ban cared about most in the current ninja world. If his body allowed, he would have loved to fight him and witness the might that rivaled the wood release. Are the bombs set? They're set. Black Zetsu had worked hard for Ban's plan. Despite some wariness of Kazan's strength, he had already laid the landmines. Then let him go. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu immediately submerged into the ground and went to work. What did you say? The Mist Ninja have launched an attack. The 7 swordsmen of the Mist have infiltrated the rear of Konoha, planning to coordinate with the Mist Ninja. And White Zetsu's acting was excellent. His tense expression seemed genuine, as if he truly cared about Uchiha Zhan. And what? They captured your sister, implanted a tailed beast into her body, and sent her back to Konoha's main camp. What a... Uchiha Zhan immediately stood up. This was a disaster. He could already imagine the Konoha forces facing the Mist Ninja, head-on, the 7 swordsmen ambushing, and the Three Tails rampaging. It would cause massive casualties for Konoha. More importantly, the one implanted with the tailed beast was his own sister. Where are you going? The Land of Waves. Uchiha Zhan rushed out without looking back. Uchiha Kiyoshi rushed to the Land of Waves without a second thought. The one in danger was his own younger sister, and thus he lost his usual composure. In his heart, the suspicion toward Uchiha Madara was ultimately outweighed by his concern for his sister and the village. On the other side, on the battlefield of the Land of Waves, warships sped toward Konoha at breakneck speed. The Mist Ninja's assault had begun. They came riding the waves like a legion of ghosts from the sea. A signal flare from Konoha was fired, bursting open in the night sky. The scouting unit had already detected the Mist Ninja's approach and notified their comrades in the camp at once. In an instant, all Konoha shinobi sprang into action. They automatically moved toward the shore, as for days the Mist Ninja had been attacking them from the sea. Fighting on the ocean favored the Mist Ninja. A new round of war was about to begin. People were anxious and uneasy. One could see a vast army surging from the other side of the sea, raising a great wave as they charged. Mist Ninja, Jiraiya, and Danzo both came to the front of the force, choosing to meet them head-on. Their opponent was the 3rd Mizukage, a former guardian of the 1st Hokage. Apart from him, 2 familiar figures could be seen: the future 4th Mizukage and 5th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi and Meitarumi. Neither side was meeting for the first time. They dispensed with greetings and plunged straight into a bloody battle. Attack! The 3rd Mizukage ordered, and instantly dozens of Mist Ninja stepped forward to perform a joint jutsu. Hidden Mist Technique. A thick fog descended, shrouding the entire battlefield in a hazy veil. Shimura Danzo remained calm, biting his thumb to perform a summoning. Summoning technique. With a bang, a strange creature appeared on the battlefield. It had an elephant's trunk, a rhinoceros's eyes, an ox's tail, and a tiger's paws, its appearance identical to the dream-eating Baku from Dragon Kingdom mythology. As soon as the Baku appeared, it opened its massive mouth wide and inhaled all the mist. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield became clear again. Konoha Elder Shimura Danzo and Jiraiya of the Sannin. They have all come. Mizukage-sama. Yagura Karatachi turned his gaze to the 3rd Mizukage, who merely spoke coldly. Let them make their move. This war had been prepared for a long time, with all their elite forces deployed. They had even implanted one of their village's tailed beasts inside a Konoha shinobi, sending him back as a ticking time bomb. Simultaneously, they dispatched the 7 swordsmen of the Mist to launch a surprise attack. Their aim was to catch Konoha off guard, unable to defend both fronts. Now, with both Shimura Danzo and Jiraiya, Konoha's top combatants, engaged on the main battlefield, it was the perfect opportunity for their surprise attack. Who else in Konoha could counter the assault of a tailed beast and the 7 swordsmen? A special signal flare burst in the night sky. The Mist Ninja who had infiltrated Konoha's rear saw it, and immediately used a secret technique to awaken the slumbering Three Tails. At that moment, Uchiha Kiyoshi's sister Uchiha Miya trembled suddenly. As the Three Tails awakened, lacking the seal's restriction, control over Uchiha Miya's body was swiftly taken away, and the tailed beast chakra exploded within Konoha's main camp. Without any partial transformation, it went straight into full-tailed beast form. The Three Tails appeared, letting out a roar, its fury fueled by the humiliation of being captured. The Mist's Three Tails. Why is it here? The Konoha shinobi in the camp stared dumbfounded at the sudden appearance of the Three Tails. But before the Three Tails could wreak havoc, Kazan descended from the sky, his iron fists smashing down. With a thunderous crash, the Three Tails was punched into the ground. Kazan-sama. Everyone instantly saw their savior. That righteous cape gave them a profound sense of security. Fist bone gravity fist. Kazan threw another punch, striking the Three Tails' abdomen and sending it flying away from Konoha's main camp. He would not let the battle erupt here. It would cause massive casualties. Tell Jiraiya and the others not to worry about this place. Focus on beating back the Mist Ninja force. Having said that, Kazan's body erupted with lightning as he chased after the Three Tails. Yes, Kazan-sama. The Konoha shinobi obeyed, immediately seeking out Jiraiya and Danzo. On the main battlefield, the Mist Ninja had already sensed the Three Tails awakening. That chakra was all too familiar to them. Their plan had succeeded. The 3rd Mizukage made a decisive move, charging to the forefront of his army while shouting "kill." Just that one word carried overwhelming killing intent. The Mist Ninja surged forward like locusts, riding the waves, crashing into Konoha's defense line. As for Jiraiya and Danzo, they merely glanced back briefly and remained unmoved. If the Mist attack had come a day earlier, they might have truly been caught between two fronts. But now that Kazan had arrived, Konoha had no need to worry about the rear. Sorry to trouble you again, Bunta. Jiraiya summoned Gamma Bunta and led the force to counterattack. The battle erupted swiftly as the two sides clashed head-on. Meanwhile, Kazan had caught up to the Three Tails and raised his fist for another blow. Clang! His iron fist struck the Three Tails' body, but failed to break through its shell. This is definitely the hardest shell I've ever encountered. No wonder it's a turtle. That shell is tough enough. But he had already killed the Four Tails and Five Tails. A mere Three Tails was no challenge for Kazan. The only thing that gave Kazan a bit of trouble was the binding curse seal inside Uchiha Miya. That was a secret technique developed by Uchiha Madara to control Uchiha Obito. Those inflicted with the seal did not even have the right to commit suicide. In the original story, after Obito was branded with the seal, he never found a way to break it from the Third Shinobi World War to the Fourth. In the end, Obito chose to let Kakashi pierce his heart to finally release the binding. Rin Noira had suffered the same fate, forced to throw herself onto Kakashi's Chidori. Therefore, this binding curse seal was extremely troublesome. Kazan had no solution for it at all. I'll have to ask the toads of Mount Mayaboku. Kazan paid no heed to the Three Tails before him punching away the iron cannonball it spat, then summoned Fukasaku and Shima. Little Kazan, what's the matter calling us out? Husband, look over there. Is that turtle the Three Tails? Fukasaku followed the voice and indeed saw a wild Three Tails standing there. We're already old. You're calling us out to fight a tailed beast. I can't handle such a battle, old woman. Shima complained, thinking Kazan had summoned them to deal with the Three Tails. You jest, Shima-sama. You still have at least a few hundred years to live. Besides, I can handle the Three Tails alone. I just wanted to ask if you two know of a way to break the binding curse seal technique. A mere tailed beast was not worth troubling others. Binding curse seal technique. Neither of the two sages seemed to have heard of it. The Three Tails' current Jinchuriki is the younger sister of a comrade of mine. The seal is planted inside her heart. Kazan quickly explained the binding curse seal technique. At that moment, the Three Tails attacked them, rolling into a massive wheel that crushed everything in its path. Trees and boulders alike turned to powder. Quiet down, beast. Kazan raised an eyebrow and simply reached out to meet it head-on. With a thud, his right arm turned pitch black, using armament haki to block the Three Tails' violent charge. The Three Tails refused to give up, spinning continuously, grinding against Kazan's haki with a piercing screech. Didn't I tell you to be quiet? Kazan snapped coldly, his 5 fingers clenching hard. Then he activated the heavy rock technique, an invisible force pressing down. The Three Tails felt its body grow unbearably heavy, unable to spin any longer. Regardless, little Kazan, first complete the seal within her body. Exactly, we'll figure out the rest slowly. If all else fails, there's still the Great Toad Sage. Now deal with this giant turtle first. Neither of the two sages had ever heard of the confinement talisman, so they dared not jump to conclusions. The best course for now was to reinforce Uchiha Miyabi's seal, preventing the Three Tails from breaking free easily. Alright. Kazan uttered only one word, then his other fist, imbued with overwhelming haki, lashed out. Boom. The Three Tails shuddered. Even its powerful shell could not fully withstand the blow. A peculiar energy penetrated its carapace and invaded its body. But this was only the beginning. With a thunderous roar, dark crimson lightning descended from the sky, nearly tearing the night apart. Kazan's cape fluttered behind him as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, carving a divine radiance through the darkness. His speed was so immense it seemed to tear through space itself. His fist, heavier than 10,000 June, pierced the air. Even the Three Tails could not withstand it. Kazan's punches made it cry out in pain. The Three Tails took the initiative to create distance, genuinely intimidated. Kazan's fists made it feel the threat of death. Where do you think you're going? Kazan pursued relentlessly, giving the Three Tails no chance. He was like a demonic god, such that even tailed beasts would flee at the sight of him. The child's father, whom Kazan has already surpassed, little Jiraiya and the others. The Fukasaku couple watched from behind as Kazan brutally beat the Three Tails. At this moment, he had far surpassed Jiraiya and Minato, walking the supreme path of the first Hokage. Kazan struck out. His pristine white attire lent a sacred air, yet he behaved like a thug, his fists brutally violent. A single punch sent the Three Tails howling. This was no ordinary fist. It fused overwhelming haki and monstrous strength, further amplified by the weighted rock technique, to maximize the mass of his fist. As the blows rained down, the Three Tails felt its shell on the verge of cracking. Such prowess, in the current shinobi world, perhaps only he could achieve it. The Three Tails let out a long roar, opening its massive mouth to gather chakra and unleash a tailed beast ball. Kazan refused to give it the chance. He himself cared little for the tailed beast ball, but he worried about the fallout reaching those behind him. Like a bolt of lightning streaking across the night sky, he punched the tailed beast ball before it could fully form, detonating it. Boom. The tailed beast ball exploded between them, unleashing vast energy in all directions. Kazan remained unscathed. His overwhelming haki insulated him from the energy shockwave. The Three Tails, however, let out a pained wail. This sight left even the centuries-old, well-traveled sages of the sacred lands utterly dumbfounded. Consider that even the first Hokage, when capturing tailed beasts, never dared such recklessness. At best, he used would release to block tailed beast balls. Who would dare, like Kazan, to punch the ball head-on and detonate the energy? The battle was not intense. It was one-sided. As the Three Tails writhed in pain, Kazan was already on the attack again. His physique was dwarfed by the Three Tails, yet the aura he exuded was many times more formidable. Kazan leaped up, coming face to face with the Three Tails, his fists already fully charged. The final blow was infinite fist barrage. As the last word fell, a torrent of devastating strikes rained down like a storm. The Three Tails reacted, quickly retracting its head in an attempt to use its shell as a shield. Yet this assault was too ferocious. In the span of a breath, the Three Tails felt itself battered by over 100 punches. Its hard carapace boomed under the hammering, nearly cracking. Get back in there. Each of Kazan's punches was tremendously heavy, augmented by the weighted rock technique to maximize mass, wrapped in overwhelming haki and monstrous strength for crushing blows. The Three Tails' shell was not nearly cracking. It had already developed fissures. The hardest carapace in the world could not withstand his iron fists. Kazan roared, his fists firing like a machine gun. Crack! The Three Tails' shell finally shattered, unable to bear the onslaught, bursting apart piece by piece. Monster! In the shadows, Black Zetsu grew anxious, urging White Zetsu to hurry on the other side, bringing Uchiha Kiyoshi faster. Otherwise, this grand spectacle would end and Madara's plan would be foiled. Uchiha Kiyoshi soon received the message. You must hurry, Kiyoshi. The Three Tails has taken control of your sister's body and is fighting Kazan. What? It had already begun. Miyabi was still battling Kazan. He was consumed by anxiety, losing his usual composure. Such was the Uchiha clan of love, too deeply attached to those close to them. Uchiha Kiyoshi ignored his injuries and pushed himself with all his might. Meanwhile, Kazan's fist had already shattered the Three Tails' shell. Even the most defense-oriented tailed beast could not withstand his fists. Break! With a mighty shout, Kazan's final punch descended like a lightning bolt. Then the Three Tails vanished. It was grievously wounded, having taken countless blows. Its shell shattered, and it was too weak to continue fighting. Kazan remained in his punching stance, but the area around him had been ravaged by the shockwaves of his fists, a scene of desolation. The Three Tails retreated back into Uchiha Miyabi's body, and she herself regained consciousness. Ha! Kazan-sama. Opt. She recognized Kazan, a hero of Konoha. Then with a startled cry, her body began to fall from the air. Kazan flashed over, caught her, and gently set her down on the ground. Don't say anything or do anything now, Kazan said, turning to look behind him. Shima-sama, Fukasaku-sama, I leave it to you. The two sages nodded and approached Uchiha Miyabi. Little Miyabi, we are going to perform a seal on you now. Don't worry, this sealing technique targets only the Three Tails. Uchiha Miyabi was a little frightened, but seeing Kazan beside her, her fear suddenly dissipated. Ninja Art 5 Elements Seal. The Fukasaku couple worked together and personally completed the seal on Uchiha Miyabi. It's done. The Three Tails cannot break free now. But from today onward, little Miyabi, you are the Jinchuriki of the Three Tails. In such a world, becoming a Jinchuriki was not a happy fate, especially for an Uchiha like Uchiha Miyabi. Little Miyabi, you must be mentally prepared. In this world, Jinchuriki was never a good word. She would face the villagers' terror, and being an Uchiha would also draw the vigilance of the village's higher-ups. I'll handle those rotten old men. For now, let's send her to Mount Mayaboku. Kazan wanted no further complications. With the seal complete, he intended to send her to Mount Mayaboku to consult the Great Toad Sage about lifting the confinement talisman. A carefully chosen tool of Madara's. I won't let you destroy it so easily. Black Zetsu, hidden in the shadows, would not let him have his way. He formed a single hand seal ready to detonate the confinement talisman. Almost the moment Black Zetsu detonated the binding seal, Kazan's observation haki already captured that glimpse of the future. Not only him, Uchiha Miyako felt it too. Her heart burned with feverish intensity, as though it were on the verge of bursting. Almost simultaneously, Uchiha Jing was closing in at great speed. His voice arrived before he did. Miyako. What kind of fate was this? Kazan's observation haki caught another vision of the future. He saw Uchiha Jing's anguished wail. He could not remain indifferent. Not for any grander reason, but simply because he refused to watch a living soul perish right before his eyes. Her life had only just begun, filled with countless beautiful futures waiting to be forged. And so, Kazan moved. A single finger shot forward, aimed directly at Uchiha Miyako's heart. His haki could strike straight through chakra. In other words, there was a real possibility he could dismantle Uchiha Madara's binding seal through an unconventional means. He had simply never attempted it before and harbored no confidence in success. One careless mistake would prove fatal. Lord Kazan, don't move. Kazan's eyes sharpened like blades, as though he could pierce straight through to the binding seal hidden within her heart. Uchiha Miyako obeyed without resistance. Though this was their first meeting, she trusted Kazan with absolute certainty. Because whenever her brother spoke of Lord Kazan, his words brimmed with admiration and praise. Meanwhile, Uchiha Jing finally arrived, everything unfolding exactly as fate had arranged. He stood frozen in place, his eyes wide with disbelief. What was he witnessing? Kazan's finger sharp as a blade piercing toward his sister's chest. A moment later, blood erupted like spraying snow. Uchiha Miyako's heart exploded. Kazan ultimately failed to dismantle Uchiha Madara's binding seal. The night wind bit cold, yet Uchiha Jing's heart ran even colder, a deep chill seeping through his entire body. Leaves rustled in the wind, and in the distance the shock waves of battle between Konoha and Kirigakure rumbled, echoing with continuous explosions. Yet Uchiha Jing's mind felt utterly emptied. All he could see was the person he trusted most using a single finger to pierce his sister's chest. To him the image was far too cruel. His aura turned even darker and colder, his eyes burning crimson. The turbulent emotions wrought a dramatic transformation within his pupils. Menjikyu Sharingan. Since the third great ninja war, he had been consumed by regret over his own weakness. He had longed to grow as powerful as Kazan so that he could protect his sister and everyone beside him. He trained relentlessly, daring to subject himself to Kazan's Haki impact to force his Sharingan to awaken. Uchiha Jing dreamed of one day inheriting the Uchiha clan, while Kazan would have already become Hokage of Konoha. If that day ever came, perhaps they could recreate the legend of the first Hokage and his ancestor Uchiha Madara, forging an enduring tale of brotherhood. And unlike the first and his ancestor, they would never fight to the death at the Valley of the End. But now on this day, he had obtained the power he desired. His Sharingan underwent a profound transformation, and his vision became extraordinarily clear. He could feel every change. But what was the price? He had witnessed his dearest sister die, before his eyes, her killer being his closest friend. At that moment, Uchiha Miyako sensed something and turned her head, glancing in his direction. Then she smiled. Her lips moved, speaking words that Uchiha Jing could not hear. They were too far apart. He could see her, but could neither reach nor listen to her. It was destined to be a sorrowful night. The moonlight retreated behind clouds, and Uchiha Jing's entire figure merged into the darkness, leaving only a pair of blood-red eyes visible. Finally, he roared toward Kazan's direction. Kazan! The fury and grief poured through his voice and piercing gaze. Kazan! He swiftly withdrew his finger and slammed his foot against the ground, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. All explanations were meaningless now. He had to deal with that person first. White Setsu had been closely monitoring Konoha and knew all too well the capabilities of this demonic powerhouse. He dared not linger. Seeing Kazan act, he immediately took Uchiha Jing and vanished underground, lest Uchiha Madara's tool be reduced to a battered corpse with a single punch. Boom! The ground erupted, shattered by Kazan's fist, yet neither Uchiha Jing nor White Zetsu could be seen. He had failed. Not only had he been unable to save Uchiha's child, he also failed to capture Uchiha Jing. Kazan's observation Haki had already foreseen this failure. Yet he still chose to act, seeking to alter destiny. There was no complicated reasoning, simply an unwillingness to watch a child die helplessly before his eyes. He acted only to keep a clear conscience. If Uchiha Jing wanted to hold him responsible, so be it. Little Kazan, who was that person? Miyako's elder brother, Uchiha Jing. Uchiha. Sage Jiraiya furrowed his brows, having noticed the transformation in Uchiha Jing's Sharingan. I would not be mistaken. That is the Manjikyu Sharingan. Little Kazan, you must be cautious in the days ahead. Everything that transpired tonight was far too coincidental. The two great sages had lived for hundreds of years, and everything about tonight reeked of something deeply unnatural. This did not resemble an accident, but rather a deliberate arrangement. I understand. I owe you both my gratitude for tonight. For now, I still have other matters to attend to. Kazan turned to look at Uchiha Miyako, lying motionless on the ground. Her body still retained warmth, but it was fading rapidly. A flower in her prime, taken so prematurely by conspiracy, an innocent sacrifice. Don't think this ends here, Madara. This debt will be settled with you. Kazan gathered Uchiha Miyako's lifeless body into his arms and returned to the Konoha camp. Kazan. Kurenai approached immediately. She had been obedient, remaining nearby rather than advancing with the frontline units engaged against Kirigakure. But then she looked down and saw the gaping blood-soaked wound in Uchiha Miyako's chest. Yuhi Kurenai pressed both hands against her mouth, her wine-red pupils trembling. What happened? I'll explain later. First, I need to deal with those Kirigakure ninja. Kazan handed the body to Kurenai and took to the sky. Rumble. Dark red lightning rained from the heavens, searing the night sky with an ominous glow. Yet the Konoha soldiers beheld this phenomenon not with fear, but with fervent excitement. It's Lord Kazan. Kazan, the demon god of Konoha. In stark contrast to Konoha's troops, the Kirigakure ninja lost all courage at the mere mention of his name. After all, he was Konoha's second divine-tier warrior. Just hearing his name filled them with dread. The third Mizukage raised his head and indeed spotted a white speck hurtling toward them amid the thunder. The Konoha demon god has arrived. What of the three tails? And the seven swordsmen? They were likely already dead. His plan had failed. He had not detected Kazan's approach in time. For Kirigakure, this was a devastating blow. Boom. Before he could finish his thoughts, Kazan had already thrown a punch that smashed into the sea surface, unleashing a towering tsunami. What is this? The Kirigakure ninjas' faces drained of color. Before them rose a 100-meter-high wave summoned by a single punch hurtling toward them. Monster. The third Mizukage clenched his teeth and immediately ordered a retreat. Do you really think you can escape? Kazan swung his fist again, driving the monstrous wave to crash upon the Kirigakure forces. Towering waves came crashing head-on, threatening to engulf the Mist Ninja. All troops retreat. The third Mizukage issued the final command, already prepared to sacrifice himself to cover the retreat. Then, water release, great waterfall technique. Another enormous wave surged, but it was not caused by Kazan, it was the third Mizukage jutsu. This place was highly suitable for their battle, greatly amplifying the power of ninjutsu. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed as two colossal waves collided head-on, resulting in a violent impact. At that moment, the entire sea seemed to have gone berserk, a terrifying spectacle. Kazan surged forward, tearing through the great waves, his fist laden with immense force as he struck out. Bang! The third Mizukage's water shield failed to withstand the blow. He was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the interior of the warship. Kazan pressed the attack with overwhelming dominance, descending from above with a stomp that split the warship in two. The third Mizuki's body trembled violently as he was slammed into the seabed. Almost simultaneously, water release water dragon bullet. Water release water dragon bullet. In the distance, Zhao Meiming and Goju Shirtsong joined forces. They could not stand by and watch their Mizuki die before their eyes. Two enormous water dragons surged from the sea, one on each side, flanking Kazan and attempting to engulf him. But, boom, the water dragons exploded half a meter from Kazan's body, torn to shreds by his haki. Even such a level of ninjutsu could not breach the defense of his conqueror's haki. Turning around, Kazan leaped into the air, spun, and threw a punch behind him. With just one punch, the warship he had split in two with his stomp was lifted from the sea, hurtling toward Zhao Meiming and the other. This technique he had learned from Kapu. What kind of monster is this? The warship came crashing down like a massive mountain. Zhao Meiming and the fourth Mizuki hastily dodged. Such a technique was unheard of, using the wind pressure of a punch to propel a warship as a projectile. What terrifying power did those fists possess? Boom. The sea was struck by the sundered ship, sending up gigantic waves. Kazan wanted to pursue, but the third Mizuki had recovered and burst out of the sea. Water release water whip. He formed a long whip in his hand and lashed it toward Kazan, wrapping him round and round. Go, I can't hold him for long. In truth, he could not hold him at all. Kazan's haki flared, and the water whip was instantly shredded, dissolving into droplets that fell into the sea. Mizuki-sama, go lead the troops away from here. Zhao Meiming and Goju Shirtsong exchanged a glance. In the distance, the mist ninja were being pursued by Konoha, screams filling the air. Jiraiya and Tuanzong led the charge personally. The mist ninja could hardly resist. Corpses kept sinking into the sea, swallowed by the waters. Tuanzong lived up to his reputation as the darkness of Konoha, ruthless and merciless, his wind release techniques slicing people in two like blades. If this continued, all the mist ninja might be left here. The two of them hesitated no longer. They stepped forward to engage Jiraiya and Tuanzong, respectively, doing all they could to cover the retreat. And the third Mizuki, he was engaged with Kazan, deliberately sinking into the sea to bide his time. The result? Kazan gave him no chance. He punched down, blasting a huge hole in the sea, exposing the third Mizuki, who had just submerged to the air. Then, Kazan descended from the sky at high speed, landing another heavy stomp. Ugh! The third Mizuki was gravely wounded. His internal organs felt as if they were shattered, blood gushing from his mouth like water. Kazan continued to press, stomping the opponent deep into the sea. Water release. The third Mizuki tried to resist, but before he could finish his sentence, he felt half his face seized by a powerful hand. Kazan gave him no chance to react. Breaking through the seawater, he soared upward with the third Mizuki. Boom. The sea seemed to explode. Many saw Kazan gripping the third Mizuki, ascending rapidly toward the moonlight. 100 meters. 500 meters. 1,000 meters. Fully 1,000 meters, the third Mizuki struggled fiercely, but could not break free from Kazan's grip. His body felt unimaginably heavy. He could roughly guess that this must be the IWA ninja's weighted rock technique, which the Konoha demon had acquired. And then, ocean floor drop. Only after reaching a kilometer in altitude did Kazan turn his body and hurl the third Mizuki downward with all his might. A strike infused with haki, monstrous strength and gravity. Its power was unimaginable. The third Mizuki tried to resist, but an invisible force tore at him, rendering his entire body immobile as he fell from a kilometer high. The process was utterly terrifying. The third Mizuki could do nothing. His whole body was rent apart, unable to resist, waiting only for death. He looked upward. The Konoha demon, backlit against the moon, was only a black silhouette, his haki surging around him, enveloped in dark red lightning. Was he about to die? In this moment, it seemed he had returned to his childhood, brought to the rooftop by his father, gazing at the moon and sharing dreams. When I grow up, I will become the village's Kage, and I will make this village great, stronger than Konoha. Did the bold words of his youth come true? At best, half fulfilled. He became the Kage of the mist, but he never made the mist great. In the end, I have accomplished nothing. What a failed life. Boom. The sea exploded again. As the third Mizuki hit the water, he too burst apart along with the sea. The horrific blood dyed the sea red, but was soon swallowed by the waters, leaving nothing behind. Mizuki-sama. The mist ninja mourned in grief. Such a death was too cruel. His entire body had exploded, leaving nothing, returning completely to the sea. Go, don't look back. Some mist ninja gritted their teeth, their faces filled with sorrow, grabbing their comrades to retreat. Soon they vanished at the end of the sea. Kazan descended from the air and did not pursue. He now understood why Jiraiya and that old fox Tuanzong had never made progress. The sea was a man-eating monster, and the mist ninja were the most adept at water techniques. Any pursuit would inevitably incur heavy losses. Fortunately, it was all over now. Konoha had won again, and this time it was a breakthrough victory. With the third Mizuki dead, the mist ninja would fall into temporary chaos, needing to quickly elect a new leader. So what should we do next? Should we continue the pursuit, or let the mist ninja return to the water country? The war was over. Tuanzong and Jiraiya immediately convened a meeting. They discussed whether to seize the opportunity to pursue the mist ninja. The sea is their home ground. Fighting the mist ninja on the sea will cost many lives. The battles of this period had made them fully aware of how troublesome the mist ninja were. Unless absolutely necessary, they did not want to charge into the sea to trouble the Mist Ninja. If we don't seize the chance to hunt them down now, how can we compensate for our troops' losses? Tuan Zhang's tone was calm, but his killing intent was overwhelming. The Mist Ninja must pay the price. Konoha needed to extract enough resources from them. The dead ninja were dead and could not be revived, but the village's ninja forces needed to be replenished quickly. Jiraiya naturally understood this, but a pursuit would inevitably cause more casualties. He himself was against pursuing. But on the battlefield of the Bo country, Tuan Zhang was the overall commander. He needed someone to support him. Where is Kazan? Didn't he come to the meeting? Jiraiya looked around, but couldn't find Kazan. At this moment, he desperately needed his fellow disciple to stand with him against Tuan Zhang. He returned earlier after the battle, but no one knows where he went. Care for a drink? Jiraiya found Kazan carrying a gourd of sake. Right now we're at war, where did you procure such wine? An immortal always has his own means. Jiraiya cheerfully handed over the flask. He had already learned from Kurenai what had transpired during their battle with the Mist Ninja. Konohamaru Uchiha, who ought to have perished, had reappeared, and witnessed his sister's death with his own eyes. Jiraiya sensed conspiracy lurking beneath these events. Can you guess who's behind this? This? I have no idea. Kazan intended to handle this matter alone. Others might easily lose their lives, even Jiraiya included. Mangekyo Sharingan. No one knew what power Uchiha Konohamaru had awakened. Those eyes were rumored to be the pupil of the mind. When Uchiha Obito awakened his Mangekyo, he could not accept Rin Nohara's death and sought to flee from reality. Thus he obtained Kamui. Uchiha Sasuke desired the power of vengeance and received Amaterasu, the ultimate physical attack. Then what about Uchiha Konohamaru? What did he desire at that moment? Regardless, I shall investigate this myself. Kazan took a sip. It was Japanese sake. Mild in strength with an alcohol content of barely over 10%. Much like beer, carrying a faint fruity aroma. This tastes almost like water. Far too light. If you wish to drink shoshu, you must wait until you come of age. You cannot yet taste its true flavor. Or perhaps, he might actually discern it. Kazan had weathered much these past years. But if you truly wish to drink it, I shall find a way to get some for you. Never mind. I have little interest in alcohol anyway. Here, keep it. Kazan tossed the flask back. He had never cared for drinking. The sensation of losing one's clarity of thought was simply wretched. Kazan deliberately shifted the subject. What are your plans regarding the Mist Ninja? Danzo wishes to pursue them across the sea, forcing the Mist to pay war reparations. In your opinion? I advise against pursuit. We should sign a ceasefire agreement with the Mist. The war had dragged on far too long. Jiraiya was exhausted and had no desire to continue. Moreover, the open sea was not their domain. Crossing those waters to pursue an enemy was fraught with unknown dangers and hidden crises awaiting Konoha. Then we shall proceed as you suggest. I will support you. I was waiting to hear you say that. Jiraiya burst into laughter and threw an arm around Kazan's shoulders. They did not mention Uchiha Konohamaru and Uchiha Miya again. Some matters needed no explicit words. The next day, Jiraiya convened another council regarding the Mist Ninja situation. My recommendation is that we sign a ceasefire with the Mist. And what of war reparations? None required. Bang. Danzo slammed his fist upon the table and rebuked them angrily. Naive. We are the victors. Demanding reparations from the defeated is what history has always demanded. His implication was clear. They were simply too immature. The Mist is different from the cloud and the rock. They do not face enemies on all sides. The land of water lay far from the mainland, requiring a sea route for any assault. With the rock, sand, and cloud engaged in fierce combat within the land of earth, the Mist had no rear threats and could fight Konoha to the very end. Why wait for three great clans? Konoha itself is their greatest enemy. We cannot allow them to retreat so easily into the land of water. They must pay a price. Just as Kazan did in the Sound Country. Danzo argued with apparent logic, citing the cloud incident as precedent. But the reality was entirely different. For Konoha to invade the land of water, they would first need to cross the vast ocean, the Mist's natural barrier. The Mist, free from threats by other clans, could resist Konoha to the bitter end. Our circumstances differ from the cloud's predicament, surrounded on all sides. Send envoys to sign the ceasefire with the Mist. We can forego the reparations. It is time to bring the village's ninja home. Kazan sat beside Jiraiya. As a person of considerable standing, a direct disciple of the third Hokage, much like Jiraiya, their opinions carried the weight of the third's own at times. Coupled with his formidable combat prowess and merits, his words carried great weight. And that phrase, bring the village's ninja home, struck directly at the hearts of every Konoha elder present. Their own clan members had longed to return home. They are shinobi but also warriors. Danzo locked eyes upon Kazan and Jiraiya. These two disciples of the Hokage held immense prestige within the village. Together they could counter even himself, the elder and commander-in-chief. For the sake of the village, necessary sacrifices are justified. The war belonging to Konoha has ended. Danzo. Kazan's voice was soft yet firm. The rock had surrendered, the cloud had signed a ceasefire, and the sand had been the first to withdraw from the land of rivers, now scrambling to seize every advantage from the land of earth. All that remained was resolving the Mist situation. Konoha could then sit back and observe the others while withdrawing from the Third Shinobi World War. Indeed, Konoha's war is over. We need make no further unnecessary sacrifices. The reparations from the rock and cloud are sufficient to cover the village's losses and fuel our development. Jiraiya and Kazan stood as one confronting Danzo head-on. One represented the third Hokage, the other embodied the Konoha elders. Even the Uchiha and Hyuga clans dared not easily offend these three titans. This is letting the tiger return to the mountains. You will regret this. Danzo did not deign to force a vote or send a letter back to the village for Hiruzen Sarutobi to decide. He understood clearly. Either way the outcome would be identical. For the Mist Konoha is the true tiger here. Do not confuse matters, Danzo. The meeting adjourned. Danzo swept out in anger. It was not merely about letting the mist go so easily. This council had made Danzo feel threatened. The third's faction had grown so powerful that it could now disregard Danzo and root entirely. With the third Hokage's retirement imminent, the mid-generation ninja, the legendary Sannin, and Minato Namikaze were all strong contenders for the fourth Hokage position. Among the younger generation, Kazan had also risen to prominence. The tide had already turned. If this continued, when would Danzo ever become Hokage? Hokage. Two simple words had become his inner demon. Tell Orochimaru what transpired here. Danzo needed to ally with Orochimaru. A lone route was far too weak. Homa-in and Tanden Kohachi, though elders with certain authority, seemed entirely disregarded by Hiruzen's disciples. They say youth overcomes age. Kazan, Jiraiya, and the others represented Konoha's premier combat power. Calling you elder is already giving you face. If you refuse to accept it, you are 2 feet inside the grave. What could you possibly do? 1 minute and you'd be retired early. And then there was the Uchiha. Danzo harbored deep loathing for that clan, perfectly inheriting his master the second Hokage's will. Yet now those greedy Uchiha could help him compete for the fourth Hokage position. There were few candidates who could inherit the Hokage mantle. The thirds for disciples and Minato Namikaze. Kazan was too young, dismissed. Jiraiya had no interest in the position, dismissed. Tsunade, beyond her background, she fell short of both Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze in every other aspect. In truth, the position of fourth Hokage boiled down to a competition between just 2 Orochimaru and Minato Namikaze. Kazan, Maya, in the dark cave, Uchiha Zhan let out a heart-wrenching roar. He knelt on the ground, his tears long since dried up. Witnessing with his own eyes the most trusted friend slay his sister, he felt as if he were dying. Suffocation engulfed him, and a soul-deep agony racked his entire being. Mist Shinobi Konoha, I will make you pay for Maya's life. His hatred raged like a wildfire. His tears had long dried and blood trickled from his crimson eyes. Do you see now? The true face of this world. Madara Uchiha approached calmly, his body like a flickering candle in the wind, long bereft of the aura of the once dreaded ninja demigod. He had long foreseen this moment. Only by witnessing the death of a beloved one could the true power of the Uchiha clan be unleashed. Who are you? Uchiha Zhan stared at the man before him like a cornered beast. He was no fool. On the contrary, he was quite sharp. He sensed he had been manipulated, that all of this was far too coincidental. I am Madara Uchiha. Madara Uchiha's words were nothing short of shocking. He showed no concern that the truth might be exposed, for his sole purpose from the beginning was to make Uchiha Zhan recognize the cruelty of this world. Impossible. Madara Uchiha died long ago, slain by the first Hokage. That is merely what you choose to believe. Madara was already at death's door. Even standing alone exhausted him. He found a place to sit down. Would you like to hear my story? Though he asked, he did not wait for Uchiha Zhan's reply. Instead, he began to recount his encounters with Hashirama Senju, their battles, and their joint founding of Konoha. As one of the founders of Konoha, he had even faced cold stares and suspicion from the villagers. In the end, this is reality. Even Hashirama and I were forced to fight to the death. This world is bound by an unbreakable chain of hatred. No one can escape it. Hashirama's ideal world will never come to pass. Only in dreams can humanity find true happiness. This is the final gift left by the Sage of Six Paths on the clan's stone tablet. Hearing this, Uchiha Zhan did not calm down. Instead, his face twisted even more violently. So you wanted to use me. You orchestrated Maya's death and made me watch Kazan kill her. That was an accident. I had nothing to do with it. I merely let you witness it. Madara denied it. That was the Mist Shinobi's doing. No one could control it. Your sister was merely chosen as a casualty of war. If you knew, why didn't you save her? Uchiha Zhan bit his lip, and crimson blood seeped from the wound. Doing so would have served no purpose for me. As long as the chain of hatred in this world remains unbroken, tragedies like this will continue to occur. Today it is you, tomorrow it will be someone else. No one can break free from this cycle. And I chose you because I need a like-minded partner. Madara was ruthless. Other than denying that he had orchestrated the incident, he had told almost no lies. Such a mixture of truth and falsehood made it even harder to judge. Come find me when you have made your decision. After all, this man was to be his avatar in the mortal world after his death. He could not be handled with ordinary methods. He needed Uchiha Zhan to wholeheartedly embrace his plan. In that illusionary world, you and I, and everyone else, will find the happiness we desire. He left, returning to his chamber, where the demonic statue of the outer path continuously fed him life energy. Will he follow your will and become part of the moon I planned? Black Zetsu's voice carried an almost imperceptible tension. After waiting a millennium for the second pair of Rinnegan, he could not bear to wait any longer. He will. Both Hashirama and I, and even that brat Kazan, have failed. We cannot change this world. We can only attain our dreams and slumber. In truth, Uchiha Zhan had walked down the same radical path as Madara. Since reality could not fulfill his ideals, he might as well indulge in a grand illusion. To find peace in a false world. Within a single day, he sought out Madara. I will join your plan. Very well. From today onward you shall walk the world under the name Madara Uchiha. But you are still too weak. In the time I have left, I will mold you into a formidable ninja. Madara remained composed, his tone eerily calm, as if he had truly seen through the truth of the world. In the remaining days he imparted all his knowledge to Uchiha Zhan. He even entrusted the Nine Tails summoning contract to Uchiha Zhan. What you do from now on is your own choice. Even taking revenge on the mist shinobi and Konoha is fine. But never forget our goal is to liberate this world. With that, Madara's life force faded completely, awaiting the day of his resurrection through the Rinne rebirth. What will you do now? With Madara dead, White and Black Zetsu now followed Uchiha Zhan. I have a score to settle with the mist shinobi. Uchiha Zhan's eyes were chillingly cold. Also find someone for me. The histories of the Sarutobi and Senju clans should contain relevant records. Bring them to me. He would never forgive the mist shinobi who had killed Maya. But he also understood that as long as Kazan the demon of Konoha lived, their plan would be nearly impossible to execute. Collecting all nine-tailed beasts was almost out of reach. They needed power to defeat Kazan. Coincidentally, Uchiha Zhan had loved reading since childhood and had pored over his clan's history countless times. He knew of someone who might help him, but it would take time to find that person. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the negotiations between Konoha and the Mist Shinobi had concluded. Although the Mist Shinobi resented Kazan for killing their Kage for them, this was the best possible outcome. Having just lost their leader, the village was leaderless and unfit for battle. Thus the Mist Shinobi withdrew from the Wave Country. Elsewhere the war still raged on. But none of that concerned Konoha. Their war was over. That same day Jiraiya and Danzo led their troops back to the land of Earth. They were going home. After more than a month, Kazan returned to Konoha once more. Behind him were the emotionally stirred ninjas. They had finally made it home alive. At the village gate, many family members who had learned of their return today came to welcome them. For a moment the Konoha gate was filled with scenes of people embracing each other. Hong's mother also arrived, wordlessly embracing her husband and daughter tightly. Some others were expressions of sorrow, having failed to see the ones they longed for, only corpses and relics. Joy and sorrow merged into a unique tableau at this moment. Let's go, the old third Hokage is still waiting for us. Jiraiya put his arm around Kazan's shoulder, and the two walked into Konoha together. That's how it went. You did well. Ending the war in such a manner is for the best. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a long breath. The war was finally over. Less intense than the first and second great ninja wars, Kazan's meteoric rise had made Konoha invincible on the battlefield. Counting carefully, almost every war's conclusion was tied to Kazan. Granny Chiyo, the third Reikage Hanzo of the Salamander, and the third Mizukage. All these renowned powerhouses had fallen by his hand. Furthermore, the fourth Kazekage Raza and the third Tsuchikage Inoki were also defeated by him, creating a legend of invincibility. Now when people spoke of Konoha, they mentioned neither the third Hokage, nor the three legendary shinobi, nor the Yellow Flash. They spoke of the Konoha demon god. With the war over, Hiruzen Sarutobi was already contemplating retirement. I intend to select the next Hokage once the situation stabilizes. The implication was clear, he was stepping down. What are your opinions? I propose Minato as the fourth Hokage. He is the best candidate. Jiraiya unreservedly recommended his own disciple, for those who knew him understood that Jiraiya had no desire for power. What about you, Kazan? Let it be Minato. Of course, Tsunade also has the qualifications. As expected, they both leaned toward Minato Namikaze becoming the next Hokage. As for Tsunade, Hiruzen Sarutobi preferred that this generation's Hokage not be backed by any ninja clan. I understand. I will summon everyone later, make sure you attend. Kazan and Jiraiya nodded, chatted a while longer, and then went their separate ways. Spread the news that I intend to select the fourth Hokage. This would be Hiruzen Sarutobi's final task, as the third Hokage. The news quickly spread throughout Konoha. Is the third Hokage-sama really stepping down? Is it true? It must be true. Many are discussing who will become the village's fourth Hokage. It must be Orochimaru-sama, right? He is the third Hokage's disciple. I think not. Jiraiya-sama has countless achievements on the battlefield, and is approachable. I hope Jiraiya-sama becomes Hokage. Tsunade-sama is the granddaughter of the first and second Hokage, who I believe she would be the better choice. What about Minato Namikaze-sama? If he were to succeed the third Hokage, wouldn't the village be even more stable? For stability, I think Kazan-sama is a better choice. Indeed, Kazan-sama's achievements in the third war were brilliant, and his strength rivals the first Hokage. No one is better suited to become the fourth Hokage. But Kazan-sama is too young. The villagers debated. The main candidates were the third Hokage's four disciples and Minato Namikaze. They possessed both strength and battlefield accomplishments, making them the best successors. Notably, although Kazan was young, he had no shortage of supporters. His achievements were too glorious. Many called him the second first Hokage. His combat prowess was already the strongest in the shinobi world. Many believed that the Hokage's position should be inherited by the strongest. The first, second, and third Hokage had all been chosen this way. What are the reactions of the ninja clans? No action yet, but they have been holding secret meetings recently. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes were everywhere in Konoha, nothing escaped his notice. This Hokage succession was different from the past. After the first Hokage's death, no one was more qualified than the second Hokage to succeed him, so Tobirama Senju naturally became the second Hokage. When it came to the third Hokage, Tobirama Senju personally chose him before his death, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Now with the fourth Hokage the situation was different again. After the third war ended, many were qualified to become Hokage. The ninja clans were clearly weighing whom to support. Once chosen, their families would benefit for generations, as long as the fourth Hokage lived long enough. What about the Uchiha? We cannot infiltrate their compound. Understood. Continue monitoring the village's clans and note who they contact. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan, Fugaku Uchiha, who had returned from the battlefield, became the new clan leader due to his powerful strength. His first act was to convene a meeting. It's time to choose a new Hokage again. What are your opinions? I support Orochimaru. He is the third Hokage's most outstanding disciple and has the greatest chance. Orochimaru. He's now in cahoots with Danzo Shimura. Don't forget that Danzo has always been hostile to us Uchiha. Where did you see Danzo hostile to us Uchiha? Haven't we coexisted peacefully all these years? Hey, are you supporting Orochimaru because you've taken his bribes? I'll take your mother's. Everyone calm down and have some tea. Fugaku Uchiha asked everyone to drink tea and discuss slowly. Those in the know understood what they were doing. Those who didn't might think they were electing a gang leader. This was the dilemma facing most ninja clans in Konoha. The first and second Hokage were universally acclaimed, and the third Hokage was the second Hokage's designated successor. But for the fourth, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly spread the news, giving the impression of a vote for the Hokage. This made Konoha's ninjas take the Hokage succession very seriously. If they chose the wrong side, would they be excluded from the village's power center in the future? To be honest, among all the candidates, I most hope Kazan becomes the fourth Hokage. Indeed, Kazan-sama is different. His vision matches the first Hokage's, and he is most friendly to us Uchiha. But he is too young and has no clan backing him. It will be difficult for him to become the fourth Hokage. Why does he need a clan? Isn't our Uchiha support enough? It is enough, but I fear Kazan has no interest in the Hokage position. An elder of the Uchiha side. For the Uchiha, Kazan becoming Hokage would be ideal. His attitude toward the Uchiha was completely different from others, making him the most likely to ease the tension between the Uchiha and Konoha. Moreover, the Uchiha owed him a favor. Fugaku, what do you think? I share everyone's hope that Kazan will succeed the Hokage, but he seems utterly uninterested in that position. Could he be interested? Every time Kazan released his conqueror's haki, his will could be felt by others to some extent. He was a person who loathed being bound by rules. Sitting in the Hokage's office would drive him to prefer boxing in the back hills. Let's talk to Kazan-sama. He is the hope of our Uchiha. He is the hope of our Uchiha. Kazan, you've arrived, Fugaku. I haven't congratulated you yet on becoming the head of the Uchiha clan. Behind the Konoha Mountains. Whenever Kazan had nothing to do, he would cultivate on his own. He already had some understanding of the expansion jutsu, but it would still take some time before he could fully master it. The most difficult step of this technique was consuming calories within his body and combining them with chakra to achieve physical expansion. Yet precisely that most challenging step came quite easily to Kazan. With life return, he could freely control his body and calories were no obstacle whatsoever. With additional training, he would be able to complete the expansion jutsu and elevate the destructive power of his fists even further. Thank you. This time I come to you representing the entire Uchiha clan. Is this about the fourth Hokage? Correct. That position is temporarily not something the Uchiha clan can harbor ambitions for. You should be well aware. I understand. Uchiha Fugaku knew exactly what was meant. Given their reputation in Konoha, no one would ever want an Uchiha to become Hokage. Moreover, the highest tier of Konoha's leadership all consisted of the second Hokage's disciples. Heavily influenced by Senju Tobirama, they had maintained vigilance against the Uchiha for years upon years. This time we sincerely hope you will step forward to run for office. You want me to run? Yes. The Uchiha clan had thought this through. Clearly only Kazan could improve the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha. He was powerful enough, his spirit as magnanimous as the first Hokage's, yet he also possessed a dominance that the first Hokage lacked. If one were merely the first Hokage, it would truly be impossible to achieve such things. Such was the nature of his personality. Not weak, but too accommodating. Uchiha Madara, who had once left Konoha in disappointment, was the best proof of this. In this regard, Kazan was more suited to becoming Hokage than the first. Only after the rift between the Uchiha and the village had been eliminated could they perhaps consider the position of Hokage for themselves. Even if I agree to run, my chances of inheriting the position after the fourth are slim. Konoha has better choices. Kazan's unwillingness to run was partly for this reason. His combat strength and track record were sufficient, but his age was his greatest obstacle. The reason Gaara had become Kazekage at such a young age was directly related to the fact that the Sand Village had no suitable candidates. His father had eliminated everyone who could threaten his position, leaving nothing but scraps behind. The Sand Ninja had no choice but to select Gaara. But what of Konoha now? The three Sannin and the Yellow Flash were all in their prime, outstanding in combat strength, wisdom, and every other aspect. The village was teeming with talented individuals. We are fully aware of this. Therefore the true intention of the Uchiha is to hope you will run for 5th Hokage. This was not the Uchiha clan's collective will, but rather Fugaku's personal desire. From beginning to end, he had been considering only the 5th Hokage position since the bond between the Uchiha and Kazan was not yet firmly established. Kazan treated everyone equally. The Uchiha could not flatter themselves. They still needed to forge a tighter connection. Is this your formal request? Yes. Very well. I will give it careful consideration. Take this. It can serve as a gift to celebrate your becoming Uchiha clan head. Kazan produced a ninja sword and tossed it to Uchiha Fugaku. It was one of the 7 ninja swords of the mist. During previous negotiations the mist had hoped to retrieve it from Kazan, but Konoha had flatly refused. Not only were they not asked to compensate, but now they wanted the 7 swords back. What were they dreaming of? Now those 7 swords simply gathered dust at Kazan's residence, so he decided to gift them away. Ryuichi the needle blade. Yes. It should prove useful to you. Thank you. Uchiha Fugaku accepted it gratefully. This was indeed a fine treasure perfectly suited for his son Uchiha Itachi. Kazan, are you going to become Hokage? As soon as Fugaku had left, Red emerged from the room. Not entirely sure yet. We'll see how things develop. Kazan himself was uncertain. He did somewhat want to try being Hokage for fun. After all, Naruto and Obito had strived for that position across hundreds of episodes. But this position seemed important, not something to be trifled with casually. If he became Hokage for a few days, and then grew tired of it, suddenly abandoning his post, that would hardly be responsible. Let's go. It's time to eat. Kazan called out, and immediately Hajime and Hunyu leaped out from the jungle. Kazan and Red each mounted a beast, and set out on a hunting trip. Along the way they encountered Might Dai and his son, engaged in passionate training, shouting about catching up with time and shedding their youth. A barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of Kazan's lips. At least he was not someone who had accomplished nothing. Meanwhile, the Hokage building. Hiruzen Sarutobi was handling matters related to the post-war period. Compensation for ninja who had perished in the battle, the sudden appearance of numerous orphans, and many other matters all required his attention. It was at this moment that a hidden ninja suddenly appeared. Hokage-sama, intelligence reports. Something else has happened. Hiruzen's brows furrowed as he took the scroll and unrolled it. Fortunately, it was not what he had feared. No outbreak of warfare along the Fire Country border. Luan. He sifted through his memories before finally recalling. An ancient nation situated within the Wind Country. Due to its special geographical location, although within the territory of the Wind Country, it remained independent from both Suna and the Wind Country itself, existing as its own separate entity. Every queen of this ancient nation throughout history had possessed a special ability, the power to communicate with a certain energy known as the Dragon Vein. However, for many years Luan had never utilized this energy to manufacture weapons, nor did it maintain its own ninja forces. It posed no threat to any nation or ninja village. Hiruzen continued reading, and his brows furrowed once more. Send for Kazan. Yes. The hidden ninja vanished instantly off to find Kazan. Before long, Kazan descended from the sky, crushing the building's ceiling with a single footstep. Hiruzen's lips twitched violently. He was becoming more and more outrageous. He had become increasingly unacceptable. One day, I must make him become Hokage, so he can experience the feeling of having his office turned into chaos. Old man Sarutobi, your thoughts are rather dangerous. Hiruzen's lips twitched again. He had nearly forgotten that this fellow could read his mind. No, I must hold back. I cannot let this brat discover my plans. Take a look at this. He handed the earlier scroll to Kazan. Kazan opened it, and reacted much the same way Hiruzen had. Luan. Yes. It is an ancient nation independent from Suna. Their queens generation after generation have been able to communicate with the dragon vein beneath the earth. Natural energy, isn't it? Perhaps. But that is not the point. The village's ninja have recently discovered that Luan appears to be manufacturing a large number of war weapons. This is highly unusual. I intend to send you to investigate. Luan had existed for a remarkably long time, longer even than Konoha itself. The queens of past generations had never been ambitious individuals. They had never borrowed the power of the dragon vein to manufacture weapons or arm Luan. However, the previous queen had passed away not long ago, and the new queen remained unfamiliar to Konoha. If the situation is as reported, we will secretly sabotage their war weapons, under necessary circumstances. Hiruzen left the rest unsaid. He knew Kazan could hear his thoughts. Beheading. Hiruzen did not know precisely how vast the dragon vein's energy was, but since it was natural energy, it was undoubtedly extraordinary. The Lost Tower storyline. Kazan's thoughts differed from Hiruzen's. He still roughly remembered the course of events from the storyline. Therefore, he was considering whether he could have Luan's queen use the dragon vein's power to cover the forest of death. He had not forgotten his intention to create a fourth great holy site in the ninja world. I understand. Kazan accepted the mission of Luan. He intended to give it a try to see if he could develop the death forest into the fourth sacred land of the shinobi world. Going out on another mission. Yeah, there's an urgent one I need to handle. Is it dangerous? Pretty dangerous, after all they're the ones who encountered me. Kazan thought for a moment, and answered very seriously. Hong was amused by his earnestness. Come to think of it, in the current shinobi world there were almost no places Kazan couldn't go. She was overthinking out of concern. Then go early, and come back soon, and I'll wait for you in the village. After saying this, Hong inexplicably felt that the conversation before her seemed familiar. She remembered. Every time her father left the village on a mission, her mother would say almost the same thing. Her face suddenly flushed, and restraining her shyness, she straightened his collar for him. Be careful, and also don't go running off to other villages. Got it, I'll be off then. Kazan walked a few steps to the edge of the Hokage rock, then suddenly leaped into the air. Boom. A tremendous sonic boom echoed through Konoha. Kazan pierced through the Great Barrier and flew at high speed toward Lulan. His speed was so extreme that within less than a day he stepped into the territory of the Wind Country. Truly an endless expanse of desert. No wonder Luo Sha and others spent their whole lives striving to escape the desert. The resources here were too scarce. If not for Konoha's constant vigilance, the river country would have been annexed by them long ago. The One Tail should still be in the Wind Country. Should I casually go and beat him to a pulp? He was pondering the hidden achievements of the 9-tailed beasts. The 2 tails, 3 tails, 4 tails, and 5 tails had either been brutally beaten or killed by him. Only the 1 tail, 6 tails, 7 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails remained. Forget it, that Tanuki is right here. I can fight it whenever I want, no rush. Kazan withdrew his gaze once again, burst through the clouds, and vanished into the sky. Then he arrived hovering above Lulan. Like an oasis in the desert, countless towers formed a small country with a unique style. With a low hum, the observation haki on his body expanded, enveloping the entire Lulan in one breath. Indeed, the signs of life are all hidden underground. The ones on the streets are all puppets without any life characteristics. And Lushan has already arrived. And Lushan, originally named Baizu, he was a rogue ninja from Sunagakure. By chance he learned of a powerful energy existing in Lulan and attempted to unseal it and claim it for himself. He succeeded in unsealing the dragon vein, but the immense energy twisted time and space, sending him to the present day of 20 years ago. Afterwards, Baizu changed his name to Lushan and became a minister of Lulan, using the energy of the dragon vein to create a puppet army aiming to dominate the shinobi world. A movie is just a movie with just a bit of natural energy. They dare to dream of ruling the world. If Yuzhibo Ban knew, he'd probably laugh himself awake from his coffin. However, when this movie came out, Mingren hadn't even taken down Pain as an experience pack. He hadn't completed Sage Mode, and the 6 Paths mode was even more out of reach. The boss was too strong to defeat. Kazan stood atop the clouds, not acting immediately. He was pondering how to gain the trust and help of the Queen of Lulan. The dragon vein, known as the lifeblood of the earth, was ultimately just a form of natural energy. And the successive queens of Lulan possessed the ability to communicate with it. Kazan slowly descended into Lulan. He arrived at a spacious plaza where a large number of humanoid puppets were reveling. The surroundings were festooned with lanterns and decorations filled with a festive atmosphere. But from Kazan's perspective, this scene seemed somewhat eerie. It's like seeing a ghost town in a horror movie. Suddenly Kazan sensed something and looked up toward the central tower. There a young girl with long red hair, dressed elegantly, walked out accompanied by several guards. She seemed unaware that the subjects below were all puppets and was still waving enthusiastically. Without a doubt, she was the current queen of Lulan Sala. Just as she was about to say something, Sala was pushed, stumbled, and her body uncontrollably fell forward. And the railing that was originally fine failed to provide any protection, crumbling like tofu at the slightest touch. Sala, caught off guard, fell from a height of dozens of stories. It seems I've arrived just in time. Kazan tapped the air and with a whoosh flew over and caught her. Almost simultaneously, a person with short golden hair, wearing a Konoha ninja headband, also dashed out, aiming for the falling Sala. But his speed was clearly not as fast as Kazan's. After jumping out, he ended up hugging empty air. He was first stunned, then terrified by the feeling of weightlessness flailing in the air. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and timely pulled out a kunai, stabbing it into the wall to avoid falling. Phew, I almost thought I was going to die. But who was that person just now? That speed so fast. Mingren, who had traveled through time to this place, felt a lingering fear. He quickly chased after, worried about Sala's safety. Then he saw a familiar cloak with the word justice so vividly printed on it. He blurted out, Kazan. Kazan had already noticed Mingren's arrival, but did not rush to turn around. Instead, he asked the girl in his arms with concern. Are you feeling all right? I'm fine. Sala saw Kazan's appearance clearly, and her cheeks flushed red. Kazan was not the type of instant handsome like bluffing Shuemin. He exuded a wildness like walking pheromone. Can you put me down first? Of course. Kazan set her down. At this moment, Mingren from afar also hurried over. Kazan. I can't believe I can see you here, he said in surprise, but after seeing Kazan clearly, he noticed something seemed off. The Kazan in front of him seemed much younger than the one he knew. Could it be that you are Kazan's son? Idiot. Just as thick-headed as in his memory. But upon careful observation, Kazan also noticed something was off. There was no fluctuation of the 9 tails within Mingren's body. That means the 9 tails incident never happened. Kazan studied Mingren for a moment. Without those whisker marks, he indeed looked much more handsome. He said, my child hasn't been born yet, and besides, I am Kazan himself. Impossible. Mingren denied outright, then seemed to think of something. Did you learn Granny Tsunade's technique to rejuvenate yourself? I didn't know you were so vain to actually. Wham! Kazan grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground. Mingren felt pain, his head feeling like it was splitting open, but he was now certain of one thing. This was definitely Kazan. The pain was just as intense, but what was going on? He only remembered Baizu unsealing the seal, and in his haste, he was swept into the erupting energy of the dragon vein, after which he arrived in this unfamiliar place. Calm down. Kazan crouched down and asked him, I'm the Kazan you mentioned, but I don't know you, kid. Tell me in detail what you encountered, and also what is your name? My name is Bulfing Mingren, a ninja of Konoha. Mingren told Kazan everything in great detail. But Kazan stopped listening after hearing his surname. The plot of a movie was always the same routine. Accidentally caught in a world-destroying disaster, meeting the movie's heroine along the way, and then ending the battle with a Rasengan that the main series couldn't produce. Afterwards, nothing ever happened. Well, not entirely. In one movie, Mingren and Chutian ended up together. I understand. That energy twisted time and space. You were probably brought to the past by it. And right now the third Shinobi World War hasn't ended yet, kid. Energy warps space and time. I have returned to 20 years ago. Naruto savored these words, and after a long while he suddenly let out a piercing scream. Off. What should I do? Can I still go back? Time traveled 20 years ago. Who exactly are you people? Queen Sarah had already shaken off the shadow of death. Although the other party had saved her, their origins remained unclear, especially that yellow-haired individual whose behavior was extraordinarily strange. I am a ninja from Konoha. We received reliable intelligence that Luplan is mass-producing weapons of war. Nonsense. Kazan had not finished speaking when Sarah interrupted him. She denied it loudly. Our Luplan has inhabited the desert for generations, far from conflicts, seeking only a peaceful life. We have never considered waging war against other nations. The fact that you have not does not mean others have not, such as that man named Luan Zhan. I appreciate what you did for me, but please stop spouting nonsense. And Luan Zhan is an outstanding minister who came to this country 6 years ago. He inherited his mother's will and strives to advance this nation. In comparison, you who appeared suddenly seemed far more suspicious. Upon hearing this, Kazan felt no surprise whatsoever. Perhaps she had already begun to suspect within her heart. Why had the high platform suddenly shattered, and who had pushed her from behind? These were precisely the things she suspected. She simply refused to believe, harboring hope, wanting to confirm it herself. Since you do not believe me, I shall take you to see for yourself. Let us see what these Luplan subjects singing your praises truly are. Without waiting for Sarah to respond, Kazan lifted her and flew toward the Luplan residence, receding like a tide. Sarah was startled and instinctively gripped Kazan's clothing. What are you trying to? See for yourself. Kazan disliked having his words interrupted and retaliated immediately. He set Sarah down so she could clearly see what the people of Luplan truly were. Puppets. They were all puppets. How could this be? Where are our Luplan subjects? Sarah covered her mouth firmly, then turned and grabbed Kazan's clothes, urgently pressing for answers. This is obvious. They were all captured to manufacture weapons of war. For that outstanding minister and Luan Zhan you speak of, how could this be something like this? Without seeing it with her own eyes, Sarah would never have believed it. After the previous queen died, and Luan Zhan had been the person she trusted most. And so it came to pass. After all these years, she had been living in an illusion carefully crafted by Luan Zhan. The prosperity of Luplan was entirely false. It was merely a puppet show. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Those puppets suddenly turned their heads in stiff movements. Accompanied by a clicking sound, the puppets rapidly assembled into a colossal figure towering over 10 meters tall. It did not hesitate and swung its fist directly toward Kazan and Sarah. Kazan pulled the terrified Sarah behind him, his aura surging within to intercept the blow. Then he extended a finger and flicked it. With just a gentle tap, a thunderous explosion resounded in Sarah's ears. The massive puppet shattered apart, scattering into components across the surroundings. This is the Sand Village's puppet manipulation technique. Do you need me to explain it in detail? Sarah shook her head. Having shared borders with the Sand Village for so long, she was well aware of their distinctive profession as puppeteers. In other words, that yellow-haired individual was right. There had never been any loyal minister of Luplan named Luan Zhan. Rather, there was Hayakajutsu, a rogue ninja from the Sand Village, ambitious and seeking to harness the Dragon Vein's power to rule the world. Then let us go. Take me to the source of the Dragon Vein, and I will deal with Luan Zhan for you. Yes. Sarah took a deep breath and quickly rallied herself. She discarded her queen's headband, shed her magnificent garments, clenched her fists, and her gaze turned resolute. Perhaps she had harbored doubts long before only waking to the truth today. But there was no need for them to seek him out, and Luan Zhan had already come first. The earth fractured at that moment, and countless puppet armies emerged from the ground, ascending into the sky to surround them completely. Kazan looked up, observing the pipelines spanning across all of Luplan. At this moment, strands of chakra threads shot forth from these conduits, connecting to the puppets in dense, overwhelming numbers that blanketed the sky. Sarah was frightened and stepped back. When had this begun? And Luan Zhan's puppet army had grown to such a massive scale. She could already imagine Luplan consumed by flames of war, its peace shattered. The legendary Konoha Oni. Ha ha ha. If you had come earlier, I might have feared you somewhat, but now my plan has already succeeded. I have obtained the power of the Dragon Vein. No one can stop me now, not even you, the Konoha Oni Kazan. And Luan Zhan laughed maniacally. Only those who truly understand the Dragon Vein's power can comprehend its might. He now was terrifyingly strong. Even against the #1 figure in the ninja world, he harbored confidence in victory. Meanwhile, two unwelcome guests had also arrived in Luplan, remaining concealed within the shadows. That Luan has already obtained the Dragon Vein's power. Your friend may be killed without us needing to lift a finger. Dragon Vein. Humph. Uchiha Zhan snorted derisively, his gaze toward Luan resembling how one would regard a corpse. Ultimately, just an ignorant mortal. The Dragon Vein's power in the final analysis is merely natural energy. You do not understand Kazan's strength. Keep watching. Uchiha Zhan remained composed, continuing to conceal himself. Meanwhile, on Kazan's side, since in Luan's appearance he had sensed an inexhaustible supply of natural energy emanating from underground. It can be done. If we could transfer even a portion of the Dragon Vein's power to the Death Forest, it would become akin to Mount Mayaboku. Kazan's eyes transformed into a dark golden hue, and unconsciously, he entered Sage mode. The Dragon Vein, truly a remarkable thing. As compensation for dealing with the rebel on your behalf, you cannot hold me accountable for the destruction that follows. Edge. Sarah completely failed to grasp the weight of Kazan's words. But she soon witnessed it with her own eyes. Kazan launched himself into the air, positioning himself above the puppet army. The once clear sky grew dark as red lightning continuously flashed within the clouds. His Supreme King's haki erupted, threatening to tear through the very heavens. Sarah stood frozen. Was this truly the power of a ninja? Why did it differ so drastically from what she had previously understood? The dark red thunder split heaven and earth, creating an apocalyptic scene that struck terror into her heart. Sarah suddenly regained her senses and urgently shouted, "Wait, don't." Too late. Kazan's booming laughter echoed like a demon emerging from hell. Zeha! The very next instant his fist descended with devastating force, detonating within the ranks of the puppet army. Fist impact. Boom. As Sarah gasped, Kazan's iron fist descended. In an instant, countless puppet troops were shattered into fragments. Of course, the central square of Luan was leveled to the ground. Sarah stood frozen, her expression as vacant as those puppets. She didn't know whether to weep or laugh. Kazan was immensely powerful, a tremendous boon capable of helping Luan weather this crisis. Yet the destruction he himself caused seemed even greater than in Lucian's puppet army. It's useless. I have already harnessed the power of the Dragon Vein. I am immortal now. And Lucian's body was shattered. He should have died, but he did not. He revived once more. Hyper-regeneration. Kazan vaguely recalled that Luan had used the Dragon Vein's energy to puppetize himself, granting him the ability to regenerate at super speed. Yet Luan was not satisfied. He seemed determined to show the lofty ghost deity of Mai just how powerful he truly was. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Countless puppets soared into the sky, encircling Kazan to besiege him. And Luan was supremely confident. With the power of the Dragon Vein, he was virtually immortal. No matter how his body was shattered, it could regenerate in an instant. Turning to Luan, it was now nearly surrounded by the puppet army, dense and countless. With the aid of the Dragon Vein, the number of puppets he could simultaneously control surpassed even that of Xia, exceeding the 100 puppet manipulation. Such numbers. Are they really controlled by a single person? Naruto was also stunned, watching Kazan fend off the puppets in the air, his heart pounding with awe. And that guy seems unkillable. The greatest weakness of a puppet master has always been the master himself. Once the master is slain, the puppets lose control and cease to fight. Even 100 sets of Chikamatsu's 10 puppets would be useless. But now Luan, thanks to the Dragon Vein, had gained an almost immortal ability. Any injury could regenerate instantly, for he had successfully puppetized himself, discarding his flesh and retaining only his consciousness. It was an unsolvable predicament. Sarah's face turned pale. All of this was caused by her own folly. She had allowed the ambitious Luan to obtain the power of the Dragon Vein. Midair. Kazan's domineering aura burst forth, shattering over a dozen puppets. Immortal. It's just relying on the Dragon Vein to constantly accelerate your own regeneration. That old hag Tsunade could do that without the Dragon Vein's power. Boom, boom, boom. As he spoke, dozens more puppets surged in, but all were blocked outside by his aura. Crack. Kazan snapped his fingers, and a massive rock hand burst from the ground, rapidly ascending, blotting out the sky as it slammed down. A vast number of puppets exploded under this blow, their parts raining down like a torrent. And Luan did not waste these parts. Using chakra, he drew them in and fused all the fragments into himself. He had already fully puppetized himself and assimilated with the Dragon Vein's power. Crack, crack, crack. It could be seen that Luan's body, like a magnet, was madly absorbing the scattered parts on the ground. Then a colossal puppet loomed before Naruto and Sarah. Do you see this, Kazan of Mae? This is my power now, a power that can even defeat a ghost deity. And Luan was now completely intoxicated by his power. Years of effort and subterfuge had finally borne fruit. He had fully merged with the Dragon Vein, his chakra more vast than that of a tailed beast, inexhaustible. You Hokage people sure love piloting giant mecha. Kazan remained calm, descending from the air, casually scanning the 100-jan-tall giant puppet before him. The next second, he gathered his own chakra, and with a ceremonial gesture slammed it into the ground. Sage Art Earth Release Earth Golem Technique. Chakra erupted like a volcano. Even Luan, who had obtained the Dragon Vein's power, was stunned by the overwhelming monstrous chakra within Kazan. Was this really a human, not a tailed beast? But before he could speak, the entire Luan trembled. A stone giant rose from the earth, lifting Kazan upon its palm. This was of course another Earth-release secret technique Kazan had acquired from the IWA shinobi. After all, as the current strongest in the ninja world, not being able to pilot a giant mecha would be a laughingstock. But Luan did not think so. He knew of the IWA shinobi's Earth Golem technique. It was a secret art of the village. Yet he swore to the heavens that he had never seen one this enormous. Even the third Tsuchika Jinoki could not create a stone giant of such magnitude. Moreover, Luan sensed a power similar to the dragon veins from within the stone giant. Below, Naruto and Sarah's jaws dropped momentarily, unable to close. Then Sarah, coming to her senses, nearly broke into tears. If such monsters went to war in Lolan, how much destruction would they cause? Soon Sarah had her answer. Kazan directed the stone giant to punch, and because he had applied the lightweight rock technique, the giant's fist moved at an unimaginable speed. Of course, the destruction it caused was also beyond imagination. Sarah watched helplessly as the colossal puppet that Luan had transformed into was struck by the fist. In an instant, the 100-jan-tall puppet was sent flying, smashing through one towering building after another. The losses were too severe. This was the fruit of Lolan's many years of effort. Kazan heard her unspoken thoughts and felt a bit embarrassed. The destructive power of this giant mecha was indeed a bit overwhelming. Still, he spoke with righteous conviction. The most important thing for a nation has never been the outward splendor of its palaces, but whether its people stand united. Go fulfill your duty as the queen of Lolan and lead your people to rise from the ruins. One day the Lulan flower will bloom again in the desert. You will build towers taller than today and become immensely prosperous. Sarah was momentarily moved by his words. Yes, her mother had told her when she was very young that what truly mattered was never material wealth, but the spirit passed down through the ages of Lulan. It was their indomitable will forged by generations of constantly battling the sandstorms and striving upward. As long as the people of Lulan remained, they would surely rise again. Rip! Sarah tore her long skirt, leaving only half of it. Then with resolute eyes, she ran barefoot toward the source of the dragon vein. Naruto saw this and quickly followed to protect her. But from his understanding of Kazan, what he heard was quite different from what Sarah heard. Is Kazan trying to raise this place to the ground? Of course Kazan would not do that. He was not a destroyer. It was just that piloting this giant mecha was exhilarating, but the damage it caused was hard to control. The stone giant, whose mass had been light and dashed through Lolan, swiftly pursuing. And Lucian's mind buzzed. How could you move so fast when both of you were of such size? So swift. Dragon vein, great fireball. Unwilling to yield, the puppet's huge mouth opened and spewed purple flames to strike the stone giant. The stone giant raised its hand to shield itself, advancing through the flames. Then, boom, a rock fist many times larger than a sandbag smashed down, hammering Lucian into the ground. Then came the second punch, the third, the fourth. And Lucian's head was ringing from the blows. His puppet body exploded and countless parts fell from it. Impossible. I have already obtained the power of the dragon vein, so why am I still no match for you? And Lucian roared in defiance, raising his voice to the heavens. His only response came from the rock giant's iron fist, crashing down like a mountain. Each blow of the rock giant's fist was immensely heavy, dealing tons of damage with every strike. And Lucian was smashed heavily into the ground, parts of his body exploding continuously. However, his super speed regeneration was even faster. No matter how many times his body was shattered, it could swiftly regenerate. As for the lost parts, puppets were scattered throughout Lolan, ready to replenish at any moment. Kazan stood atop the rock giant's head, listening to Lucian's wails with an impassive expression. What a tough one to kill. In the theatrical version, the condition to defeat Lucian was to sever the dragon vein's energy supply. This task could only be accomplished by Sarah, the queen of Lulan. Thus Kazan had first sent Naruto to accompany Sarah to the dragon vein's core to cut it off in case the second method failed. That method was to make his own attack surpass Lucian's regeneration speed. Crackle! Dark crimson lightning erupted from his fists as Kazan leaped from the rock giant's head, swinging his fists with a mighty smash. In an instant, the conqueror's haki erupted like a storm, turning into a sea of thunder that darkened the heavens and earth. Boom! And Lucian's head was blown apart by Kazan's fist, and his colossal puppet body was driven into the ground. But Kazan did not stop there. His fists rained down like a relentless storm. And Lucian screamed in agony. Having been fully transformed into a puppet, he should not have felt pain, yet he did. Unbeknownst to him, Kazan's haki could directly strike at the chakra itself. Kazan continued his onslaught, beating Lucian to the brink of tears. He even abandoned pursuing Sarah and Naruto, summoning all his puppets to aid him. However, before they could get close, the rock giant slapped them away with a single blow. Kazan had left a shadow clone to control the Gundam. And you dare to dream of ruling the ninja world? How utterly clueless. And Lucian roared, unleashing countless streams of energy from his body to strike at Kazan. Kazan snorted coldly. His conqueror's haki, tempered on the battlefield, had become immensely potent, so formidable that even the power of the dragon vein could not breach his defense. He continued his assault, each strike imbued with haki. Boom! The 100-jan-tall puppet exploded, unable to regenerate immediately. Kazan's onslaught was too ferocious. Even with the dragon vein's power, regeneration was not instantaneous. And Lucian finally panicked, feeling the shadow of death looming over him. If this continued, he would die. Even his super speed regeneration could not save him. Spare me. I want nothing anymore. I'll leave Luan immediately. Please, I beg you, spare me. And Lushan begged for mercy, all traces of his earlier arrogance gone. This demon god of Konoha was no ordinary human. He was a true demonic deity. How else could he be unbeatable even when backed by the dragon vein? And Lushan no longer craved the title of the strongest in the ninja world, he only wanted to survive. If I don't kill you, I'll have a hard time explaining all this destruction in Lulan. Even as he spoke, Kazan's assault did not cease. The 100-jong-tall puppet was reduced to mere debris. Now only in Lushan's puppetized body remained resembling an ugly centipede. No, don't kill me. And Lushan screamed in terror, but Kazan's fist had already torn through the air and struck. Boom. And Lushan's body was blasted apart. He continuously drew chakra from the dragon vein, attempting to regenerate. However, armament haki was constantly destroying his body, slowing his regeneration. And Kazan's second punch was already upon him. Die! Kazan bellowed, his unstoppable iron fist reducing in Lushan to nothing but dust. This time, he didn't even have a chance to incite the dragon vein's rampage. Is he dead? That in Lushan really dead? In the distance, someone cried out in shock, having heard in Lushan's final wail. These were the people of Lulan, mostly women and children. Because the men had all been captured and forced to work in the weapon factories for in Lushan. Kazan flew up from underground, casting a single sweeping glance that sent them recoiling in fear. There was no doubt that in Lushan was a traitor who had thrown the country into chaos, but it was hard to say if Kazan was necessarily a good person either. They had witnessed how he had destroyed Lulan, reducing many areas to rubble. Kazan heard their thoughts and didn't know how to explain. Nevertheless, he flew over to a few of them. Don't be afraid. I'm a ninja from Konoha sent to destroy Lulan's weapon factories. Do you know where they are? How can you prove your identity? Despite their fear, they remained suspicious. The person before them was, after all, the notorious Destroyer. Destroyer. Kazan's mouth twitched, then he took his ninja headband from his pocket. He hadn't worn this thing in ages, following the fine tradition of his senior disciples. Are you really here to save us? That's not in my mission briefing, but I'm willing to do it. Take me there. All right. Ninja-sama, come with us. A group of women and children led Kazan to a manhole. They pushed open the heavy lid and gestured for him to climb in. Through here you can reach in Lushan's puppet workshop directly. Me, the demon god of Konoha, the fiercest man in the ninja world, and you want me to crawl through a sewer? Kazan said nothing, just motioned for them to step back a little. Then boom. Kazan punched a hole in the ground, turning the narrow sewer into a broad avenue. The people of Lulan trembled at his brute force. Truly the Destroyer, causing such destruction even just by walking. Wait here for me. Kazan ignored them, flew inside alone, and soon found the puppet factory in Lushan had built. Even now many people were still chained to machines working to fabricate puppets for in Lushan. Once completed, these puppets would be immediately infused with the power of the dragon vein. Although it has already developed a self-awareness, its mentality is probably about that of a child. Kazan was referring to the consciousness of the dragon vein. It only recognized the successive queens of Lulan doing whatever they commanded. He shook his head. Soon a massive explosion occurred below. The people of Lulan on the surface involuntarily shuddered again. Without needing to see, they could imagine the scene beneath. And Lushan's weapon factories were surely reduced to rubble. Then the sound of a group of men screaming reached their ears. Kazan flew up, carrying a crowd of people who had been captured by Lushan. Darling. Someone immediately recognized their husband, who had been taken by Lushan. The couple, who had not seen each other for who knows how long, embraced tightly. Are there other weapon factories like this? There are 4 in total. This is one of them. Kazan nodded. This time, he didn't need their guidance. He tracked the energy of the dragon vein. Soon he violently destroyed all of the puppet factories in Lulan. Thank you. When Kazan destroyed the last factory, a voice entered his mind, emanating from the purple dragon vein's energy. It sounded very young, like a child of a few years. Indeed, its mentality was only at the level of a young child. You're welcome. I also need a favor from you. Where's Naruto? Kazan returned to the heart of Lulan. There was no trace of Naruto to be seen. Only Sarah standing there alone, looking delicate and fragile. He's already gone back, returned to his era. He also asked me to tell you to take good care of yourself. It seems I had a pretty good relationship with him in the future. Kazan didn't know Minato Namikaze's memory erasure technique, so Lulan's memories would not be wiped. But even if he did know it, he probably wouldn't do it. The future is an inexplicable thing. How can you be certain that what you do now isn't already something that has happened in the future? And in Lushan. He's dead. The puppet factory he built has been completely destroyed by me. At that, Kazan paused. As for those people who were captured to make puppets, I've rescued them. Right now, they must be in dire need of their queen. Thank you. Sarah knew she was hardly a worthy queen. Even if she had been deceived by Lushan, at the end of the day, it was her own foolishness that had led to this situation. No need to thank me. In fact, I'm the one who has a favor to ask of you. Kazan's gaze shifted to the center. There was a sealing array there, and the central core had already been deactivated. It must have been Sarah herself who severed the dragon vein's energy supply. Only she possessed the power to do so. A favor to ask of us. If I can help you, Kazan, I'd be more than willing. Sarah's eyes sparkled. She hoped to forge a close bond with Kazan. The affair within Lushan had made her fully realize that Lulan could continue to maintain its detached world-aloof stance. But when necessity called, they too needed power. Kazan was clearly a fine candidate, even if he was a proverbial wrecking ball. She had been taken in by his words at first, but now that it was all over, thinking back carefully, Kazan had seemed to foresee the enormous destruction all along. She hadn't witnessed the battle between Kazan and Luan with her own eyes, but that earth-shaking commotion. The situation on the surface was probably far from pretty. And besides, Kazan was truly an exceptional man. Kazan's face was calm, but inwardly he was awash with embarrassment. He did possess ways to deal with Luan with far less destruction. But as a man seeing the other party climb into a cockpit, he simply couldn't restrain himself. He had to pilot a Gundam at least once. Even after returning, he wanted to try remodeling the rock giant's exterior into the likeness of Unit 01. It would surely be a blast. I want to have a talk with the consciousness of the Dragon Vein. The Dragon Vein. Could Kazan possess the same ability as me? Sarah was astonished. The ability to commune with the Dragon Vein had been passed down through generations of Luan's queens. In all these years there had never been an exception. Sort of. I can hear that fellow's voice. If the Dragon Vein agrees, then I have no reason to refuse. Sarah was decisive. The Dragon Vein, after all, belonged to no one. In her eyes, it was more like an incarnation of the earth itself. And so the Dragon Vein belonged to all of humanity. Great, then I won't hold back. Kazan flew to the center of the array. Hey kid, can you hear me? I hear you. A response came swiftly from below, tinged with a hint of excitement. Only after chatting with it for a while did Kazan learn that even Luan's queens had never truly communicated with the Dragon Vein. But it adored the songs Sarah and her people sang, so when they needed help it would never refuse. Who would have thought this Dragon Vein was a music lover? A dragon of culture. Alright, I need a favor from you. You know of the ninja world's 3 sacred grounds, right? I wanna. Kazan briefly laid out his plan to establish a 4th sacred ground in the Forest of Death. However, the natural energy of the Forest of Death was far less rich than that of the 3 sacred grounds, so he hoped the Dragon Vein could lend a hand. I'm not asking you to relocate. I just want to know if there's a way to make the natural energy there denser. Not by much, just enough to surpass Mount Mayaboku. The Dragon Vein fell silent, not answering right away. Just as Kazan began to think it couldn't be done, due to some limitation, a violet gem floated over from the center of the array. What's this? Kazan took it and examined it curiously. To use your ninja terminology, you can think of it as one of my clones. Once you bury it in that Forest of Death, I'll be able to sense it. Got it. In simple terms, it was like a signal relay stationed at a great distance. Thanks, you've been a great help. I should be the one thanking you. You saved Sarah. And talking with you has been a genuine pleasure. Well then, it was lonely, and a few casual words were enough to make it this happy. Though it made sense, aside from himself there probably weren't many people who could converse with it. Usually it could only silently watch Sarah and the others belt out karaoke, never getting a word in. If you ever want to chat, just come find me. I don't live far from the Forest of Death. Farewell. Kazan stored the gem away, bid the Dragon Vein goodbye, and returned to Sarah's side. The latter stared in wonder, her dazed expression rather endearing. Even Luan's own queen couldn't communicate directly with the Dragon Vein. Yet Kazan had chatted away merrily with it. Kazan, you. As you can see, I can hear many voices that others cannot. Oh, by the way, that fellow loves hearing you sing. Sing a few more when you have time, or tell it a story. Sarah nodded obediently, but soon a realization dawned on her. You're leaving it? Oh, the mission is complete. I still need to go back and report. Don't make such a face. You're the queen of Luan. There are many people up above waiting for you. They're lost right now, uncertain where the road ahead leads. This is precisely the moment they need you, their queen of Luan. As he spoke, Kazan's body had already begun to drift upward. Sarah broke into a trot, chasing after him. Will we meet again? Of course. Don't we still have this? Kazan flashed the violet gem. If anything comes up, have the Dragon Vein contact me. Kazan waved his hand, and with a burst of speed vanished beyond the horizon. Why rush off like that? It's not like I'd eat you. Sarah felt a lump in her chest. I was hoping to have you taste Luan's cuisine. Next time then. Sarah steeled herself once more, for many of Luan's people were still waiting for her up above. She patted her cheeks to muster her spirits. A short while later she reached the surface, and sure enough, a great many of Luan's people were awaiting her. Sarah had her words ready, prepared to offer something rousing. But when she looked up, as far as the eye could see, vast stretches of Luan's architecture lay in ruin. At the epicenter of the battle between Kazan and Luan, even the ground had been blasted through, reduced to rubble. Sarah understood now. She finally knew why Kazan had fled so quickly. So the man had a guilty conscience. Afraid she'd make him pay for the damages. You're a real bastard, Kazan. Sarah gazed helplessly in the direction he had gone. But what was done was done. They would simply begin anew. Luan had not always possessed such grandeur. In the beginning they were nomads of the desert. Now they were merely starting from scratch. On the day Kazan departed, Sala encouraged the people of Luan before returning to her room to rest. The events of the day had left her completely exhausted. Sala knew she must pull herself together, for the true challenge lay ahead. She did not know if she could become an outstanding queen, but she would strive not to disappoint her people's expectations. And then, when she pushed open the door, 2 crimson eyes gazed back at her. Carve this into the Dragon Vein, and then completely forget about this matter. Understood. In a dazed state, Sala walked out of the room, and once again made her way to the focal point of the Dragon Vein. The one who acted against Sala was none other than Uchiha Zhan. Is all this trouble necessary? We could have handled it ourselves. You do not understand, Kazan. Uchiha Zhang's tone remained calm, and the moment he confirmed Sala had completed the task, he departed immediately. He possesses the ability to listen to all things in this world, including the dragon vein. He can hear even a stone speak. This matter can only be carried out by the Queen of Lulan. The dragon vein will not suspect her queen, but it would suspect us. The ability to listen to all things. Those who accompanied Uchiha Zhan found it miraculous that such a person existed in this world. Such an ability was beyond her comprehension. If everyone possessed such a power, would the world become a better place? Kazan remained entirely unaware of what had transpired in Lulan. By now he was already soaring through the clouds toward Konoha. When he returned to the village to report his mission, Sarutobi Hiruzen was utterly stunned. Depart in the morning, return by evening. What kind of efficiency was that? Perhaps in the future the village should assign all missions solely to him. Of course such thoughts could only remain unspoken. As Konoha's foremost combat power, Sarutobi would not readily deploy Kazan. His very presence carried more deterrent power than the Nine Tails. The mission is complete. Remember to send my payment to my home. Also do not disturb me lately, regardless of whether there's business or not. I have important matters to attend to. With that, Kazan flew out of the Hokage's building and returned to his lair. And then the next day, early in the morning, Kazan arrived at the Forest of Death alongside Kurenai, Hajime, and Huninu. When Kazan produced the purple gemstone, Kurenai couldn't help but blink. What is this? A portion of the dragon vein's core. The dragon vein. A local specialty from Lulan. You can regard it as a fragment of the Earth's core. The Earth's core. Just from the name it was clear this was something extraordinary. I intend to transform the Forest of Death into the ninja world's fourth great sacred ground. Is such a thing truly achievable? Certainly. Provided there is sufficient natural energy and I take the time to instruct the residents here in Senjutsu, it can be done. As he spoke, Kazan stamped his foot upon the ground, employing earth release to split the earth and bury the dragon vein seed at its center. Instantaneously, while nothing had occurred just yet, as signal connection takes time. Yet the dragon vein did not keep them waiting long. After a short while, Hajime suddenly let out a howl, having sensed the forest's transformation. Kazan, I'm coming. At that moment, the dragon vein's voice echoed into Kazan's mind. It had already felt Kazan's call. I entrust this to you. This is the Forest of Death I mentioned to you. This is the Forest of Death. It's completely different from Lulan. The dragon vein seemed to be surveying the surroundings, omitting any mention of what had transpired the previous evening. Since the other party was Sala, who claimed this was preparation to prevent a second in Lushan from emerging, the dragon vein naturally harbored no suspicions. Soon as the dragon vein's energy began converging upon the Forest of Death, the surrounding natural energy gradually intensified, enveloping the entire forest. Though it still fell short of Mount Myaboka, someday it would catch up. The dragon vein informed him that as long as its core remained here, the Earth's energy would automatically converge toward this location. This stuff from the movie is truly remarkable. And next, Kurenai blinked curiously, unable to sense any change around her. She could only watch as Kazan spoke to the earth, and it seemed to have worked. Next, Kazan teased, his fists clenched tightly with a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Kurenai gave him an annoyed glance, but she quickly understood what Kazan intended. At noon, the overlords of the Forest of Death gathered uncommonly as one. Each bore a massive swelling upon their heads. Some remained unconscious, having been tossed here by Kazan, and nearly foaming at the mouth from the fall. Kazan delivered another blow to rouse the unconscious great gorilla. Roar. Try roaring again. A single glance from Kazan, and the gorilla immediately grew docile. Glancing at his rivals, they now sat obediently before Kazan, like students punished to stand by their teacher. Pitiful, helpless, afraid. Then they heard the terrifying bipedal beast speak. From this day forward, all of you creatures shall cultivate Senjutsu for me. Kurenai had long been stunned into silence. This scene was even more spectacular than Tangboa's 8 wives meeting the same fate together. A group of dominant creatures from the Forest of Death now sat obediently as students. A sight so unbelievable that no one would believe it if told. Wait, that wasn't right. The Forest of Death served as one of the venues for the Chunin exams in Konoha. If all these creatures were to cultivate Senjutsu, who would ever pass the Chunin exam in the future? Hold on, Kazan. What will happen to the Chunin exams if you proceed this way? This was utterly reckless. Should every creature in the Forest of Death grow as powerful as Hajime, no genin would ever succeed in the exams. The Chunin exams. Rest assured, I've already spoken with the old man third. In truth, he had merely mentioned it, not actually discussed it. Sarutobi Hiruzen now had a severe headache. For Tora had learned of the news, and early that morning had arrived at his residence alongside Mibura and Temakoharu. After all, the Forest of Death belonged to Konoha as part of it. Kazan's attempt to establish a fourth sacred ground there was tantamount to claiming the forest as his own territory. As the second most powerful figure in Konoha, even Danzo's root territory was not so vast. Moreover, they were not short-sighted ninjas. After decades of living, they understood the power of Senjutsu. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. All of their summons originated from the three great sacred grounds, each growing larger than the last. A single summon could rival an army of hundreds of ninjas. If Kazan failed, it would be fine, but if he succeeded, who would truly control Konoha? Should he one day grow discontent and lead an army of creatures out of the Forest of Death, who could possibly resist? Kazan would never do such a thing. How can you guarantee that? because he doesn't need those ninja beasts at all. Danzo and the others fell silent. They could offer no rebuttal. Kazan's combat prowess comparable to the first Hokage was beyond their capacity to withstand. Danzo, aware he could not match Kazan, had brought the two elders early that morning to have Sarutobi intervene. Regardless, creating what you call a fourth sacred ground near the village will only harm Konoha. Those beasts hold no allegiance to Konoha. They are mere creatures obeying only Kazan. How could Danzo allow Kazan to accomplish this? If Kazan commanded the power of a sacred ground at his back, Danzo's route would become nothing but a joke in his eyes. How could he possibly compete for the position of Hokage thereafter? I have already agreed to this matter. That place will become an important force for Konoha in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen disregarded Danzo's alarmist rhetoric. Kazan was not a man driven by ambition. If he truly desired to become Hokage, he would need do little more than nod, and Sarutobi would immediately place him upon the throne. Should he find the fifth too distant, becoming the fourth would pose no issue. Had anyone else attempted this, Sarutobi would not have felt at ease, but with Kazan there was no problem. If all proceeded smoothly, the Forest of Death would become Konoha's most formidable shield. You'll regret this, Sarutobi. Seeing Sarutobi's unwavering resolve, Danzo stormed out, slamming the door behind him. That motion was smoother than silk. Upon returning to the route, Danzo remained disgruntled. The power of a sacred land was beyond even his complete comprehension. Yet judging by the combat prowess of Kazan's summoned beast, he could infer that it undoubtedly surpassed his route. He wished to intervene, but lacked the power. After all, he was not the Hokage. Seek out Kazan. The mere thought of Kazan's temperament made Danzo abandon the idea instantly. Kazan was not a man one could reason with. The only principle he believed in was brute force. Power. Age. These were what Danzo desperately craved now. Any news from the Rain Village? He had set his sights on the Rinnegan. If it were truly the eyes of the legendary sage of six paths, would he finally gain the strength to defeat Kazan? As before, the leader of the Rain Village, Yahiko, is striving to forge an alliance with the Grass Village. They have no idea of their place. Danzo's eyes lowered, revealing neither joy nor sorrow. Contact the Grass Village. Have them accept the Rain Village's proposal. Find an opportunity and bring me the Rinnegan. He could wait no longer. The Hokage faction's power was growing ever stronger. In the current election for the fourth Hokage, Orochimaru had already fallen behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, Kazan. Even Tsunade favored the Sarutobi faction. Most of Konoha's elite combat forces were united. Their stance would influence the positions of other villages. Without a doubt, he and Orochimaru had already lost. Rather than being gradually pushed out of the village's power structure, it was better to first become strong. The Grass Village had been following Konoha's lead during the war. With their cooperation, the Rain Village could be completely wiped out. Is there any response from the Uchiha? They refused. Unless Lord Kazan himself runs for office, they will not support anyone. With a loud bang, Danzo's cane struck the ground, instantly cracking it. The inherently evil Uchiha. This time, he was truly enraged. Not only did Kazan have an unformed fourth sacred land behind him, but he had also unknowingly gained the full support of the Uchiha. Kazan might be Danzo's greatest rival. Compared to him, both Minato Namikaze and Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed naive in their methods. I underestimated him. Summon Orochimaru here. Danzo could not sit idly by. Since Kazan claimed his strength rivaled the first Hokage, he would make a first Hokage reborn. He intended to restart his teacher, the second Hokage's research on the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju's cells. Yes, the one who first researched Hashirama Senju's cells was not Orochimaru or anyone else, but Hashirama's good younger brother Tobarama Senju. Aiming to strengthen Konoha's combat power, counter the potential threat of the Uchiha, and suppress tailed beast, Tobarama had preserved and studied his elder brother's remains and cells. Though the research was incomplete due to time constraints and other reasons at the time, the study of the first Hokage cells was shelved. However, these materials were kept by his disciples Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Now feeling threatened, Danzo decided to restart it. When Orochimaru learned of the news, his usually gloomy mood brightened considerably. He had originally thought he would naturally become the fourth Hokage of Konoha. Initially, he had indeed been the first candidate. Unexpectedly, just because he had grown too close to Danzo, he had incurred Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicion. Orochimaru had once wanted to develop Konoha and make the village stronger. Unfortunately, his teacher had grown too conservative, no longer the hero of the shinobi he once was. Even the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, for the sake of the village's stability and prosperity, had researched his elder brother's cells and developed forbidden techniques, like impure world reincarnation. Yet when it came to himself, his teacher deemed him too dirty, stubborn. Orochimaru had completely lost faith in his teacher. Now the Hokage faction was formidable. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and even his own junior disciple all supported Minato Namikaze. Orochimaru knew his time was over, because the trust between him and Sarutobi Hiruzen had been broken. As Danzo put it, they were accustomed to standing in the sunlight, forgetting the world needs the alternation of day and night. But perhaps it was for the best. Spending time managing a village is a waste of life. The first Hokage's cells. I wonder if they are as full of vitality as the rumors say. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Elsewhere, Kazan suddenly sneezed. Is someone badmouthing me? He carried the decapitating blade on his shoulder, facing the overlords of the Forest of Death. Their behavior was highly unusual. A male lion not much larger than Hachimi sat in meditation like a human, its lion eyes tightly shut, its expression solemn. There was no trace of feral ferocity. However, upon closer inspection, one could see it had been beaten black and blue. Its face was swollen beyond recognition, with lumps of various sizes on its head evoking a chuckle. The other creatures around it were in similar states. They had all resisted cultivation and been beaten by Kazan. Keep training properly. If you can't condense sage chakra today, I'll eat you all. The beasts trembled at his words. They dared not open their eyes, straining desperately to condense sage chakra. This biped was terrifying. In the past 2 days he had beaten nearly every beast in the Forest of Death. Worse, he could read their minds, and speaking ill of him would get them half killed. The Forest of Death had never had a single ruler, several overlords ruled their territories. Now they had a unified boss. Hachimi, keep an eye on them. If any slacks off, throw it into the pot for supper. Kazan casually tossed out an absurdly large pot. With a clang the beasts trembled again. Just yesterday an unruly serpent had been stewed in that pot. All the beasts had had a share of the meat, and it was surprisingly delicious. Roar! Hachimi roared, signaling he would watch over these underlings. In Mount Mayaboka, Hachimi had strongly disliked the toads who forced him to eat bugs. But now that he was the Hachimi sage, it was a different story. Especially since his master had said this place would be his domain, so he had to keep a close eye on these underlings. As for Kazan, he had already reached the center of the Forest of Death, where the former central building was now under his control. Should we demolish this? No, it would be a waste. From now on we'll convert it into a training ground. We'll build our house here. Kazan pointed with his watermelon knife to a spot fully bathed in sunlight. He and Hachimi had loved to sunbathe there before. Yes, Kazan planned to live in the Forest of Death from now on. The air was fresh and the food was abundant. What style of house does Kazan like? Style it. Kazan thought for a moment and realized that the style he liked could not be built by the people of this world. Besides, he had no knowledge of architecture. Build whatever you like. How can that be? This is Kazan's house. It's also your house. Divine evasion. With those words, Kazan swung the decapitating blade, clearing a vast open space. It was several hundred meters wide. Kazan hoisted the blade back onto his shoulder and said, let's build it this big. As for the money, asked the third Hokage. He made a fortune from this war. The girl's face flushed crimson. The phrase, also your house, nearly made her faint. She was already pondering how many children to have. In the days that followed, Kazan made his nest in the Death Forest with Hong by his side. When word spread that Kazan had taken up residence in the Death Forest, people's expressions were nothing short of spectacular. However, those who knew him well thought that considering Kazan's ferocity, even those beasts in the forest wouldn't stand a chance against him in a surprise attack. Compared to those wild animals, Kazan himself was the true beast, so they simply let him be. Outside the Death Forest, the competition for the position of fourth Hokage had become increasingly apparent. With Orochimaru stepping aside, more and more people chose to side with Minato Namikaze. All signs pointed to Minato Namikaze becoming the fourth Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi was already making arrangements to take him to meet the daimyo of the Fire Country. Selecting a Hokage is no trivial matter. Konoha, backed by the Fire Country, must inform the daimyo each time a new Hokage is chosen. However, with Hiruzen Sarutobi's strong recommendation, the journey should proceed smoothly. Kazan kept himself apart from village affairs. On this particular day, he shouldered the executioner's sword to oversee the beasts of the Death Forest in their daily sage art training. For the first time, he truly appreciated the advantages of the executioner's sword. It made short work of processing such massive creatures, far easier than using a kitchen knife. More importantly, it required no maintenance. If a cut appeared, he could simply draw blood from any unruly beast, and the blade would heal itself. After dispatching several to the pot, all the beasts became remarkably obedient. More disciplined than most humans, since lagging in their cultivation meant facing punishment, or worse, being boiled and eaten. Kazan had also given them names. The golden lion became Jinshitsi. The massive lizard was named Kaido, and so on. Satisfied that the beasts were behaving, Kazan shouldered his blade and returned to check on his house construction. Even in the ninja world, building a structure spanning hundreds of square meters required considerable time. It was at this moment that Fugaku Uchiha arrived, accompanied by a young child of only a few years old. Fugaku, what brings you here? I came to visit you and see if there's anything I could assist with. By the way, this is my child Itachi Uchiha. Fugaku Uchiha pushed the young boy forward. He bore a striking 7-part resemblance to Mikoto Uchiha. This was one of the conceptual gods of the Naruto world, a healthy, thriving Itachi Uchiha. So this is the child you mentioned. Thank goodness he doesn't look like you. Kazan crouched down to examine the boy. Standing at a towering 1.9 meters, Kazan's tall, lean frame meant he was nearly the same height as Itachi, even while crouched. Lord Kazan. Despite his young age, Itachi Uchiha exuded a maturity far beyond his years. Fugaku had brought him to the battlefield when he was barely old enough to walk. His exceptional talent had earned him Fugaku's profound expectations. Fugaku's approach to raising Itachi stood in stark contrast to how Sasuke would be treated in later years. Before the Uchiha massacre, Sasuke had been no different from carefree children his age, yet Itachi was already on the battlefield at just a few years old. So are you bringing this kid over hoping I'd take him on as my disciple? Exactly that, Kazan. Itachi's talent is exceptional. He's the highest among the next generation of Uchiha. Fugaku concealed nothing. There was no point in hiding anything, for Kazan could read the thoughts of anyone. I understand. From now on you'll follow me, kid. You agree, eh? Fugaku appeared taken aback by how effortlessly this had gone. Yes, I do, Kazan replied, ruffling Itachi's hair with an approving nod. But prepare yourself. Training under me will be grueling. I'm not afraid of hardship. Itachi, despite his precocious maturity, remained a child at heart. Like many others, he had grown up hearing tales of Kazan's heroic deeds since birth. Even within the clan, he rarely heard Uchiha speak of Kazan without reverence in their voices and longing in their eyes. This had subtly shaped his own perceptions. Itachi's admiration for Kazan ran deep. It wasn't merely Kazan's unparalleled combat prowess across the shinobi world that inspired him, but also his unwavering dedication to saving every ninja on the battlefield. Kazan welcomed everyone without prejudice, his spirit as boundless as the sea. The only high-ranking Konoha official willing to accept the Uchiha. This is why he resolved to excel, not just to fulfill his father's wishes, but to avoid disappointing his role model. Listening to Itachi's inner thoughts, Kazan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. As boundless as the sea. Walk through any street in Konoha and ask around. You'd hear that Kazan was notorious for his pettiness, settling grievances on the spot. In that regard, his reputation was well established. Don't go developing blind worship, kid. Alright, since you're now my disciple, you won't have it easy like other children. Your training begins immediately, Itachi. Yes, Lord Kazan. What must I do? What to do? Tell me, how many chakra natures do you possess? Fire, wind, water. No earth. In that case, dig a large pit over there first, then channel water from the mountainside. Kazan was planning to install a fish pond at his residence. Fugaku mused to himself. Is he preparing to forge Itachi's body from an early age? No, simply wanting to give the kid a hard time. Kazan kept his expression neutral. Regardless of the reason, no person should ever turn their blade against their own kin and clansmen. Yes. Itachi, unaware of Kazan's malicious intent, grabbed a shovel and began digging. He had drawn the same conclusion as his father. He believed Kazan intended to temper his body, given that his master was renowned throughout the shinobi world for his taijutsu. Even now, a saying circulated in the village: when dark red lightning descends from the sky, Konoha's victory draws near. Itachi yearned deeply to become a ninja like Kazan, to earn everyone's recognition. This digging continued from dawn until dusk. Itachi hadn't even noticed how much time had passed. He had dug an entire day, yet Master Kazan still deemed the pit insufficient. This must be Master Kazan's trial. However, as evening fell and Itachi was about to take his leave to resume training the next day, Kazan called out to him. That's enough for today. Let's go, Itachi. It's time to eat. Kazan shouldered his massive sword and headed into the forest, with Itachi dutifully following behind. Soon the two found themselves before a pack of wolves. Master Kazan, are we going to eat this today? Having read extensively since childhood, Itachi knew wolf meat was far from palatable. No, this is your training ahead. Huh. Itachi paused in confusion, but before he could react, Kazan had already kicked him squarely into the pack of wolves. Gwaha, 7 versus 1. This is your first lesson. As a ninja, the most essential skill you must learn is how to survive. I'll wait for you at home. With that, Kazan vanished in a flash. Meanwhile, Itachi stared at the pack of wolves with crimson eyes before him, swallowing hard. Maturity meant nothing before the threat of death. Wait. Villagers say Master Kazan was fighting ferocious beasts in the Death Forest at such a young age. I see now. This is Master Kazan's true test. The physical labor beforehand was merely meant to exhaust me, both body and mind, driving me to my limits. The night was deep. Kazan roasted a whole cow over the fire. After a while, Yuzhibo dragged himself back, covered in wounds. Master Kazan, I'm back. I saw that. Come over and eat. Yes, Master Kazan. Just call me Kazan. I don't have many rules here. Yes, Master Kazan. You called out again, the words becoming smoother and louder with each repetition. He felt that he had passed Kazan's test and could finally be considered Kazan's disciple from now on. He was a little excited inside. What a thoughtful little brat. Kazan acted without logic, purely by whim. At first, he had indeed planned to take you to dinner and test his current strength along the way. But when they unexpectedly encountered a pack of wolves, he had the sudden idea to kick you straight into them. As for the test, there was no test. This time he was simply repaying a debt of gratitude to the Yuzhibo clan. In the end, Yuzhibo Fuyue had sent his son to him simply to strengthen the bond between the Yuzhibo clan and himself. With that in mind, he suddenly wanted to test you. Do you know why your father sent you to me? To learn how to become an excellent ninja. What else? And to form a deeper bond with Master Kazan. The people of my clan all hope that Master Kazan can become the Hokage of the village. Too clever by half. So clever that he lacked the liveliness expected of a child his age. If you're like this, you won't be able to get along with other children. Yuzhibo shook his head at this. He didn't care how other children saw him. He even thought to himself that those children were too childish, and rather than waste time playing, he would rather. Thud. Before you could finish his thought, Kazan punched him into the ground. Master Kazan, why did you hit me? Because your teacher when he was little was also one of those childish brats you were thinking about. You was stunned. He hadn't spoken aloud. How did the teacher know what he was thinking? Because I can hear many voices. So in the future, if you want to speak ill of me, remember to do it when I'm not around. Understand? Was this a lesson in learning to hide oneself? I see. This was also a required course for becoming an excellent ninja. You took note of it, and immediately put on a stony face like a poker face. Does this kid have a hole in his head? Kazan rolled his eyes, and gave him a second task. Second lesson besides coming here to work. I mean train, you should also go play with the other children. But, no buts. Remember this, your father has high hopes for you. They even thought that if I one day became the Hokage of my then, as my disciple, you might have the chance to become the next one. That is the long-cherished wish of the Uchiha clan. But I've never thought about becoming Hokage. Just because you don't want to now, doesn't mean you won't want to in the future. I'm just telling you it's not that those who become Hokage are recognized by others, but that those who are recognized by others can become Hokage. You savored Kazan's words. It was all philosophy. With his intelligence he quickly understood. Then his admiration for Kazan surged like a mighty river. Is this Master Kazan's ninja way? If so, I am willing to uphold it for life. You felt he had learned a lot by Kazan's side today. Indeed, Master Kazan was a great ninja. The next day, after finishing his work in the Forest of Death and fighting a tiger, he came to the park where the children usually gathered covered in wounds. Under the stunned gazes of a group of children, he forced himself to squeeze out a smile. While you was about to die. So scary. Mom, I want to go home. I really didn't say anything bad about you. Don't come after me when you become a ghost. The children were all scared by his appearance and fled in all directions. You froze standing there at a loss. Master Kazan dealing with these children is really difficult. Young as he was, you sighed on the spot. But he didn't plan to give up. He decided to seek advice from Uchiha Datu, a ninja of the same generation as Master Kazan. Kazan. Yes, I want to know how Master Kazan got along with other children when he was little. Because Master Kazan said that only those recognized by others can become Hokage. Uchiha was sincere and earnest in his tone. But Uchiha Datu in front of him couldn't hold it in. How did Kazan get along with other children as a child? When did he ever get along with other children? Does the time he gave Kakashi a seabed drop in the village count? Datu suspected that you had been fooled by Kazan. He told you, Kazan basically never played with us when he was little. He always trained alone, even at the Ninja Academy. So Master Kazan has always been silently working hard, ignoring others' pointing fingers, and finally earned the villagers' recognition through his own efforts. Hearing this, Datu felt something was off, but it did seem to be the case. Kazan had been an independent loner since childhood, often ridiculed for knowing only taijutsu, until his final year at the Ninja Academy, when he burst into prominence. However, based on what he knew of Kazan, it didn't seem quite right. But you had already gotten the answer he wanted, bowed, and took his leave. The next day, you came to the park as disheveled as ever, revealing a smile from the bottom of his heart to the children. But his appearance was truly frightening, with bloodstains on his body from fighting beasts in the Forest of Death. That smile looked like a damn ghost. The children were once again scared and fled out of the park, even complaining to their parents that he had come out specifically to scare them. You remained unmoved, his smile even brighter. Master Kazan gaining recognition from others is indeed a difficult task, but I will strive to carry it through to the end. You kept appearing with injuries, not because he was unaware that it might scare people. Rather, he hoped to use the wounds on his body to show the other children how hard he was trying. A pity. A bunch of little kids who hadn't even entered the Ninja Academy. How could they know what he was doing? When Kazan learned of this from Hong, his body involuntarily leaned back. I only told him to play with the other kids more, and not to have such a dark personality in the future, that's all. He wondered if he had gotten it right. Well, let him be happy then. Kazan could not be bothered to dwell on what Uchiha Itachi had done. Compared to the future image of a man burdened by hatred, it was fine if he was a little foolish now. Only the foolish could live happily. He continued to gaze at his own house, while overseeing the training of the golden lion and other beasts. Life was far from dull. Meanwhile, at the far end of the shinobi world, the land of grass, the duo of Yahiko and Nagato set out, leaving Konan to guard the village. This journey to Kusagakure carried an important mission. They sought to forge cooperation between the two villages and the nations behind them to establish an unbreakable bond. After prolonged efforts, Kusagakure finally agreed to their plan and decided to give it a try. Nagato, is the proposal free of mistakes? We've checked it several times on the way. You're too nervous, Yahiko. Haha, is that so? But this is a crucial step toward realizing our dream. We must succeed this time. Yahiko was brimming with determination. Ever since becoming the leader of Amigakure, he had been tirelessly working to build cooperation with their neighbors. Yet mere verbal talk of mutual understanding felt hollow. Thus he conceived the idea of enhancing economic exchanges and establishing trade relations between the villages and their nations. It would benefit both sides. No need for conflict, only sustainable development. So he was filled with confidence in this negotiation. Once successful, they could expand the scope to the entire shinobi world. In the end, all shinobi villages would be bound by economic ties. At that point, half of their ideal would be realized. No, were only villages linked by mutual interests, all aboard the same ship. Under such a premise, any village that initiated war would have to think twice. Their vision was beautiful. Binding through economics and establishing trade was indeed feasible. This was also the way future nations would build friendships. Yet what awaited them was not the outcome they desired. When they arrived at Kusagakure, they were not greeted with warmth, but with an ambush led by the leader of Kusagakure himself. Even Konan, who had stayed behind in Amigakure, was captured and held at knife point. What are you doing? Release Konan. What are we doing? The leader of Kusagakure spoke coldly. We're giving you a vivid lesson on what it means to be a shinobi. This is the way of a shinobi. You talk of building economic relations to promote mutual development so everyone can have enough to eat. Did you get something wrong, brats of Amigakure? We are shinobi, not merchants. Yes, they were shinobi, a profession centered on killing and completing missions unchanged for centuries. From the very beginning, the leader of Kusagakure had never intended to cooperate with Amigakure. This time was no different. It was merely a trap set at Danzo's behest to eliminate the Amigakure representatives. Afterward, Kusagakure would receive more war supplies. This was the true way of a shinobi. And the legendary Rinnegan. He was also quite interested in that. If you don't want this woman to die, then kill the one beside you. Clang. A cold kunai clattered to the ground before Yahiko and Nagato. Their hearts sank to the depths. Run, Yahiko. Nagato. Don't worry about me. Konan shouted, but the leader of Kusagakure stomped her into the dirt, silencing her. Yahiko's heart clenched as if squeezed. He knew the man was not bluffing. If he did not comply, Konan would truly be killed. Yet he could not raise his blade against Nagato. Though they shared no blood, they had always been like siblings to him. He picked up the kunai from the ground. Konan's face held only sorrow, nothing else. Nagato felt as if his blood had turned to ice. Would he really kill me? Would Yahiko actually? Thud. The sound of cold steel piercing flesh rang in his ears, but Uzumaki Nagato felt no pain. He looked down and saw the kunai driven through Yahiko's heart. In an instant he froze. I suppose I was too naive, and that's why I dragged you all into this. Maybe Kazan was right. A world where everyone understands each other may truly not exist. Yahiko gazed at Nagato before him as if the boy had never grown up. But today he must grow up. Because Nagato was born with the Rinnegan, the legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. If anyone could achieve it, perhaps it was the Rinnegan. Yet he needed to learn cruelty first to survive in this harsh shinobi world. And Yahiko would use his own death. Protect Konan. Those were the last words Yahiko uttered in this world. Yahiko. Konan's scream shook all of Kusagakure. Nagato's eyes widened, his pupils trembling as if he had not yet come to his senses. They were born in obscurity, struggling like rats to survive, yet they always possessed noble souls. Especially Yahiko, who had spent his entire life striving to make the world a better place, never wavering. A man like him deserved to live more than anyone. Yet he died right before their eyes. Yahiko, as if finally snapping back to reality, Nagato let out a deafening roar. Kindness and innocence were slain in that moment. Uzumaki Nagato's hair whipped wildly, his brows furrowed, and he recklessly channeled his chakra. The power of the Rinnegan blazed forth, sweeping across all directions. Kill him. The leader of Kusagakure, fearing a change in circumstances, immediately triggered the hidden explosive tags. A tremendous tremor shook the mountains and earth. Uzumaki Nagato's legs were blown to shreds, but his eyes held only hatred. Even as his legs went numb, he fixed his gaze on the Kusagakure leader, murderous intent blazing. He grew cold as if seeing the world for the first time. Uzumaki Nagato bit his finger, and without hesitation unleashed the power of the Rinnegan. Ghetto statue. Roar. A terrifying creature erupted from the earth behind him, a being that seemed to have crawled out of a horror film. The leader of Kusagakure felt a chill in his heart, and instinctively tried to flee. But the ghetto statue opened its massive maw, shooting countless chains that pierced every Kusagakure shinobi present. The scene was both horrifying and awe-inspiring. Your lives are forfeit. Nagato, driven mad, urged the chains to slaughter every last Kusagakure shinobi. The terrifying dojutsu overwhelmed everything, sparing no living being. In the end, the ground was stained crimson with blood, leaving only Konan staggering forward. Uzumaki Nagato had killed all the Kusagakure shinobi and saved Konan. But what was the use? Yahiko, who was like a brother, had already died. At that moment, he truly wished they had never possessed these abilities, never become the leaders of Amigakure, never had to care about world peace. Even if they still had to struggle like rats in the sewers, Uzumaki Nagato only wished the three of them could live together as before. But all of that was irrecoverable. So this is the power of the Rinnegan. In the shadows of the battlefield, Uchiha Zhan watched the center intently. He had known all along that Kusagakure was setting a trap, as White Zetsu had been monitoring Konoha. Yet he did not intervene. The Moon Eye plan had no need for a naive fool, who constantly spoke of mutual understanding. This is only the tip of the iceberg. In the end, Uzumaki Nagato is merely a vessel for the Rinnegan. He cannot unleash its true power. But regardless, he now meets the criteria and can be approached. What about Danzo? He has already noticed the Rinnegan and is eyeing it as well. Black Zetsu warned him not to be careless. Danzo. It was largely thanks to Shimura Danzo that the Uchiha clan had fallen to such a state. But from now on, whether the Uchiha lived or died was none of his concern. Find a chance to kill him. The Rinnegan must not be compromised. Keep a close watch on Danzo and the root's movements. Upon hearing this, White Zetsu and Black Zetsu merged back into the ground and vanished. It had started to drizzle at some point. The Waidao Moxiang had stopped. All the grass ninja on the scene were eliminated, none survived. But the one who was like a big brother had already died beyond revival. Raindrops hit the faces of Xuanhua Changmin and Xiao Nan. They knelt before Mi Yan's body, a scene of sorrow. Finally, they left, taking Mi Yan's body back to their homeland. Kazan walked out of the Siwang forest. Walk faster, Kazan. Hong pulled him forward. As battles across the land ended, frontline troops gradually returned to the village. Former classmates who had once studied together all returned to Mai. Having experienced the Great War, they cherished each other more, and a group made plans to celebrate together today. Celebrating having survived the Third Ninja World War, Kazan and his group arrived late. Kakashi Dato Uegwang Jifing-sama and others were already waiting. In a barbecue restaurant, the graduates of their year from the Ninja Academy filled the hall. Kazan sat at a table with Kakashi Dato and others. Hong and Yeyuan Lin were grilling meat with great enthusiasm. The fat sizzled, and the aroma wafted out into the street. While waiting, Kakashi suddenly brought up the matter of Yuanfei Rizen's impending retirement. The village should soon select the candidate for the fourth Hokage, right? Kazan glanced at Kakashi, who was also looking at him. What? Are you thrilled that you'll soon have a Hokage teacher? I wouldn't think about such a boring thing. Kakashi rolled his eyes and said, besides, nothing is settled yet. The one who finally becomes Hokage might still be Lord Orochimaru. It's just that no decision has been made publicly. What does Kazan know? Dato actually hoped more that his teacher would become the fourth Hokage. Not only because Bluffing Shuemin was his teacher, he also believed in his heart that Bluffing Shuemin was better than Orochimaru. You ninjas from the great clans still need to ask me. The younger generation of the three clans, Niliang Shanzhong and Qiu Dao, were all silent. Their three clans had already made their choice. They were determined to fully support Bluffing Shuemin to become Hokage. Moreover, these three clans had been quite steady in their alignment since the founding of Mai. Whoever they chose would basically become the next Hokage. Our Rixiang clan has chosen Lord Shuemin. Rixiang Fei Niao also spoke. Their clan had also considered competing for the Hokage position themselves. As one of the proudest and strongest ninja clans in Mai, it was unacceptable not to have produced a Hokage. Unfortunately, their war contributions were far from sufficient. Speaking of which, it was rather frustrating. The Rixiang clan had the most comprehensive strength, yet after decades they had never produced a single top-tier combatant. Elite Jonin was their ceiling, not a single one had reached Kage level. In this war, the one with the most brilliant achievements was Kazan, who had created a favorable situation for Mai. He repelled the Sand Ninja, killed the Third Raikage, signed a ceasefire with the Cloud Ninja, and then led his troops to defeat the Rock Ninja and the Mist Ninja. The Kages he killed numbered 2, not to mention the demigod of the ninja world Hanzo, and Shio, the strongest puppeteer. In terms of war contributions, Kazan was undoubtedly the most brilliant. Next were the Sannin, who commanded the forces, and Bluffing Shuemin, all of whom had made remarkable achievements. The candidate for the fourth Hokage could only be chosen from among these 5 people. Only if they succeeded as Hokage could they command respect. Rixiang Fei Niao started the conversation, and the others, no longer holding back, followed suit and revealed their clan's choices. Then they discovered that most clans had chosen Bluffing Shuemin. After all, Yuanfei Rizen's attitude was quite clear and not hard to guess. Half a month later, Mai held a large meeting. Only the current Hokage, the Elder Council of Mai, the clan heads of the village, and top combatants like Kazan, Zilayi, and Gangsho were qualified to attend. Basically, almost everyone except those stationed on the front lines was present. The atmosphere in Mai today was unusually different. Many people put aside their work waiting for the outcome. Dato, Yuan Lin, and Kakashi gathered together again, waiting for the meeting that would decide the fourth Hokage to end. Damn it! Why can Kazan attend, while we can only wait here for the result? Those who can attend this meeting are the village's highest echelons. Kakashi gave him a contemptuous look, thinking that this guy really had no self-awareness. Kazan himself is the third Hokage's disciple of noble status and a hero of this war. It would be abnormal if he couldn't attend the meeting. Just wait patiently for the result, and trust teacher Shuemin. Yuan Lin comforted him, but her eyes were mostly fixed on Kakashi. Without Dato's death in battle, as in the original story, Yuan Lin never had the scene of confessing her feelings to Kakashi. At this moment, she still had a secret crush on Kakashi. Meanwhile, the meeting had already begun. The main subject of the meeting was the fourth Hokage. I propose that my disciple Bluffing Shuemin succeed as the fourth Hokage. Zilayi was the first to step forward and support his disciple. On one side was his disciple Bluffing Shuemin, on the other was his comrade Orochimaru. To be honest, Zilayi being the first to speak out was quite surprising. Kazan sat next to Zilayi like an outsider getting some food from the Qiu Dao clan and started munching away. No one dared to scold him, not even Tuan Song, for fear of being grabbed by this madman and thrown down from the sky. During these days, he had not sent root members to summon Kazan. As a result, they were all sent to the Mai hospital. The other party simply didn't regard him as the Hokage assistant. Orochimaru remained expressionless as if he hadn't heard anything. Shuemin is indeed the best choice to succeed as the fourth Hokage. With Zilayi taking the lead, the new clan head of the Niliang clan, Niliang Lujio, also spoke up. After this war, many clans also welcomed new clan heads. Not only the Ujibwa and Niliang, but also Qiu Dao, Rixiang, and other clans, all prepared to let the next generation who had been through the baptism of war take over. Once Niliang Lujio spoke, the others felt even less burdened. Everyone knew that Niliang Shanzhong and Qiu Dao were in the same boat. One clan represented all three. Ujibwa Fuyue, on the other hand, was watching Kazan. Seeing the best Hokage candidate sitting there drinking tea and eating snacks, his suspended heart finally died. I support Orochimaru. Shuemin is good, but Orochimaru is better. From the Second Ninja World War to this Third Ninja World War, Orochimaru's contributions need no repetition from me. I'm not targeting Shuemin, he is also outstanding, but he should wait for the next generation. Tuansong still wanted to fight for it. The atmosphere in the meeting room changed after Tuansong spoke. This could actually be seen from the seating arrangement. On Yuanfei Rizen's right side were Kazan Zilai Yigang, Shou Buffing Shumin, the Nai Liang clan etc. On Yuanfei Rizen's left side were Tuansong, Orochimaru the two elders, and some smaller clans of the village. The two sides were like a needle against a pin. In terms of numbers the two sides were actually evenly matched, but in terms of high-end combat power the gap was huge. Even Yuanfei Rizen himself stood on the side of Buffing Shuemin. The meeting proceeded more smoothly than anyone could have imagined. So smoothly that Danzo was forced to resort to sowing discord. Speaking of military achievements, is Kazan not superior to anyone else? By your reasoning he is even more suitable to be Hokage. When these words were spoken Uchiha Fugaku's eyes lit up several degrees. But as always choosing a Hokage is not a game. It's not like electing a class monitor, it's not simply a matter of someone stepping forward and saying, I want to be chosen, and then everyone votes. The ninja clans of Konoha had already chosen their sides. Of course Kazan could be considered, but he would have to wait until the next generation. It wouldn't be right for us to latch onto your coattails before you even become Hokage. Finally Hiruzen Sarutobi made the final decision and Minato Namikaze succeeded as the fourth Hokage. It's finally over. Kazan stretched his arms holding the matcha that the Umbu had bought for him. Being able to make the Umbu run errands. In Konoha besides Hiruzen Sarutobi, probably only Kazan could do that. But there was no helping it, if they didn't obey Kazan would actually hit them regardless of the situation. Moreover the Umbu had heard that Hiruzen Sarutobi would completely retire in the future and Kazan would take over the Umbu. With their future boss speaking how could they dare not listen? As for Kazan he hadn't liked matcha at first, but after drinking it more often he found it had a certain flavor. He walked to the rooftop of the Hokage building ready to leave, but saw Tsunade and Jiraiya standing at the edge of the rooftop, trying to look cool. What are you two doing here? Kazan took a big sip of his tea and let out an ah sound. The two didn't speak, but instead gazed into the distance. That direction was where Orochimaru had left. What? Worried about your friend? A little. Jiraiya didn't hide it and admitted directly. He said, that Orochimaru guy, he didn't react at all during the entire meeting. I know him very well. He had already given up before he even walked into the meeting room. This was not a good sign. To Jiraiya it felt as if Orochimaru had no attachments left in his heart. The most terrifying thing about snakes is that they are not bound by anything. Could it be that you're overthinking it, Jiraiya? Tsunade turned her head to look at him. I hope so. Jiraiya shook his head, but in his heart he decided to pay more attention to his friend in the future. Now that the war is finally over, and the fourth Hokage's successor has been found, how about a drink? Sounds good. Let's go then. With that the three of them leaped off the rooftop, and found a random izakaya to drink. After they had drunk enough the conversation opened up. Hey you little brat, don't you have any ambition at all? What do you mean? The Hokage. Tsunade's face was flushed from drinking, but her eyes were sharp and bright. If I wanted to run I would have done so long ago. Many clans have already nodded in support of me. With so many people backing you, isn't it a waste not to run? No, it's too much trouble. I just want to do what I want to do. Yun-Kei shrugged his shoulders, asked for a deck of cards, and started playing Texas Hold'em with Tsunade and Jiraiya. This world didn't have this kind of card game, but after Kazan taught her once Tsunade fell in love with it. Never mind me. What about you? Didn't you say you wanted to be Hokage? After all, your deceased younger brother and Kato Dan both dreamed of becoming Hokage. Tsunade paused upon hearing this, glanced at her cards, and raised the bet by 10,000 ryo. Minato is more suited to be the village's Hokage than I am. In the end it was always her younger brother and her lover who wanted to become Hokage, not herself. Since there was a better candidate, she had no need to compete. This was her grandfather's most beloved village and she was at ease in trusting it to Minato Namikaze. I just need to make sure that Orochimaru is not Hokage. That's enough. Poor Orochimaru. Kazan quietly called the bet. Playing against the big fat sheep, there was no need to hesitate, just call. If by chance he actually lost, it would be Tsunade who should worry, not him. Jiraiya obviously understood this as well, and raised the bet without a word. Tsunade's face immediately darkened. These two bastards raised the bet without even looking at their cards. They clearly didn't take her seriously. In the end the three of them showed their cards, and Yun-Kei swept away all the chips. Tsunade quickly heated up, gritting her teeth, and saying, another round. Jiraiya tossed his cards to Tsunade, who was bad at the game, but addicted. Turning his head he asked, how's that fourth sacred land of yours coming along? Pretty good. Although those creatures cultivate slowly, they have the advantage of possessing immense chakra which ordinary ninjas can't match. Once they complete their training they will at least have combat power at the level of Jonin. The creatures of the Forest of Death had a high baseline. Their species gave them chakra levels higher than ordinary humans, and combined with the advantage of their size, regular Jonin were no match for them. However, their upper limit was not as high as humans. In Kazan's memory, except for the Ninetales, that unlucky guy captured by Madara Uchiha, no other summoning beast had reached Kaga level combat power. The fourth sacred land. Have you thought of a name? It's the Forest of Death. What other name do I need? You call it a sacred land, but you want to use such a dangerous sounding name. Tsunade looked at him as if he were an idiot. Kazan shot back a look that said, moron. What else? Not to mention the Ryuchi cave. Do you think how many people ended up turning into a stone while training at Mount Myaboku? And it's even in the shape of a frog. They died without even keeping a human form. Can't you show some respect? I am your senior. Tsunade angrily slammed the table and subtly shuffled the cards. If you didn't cheat, I might think a bit more highly of you. Kazan took 2 cards from the deck and tossed them back to Tsunade. The latter looked, and damn, it was still the same 2 and Jack. Not a single card on the board was related to them. What the hell am I playing? You got the Dragon Vein from Luan and changed the environment of the Forest of Death. Since you can communicate with the Dragon Vein, what about Sage Mode? Oh, that probably won't work. Not to mention that I don't have the Toad Oil from Mount Mayaboku to assist in training. In the end, Sage training depends on oneself. True. What about the summoning beasts? In principle, I won't stop it. As long as you can convince the guy in the Forest of Death, I'll create a summoning contract similar to Mount Mayaboku's. That was enough. Jiraiya and the other 2 had formed ties with the 3 great sacred lands through fate. But the sacred lands had their own rules. Not everyone could sign a contract. Each generation only had one contractor. If Kazan's Forest of Death truly became a sacred land, it would certainly be a good thing for Konoha. The cards were shown. Kazan again swept away the chips. Tsunade watched him take her chips, her eyes turning red. The cards are rigged. I want to check the cards. Kazan somehow remembered that French poker master with electrifying eyes. Go ahead, check. In the end, Tsunade still lost everything. She was completely hysterical, cursing as Shizen pulled her away. Just wait, Kazan. Next time I'll win until you're bankrupt. Next time remember to bring more money. I have a lot of expenses for building a house. Kazan waved the bills in his hand, shouting, which made Tsunade so angry that she stomped and shattered the street. The next second, the righteous Uchiha immediately appeared, intending to take her to the police department for punishment. Go tell your father not to actually do anything to her. Be careful or Tsunade might go berserk and tear down the police department. It wasn't that Kazan was making a mountain out of a molehill. As for the Uchiha, some of them really didn't care about right or wrong. They thought, I'm an Uchiha, the most powerful clan in Konoha, the most powerful. Yes, Kazan-sensei. Uchiha Itachi immediately went back. Half a month later, Minato Namikaze ascended to the rooftop of the Hokage Tower, assuming the position of the 4th Hokage before the watchful eyes of all the villagers of Konoha. In that moment, the entire village of Konoha erupted in celebration. Even though not everyone believed Minato Namikaze was the best choice. Some had hoped that Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, or Kazan, the disciples of Hiruzen Sarutobi, would succeed as the 4th Hokage and continue the policies of the 3rd. Nevertheless, most were satisfied with the outcome. Orochimaru was absent that day. Ever since receiving the first Hokage's cells from Danzo, he had immersed himself in his experiments and research. Hokage, the strongest. What use were these titles when even the mightiest would wither with age a century later? He had witnessed with his own eyes how his teacher had transformed from a legendary shinobi into what he was now, like a leaf on the verge of decay. Immortality. That was Orochimaru's sole desire now. The Forest of Death. 2 figures were engaged in a high-speed duel amidst the trees. One of them was wreathed in crackling lightning, wielding a short blade, while the other swung a massive sword. Kurenai Guy and Itachi watched from the sidelines. Keek. Kakashi, you've improved quite a bit. Kazan laughed heartily as he clashed with Kakashi, brandishing the executioner's blade. The latter remained silent. He had come to challenge Kazan of his own accord. It had happened a few days prior. After another impassioned spar with Guy, Kakashi had confided his frustration about his own lack of strength, especially in swordsmanship, where he fell far short of his father. Guy, upon hearing this, suddenly recalled the image of Kazan, sending the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist flying with a single slash. So he suggested, Kazan's swordsmanship is extraordinary. You should seek his guidance. Kazan. Swordsmanship. What did that have to do with that terrifying caped man? He had never seen Kazan fight with a sword or blade before. Yet Guy described it vividly. I saw Kazan defeat the 7 ninja swordsmen with a single technique, something called Kimui. Doesn't the name alone sound overwhelmingly powerful? Powerful indeed. And so Kakashi came. After sparring for a while, he was nearly brought to tears by his own foolishness. Why had he believed Guy's words? This was hardly swordsmanship. It was simply relying on monstrous strength to swing a giant cleaver. As for that so-called Kimui, Kakashi witnessed it soon enough. Haki. Monstrous strength. Earth release weighted rock. Chakra. All of it fused together, culminating in an unstoppable slash. Don't you dare die on me, Kakashi. Kazan charged toward him with a boisterous laugh before bellowing. Kimui. A crackling surge. Dark crimson haki coiled around the massive blade. When the slash was unleashed, it missed its target, but carved through hundreds of meters of trees, clearing an open expanse. Kakik. This shall be the new den for you and your family, Hakimi. Kazan said, hefting the executioner's blade onto his shoulder. Cold sweat beaded on Kakashi's forehead, his back drenched. Thankfully, Kazan hadn't aimed that blade at him. Otherwise, he would very likely have been sent to meet his father, just like the 7 ninja swordsmen. Just as I thought. Kazan's swordsmanship is truly the strongest. Guy thought differently. Gazing at the devastation caused by that single slash, he spontaneously dropped to the ground and began doing push-ups. Kakashi stared with his characteristic lifeless eyes, utterly exasperated. At least there were still sane people around. He turned his gaze toward Kurenai and Itachi. But the next second he heard Itachi speak, abandoning all elaborate techniques, merging every ounce of power into a single overwhelming strike. So this is what Master Kazan meant by true mastery bears no ornamentation. What kind of spell has Kazan cast on all of you? Every last one of you is bewitched. Yet, perhaps it made sense. At Kazan's level, fusing all his power into one was indeed the ultimate offensive approach. There was no need to pursue superfluous techniques. With that single slash alone, how many in the shinobi world could withstand it? The corpses of the 7 ninja swordsmen had long since rotted, their blades seized. Come on, time to eat. Kazan called everyone over for a meal. Hakimi had already prepared the prey. The beast was about to become a father. On one dark and windy night, it had claimed the tigress as its mate. Through his observation, Haki Kazan sensed 4 new lives stirring within the tigress's belly. The Hakimi clan was about to flourish. Have you heard? Heard what? The war is about to end. During the meal, Kakashi spoke of the 3rd Great Ninja War. Kazan's rise had allowed Konoha to withdraw from the war early, guarding every inch of the Land of Fire. Yet the other 4 great shinobi villages had never ceased their fighting. Kakashi had also heard that even Pakura, the war hero of Sunagakure, had perished. The war was brutally fierce. It was only when Konoha elected its 4th Hokage that those villages suddenly halted, as if by unspoken agreement. Are they wary of Minato? Probably. Those villages don't know the new Hokage. They fear Konoha might change its ways. With Hiruzen Sarutobi in power, the other villages felt at ease. The entire shinobi world knew that Hiruzen Sarutobi only wished to protect Konoha's own small territory. So they fought with confidence. But now no one knew what strategies the 4th Hokage might adopt, whether he would seize the opportunity to profit while they were locked in battle. This great war was arguably the most brutal in history. The 3rd Raikage fell in battle. The 3rd Mizukage fell as well. 2-tailed beasts from a Wagakure were slain and had yet to revive. Kirigakure lost the 3 tails too, and Sunagakure lost the legendary puppeteer Chiyo and the rising star Pakura. Countless renowned shinobi had found their graves on the battlefield. Then our Konoha has done a good deed as well. In that sense, yes. We should be able to enjoy a relatively peaceful period ahead. A rare smile crossed Kakashi's face. Through this great ninja war, the name of the demon of Konoha had spread fear across all lands. As long as Kazan remained at the peak of his power, other villages would think twice before initiating another war. Kakashi had never witnessed the 1st Hokage's might firsthand. But Kazan, he too had achieved what no other could, standing alone and cowing the entire shinobi world. The war was over. The laughter in Konoha grew lighter and more joyful. But on this day, every face in the village turned solemn and the streets fell silent. At the first light of dawn, Kazan emerged from the forest of death. You're here, Let's go. Jiraiya and Tsunade were both dressed in black mourning attire. Today, Minato Namikaze would carry out his first duty as Hokage, a funeral for all the shinobi who had perished in the war. Kazan had also changed into a pure black suit with a white chrysanthemum pinned to his chest. There was no smile on his face. Unbidden, the melody of Hinata versus Niji echoed in his ears, the piano notes drifting through his mind. Konoha Memorial Park. Today, a sea of black-clad mourners had gathered. All were dressed in funeral attire, holding pristine white chrysanthemums, their faces etched with sorrow, as they stood in solemn tribute. Kazan, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were among the late arrivals. Without a word, the 3 took their place at the front of the line, beside Hiruzen Sarutobi. This place was far from desolate. The weeds were routinely cleared, and everything appeared meticulously maintained. Yet the rows of silent tombstones offered no comfort, only a chilling emptiness. Beneath this soil lay too many of Konoha's ninja. When the time came, Minato Namikaze, serving as Hokage, delivered a brief address before placing a white chrysanthemum. Then came Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, and the other elders, followed by Jiraiya and the rest. When it was Kazan's turn, he walked to the memorial monument and placed the white chrysanthemum from his chest before it. These were picked from the death forest this morning. Those were Kazan's first words and his only ones. Most of the names inscribed on the monument were unfamiliar to him, though a few he recognized. There once was someone who would eagerly greet him every single day, and now nothing remained. Not even a memory, only a name carved in a stone. Lord Kazan. Lord Kazan, we will definitely win this war, right? Lord Kazan, this is my child. He'll be turning 1 soon. I can't wait to go home and hold him. Those voices echoed in Kazan's mind as if they had happened only yesterday. He crouched down, reached out, and gently traced the inscriptions on the stone monument. After a moment, he rose and walked away in silence. Many more waited behind him. The ceremony continued, but Kazan, Jiraiya, and Tsunade drifted apart to watch from beneath a distant tree. This is my 2nd time attending such a funeral. No matter how many times I experience it, it never becomes easier. Jiraiya folded his arms across his chest. If you're feeling sad, say something, anything at all. Just don't blame yourself, Kazan. You've done more than enough. The ninja of this village are grateful to you. Don't try to comfort others while you're drowning in your own grief. It only makes you look foolish. Kazan cut him off. Perverted sage, you should know I can hear your thoughts. That ability of yours would make girls despise you. Jiraiya burst into laughter, attempting to dispel the oppressive atmosphere. But as Kazan had said, his mood was already in ruins. The more he laughed, the worse it felt. If he could, he wished to never attend another funeral like this. Don't speak as though you're any different from me, brat. Even without your ability, I could guess what you're thinking. Tsunade patted Kazan's shoulder. Didn't you say you wanted to become the freest person in the ninja world? Don't let something like this change who you are. So many have been altered by war, some even denying themselves entirely. including the former herself who had ultimately chosen self-exile. Don't mistake me for some half-hearted fool. Kazan withdrew his right hand from his pocket. I'm not that naive. Every time my fists fall, the casualties are enormous. To feel sorrow over such matters now would be hypocritical. I merely think. The profession of ninja is pitiful. Life is already brief, yet they spend half of it slaughtering one another. Would the world become less turbulent if extraordinary power were within everyone's grasp? Do you think this world might be better off without chakra, without ninja? Who can guarantee such things? There are noifs in this world. Perhaps without chakra and ninja the world would indeed be different. Or perhaps it wouldn't have mattered at all. In truth, war had never truly ceased throughout history. But Kazan believed it might be possible. His original world was no different. Through thousands of years of conflict and sacrifice, through regret and growth, humanity had gradually stepped towards civilized society. The Sage of Six Paths had once spread chakra across the ninja world with the intent of using this renewable energy to benefit mankind. But it had ultimately devolved into what it had become. If the Sage of Six Paths had never shared chakra with the world, where would humanity have stood after 1,000 years? Kazan's mind wandered to the possibility of using the dragon vein to send him back a millennium to an era when the Sage of Six Paths still walked the earth. What would happen if he killed the sage before the shinobi sect was established? Never mind. For one, there was no guarantee the dragon vein could transport him back 1,000 years. More importantly, the very existence of the Otsutsuki clan meant this world required sufficient defensive strength. Shall we go get a drink? Yeah, let's go. Kazan, are you coming? I'll go. Might as well gamble a bit while I'm at it. The funeral had concluded. The crowd filed out in an orderly manner. None of the three wished to linger, and they departed shortly thereafter. If you're going drinking, why not bring an old man along? At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi approached. Stripped of his Hokage title, he seemed somehow younger. The sight reminded Kazan of Sengoku, the former fleet admiral. Once a stern and wise leader of the Marines, he had seemingly been transformed by Garp's influence into a comical figure after retirement. Of course, Hiruzen Sarutobi had not yet truly retired. It was the same izakaya as always. By all rights, the establishment should have been closed today, but who would dare refuse a drinking invitation from Konoha's top figures? I say, old man, since you've decided to step down, why not do it properly? Though Hiruzen had relinquished the Hokage position, he had not fully retired. The entire Umbu was still under his command. Minato is still young. Give it some time, and I'll gradually hand over all authority to him. Danzo Koharu Hamura and Baraki Bunta all required careful balancing. Even though Minato Namikaze currently enjoyed the support of many clans, the Elders' Council still wielded disproportionate power. We're both old bones. Why bother thinking so much? Your Hokage's son surely wishes you'd spend more time with him. Kazan was of course referring to Asuma. It seemed all children of the Hokage shared a common flaw, complaining about their father's absence. Kazan simply couldn't understand it. You're the child of a Hokage, what more could you possibly want? Fine, then pick one of you to serve as Umbu captain. The three fell silent immediately. The Death Forest requires my supervision. My novel needs source material. I'm planning some reforms for the hospital. Look at them. Ask them to handle something and they produce excuses, first one then another, and then have the audacity to call me old and insist I retire properly. He could only appeal to emotion, his tone growing grave. I'm aging. One day you'll need to shoulder these responsibilities. Yet the three remained silent, heads bowed over their drinks, clearly refusing to take the bait. No wonder they were his students, all cut from the same cloth. Hiruzen could only shake his head helplessly before continuing, I didn't come today for that matter. Regarding Orochimaru, I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances, each sensing what the others were thinking. What is he up to with Danzo now? There's no direct evidence, but I suspect they've resumed research into the first Hokage's cells. Crack. Tsunade instantly crushed the wine glass in her hand. Old man, is what you said true? She was aware of the research on her grandfather's cells. Unfortunately, she was too young at the time and her family had not informed her. Moreover, it was her second grandfather who initiated the research, so Tsunade had let it slide over the years. But if what Hiruzen Sarutobi said was true, she would never allow this to happen. There is no direct evidence yet. That's why I want you to help investigate. What about the Umbu? Danzo and Orochimaru won't let the Umbu find any clues. Hiruzen Sarutobi exhaled a puff of smoke, his murky eyes gleaming sharply. Openly, I will have the Umbu infiltrate and investigate. Covertly, I hope you can assist me. Kaza heard this and asked him a question. Does Minato know about this? I will discuss it with him when I return. Well, although Minato had become Hokage, the power was still in Hiruzen's hands. It was understandable. The Umbu, which should have been the Hokage's direct unit, was controlled by Hiruzen along with his Sarutobi clan and years of influence in Konoha. Minato Namikaze still had a long way to go before fully taking over Konoha. If it is confirmed that Orochimaru has resumed research on the first Hokage's cells, what will you do? Jiraiya raised his wine glass to his lips, but did not drink. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not answer, silently smoking his pipe. Because even he himself did not know how to handle it when the time came. Perhaps he would first imprison him, then decide later. Hiruzen Sarutobi left. Orochimaru was once his most beloved student, someone he had high hopes for, and even considered him the best candidate for Hokage. Having come to this point, his heart must be heavy. Jiraiya watched Hiruzen leave, and said to Kaza and Tsunade, Kaza, I hope you can leave this matter to me. This is my grandfather we're talking about. I know, but I still hope you won't do anything. I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Jiraiya's expression was serious, not as if he were joking. No problem. I didn't want to get involved in this anyway. Kaza agreed readily. And so, it was settled. Kaza returned to his home in the Forest of Death and briefly reviewed the sequence of events. According to the original story, Orochimaru's defection had already occurred before Minato became Hokage. The Umbu records clearly stated that Hiruzen Sarutobi had ordered Orochimaru's pursuit while he was still the Hokage. But my presence allowed Konoha to withdraw from the Third Great Ninja War earlier. Will the outcome be different? Old man Third, can you still bring yourself to do it? Kaza stripped off his clothes, turned over, and fell asleep. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi both launched secret investigations approaching from both open and covert angles. Through their relentless efforts, the truth was soon uncovered. Within just a month, they confirmed that Orochimaru had resumed research on the first Hokage cells and had even progressed to human experimentation. Lord Kaza, the third Hokage, requests your presence. That day, when an Umbu appeared before him, Kaza already knew. Hiruzen Sarutobi, as always, could not bring himself to act against his most prized student. I understand. Kaza left this remark, soared into the air, and in an instant crashed into the Hokage's office. At that moment, Minato Namikaze, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Tsunade were all gathered along with Danzo Kohyutatane and Hamura Mitokado. Quite a gathering. Fill me in. Kaza's gaze swept across Danzo. If he remembered correctly, Danzo had fully assisted Orochimaru in escaping the Land of Fire. We have confirmed that Orochimaru restarted research on the first Hokage cells and has already reached the stage of human experimentation. Human experimentation? How many children from the village did he kidnap? They were not children from the village. Hiruzen's expression carried a hint of desolation. He said, it was a ninja clan called the Iburi clan that provided Orochimaru with research subjects. The Iburi clan. Yes, a clan capable of turning their bodies into smoke. Due to their inability to control this ability stably, the clan suffered many deaths. Lord Orochimaru helped them stabilize their abilities. Minato explained, because of this, the Iburi clan is utterly devoted to Lord Orochimaru, and the children used for experiments were also provided by the Iburi clan. The Iburi clan. He seemed to have heard of them. They were not from the manga, but from the TV original. So what do you want me to do? Bring him back to Konoha. If necessary to ensure the village's techniques are not leaked, you may kill him on the spot. In the end, the village outweighed personal desires. When Hiruzen said this, his eyes dimmed. I see. Has Jiraiya already left? Yes, Jiraiya-sensei set off in pursuit immediately upon learning the news. Minato looked at Kaza and said, Kaza, if you find any experimental subjects within the Iburi clan, bring them all back to Konoha and try not to harm them. They had not found any experimental subjects in Orochimaru's lab. They might be hidden in the Iburi clan. All right. Kaza understood Minato and Hiruzen's intentions. First, the village's techniques must not be leaked. If necessary, killing Orochimaru was acceptable. Second, ensure all would release experimental subjects belonged solely to Konoha. Both were of utmost importance to Konoha and could not be compromised. Kaza said no more, stepped on the air and flew at high speed in the direction Orochimaru had fled. Then I shall dispatch Root for pursuit as well. Danzo left the office. Immediately after the incident, Danzo had ordered Root Ninja to contact the Iburi clan, instructing them to fully assist Orochimaru's escape. Orochimaru was still of use to him. Research on wood release had made progress, and the first successful experimental subject had been born. Though it lacked the first Hokage's astonishing power, it gave Danzo hope of recreating wood release. Orochimaru must not die yet. Returning to Root, he immediately ordered his subordinates to provide support. Co-lead a team to assist Orochimaru and ensure he escapes the Land of Fire. Additionally, Kaza has already set off. If he discovers you, your identities will no longer be those of Konoha Ninja. Yes, the Root Ninja with the code name Ko did not hesitate. All Root Ninja had been brainwashed by Danzo, believing themselves to be defenders of Konoha operating in the shadows. Even if Danzo ordered them to die, they would not flinch. The members of Jinbu were truly terrifying. Having undergone brainwashing-like training, they believed that everything they did was righteous, all for the protection of Muyi. They used this reasoning to drive themselves to wield the blade of slaughter relentlessly, never once feeling guilt. A tremendous sonic boom echoed through the sky as Kazan had already crossed Mu Ye's Great Barrier in pursuit. However, he soon slowed down to observe the markings left by Jiraiya. His observation haki could not detect such traces. Yet even so, it took him only half a day to locate the Ibuli clan mentioned by both Feng Shui men. Where is the Shiwan? Kazan descended from the sky, facing only clusters of mist with no human figures in sight. But he knew that the members of the Ibuli clan were within this haze filled with abundant life energy. He even perceived their thoughts. A pursuer from Muyi. Kill him when the chance arises. Lord Da Shiwan has shown us great kindness. Without him, our clan would have vanished long ago. We must buy him time to escape the Land of Fire no matter what. You won't come out, will you? Kazan, having discerned their intentions, hesitated no longer. His conqueror's haki surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing down upon them with overwhelming force. Dark red lightning lashed out violently, leaving no corner untouched. Up. In an instant, the figures of the Ibuli ninja emerged from the mist. I'll ask you one last time, where is the Shiwan? You're wasting your breath. We will never betray Lord Deshiwan. A man shouted loudly, evidently the chieftain of the Ibuli clan. Kazan listened to his thoughts, but found no answer. It seems even you don't know where Deshiwan has fled. In the end, Deshiwan merely treated you as disposable pawns. Ever since Deshiwan set his sights on immortality, he had become a cold-blooded serpent. In his eyes, there were only those who could be used, and those who could not, those of value, and those worthless. Even if we are used as pawns, it is our willing choice. Without Lord Deshiwan, our clan would have perished into obscurity, with history itself unaware of our existence. The man roared, and the surging mist rushed toward Kazan. Kazan still remembered. In the plot Kakashi was nearly killed by this very mist. If not for the little girl named Shui Jin, there would have been no Kakashi squad afterward. Stubborn and obstinate, Kazan clenched his right fist and punched the air. Fist bone. Impact. With one punch, the very space seemed to tremble as formidable haki and chakra burst forth. Boom. All the mist was scattered under this blow, and the hidden Ibuli clan members were violently shaken, unable to withstand even this distant strike. They were sent flying like broken kites. With just a single punch, every Ibuli ninja was rendered combat incapable. Wind release. Fire release. Earth release. At that moment, fluctuations of chakra emerged from behind Yunkei. All of them wore masks and were highly disciplined. Kazan, the demon of Mu Yi, I'll claim your head worth 2 billion Ryo. The 5 elemental techniques crashed down in an instant. Kazan merely stomped the ground, and a wall of earth rose swiftly, blocking all the attacks. People from Genbu, you're disguising yourselves as bounty hunters from the black market. Your names have probably been erased from Mu Ye's ninja registry, haven't they, eh? That was certainly the case. When Danzo dispatched the Genbu ninja to obstruct, he had already erased all traces of these ninja from Mu Yi. Of course, these people were all ninja from prominent clans of Mu Yi. If brought back for identification, their identities could still be confirmed. But doing so would be meaningless. From the moment they left Mu Yi, they had become rogue ninja of Mu Yi. They were highly organized, splitting into 2 teams, one to engage Kazan, and the other to charge toward the Ibuli clan. Their target is the wood release experimental subjects. Kazan's observation haki swept in their direction. Then he detected many special life signatures, which should be the wood release test subjects. In that case, you can all die. Kazan flickered and appeared before a Genbu ninja, raising his fist for a punch. Bam! With a single simple punch, that ninja was sent flying, his chest pierced through, leaving no chance of survival. But this was only the beginning. In the blink of an eye, Kazan was before another, delivering another punch that exploded the man into a mist of blood. The Genbu members did not resign themselves to death. They swiftly formed hand seals and used various techniques to delay. They never thought they could defeat Kazan. That was impossible. The demon of Mu Yi was the strongest ninja of the era, with combat power rivaling the first Hokage. Boom, boom, boom. They spat out the 5 elemental techniques, but they struck the haki defense without even touching Kazan's skin. Then a massive rock hand broke through, crashing down like a mountain. Thud, 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 thud. Over a dozen Genbu ninja were swept away in a single blow. Kazan did not linger. He soared into the air and flew toward the deepest part of the Ibuli territory. The remaining Genbu ninja attempted to block him, but they saw Kazan tear open a scroll and grab the decapitating greatsword, swinging it down. Divine evasion. Whoosh. A terrifying spray of blood rose into the sky as heads were sent flying under this strike. Kazan paid no heed to the headless corpses. He entered a cave where the Ibuli clans would release test subjects were stored. There were over a dozen of them, all immersed in nutrient solution. The vitality of the first Hokage's cells was too vigorous. A direct implantation would erode the body. Only a minuscule amount could be injected, which would then grow with the child, eventually allowing would release to manifest. He strode in with the greatsword over his shoulder, still dripping blood, facing 2 children. One of them was Shui Jin of the Ibuli clan, and the other was undoubtedly the second would release ninja, he whose real name should be Tianzong. Which direction did Deshiwan flee? He did not respond, shielding Shui Jin behind him and drawing the blade at his back. Kazan swung the decapitating greatsword, sending he flying and embedding him into the wall. Think you're something just because you can use wood release. Shui Jin, belatedly realizing, cried out, Tianzong, and ran over. She tried to pull her brother out, but found him stuck fast. Don't worry, he won't die. Even though he can only build a 2-bedroom apartment with wood release, having been implanted with the first Hokage's cells, he's not that easy to kill. Go release Kakashi, the one you captured, and have him come here. Otherwise I'll cut you both down. Boom. Dark red lightning echoed across heaven and earth. At the border of the land of fire, Jiraiya faced Orochimaru from over 10 meters away. Come back to the village with me, Orochimaru. Jiraiya gazed at Orochimaru, his expression similar to when Naruto had stared at Sasuke at the Valley of the End for the first time. Go back for what? To die? Orochimaru's expression remained calm. He had already noticed the dark red lightning descending from the sky. He knew that his young junior disciple was in pursuit. Time was running out. He had to flee across the land of fire immediately. Speaking of which, Orochimaru turned on his heel decisively. Orochimaru, stop! Jiraiya called out, forming a Rasengan in his hand. I'm not going back with you. If you want to kill me, do it right now. Orochimaru didn't break stride. He could only gamble at this point that Jiraiya would prove as naive as his own master had been. The Iber clan wouldn't be able to hold off Kazan for long. If his young junior caught up with him, there'd be no escape. Even with limited interaction, Orochimaru could tell Kazan wasn't someone who let emotions cloud his judgment. Either way, death awaited him, here or back in the village. But he refused to accept that fate. He wanted to uncover the secret of eternal life. Orochimaru. Jiraiya called out again, yet he couldn't bring himself to advance. He simply watched as Orochimaru disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, Kakashi had arrived looking somewhat battered. He had briefly crossed blades with Orochimaru, but the man had spared his life. Which direction did Orochimaru flee? I understand. Wait here for the Umbu to bring these people back to the village. That's Minato's orders. Kazan was about to take off after giving his instructions. Wait, Kazan. Bring Parker along. He's excellent at tracking. Pug. I'm a ninja dog kid, show some respect. Yes, my breed is indeed a pug, but I'm absolutely the finest among all pugs. Surveying the mass of Executioner's bloody sword stacked to his neck, Parker chose caution. Then lead the way. Yes. Parker trotted along, sniffing the scent trail. He was terrified. What kind of person ate dog meat? After an unknown amount of time, Parker came to a halt. This is it. Here. Kazan glanced around, finding no sign of any battle. Instead, he spotted a lone figure sitting on a rock, gazing at the sky. It was Jiraiya. Kazan understood what had happened without needing to ask. So you just let Orochimaru walk away? I'm sorry. He simply couldn't bring himself to harm his friend Yugao's comrade, knowing that bringing Orochimaru back would only seal his death sentence. No matter how Danzo tried to distance himself from this incident, Jiraiya and the others were well aware. The resumption of the first Hokage's cellular research and those human experiments were works orchestrated by both Orochimaru and Danzo. Had he returned Orochimaru to Konoha, the man likely wouldn't have survived until the next day. Am I such a failure? Rejected by Tsunade time, and again unable to bring back my friend Orochimaru. His voice carried a heavy sadness. Orochimaru's defection had struck him hard. Kazan wasn't sure what to say, so he just stood there carrying his executioner's bloody sword. After a long pause, he spoke up. Let's go back and have a drink. Aren't you angry with me, Kazan? For something like this, go talk to your teacher and student. They're the ones who matter in Konoha. I'm just here to cut people down. Kazan tapped his shoulder sword. That carefree attitude made even Jiraiya envious. They headed back. The mission to track Orochimaru had failed. This counted as Kazan's first mission failure. Yet Sarutobi and Minato understood the circumstances well enough, even without Kazan explaining to Jiraiya. Honestly, it was exactly the sort of thing Jiraiya would do. Sarutobi barely realized it himself, but he felt a quiet sense of relief. What's next then? Classify Orochimaru as an S-rank missing nin. Minato's bond with Orochimaru paled in comparison to Jiraiya's and Sarutobi's. He quickly made his decision. Orochimaru would be marked for death. This was essentially a kill order. With that, the matter was effectively closed. The news of Orochimaru's defection couldn't be contained. The village trembled beneath the shock. Especially for those ninjas who had revered and trusted Orochimaru, it felt as though the sky itself had fallen. Mitarashi Anko was among them. As Orochimaru's student, her devotion to him exceeded even that of Kazan and the others. This isn't true, right? Kazan. Anko found her way to the forest of death, disheveled and desperate. The forest was no longer somewhere one could enter lightly. The creatures within had begun mastering senjutsu, their power climbing steadily. Given time, this place would become the deathly forest it was destined to be. It's true. Liar, you're lying. Anko staggered backward 2 steps before running off unsteadily. I'll go watch over her. Kurenai leapt onto Hakimi's head and followed. The forest of death wasn't a vacation spot. Dangers lurked everywhere. Sensei Kazan, you couldn't even recapture Orochimaru. Yes, he slipped away. Because of Lord Jiraiya. Itachi was sharp beyond his years. Lacking Kazan's ability to hear all things, he still read people with the perceptiveness of someone far older. Something like that. Stop staring. Go catch some fish. My pond is vast, and such small fry won't suffice. Yes. Itachi didn't hesitate, and set off to find giant fish. Before long, a considerable span of time had passed since Orochimaru's defection. Kazan's house was finally complete. That day, Jiraiya, Tsunade, Minato, Sarutobi, Kakashi, and others gathered in the forest of death. They shared a meal together. The Uchiha Fugaku family joined with the pregnant Uchiha Mikoto in tow. Minato set aside his duties and came with his equally pregnant wife, Uzumaki Kushina. Have you decided on a name? Naruto Namikaze Naruto. Pretty good, right? Kushina remained bold and straightforward, though motherhood had softened her with a gentle radiance. She rubbed her belly as she explained, Minato hopes Naruto will never give up, just like the protagonist of his teacher's novels. Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke. Fugaku spoke up, named after Lord Sarutobi Sasuke. Both families brimmed with anticipation for their unborn children. Kazan looked at their bellies and sensed both lives were strong and healthy. Yet he detected no trace of Ajura's or Indra's chakra. Will they only arrive on the day of birth? Kazan glanced toward the horizon. Before he knew it, both Sasuke and Naruto were about to be born. Itachi had been in high spirits lately. That joy was plainly written across his face. He showed great anticipation for his soon-to-be-born younger brother. At times he even sought advice from Kazan on what it meant to be an excellent elder brother. This question, however, left Kazan puzzled. Having lived 2 lives, he had never had a younger or older brother. However, as a child he had neighbors, a pair of brothers who often fought over trivial things. Perhaps it means making up after a fight. Fighting. Itachi's sharp mind began to race. So that's it. He needed to frequently help his sibling with their training. Itachi found this logic sound. In a world like this, self-preservation was essential. Thank you for your guidance, Master Kazan. Itachi bowed deeply. I will surely make Sasuke an outstanding ninja. Kazan. Idiot, when did I ever mention training? Kazan couldn't be bothered to correct him. This disciple was fine in every way except he had a tendency to overanalyze, turning simple matters into complex puzzles. Can you imagine? He simply went to the back mountain for his daily fist practice, yet he managed to interpret it as, because the war had ended and peace had arrived, the population would inevitably surge. Master Kazan wasn't actually practicing his fists, he was preparing for the coming population boom. No wonder this guy would later laugh as crazily as Madara. Uchiha's mind clearly flawed. Time flew by. It was July 23rd. A unique chakra descended silently upon Konoha, heading toward the Uchiha district. Kazan, who was in the midst of his cultivation, opened his eyes immediately. This is Indra's chakra, he thought. It was unlike any chakra he had felt before, intensely in nature. Just as the Otsutsuki brothers had inherited the Rinnegan and Tensegan from Kagaya Otsutsuki, Ashura and Indra had each received the two chakra attributes of Yin and Yang from the Sage of Six Paths. If Indra's chakra has arrived, then Ashura's won't be far behind. Once upon a time, the Sage of Six Paths had assigned tasks to his two sons to choose the heir for the Shinra lineage. The outcome was that Indra, widely regarded as the more capable son at the time, lost to his younger brother Ashura in this trial. Unable to accept this result, Indra slew his best friend and awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, then engaged in a decisive battle with Ashura. In the end, the defeated Indra founded an entirely new school, a path that sought power above all, diverging from the Shinra creed of using chakra for the betterment of humanity. That is the modern shinobi. On the night the Sage of Six Paths passed away, Indra spoke directly to his father. My soul shall continue to fight through the ages, destroying the Shinra lineage generation after generation. In fact, Indra had accomplished this. The shinobi had been fighting through the generations, and chakra had not been used to advance human civilization. Upon learning what had happened, Ashura swore a bitter oath on the spot, vowing to stop his elder brother across countless reincarnations so that the Sage of Six Paths would not depart with regret. Over a millennium, the chakra of these two brothers had manifested again and again, clashing in battle countless times. The previous incarnation had been Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. The Uchiha has been dead only a short while, yet he's already reborn. How impatient, Kazan muttered, closing his eyes to continue his cultivation. He intended to make the 8 gates formation a regular combat technique. The Akimichi clan's multi-size technique had given him a sudden inspiration. In the original story, when Might Guy activated the 8 gates formation, he had already prepared to die in battle. It was only Naruto, having mastered the Six Paths Yang released chakra, who pulled him back from the brink of death. Life energy. The reason the 8th gate's opening is fatal lies in the fact that after the technique ends, the user's cells rapidly deteriorate and their organs collapse. It was a final burst of potential borrowed at the cost of one's own life. As for Guy's legs being ruined, leaving him in a wheelchair, it was because his body could not withstand the Death Gate's impact, shattering his leg bones. But I am different. My body is harder than steel, capable of withstanding the Death Gate's impact. Kazan trained his physique daily with iron blocks, forging a body so powerful it was terrifying. Others dared not use explosive chakra to break genjutsu, fearing they might shock themselves to death. Kazan was different. He would unleash explosive chakra without hesitation, even deliberately using this method to temper his internal organs. Even the impact of the Death Gate would fail to harm his iron body. So now there is only one problem left. Can I quickly ingest life energy through life return to replenish the consumption of the Death Gate? It's possible. Kazan's heart raced with eagerness. Beast-like intuition told him this would work. The Akimichi clan's multi-size technique had been honed to its utmost limit over this period. Not to make the jutsu stronger, but purely to train life return, by rapidly burning calories through repeated consumption and quickly replenishing them through food. With this thought, Kazan hesitated not. His thumb pressed firmly against his heart. 8 gates formation, Death Gate. Open. Boom. The instant Kazan opened the Death Gate, a terrifying chakra that made one shudder swept across the entire Konoha from the Forest of Death. Roar. The forest beasts previously asleep were startled awake at that moment, their furs standing on end, sensing the threat of death. This chakra, many noticed the commotion here. It was too shocking. Crimson steam shot straight into the sky, appearing so dreadful in the night that it instilled unease. Location of the Forest of Death. What is that guy Kazan doing? Tsunade, Minato, Namikaze, Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and others all noticed this anomaly. They all sprang from bed and rushed toward the Forest of Death immediately. Meanwhile, Kazan, his hands were clenched into fists, his pupils turned completely white, his black short hair as dark red as blood. Consumption speed is slower than expected. He could feel his life energy draining. His cells craved energy replenishment, yearning for food. But the consumption rate was lower than anticipated. He could fight longer with the 8 gates formation than Might Guy. Not enough yet. Let me see where your limit lies. Accumulate. Kazan roared, his entire body's blood boiling at that moment, gathering together to form a colossal dragon's head. Energy materialization. This was a terrifying phenomenon. Even space warped, and the air seemed pressed down, concaving inward. Minato Namikaze was the fastest. Using the flying thunder god technique, he arrived at the scene first. Before him, the surroundings looked as though they had endured a violent storm. Centuries-old giant trees lay fallen, and the site resembled a wasteland of ruins. At the center of this wreckage stood a skeletal figure continuously shoving food into his mouth, consuming it like an endless abyss, eating frantically. Kazan. Minato was completely stunned. He noticed Kazan's pure white suit and the iconic cape of justice on his back. What on earth is happening? Kazan turned his head, then resembling Luffy after his gear fifth ended. His skin lacked luster, and he was so thin only bones remained. Yet his eating speed was as fast as lightning. That huge cow was stuffed into his mouth and mere bites, bones crushed and swallowed whole, without mercy. Minato, you're just in time. Go find me some food quickly. Anything edible will do. This damn 8 gates formation consumes way too much. He who had been so vigorous and handsome now looked almost as ancient as Granny Chio. Herp. Full. Kazan let out a long burp, and his cells, which had been on the verge of death, were now revitalized with renewed vigor. What exactly did you do to end up like that? Tsunade's expression was odd. Kazan's appearance just now was several times worse than when she herself unsealed the Een seal and lost skin vitality. His cells had lost all vitality, and he nearly died. Training almost killed you. 8 gates. I opened the gate of death. I see the gate of death. Jiraiya and the others were all stunned. They had all come immediately shocked by what he had done to end up in that state. It turned out to be the 8 gates gate of death. 8 gates. Gate of death. Minato Namikaze seemed to be hearing of this technique for the first time. It's a forbidden technique that took Might Due 20 years to complete. It unlocks the body's 8 gates to activate potential in exchange for power. When the 8th gate, the gate of death, is opened, one can even obtain chakra tens of times greater than a Kage at the cost of death. Hiruzen Sarutobi briefly explained the 8 gates. He inwardly believed that such a thing was impossible. No one could survive opening the gate of death. But the raging blood energy that soared to the heavens could not be false. How did Kazan manage it? Could it be life return? Hiruzen Sarutobi, recalling Kazan's frenzied eating, thought of this possibility. Kazan, I know what you want to ask. Give up. If Uncle Dai and Guy cannot grasp life return, then others have even less chance. Moreover, it's not just life return. One also needs to possess yang attributed chakra. Kazan interrupted Hiruzen Sarutobi and gulped down a mouthful of water. This thing nearly killed me just now. Using life as fuel to exchange for the ultimate eruption of potential. The cost was heavier than imagined. Life return alone was not enough to save his life. Even though he now possessed a physique as monstrous as Kapu's, he also needed yang attributed chakra to assist. However, his gains were enormous. If in the future it was he, not Guy, who faced Six Paths Madara, Kazan was absolutely confident he could punch Uchiha Madara to pieces. That power was too immense that at that moment Kazan felt he could even smash through the heavens. The only drawback was the very short duration of sustained combat. Recalling Guy's battle in the 4th Shinobi War, when he opened the 8 gates formation and fought Uchiha Madara. Throughout he threw a few punches, and the final night Guy, just a few strikes, drained his life force. Kazan's physique was at a monster level, far stronger than Guy's, but even that attack, capable of distorting space, could only be executed 5 times. If I had a physique comparable to the Sage body, would I have no worries? The so-called Sage body is a 6 paths level body. Vigorous vitality and regeneration speed, immense chakra. But the most important after all is Azura's chakra. What if I obtained the chakra of all tailed beasts? Kazan began to think. Could a mini 10-tails Jinchuriki withstand the consumption of the gate of death? I'll try it when I get a chance. He didn't think he could, like Naruto, get half of all-tailed beasts chakra with just words. That was unrealistic. Apart from Kurama, the other 8-tailed beasts probably wanted to devour Kazan alive. After all, the 3 tails, 4 tails, and 5 tails had all been killed by him once, and it was unknown if they had revived. He could only follow the example of Kinkaku and Ginkaku eating the tailed beast's flesh to extract their chakra. If there's nothing else, you guys go back. I need to sleep. Kazan finished speaking and left the group to go back to the house to sleep. He was satisfied with today's training results. On the other side, White Setsu brought important news to Uchiha Kiyoshi. The 9-tails Jinchuriki will give birth soon. White Setsu's infiltration ability was too strong. Even Konoha would not notice. It's too dangerous to clash with Konoha now, but it is indeed an opportunity. Black Setsu spoke in a low voice. Although Orochimaru had defected, the impact was low. Konoha's power was still too strong. This was not conducive to their future capture of Kurama and resurrection of the 10 tails. When the 9-tails Jinchuriki gives birth, the seal inside her will loosen. We can summon it through Lord Madara's summoning contract. With Kazan here, Kurama won't be able to cause much trouble. Uchiha Kiyoshi was not naive enough to think that Kurama's rampage would cause trouble for Konoha. Even if all 9-tailed beasts attack together, they might be beaten by him. But we can use Kurama to create chaos and give me a chance to kill Danzo. Uchiha Kiyoshi had set his sights on Danzo long ago. The Rinnegan was the key to their plan. It could not be compromised. Danzo dared to target the Rinnegan. He had already earned his death. At that time, you will be the one to hold off Kazan. He turned around, his gaze falling on the person beside him. A pair of Mangekyo Sharingan were particularly striking in the dim environment. The other person nodded, indicating understanding. So, when will the 9-tails Jinchuriki give birth? According to estimates, it will be in October. The exact time is unknown. Then keep watching Konoha, pay attention to their every move. October. Uchiha Kiyoshi's eyes were sharp. Konoha, I'm back. Kazan, why are you preparing so much food? In the Forest of Death, Kurenai and Itachi were helping Kazan store food into sealing scrolls. The sealing scrolls of the Naruto world were definitely a great invention. They could be used like spatial rings in fantasy novels. Just in case, Kazan didn't tell Kurenai and the others about the 8 Gates formation. His observation haki had reached such a level that his intuition became quite terrifying. Even though he couldn't foresee it, whenever Kazan thought of Naruto's impending birth, his heart would surge with a tremor. The angry gaze from the land of waves would involuntarily appear before his eyes. He guessed that Kushina's childbirth would not be simple. Kazan knew Uchiha Kiyoshi well enough. He would not do anything without certainty. If he dared to come, he must have some backing, and that backing would not be Kurama. You'd better not come. Kazan picked up the sealing scroll and stuffed it into Hajime's mouth. Such a large scroll, he didn't want to carry it around all the time. What, just in case? Kurenai was puzzled. Itachi, however, became serious. Could there be something in this ninja world that could make teacher Kazan sense a threat? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki giving birth. This was a momentous event for Konoha. During pregnancy, the mother's chakra which maintained the seal would be diverted to nurture the growing infant, weakening the seal's power supply. At such times, Kushina's seal would begin to loosen. Especially at the moment of delivery, when chakra consumption peaked, it presented the Nine-Tails' best opportunity to break free. To ensure Kushina's safe delivery, Konoha deployed all its finest. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, Kazan, and others all stood guard within the village. Namake's Minato remained by her side throughout, until Kushina could complete the birth. As the due date approached, even Uzumaki Kushina could not help but feel anxious. After all, it was her first time becoming a mother, and there were far too many things she felt unprepared for. Worrying about this, and that she could hardly sleep soundly. Namake's Minato had no choice but to set aside his busy duties and spend more time with her. However, the most effective comfort came from Uchiha Makoto. Looking at her friend's baby Sasuke in his arms, Kushina suddenly felt her fears melt away. As long as Naruto in her belly could be born safely and grow up healthy, nothing else mattered. And so time passed into October, the month of Kushina's delivery. Even Tsunade could only narrow the due date to around October 10th. To prepare, Konoha arranged everything in advance, setting up a secret delivery room for Kushina. Its location was unknown even to major figures like Kazan and Jiraiya. Only the few directly involved, Tsunade, Namake's Minato, and a handful of others, knew where it was. To guard against attacks, Konoha also established a maximum security isolation barrier with ANBU stationed around it. Then on October 10th, Kushina's labor began. Tsunade and Sarutobi, Hiruzen's wife, Sarutobi Bawako, immediately grew serious. Kushina and Minato's child was about to be born. It has begun. At the Hokage's residence, Kazan's eyes snapped open. His observation haki detected a peculiar chakra descending. It was from the same lineage as Indra's chakra from 3 months ago, yet it represented the complete opposite, extreme yang chakra. What has begun? Jiraiya, standing beside him, was also on alert. Kushina has already gone into labor. Jiraiya wanted to ask how he knew, but recalling Kazan's unique abilities, he refrained. He began to heighten his vigilance. The exact time of birth was uncertain. This was the most dangerous period, and they must not fail. They had to be ready for the Nine-Tails to break its seal at any moment. But Jiraiya didn't know that tonight's greatest threat to Konoha was not the Nine-Tails. Meanwhile, elsewhere, 4 uninvited guests appeared outside Konoha's barrier. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki's labor has begun. White Setsu, as a recon-type shinobi, boasted reconnaissance abilities that were unmatched in the ninja world. Even though Konoha had been meticulous, he still managed to locate Kushina's delivery site. Let's begin. When the Jinchuriki's seal is at its weakest, summon the Nine-Tails. What about you? I'll divert Kazan. Uchiha Kiyoshi's eyes were cold. Looking upon Konoha again, he felt nothing. No hatred, and certainly no love. The bond with Konoha had been severed the moment his sister died. Whoosh! With a body flicker, Uchiha Kiyoshi vanished and infiltrated Konoha. Almost simultaneously, Kazan sensed his intrusion. That chakra. So he's come after all. His observation haki covered all of Konoha, aware of every subtle movement. Jiraiya, and enemy approaches. With that, before Jiraiya could respond, Kazan had already soared into the air. At Yuhi Kurenai's home, she wasn't asleep. During Kushina's prenatal anxiety, Minato had sent her to stay in the Forest of Death for a while. Thus, Kurenai knew Kushina was due to give birth soon. She was currently praying for her friend, hoping everything would go smoothly. She had been doing this every night for the past few days. Even now, you still have the heart to pray for others, Kurenai. Suddenly, a familiar, yet strange voice whispered in her ear. Startled, Kurenai drew a kunai and spun around defensively, only to see someone she could never have dreamed of. Kiyoshi, why are you here? She had so many questions to ask, like why, if Uchiha Kiyoshi hadn't died, he was only returning now, and why he had to return at this particular moment. But she wasn't a fool. The person before her felt familiar, yet alien, with murderous intent in his eyes. Appearing suddenly like this, he was clearly up to no good. To kill you, of course. His voice was soft, yet carried overwhelming killing intent. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Kurenai couldn't even see when he formed the hand seals. A dragon of flame erupted forth. Its searing heat threatened to incinerate everything around them. Boom. Yui Shinku's home was instantly destroyed, in large part the potted plants in the yard reduced to ash. What's going on? Yui Shinku was jolted awake. He rushed over and saw his daughter confronting someone. Uchiha Kiyoshi, why are you here? He recognized Uchiha Kiyoshi and immediately entered a combat stance. Father, Kurenai. The father-daughter pair moved with perfect synchronization. Without waiting for a response, they joined forces to cast a Jinjutsu aiming to capture him. So these are Konoha's Jinjutsu masters. Disappointing. Uchiha Kiyoshi's blood-red Sharingan began to spin its 3 black tomo, transforming into a shuriken shape. The moment his ocular power erupted, Kurenai and Yui Shinku were instantly caught in a counter. Ugh. Both let out pained expressions. Fistbone. Impact. Boom. Dark red lightning suddenly descended from the sky. Before Uchiha Kiyoshi could make his next move, Kazan's fist had already landed. Kurenai's house exploded, the family sent flying together, but they were caught by Kazan's shadow clone, who also helped dispel their Jinjutsu. Kazan, be careful, his eyes. Kurenai opened her eyes, feeling weak. Jinjutsu clashes were always dangerous, involving attacks on a spiritual level. Now, having been glared at by that Mangekyo Sharingan, she was already incapacitated. In the distance, Kazan had already dispersed the smoke, his eyes fixed on Uchiha Kiyoshi ahead. What no greeting for an old friend. Or has your red-eye disease gotten so bad you can't recognize people? The evening breeze stirred, lifting the cape behind Kazan. He had imagined many scenarios of their reunion, but never one in Kurenai's home. As of now, you and I are no longer friends. Uchiha Kiyoshi's eyes were like blood, his expression calm, but then it twisted with fury. Ever since you personally killed Mia, we have been enemies. True, Kazan. I thought you were different from other Uchiha, but in the end you're no different. Kazan said calmly, there aren't that many coincidences in this world. It doesn't matter. I only saw Mia die by your hand. Perhaps recalling his sister's tragic death and the look in her eyes at the end, his fury could no longer be contained. Aren't you the strongest? Aren't you the demon god of Konoha? Didn't you prove yourself to so many Konoha shinobi? Why did you just watch Mia die before your eyes? He roared at Kazan, his voice filled with grief as the ocular power of his Mangekyo Sharingan erupted simultaneously. Is it the strongest who must save you? And after saving, will you rely on others to rescue you every time you face danger? Kazan remained unshaken, his heart devoid of any guilt. He only felt a hint of regret for failing to save a young life back then. He vividly recalled a line from Let the Bullets Fly. What the hell kind of logic is this? Must the good be held at gunpoint? Also, you know it all too well. Why not seek revenge for your beloved sister? Kazan remained utterly unmoved. Yujibwa Jing seemed to understand as well. Kazan's will with each eruption of his haki had long spread across the entire ninja world. He was a man truly unbound by any rules or worldly conventions. Yujibwa Jing regained his cold demeanor, his Wanhua Tongzai Linyan locking on a Kazan. Revenge he would take. But Yujibwa Ban was already dead. In the future, he would replace Yujibwa Ban and become the master of the Yuji Yenjihua. Then he would make Yujibwa Ban endure endless time and infinite nightmares. Killing him would be too merciful. For now, he had to eliminate those who obstructed the plan. Yujibwa Jing reached behind his back and pulled out a Yin Tuanshan and a sickle. Both were weapons once wielded by Yujibwa Ban. The Yin Tuanshan was made from Shunshu material and possessed special abilities. Kazan saw this and also drew out a sealing scroll, retrieving his Jansho Dideo. Without a word, the next moment they charged at each other. ZZZT. Haki surged, coiling around the Jansho Dideo. Kazan charged forward with all his might, wielding the blade with one hand, while his justice cloak fluttered behind him. Then, Shinbai. He roared, swinging the blade in a single unstoppable slash. Yujibwa Fantan. Yujibwa Jing would not sit idle. He swung the Yin Tuanshan to meet the attack. The Yin Tuanshan was extraordinary, possessing the power to repel all physical attacks. Since the fan itself was made from Shunshu material, it was stronger than anything else. Boom. Kazan's blade struck the Yin Tuanshan, the sword, and fan clashing from a distance. Yujibwa Jing's heart jolted. The expected repulsion did not occur. The Yin Tuanshan could not return the damage to the opponent. Haki. Yujibwa Jing realized that many of them might have guessed wrong. Haki was definitely not an ordinary bloodline limit. The fact that the Yin Tuanshan, which could repel all attacks, had lost its effect was the best proof. Without giving him time to think, Kazan's right arm exerted force, and the massive blade swept across irresistibly. The terrifying power bent the Yin Tuanshan, as if it might snap at any moment. Bang! Yujibwa Jing was sent flying. He was unharmed. Most of the damage was absorbed by the Yin Tuanshan, but Kazan's Wuzhuangsei Haki had invaded his body. Fortunately, he had fused with the cells of the first Hokage, which minimized the invasion of Wuzhuangsei Haki. Dun Hao Chiu Jishu. He moved swiftly, aiming to strike first, spitting out a massive fireball to block Kazan's pursuit. Then he swung the Yin Tuanshan and gave a forceful fan. Whoosh! A fierce wind rose, carrying the fireball onward, making it even hotter and more violent. Kazan cleaved the fireball in two with a single stroke, then burst forth with lightning, charging through the flames straight at Yujibwa Jing. Now that you're here, don't think of leaving. After you die, I'll bury you beside Maya. Kazan raised his blade to strike. The haki wrapped around the greatsword, resonating with the thunder in the sky, a terrifying sight. He delivered a thunderous slash, cleaving down mercilessly at Yujibwa Jing. since the latter had shown murderous intent toward Han Kazan, would not hold back. Yuzhibo Jing dared not be careless. He blocked with the Yin Tuanshan. ZZZZZT. Haki raced, emitting a unique sound. This Yin Tuanshan was truly the Uchiha heirloom, able to withstand Kazan's attacks. But soon Yuzhibo Jing was sent flying again, and a wound appeared on the Yin Tuanshan. Yuzhibo Jing's eyes narrowed in shock. This weapon had accompanied Yuzhibo Ban throughout his life, fighting across the entire ninja world. Even during the final battle at the Veil of the End against the first Hokage, it had never been damaged. Yet now, after just 2 strikes, a crack had appeared. He could hardly believe it, fearing that if this continued, the Yin Tuanshan would be destroyed. Kazan, however, found nothing surprising about this, and was even dissatisfied with his own attack. After all, the Yin Tuanshan was only made from Shinshu material. Though that tree was sturdy, it was not indestructible. Lu Dao Mingren had cut it down with a single Raisin Shuriken infused with tailed beast power. This meant Kazan's attack power had not yet reached the Lu Dao level. Then what about this? Kazan raised his blade and charged again. From a distance, Hong's family could see at a glance that Kazan didn't know how to use a sword. He was swinging the Zansho Dideo like an iron club. Wuzhuang Sei Haki. Guili. Jiazhong, Yenji Shu. Bachan. Kazan gathered even greater power, the violent force threatening to tear the Zansho Dideo apart. Yuzhibo Jing could only lift the Yin Tuanshan again to defend. Kazan's assault was too swift, faster than a meteor streaking across the night sky, arriving in an instant. This time, the imagined scene did not occur. The moment the Yin Tuanshan and the Zansho Dideo collided, the fan was actually cut through. Yuzhibo Jing's heart trembled violently. If this continued, the Yin Tuanshan would surely be ruined, perhaps even cut in two. He dared not be careless anymore. His eyes erupted with pupil power, and an orange skeletal hand materialized out of thin air, slapping Kazan away. Boom. Kazan was sent flying backward, crashing through a civilian house. But he immediately leaped out, dusted off his clothes, and was completely unharmed. So this is Shuzhua Nenghu. At this moment, Yuzhibo Jing was enveloped in an orange skeleton. Only bones, no flesh, all formed from pupil power. It was the initial stage of Shuzhua Nenghu. Let me show you strongest. This is the D. Senjili. Yuzhibo Jing's gaze was cold and indifferent. The gap in power between the Xilunian and the Wanhua Tong Xilunian was absolute. Back then, Yuzhibo Ban relied on the power of the Wanhua Tong Xilunian to contend with the first Hokages would release. What D. Senjili? It's just a technique of the Wanhua Tong Xilunian. Kazan casually tossed aside the greatsword. He preferred using his fists over a blade. Don't be too arrogant, Kazan. The Wanhua Tong Xilunian is no ordinary Xilunian. Don't mistake me for someone who would cower on the battlefield. Yuzhibo Jing was quite stern. Kazan was said to be on par with the first Hokage in combat power, and now that he had awakened his eyes, he would not be far behind. After all, Yuzhibo Ban had once used the Wanhua Tong Xilunian to match the first Hokages would release. This would be a battle reminiscent of the first Hokage Chinsho Zhujian and the ninja world's Shura Yuzhibo Ban. But just as he thought this, a fist wrapped in dark red lightning was already before his eyes. How? Yuzhibo Jing's heart raced. The opponent's speed was so extreme that even the Wanhua Tong Xilunian's eyesight couldn't fully track it. But he quickly calmed down. The absolute defense of Shuzhua Nenghu was even stronger than the third Raikage's strongest armor. Yet, Quan Gu Zhuangji. Boom. Kazan's fist struck the orange skeleton like lightning. Crack. At the moment of contact, the outer shell of the Shuzhua Nenghu shattered like broken armor. Impossible. Yuzhibo Jing blurted out. But the truth was right before his eyes. His Shuzhua Nenghu had been blown apart with a single punch. Yuzhibo Jing was sent flying, spitting blood violently. A single strike had severely wounded him. And this was even with most of Kazan's power being used to crush the Shuzhua Nenghu. How can he be this strong? Uchiha Jing was sent flying, crashing into a house and spraying a mouthful of blood. Impossible. He couldn't believe it. His Susanoo, which was harder than lightning release armor, had been shattered by a single punch. Before he could react, Kazan was already upon him in rapid flight. An icy killing intent wrapped in domineering aura descended, blasting the area into ruins. Uchiha Jing flipped backward repeatedly to dodge. Kazan's fists were too heavy, peerless, and unmatched. Even a body fused with the first Hokage's cells could never withstand a single blow. But, don't underestimate me. With a shout, Uchiha Jing unleashed the full power of his dojutsu. Susanoo. In an instant, the orange Susanoo reappeared. And this time it was no mere skeleton. It was Susanoo's true form. There was only one condition to unleash the complete body Susanoo, pushing the Mangekyo Sharingan's power to its absolute limit. The commotion roused the village of Konoha. Many people woke from their hazy slumber, and when they opened their eyes, they saw a monster hundreds of zhang tall standing before them. It resembled a warrior wearing a Tengu mask, and not far away their hero Kazan stood confronting the enemy. For a moment, everyone was struck speechless with terror. This is the true Susanoo. Uchiha Jing shouted, staring straight at Kazan. Remember this place? Hearing this, Kazan halted in midair and looked down. He had no memory of it at all, yet his expression stayed calm, as if he did remember. I see you recognize it. This is where you defeated me long ago. It was as if fate had come full circle. The two of them had returned to this place once more, but now everything had changed. I swear this time will be different. With that, the orange Tengu warrior moved. It drew the long blade from its waist and swept it across with an aura of utter annihilation. But then, Kazan reached out with an arm wreathed in domineering aura and caught it. With a composed posture and a calm expression, he actually stopped that dreadful slash with his bare hand. Boom! A massive storm erupted behind Kazan, wreaking tremendous destruction. The Konoha villagers who had come out to watch were instantly blown away. Susanoo was a technique that symbolized destruction itself. What the hell is this? Someone stared at the terrifying Susanoo, their voice trembling. Isn't the war over? Many were terrified. The peaceful days had barely lasted, yet the flames of war had already spread to Konoha. Don't worry. With Lord Kazan here we'll be safe. Some parents clutched their children, tightly gazing at Kazan with wide eyes. The owner of that righteous cape was their only hope at this moment. The demon god of Konoha. The strongest in the shinobi world today. As for Uchiha Zhan, those villagers didn't exist in his eyes at all. His heart was already dead. Long gone was the man who once dreamed of restoring the Uchiha's glory. All he cared about was that Susanoo's blade had been caught so easily by Kazan's bare hand. Uchiha Zhan's heart shook violently and blood sprayed from his eyes. Literally spraying blood. Even with the first Hokage's cells fused into his body, the burden Susanoo placed on him was immense. You? Uchiha Zhan's expression turned ugly. If Kazan had blocked it with all his might, he could have understood. But to have the full force strike of his complete body Susanoo stopped by a mere raise of the hand, that he could not accept. It was as if his ultimate attack was nothing more than a soft, feeble punch before his opponent. Sage Art Earth Release Golem Technique. Rumble. Kazan's chakra surged like a volcanic eruption. In the next instant, a colossal rock golem reached out a giant hand and climbed out of the earth, lifting Kazan atop its head. This was no ordinary Earth Release ninjutsu. It was imbued with sage chakra and the power of the dragon vein purple patterns spreading across its body. Kazan. At that moment, Jiraiya rushed over and landed beside Kazan, his expression grim. We can't fight in the village. The destruction would be too severe. A single swing of Susanoo's blade had already devastated a large number of houses, and the casualties hadn't even been counted. If they went all out, the losses would be incalculable. I know what I'm doing. Watch over the village. I'll be back soon. With that, he drove the rock golem in a wild sprint forward. With the light and boulder technique enhancing it, the hundreds of Zhangtal golem ran with absurd lightness. Uchiha Zhan tried to defend Susanoo, drawing its twin blades, but the rock golem struck, first slamming into him with an elbow. Boom. It was like two great mountains colliding, the shockwave sweeping across Konoha. Under the gaze of the villagers, the orange Tengu warrior was sent flying on the spot. It was a long while before the ground trembled with a tremendous impact, as if an earthquake had struck. Kazan didn't stop. Driving the rock golem, he burst through Konoha's great barrier in a few leaps and gave chase. And then, from afar, the people of Konoha watched as two behemoths engaged in a ferocious battle. The rock golem hammered out punch after punch, driving the Tengu warrior back step by step. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Zhan couldn't believe it. His Mangekyo Sharingan had awakened. He had mastered the Uchiha clan's most powerful forbidden arts and learned every high-level jutsu from Madara Uchiha. This wasn't how it should be. Kazan, I'll help you. As the meteor-like fireball came hurtling toward him before Kazan could even move, he heard the dragon vein's voice. Almost simultaneously, a purple eastern dragon burst out of the ground and swallowed the fireball whole. I don't need your help. Kazan watched the dragon vein coil around the rock golem after devouring the fireball and said softly, I can handle this alone. But Sarah said that friends should help each other. The dragon vein's innocence left Kazan speechless. Have it your way. Kazan crossed his arms, said no more, and drove the rock golem. Swinging fists like mountains, he sent Susanoo flying again and again. At the same time, the dragon vein kept assaulting the enemy, spewing purple flames. Meanwhile, on the other side, Black Zetsu and the others also noticed that Uchiha Zhan and Kazan had already engaged in fierce combat. It's begun. It looks like Zhan won't last much longer. Even the first Hokage never wielded such power. Black Zetsu's face sank completely. He never expected to encounter such a figure in this era, and a pure physical combat expert no less. This would definitely spell trouble for his plans. With that thought, he couldn't help urging, what's the situation with the Jinchuriki? She's already given birth. The seal is at its weakest right now. We can begin. With that, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu turned to look at the person beside them. She was an ally that Uchiha Zhan had recruited. After discovering a faint clue in the Uchiha clan's historical records, he had White Zetsu infiltrate the history books of several ninja clans, including the Sarutobi clan. After considerable effort, they managed to break the seal and rescue her. Her name was Uchiha Hikari, but now she was called Nameless. I understand. In a flash, Uchiha Hikari dashed into Konoha's Great Barrier. Then she bit her thumb and pressed her 5 fingers to the ground. Summoning technique. As she performed the summoning, Uzumaki Kushina, who had just given birth, felt a sharp cramp in her abdomen. Nine tails. A massive surge of energy erupted at the center of Konoha. Bang! As a thick cloud of smoke dissipated, a colossal orange nine-tailed fox appeared, its back turned to the village as it roared toward the heavens. The nine tails. Every soul in Konoha witnessed the sight, their scalps prickling as if each strand of hair weighed 1,000 pounds, threatening to tear the skin from their skulls. A bone-deep chill seized everyone. The nine tails had broken free. This was a catastrophe. Where is Lord Kazan? Many thought instinctively of their war hero Kazan. Lord Kazan has been lured away fighting another enemy. Some turned their heads glimpsing two colossal figures locked in fierce combat in the distance. It was clear that Kazan held the absolute advantage, his stone golem relentlessly driving back the Tengu warrior. A single punch shattered the enemy's armor, crushing one of its arms, but he still needed time to finish the fight. Shwooshed, shwooshed, shwooshed. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Jiraiya, Shikaku, Nara, and other Konoha shinobi appeared one after another on the rooftops, encircling the Nine Tails. Jiraiya. Sensei. Hiruzen arrived with the Umbu, exchanging a glance with Jiraiya. Who is the enemy? Uchiha Kiyoshi. He has returned, awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and is now engaged in battle with Kazan. The Mangekyo Sharingan. His teacher's concerns had been justified. The Uchiha clan had once again become an obstacle to Konoha's path toward peace. He even suspected that the Ninetales rampage was connected to the Uchiha. The enormous Sharingan reflected in the Ninetales pupils was the most telling evidence. Hiruzen gazed into the distance. On the other battlefield, Kazan's stone golem attacked with even greater ferocity, as if trying to tear the Susanoo apart with its bare hands. But for now, Kazan still needed time to finish his opponent. We cannot let this battle rage within the village. Summoning Jutsu. Hiruzen bit his thumb, performing the summoning. Sarutobi. I must trouble you again, Enma. What a troublesome time. Where's that brat Kazan? Enma appeared, and immediately looked up to see the Ninetales before him. This was no creature that a single monkey could handle. There was no summoning beast in the world capable of matching a tailed beast. Kazan has been lured away. There are two waves of invaders. I understand. Enma wasted no words, transforming into the adamantine staff to assist Hiruzen in battle. Begin. At the command, everyone charged at the Ninetales. Jiraiya was not to be outdone. He summoned the two great sages of Mount Myaboku. I entrust this to you, Fukasaku-sama, Shima-sama. Understood. We'll help minimize the village's losses until little Kazan finishes his opponent. The two sages pressed their palms together, beginning to gather and absorb the natural energy of the world. Then the battle erupted. Countless Umbu operatives coordinated with Hiruzen in the fight. But the Ninetales was overwhelmingly powerful. The bulk of the Ten Tails chakra resided within it. Its 10 tails lashed about, flinging even elite Umbu away before they could draw near. Then Jiraiya positioned himself beneath the Ninetales and thrust upward with all his might. Sage Art Great Ball Rasengan. Boom. The Ninetales wounded was launched into the air. Hiruzen wasted no time striking its belly with his staff. The adamantine staff extended rapidly, hurling the Ninetales out of Konoha. Then Hiruzen slid his fingers along the staff, transforming it into a cage to trap the beast. Adamantine wall prison. Roar. It was futile. The Ninetales howled skyward, its terrifying chakra gathering a dreadful shockwave, easily shattering the adamantine wall prison formed by Enma. Damn it. It's a tailed beast ball. Watch out. Every shinobi, including Hiruzen, braced themselves. If that strike landed on Konoha, the devastation would be unimaginable. The entire village might be leveled. Meanwhile, inside the Ninetales sealing barrier, Minato, Namikaze, and Tsunade had neutralized dozens of white Zetsu, their corpses piled high in the delivery room. But they did not relax. Instead, their expressions grew even grimmer. The Ninetales had already broken free and was rampaging through the village. This night would not be ordinary. Lady Tsunade, I entrust Kushina and Naruto to you. Go. Tsunade's reply was concise and firm. She cradled the newborn Naruto while tending to Kushina, whose life force was ebbing away. After a good cry, the little one had grown quiet and was now asleep. Minato, with a glance at his wife and child, warped through space to his home, donned his Hokage robe, and then led the Flying Thunder God squad to the battlefield. The three members were Tokura Awashi and an unnamed shinobi. All possessed some talent in space-time ninjutsu, but lacked the brilliance to use the Flying Thunder God technique alone. Now, however, they could cooperate with Minato to form a space-time barrier. As the tailed beast ball screamed forward, carrying an aura of annihilation, the four joined hands and warped it away. Rumble. Another tremor shook the ground, as if an earthquake had struck Konoha. The village had immediately enacted emergency measures, evacuating civilians to safe zones, but the battle had erupted too quickly. Meanwhile, Uchiha Hikari had arrived at the root headquarters. While everyone else defended the village, Danzo did not go. Instead, he remained in the stronghold with all root forces. He secretly hoped that Kazan and the others would all die in battle, so he could ascend to the position of Hokage. Who are you? Danzo immediately sensed the intruder, a girl of perhaps 10 years old. She bore the cold aura of the Uchiha clan, and her crimson eyes indeed confirmed her lineage. Yet Danzo had no memory of such a person. Someone who will kill you. Uchiha Hikari's reply was only 4 words, and she struck without hesitation. Fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. Boom. A colossal wave of flame erupted from her mouth, rivaling the scale of Uchiha Madara's during the Fourth War. But root shinobi were elite. They reacted swiftly, combining water style to block the flames. Yet the next moment, pitch-black flames spread along the water. Amaterasu. Danzo caught a glimpse. Uchiha Hikari's ordinary Sharingan had transformed into the Mangekyo. Act. Root operatives screamed, instantly incinerated by the black flames of Amaterasu. They tried everything, but could not extinguish the dark fire. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Who exactly are you? Danzo rose to his feet, unsealing the bindings on his wrist. He knew well the power of those eyes. His former teammate Uchiha Kagami had once possessed them. The difference in ocular power and techniques between the Mangekyo and ordinary Sharingan was qualitative. As the seal on his arm unraveled, 10 Sharingan merged into his pale flesh. Uchiha Hikari's brow furrowed, her voice icy. Where did you get those Sharingan? Since they are Sharingan, naturally from the Uchiha. You're courting death. Uchiha Hikari was someone who should have perished long ago. Born during the Warring States period, she awakened her Mangekyo Sharingan in a state of profound grief and despair upon witnessing the death of both her parents. Her ocular techniques were so extraordinarily powerful that the Uchiha clan raised her as a weapon. Yet it was precisely this overwhelming power that led to her sealing by the combined forces of the Senju and Sarutobi clans after the war's defeat. She harbored deep resentment toward the Uchiha clan for it. Was they who had cast her existence into torment. Yet ultimately her blood remained unyieldingly Uchiha. When she glimpsed the Sharingan grafted upon Danzo's arm, her murderous intent became impossible to restrain. Amaterasu. The moment her eyes opened, the power of her pupils erupted, and black flames instantly engulfed Danzo. Within moments he was reduced to nothing but scattered ashes. You have been granted a swift end. Staring at the remnants where Danzo had stood, Uchiha Hikari turned to depart. But in the very next instant peril descended. Wind release vacuum waved. A cutting wind blade suddenly sliced through the air. Hikari barely managed to evade, but not before a deep gash was carved into her arm. Still alive. Her eyes widened in disbelief as Danzo stood before her once more, his entire body entirely unmarked. Impossible. My Amaterasu clearly struck him. The flames of Amaterasu were terrifying. They would never extinguish until every trace of their target had been consumed. Suddenly she noticed Danzo's arm. Upon it one Sharingan had permanently closed. Izanagi. This was the ultimate ocular technique of the Uchiha clan, so formidable that it could alter reality itself. It could erase any unfavorable event within a span of time, even reversing the moment of death itself. The price for this technique, however, was the permanent loss of a Sharingan. Uchiha Hikari did not ask how Danzo had acquired this forbidden Uchiha technique. She only desired to kill him. Otherwise Danzo would inevitably slaughter more Uchiha to replenish Izanagi's cost and harvest fresh Sharingan. Even with Izanagi you will die today. Uchiha Hikari's aura grew even more chilling. Susanoo. Without any hesitation the power of her Mangekyo began to materialize. Chakra coalesced into a crimson skeletal warrior. The figure grasped a scythe of the same hue and brought it down in a sweeping arc. Schlick. Danzo had no means of evasion and was cleaved in half on the spot. But instantly he reappeared elsewhere, his body completely unscarred, save for another permanently closed Sharingan. Uchiha Hikari watched Danzo charge toward her, her expression impassive, as she silently pushed Susanoo to a higher realm. The once skeletal form began to take on flesh and substance. Tsukuyami. She whispered softly, and in the next moment Danzo shuddered violently, pulled into the world of her Jinjutsu. Susanoo swung its scythe once more, claiming his life. Schlick. Danzo died for the third time. This time he did not immediately move after resurrecting. Having expended 3 eyes, he had finally discerned the nature of his opponent's ocular techniques. Tsukuyami and Amaterasu, the most devastating flame and the most potent illusion. Such a combination was exceedingly troublesome, yet it was not invincible. Left eye Amaterasu, right eye Tsukuyami. 3 uses of Amaterasu and 1 of Tsukuyami. Let us see how long you can continue this. Danzo gazed at the eyes upon his arm. He still had 7 opportunities remaining. Once Uchiha Hikari's chakra was entirely depleted, it would be her death. As for the lost Sharingan, simply hunt and kill a few more Uchiha to replenish the supply. Uchiha Hikari's gaze grew even more piercing, like unyielding frost. She remained silent, but the moment Danzo drew near, black flames erupted from Susanoo. The flames instantly spread along Danzo's arm, which was covered in Sharingan. This cannot be. Danzo's pupils contracted sharply. He had heard of Amaterasu from his former comrade Uchiha Kagami. It was renowned as the most powerful physical attack, yet entirely uncontrollable and incapable of form manipulation. In the blink of an eye Danzo was consumed by flames once more. After resurrecting, his expression grew grave. A Mangekyo Sharingan can awaken at most 2 ocular techniques. How do you possess a third? Uchiha Hikari did not respond upon hearing this. She had no obligation to explain to Danzo. Furthermore, the Mangekyo powers that truly belonged to her were only the 8 trigrams spears and Tsukuyami. Amaterasu and Kagutsuchi had been forcibly implanted into her by the Uchiha of that era. Those about to die need not know so much. Saying this, Uchiha Hikari once again commanded Susanoo to swing its scythe. Danzo no longer dared approach recklessly. He hid behind the root ninja, using their lives to drain his opponent's ocular power. He still had critical matters unfinished. He must lead Konoha toward a brighter future. However, not a single root ninja possessed the capability to even scratch Susanoo, and Uchiha Hikari's chakra seemed inexhaustible. Tsukuyami, Amaterasu, and Kagutsuchi were unleashed in relentless succession. Within moments, 80% of root had been massacred. There is no escape, Danzo. Pursued relentlessly, Danzo felt the genuine threat of death. No, call it a death threat, for he had already been killed 4 times by Uchiha Hikari. I cannot die here. Danzo sprinted desperately toward the village. He needed to find Hiruzen, Sarutobi, Jiraiya, Minato, Namikaze, and especially Kakashi, to assist him in repelling this enemy. Konoha needed him. He could not perish here. But then, schlick, the crimson scythe descended once more, destroying much of root and claiming his fifth life. Danzo resurrected again, but the outcome remained unchanged. In an instant he fell into the grasp of Uchiha Hikari's Tsukuyami, dying even as he returned to life. This time his head was severed by the scythe. Without the slightest hesitation, Danzo surged forward again toward Konoha after resurrecting, seeking shelter. How could he possibly die? Kakashi was brave, but lacked strategy. Minato Namikaze was too soft-hearted. Jiraiya Tsunade and the rest. None of them could lead Konoha to glory. Therefore he could not die. The village still awaited his leadership. Schlick. But reality was cruel. His body was cleaved in two once more. As if knowing his intentions, Uchiha Hikari's Susanoo evolved directly into its complete form. Then, a single strike from the crimson, celestial Tengu descended. Boom. In an instant all of root was annihilated and Danzo's ninth life was also reduced to ashes under that blow. Yet Danzo still clung to one final opportunity. However, when he emerged, what he saw was Hiruzen Sarutobi and the ANBU preparing to confront the Nine Tails in the distance. He saw Kakashi tearing apart enemies with his bare hands while the once peaceful village descended into chaos. Indeed, with the Nine Tails running rampant and enemies invading, whom could he possibly seek protection from? Before Danzo lay a scene of utter chaos. On one side, Sarutobi Hiruzen led his forces to resist the rampaging Nine Tails. Namikaze Minato immediately joined the battle. On the other side, Kazan tore apart the Uchiha's ultimate ocular jutsu, Susanoo, with his bare hands. Within the village, civilians scrambled to take cover, but the sudden catastrophe still claimed many lives in the Nine Tails rampage. Konoha had lost its former peace and tranquility. Flames raged against the sky and leaves from beyond the village were swept up by the shockwaves of battle swirling before Danzo's eyes. Perhaps knowing that no one could save him anymore, he chose a dignified death. Danzo spun around abruptly, facing Uchiha Hikari ahead, ready to make his final stand. He wanted to do something for Konoha in his last moments. Inner Four Symbol Seal. Danzo was ruthless toward others, but even more so toward himself. He had long ago inscribed the Inner Four Symbol Seal on his own body. This technique could only be activated upon his death. It was his final resort to take the enemy down with him. This man, Uchiha Hikari, tensed instantly. The Susanoo's scythe slashed down in a desperate attempt to stop him, but the Inner Four Symbol Seal had already been triggered. Blood sprayed from Danzo's body in all directions. Using his own blood as a medium, he constructed a sealing technique capable of sealing even matter itself. Innate evil of the Uchiha. Come with me to the underworld. Danzo had thrown all caution to the wind, for he had no other choice. If he could take down one of Konoha's enemies in the final moments of his life, it would be a worthy death. Uchiha Hikari swiftly retreated. If she failed to escape in time, she would be sealed away once more in a world of confinement. As for Danzo, he had done everything he could. In that moment, he did not think of ascending to the position of Hokage nor of Konoha flourishing under his leadership. What came to his mind instead was the same choice he had replayed countless times. When Senju Tobarama had asked them to decide, he had kept telling himself to speak up, to volunteer, to stay behind, and sacrifice himself so that Senju Tobarama might survive. But in the end, not a single sound escaped his lips. Because he feared death, even knowing that for Konoha his staying behind was the best decision. Saving their teacher Senju Tobarama would have been far more beneficial to Konoha than Danzo's own survival. Yet he simply could not speak. And Sarutobi Hiruzen, his old friend, had bravely spoken up. That act had made Sarutobi Hiruzen the revered third Hokage of Konoha. Hiruzen, this time it's my turn. But in the end I never became Hokage. It seems I can never catch up to you. You are the leaf that basks in Konoha's sunlight while I am the root in the darkness. How did you see me, Hiruzen? A hum sounded. Danzo's body and consciousness were sealed together, vanishing completely from this world. As for Uchiha Hikari, she did not die. She had escaped the sealing range at extreme speed. Before her eyes a black sphere lingered for a long while before dissipating. By then that space had been left with nothing. Meanwhile, 3 generations of masters, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, Jiraiya, and Namikaze Minato, were leading the village's elite forces in subduing the Nine Tails. They were formidable, having deflected the Nine Tails' attacks many times, yet they struggled to subdue it. As the strongest of the tailed beasts, many of Jiraiya's and the others' techniques had little effect on it. At the same time, Kazan had gained the absolute upper hand. The armor of Susanoo was torn apart by the rock giant beneath his feet, and even the Tengu mask was shattered. Then Moonstep. Kazan charged forward, stepping on the air, his palm cutting through the void like lightning. Without giving his opponent a chance to react, he grabbed Uchiha Kiyoshi's head and shot upward. Armament Haki. Conqueror's Haki. Monstrous strength. Weighted rock technique. Kazan ascended vertically, gathering all his power. He plunged straight through the clouds, twisting Uchiha Kiyoshi's head through the mist. Then his body spun violently in midair, and with all his might, he hurled Uchiha Kiyoshi downward. Seafloor drop. A booming shockwave erupted so powerful that it parted the clouds in the sky. Uchiha Kiyoshi gritted his teeth, trying to resist, but found himself unable to break free. He plummeted like a meteor, his body scouring the air so violently that flames began to consume his robe, exposing patches of pale skin. That was presumably the work of the first Hokage's cells. Finally, a terrible explosion swept heaven and earth, shattering the entire ground. Kazan's blow was enough to turn 99 of the shinobi world into a mist of blood. Yet he still was not satisfied. He descended from high speed, his fist clenched, and a crimson cross bloomed in the night sky. Fist bone impact. Kazan roared, swinging his right fist downward from 100 meters. The shattered earth was ravaged once more by the dreadful energy, carving out a 100-meter deep crater. Many noticed the mushroom cloud exploding in the distance. It was impossible to ignore. Is he dead? White Zetsu, hidden in the shadows, was stunned, his mouth agape. What kind of person could survive such an attack? Prepare for the worst, Black Zetsu said, equally shocked. Even the Mangekyo Sharingan and the ultimate Uchiha technique Susanoo had been effortlessly crushed. From the start of the battle to its end, no more than 20 minutes had passed. The Grim Reaper of Konoha had become the biggest obstacle in the plan. Kazan descended from the sky and landed at the bottom of the massive crater. There was nothing but a pool of blood. Nothing else remained, not even a trace of life. However, the flame fan lay unscathed save for the gap he had cut in it. I will bury you beside your sister. Kazan picked up a torn piece of cloth, stowed it away, and took off again, leaving a shadow clone behind. The Uchiha clan's ocular techniques were monstrous. He had not forgotten about Izanagi, which could rewrite the fact of death. If Uchiha Kiyoshi somehow survived this, he would return immediately to finish him off. A sonic boom thundered across the sky. Dark red lightning blazed through the night, wildly violet. Jiraiya, Sarutobi, Hiruzen, Namikaze, Minato, and all the others felt the overwhelming surge of power, enough to terrify anyone. Scatter, Minato ordered. The Umbu, as the elite of Konoha, immediately fled far away. After all, who didn't know by now that Lord Kazan was a walking catastrophe? Every time he struck, the world turned upside down, and any battlefield he pummeled would eventually become a wasteland. Brace yourself, Ninetales. Expansion technique. Kazan's fist enlarged countless times, wrapped in dark red lightning, and coated in black armament haki, crashing down like a mountain. Grit your teeth, Ninetales. Mass expansion jutsu. Kazan's fist suddenly enlarged countless times, wrapped in dark red lightning, and shrouded in black armament haki, crashing down like a towering mountain. Roar. The Ninetales instinctively sensed the threat, and turned its head to let out a ferocious roar. But all that awaited him was an iron fist as massive as a mountain, dark red lightning capable of tearing through the heavens. Finally, boom. Kazan had no fear of killing the Ninetales outright. In its complete form, the Ninetales was extraordinarily powerful, far beyond anything the Four Tails or Five Tails could compare to. He slammed his fist into the Ninetales' face. The beast's four limbs instantly lifted off the ground, soaring skyward like a mountain hurled forward, crashing through Konoha's Great Barrier. What about that Kushina woman? After delivering the blow, Kazan's arm returned to normal. Only his clothes had been torn to shreds by the mass expansion jutsu. He had always been puzzled as to why the Nara clan members' clothes expanded along with them when using mass expansion jutsu. The technique he had witnessed never possessed such a function. Kushina is with Lady Tsunade. Minato Namikaze's spirits were not high. A child had been born, adding a new member to the family. This should have been a joyous occasion, but now, with the Ninetales running rampant and shattering the seal, Kushina's current condition was easy to imagine. Kazan glanced toward the Ninetales. I see. Everyone knew the fate of a Jinchuriki whose tailed beast was extracted. There was no chance of survival, at least none in recorded history. In the Sasuke retrieval arc, Gar's life expired the very instant the one tail was removed. Such was the bond between Jinchuriki and tailed beast. Chakra and the Jinchuriki's life were nearly intertwined. Killer Bee survived only because when the 8 tails was extracted, it left behind a single tail to sustain him. Beyond that, only Uzumaki Kushina had truly managed to remain active for an extended period after extraction, using sealing jutsu to assist Konoha in subduing the Ninetales. Even Naruto never achieved this. He survived only through Sakura's medical ninjutsu combined with the small amount of tailed beast chakra within Obito, ultimately resurrected by the Six Paths Sage's power of creation. Thus, this was not merely a matter of the Uzumaki clan's robust vitality. It was maternal love and sheer willpower that sustained her so long. If we seal the Ninetales back immediately, can she survive? Kazan gripped his chest and tore his clothes apart with both hands. I don't know. Neither Hiruzen Sarutobi, nor Jiraiya, nor even the two great sages of Mount Myaboku knew the answer. Because no such case had ever existed in history. Then there's still a chance. Go bring Kushina over. I'll bring the Ninetales back as fast as I can. Zizaki. Blue lightning erupted from Kazan's body. Then he clenched his fist and shouted, gather. In an instant, the dragon vein energy from the forest of death surged toward him, wildly terrifying chakra, raising a monstrous storm. Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and the others shielded their eyes, all utterly shocked. That boy who always blew out at least one office window glass during each summons had unknowingly grown this powerful. Current Kazan might not simply match the first Hokage's combat strength. He may have already surpassed it. Then, boom. Kazan soared through the air in pursuit, a massive sonic boom echoing through the atmosphere. You should wake up, Ninetales. His voice came from afar. Then Jiraiya and the others watched as the Ninetales barely recovered and, seething with rage, was once again smashed into a mountain by Kazan's fist. Terrifying haki swept across heaven and earth, chakra fluctuations devastating the battlefield on all sides. At this moment his aura was terrifying, growing ever stronger, making one unable to help but shudder. Minato, go bring Kushina over immediately. Yes. Hope surfaced in Minato Namake's eyes. Without hesitation he pierced through space and appeared before his wife. Kushina alongside Tsunade was watching the distant battlefield where Kazan had transformed into a human-like violent dragon battling the Nine Tails. But after just a few glances Kushina directed all her attention to the newborn in her arms. The newborn baby actually looked rather unattractive, just emerged from his mother's womb and hadn't yet grown out of it. But Kushina felt he was like an angel, so adorable, and his crying stirred her very soul. She spoke to herself, while Tsunade beside her listened with a heavy heart, only able to continuously inject chakra to sustain her life. Kushina. At that moment Minato Namake's appeared silently beside them. Minato, come with me and prepare for resealing. Resealing. Tsunade and Kushina instantly understood Kazan and the others' plan. To reseal the tailed beast into Kushina's body, while keeping her alive. Can something like this really be done? I don't know, but I have no other choice. This was Minato Namake's innermost thought at that moment. He would try any method, simply wanting his wife to live. He knew how deeply Kushina had longed for her child's birth after her clan's destruction. Alright. Kushina glanced at the child. The name had already been decided, Naruto. She wanted to watch him grow up and become an outstanding ninja, just like the protagonist in Jiraiya's books. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye the three reappeared at their original location. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Jiraiya were waiting there. They did not intervene in Kazan's battle. The fighting there was recklessly fierce. Anyone who drew near to full power Kazan would be caught in the crossfire. Kazan. From the battlefield the Nine Tails roared. He had regained a sliver of clarity, but the hatred in his heart had been infinitely magnified. The Nine Tails now only desired destruction, to reduce to rubble the village cherished by the first Hokage Uzumaki Mido and Uzumaki Kushina. Don't be controlled by the Sharingan so easily, you idiot fox. Kazan's arm expanded massively once again, wrapped in dark red lightning, descending from the heavens and striking without mercy. Rumble. The earth shattered. The Nine Tails' face contorted as it was hammered deep underground. It refused to accept defeat, swallowed entirely by hatred and fury. The Nine Tails swung its massive claw to tear Kazan into pieces, but could not breach his conqueror's hockey defense. The Nine Tails felt its claws slapping against an invisible barrier, the air rippling, yet unable to touch Kazan. His conqueror's hockey defense was like an field, isolating and blocking all attacks. Kazan seized the Nine Tails' claw and hoisted it straight into the sky. Immediately a voice that sent Kakashi shivering echoed across all of Konoha. Seafloor descent. Boom. The dark clouds in the night sky were shaken apart, allowing everyone to clearly see that blood-red moonlight. The Nine Tails' colossal body fell from the heavens, friction with the air, making it seem as though it were about to ignite. Should we leave? In the distance black and white Zetsu watched, as Uchiha Obito returned after eliminating Danzo. She gazed at the distant battlefield, her eyes filled with awe. Even during her most brutal and chaotic era, neither the Senju clan nor the Sarutobi clan had ever produced such a powerhouse. One who could beat the Nine Tails like a dog. Kazan's arm expanded massively once again, wrapped in dark red lightning, descending from the heavens and striking without mercy. Rumble. Not going. Uchiha Guang made a decision. For their plan to succeed, they needed to plunge all humanity into the great Tsukuyomi illusion, where everyone could obtain the happiness they desired and end all wars. The wood leaf demon before them was an existence they had to kill. There was no escaping it. There was only one option: fight. Boom. In the distance the Nine Tails' body crashed down, shattering the earth and leaving a crater dozens of zhang deep on the battlefield. Its body was broken by the blow, but it did not die. Instead it mobilized chakra to rapidly repair its wounded form. It was much harder to kill than the other tailed beasts. This was Kazan's thought at the moment. Your power is indeed formidable, Nine Tails, Kazan said, hovering in the air backlit by the blood-red moon. Next he dove down at great speed, his fist emitting a terrifying wave as his chi materialized. Crackle. Amid lightning and thunder, a dark red cross blossomed in the night sky. Kazan's eyes locked onto the Nine Tails below, dragging the red cross as he fell like a meteor. Fist bone impact. He was extremely fast, setting aside techniques like Flying Thunder God and Tiansong technique. He was the fastest in the ninja world. In an instant he arrived in the crater and swung his domineering iron fist. Should we remind him? Gangsho watched from afar, afraid that Kazan might accidentally kill the Nine Tails. Only her great-grandfather and Yuzhibo Ban could probably accomplish such a feat. They were the only two monsters that Gangsho knew of who could casually beat up the Nine Tails. Kazan was the third. He should have some restraint. Zillai said, his tone uncertain. Such an attack was truly terrifying. Even from this distance, one could clearly feel that dreadful fluctuation. If that punch had landed on Wood Leaf, most of the village would probably have been reduced to ruins. Zillai never thought that one day he would be worried about the Nine Tails' safety. This Nine Tails rampage didn't seem so terrifying after all. In the big crater, the Nine Tails couldn't even roar. Its barely repaired body was shattered by that punch. It expressed that in all its long life it had never been beaten this badly. At this moment the Nine Tails' pupils had cleared. It had been beaten awake. Awake. Kazan floated in midair, sensing the anger and hatred in the Nine Tails' mind beginning to dissipate. Humph. The Nine Tails did not respond, turning its head away. As the fiercest of the nine-tailed beasts, how could it show itself in such a miserable state? The Nine-Tails did not want to talk now, it wanted some peace. Kazan, however, spoke, Nine-Tails. Next I will seal you again. The Nine-Tails was silent, laughing bitterly in its heart. It was something it had known from the beginning, nothing to be disappointed about. If you don't speak, I'll take it as agreement. The Nine-Tails thought for a moment, then did not struggle, lying flat. It couldn't win in a fight. If it stubbornly resisted and got killed when it revived again, it would most likely be captured by this guy once more. Tired, let it be destroyed. Is it over? Yuan Fei risen gazed at the battlefield from afar. After that violent blow, the battlefield had returned to calm. They judged that the battle might have ended. Even a being as powerful as the Nine-Tails could hardly emerge unscathed from such a punch. Shuimin, prepare. Wolfing Shuimin prepared for the sealing, ready to activate the 8 trigram seal, as soon as Kazan brought the Nine-Tails back to seal it again into Jixinai's body. Whether she would survive in the end could only depend on fate. Wait, what is that? Just as everyone thought the dust had settled, Zilai suddenly looked up at the sky. At that position, a pitch-black Tengu warrior broke through the dark clouds and descended, swinging a large scythe at Kazan. There's another enemy. A new change arose. Their hearts, which had just relaxed, grew tense again. Especially Wolfing Shuimin and his wife Jixinai held her baby, Mingren, tightly, the family embracing each other. On the battlefield, Kazan immediately sensed the incoming danger. Oomph. He uttered only one word, his chi surging, and struck back with a fist, hitting the black scythe from a distance. Then he was surprised to a female Yuzhibo he had never seen appeared before him. Could that old man Yuzhibo band have found 2 human representatives this time? Just as he was stunned, the Nine-Tails, which had been lying flat, trembled, its pupils turning into the Wanhuating Xilunion. Damn Yuzhibo again. The Nine-Tails let out a mournful cry in its heart. It hated every Yuzhibo. Roar. The Nine-Tails' roar tore through the sky, shaking everyone in with leaf. Yuzhibo Guang controlled the Nine-Tails to attack together with her. The Nine-Tails swung its huge claws at Kazan while the scythe in the Shuzwen Nunghu's hand also struck. Get away. Kazan roared, his chi and chakra erupting simultaneously, blasting the enemy away, and with a backhand punch, he sent the black Shuzwen Nunghu flying. Yuzhibo Guang was shocked. The armor of Shuzwen Nunghu had been shattered by a single punch. What kind of fist was that? As for Kazan, he did not stop there. He formed his fingers into a blade, turned around, and swiftly sliced at the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails felt pain and dared not linger. Under Yuzhibo Guang's control, it leaped up, jumped out of the crater, and fled from the god of death, that was Kazan. After a moment, who are you? Kazan rose into the air, also leaving the crater, still holding one of the Nine-Tails' tails that he had just cut off. Nameless, Yuzhibo Guang said coldly. She was a weapon, she needed no name. But she underestimated Kazan's Jiangwen Seibachi. Kazan murmured, Yuzhibo Guang. The name felt strangely familiar, yet in the hundreds of episodes of Naruto Shippuden, Kazan was certain that such a person had never appeared. Is it a character from that unburnable thing? His intuition was remarkable. He firmly believed he had heard this name before. Kazan glanced back toward the village where Jixinai was still waiting for him. The longer it took, the more dangerous it became. Thinking this, he threw the tail in his hand. Boom. The ground shook, and under Zilai and the others' astonished gazes, a tail of the Nine-Tails landed right in front of them. The Nine-Tails' tail. They exchanged glances, reading the gravity in each other's eyes. Kazan had not brought back the complete Nine-Tails, meaning the enemy might be beyond their imagination. Jixinai, prepare. Wolfing Shuimin could not care about that. His wife's life was slipping away moment by moment. The tailed beast's chakra was tightly linked to the Jinchuriki's life. Jixinai needed the Nine-Tails' chakra to sustain her life, and their child needed a mother. Third Hokage-sama Zilai-sensei Gansho-sama. I understand, begin. Without wasting words, they stood guard on either side of Wolfing Shuimin and his wife. 8 trigram seal. Yuzhibo Guang looked down on everything from above, not interfering. Her only enemy was Kazan before her. As long as she killed him, no one could stop their plan. Are you from that era? I watched hundreds of episodes of Shippuden and never saw you. Kazan used words to provoke her thoughts, extracting the information he wanted. Ninjas, after all, valued intelligence. Ask Zilai if you don't believe it. The answer he got surprised him. A person from the Warring States period. A war weapon of the Yuzhibo, sealed by the Senju and Yuan Fei clans. This guy? Yuzhibo Guang's heart tightened. Kazan's abilities. She had learned most of them from Yuzhibo Jing. But this ability to listen to all things was truly impossible to guard against. She could not control her own mind from thinking. Enough talk. For world peace, you must die here today. Yuzhibo Guang descended from the air, grabbing the Nine-Tails' furry head with both hands. Then, Armor Shuzwen Nunghu. Armored Susanoo. Uchiha Hikari gripped the Nine-Tails' fluffy head with both hands, the pupil power of both eyes blazing simultaneously, under the tense gaze of Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others. The Nine-Tails, towering higher than any mountain, was now covered from head to toe in a suit of black armor resembling a demon that had crawled straight out of hell. That's the very technique. His expression shifted repeatedly. In times past, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha had agreed to settle their fate at the Valley of the End. Because the two combatants' power was so overwhelming and their techniques could annihilate the very world, Hiruzen Sarutobi and countless others were never granted the chance to witness that ultimate battle. However, the historical records of Konoha contained a rough account of it. Among those records was the technique Madara Uchiha had used the armored Susanoo. In order to overcome the first Hokage, Madara had used his Jinjutsu to capture Kurama, the most powerful of the tailed beasts, to aid him in combat, pushing the power of the Susanoo to its absolute limit. Never did he imagine that decades later a technique he had only heard of in history books would appear before his very eyes. Roar! The nine tails stood erect, roaring at the heavens, each of its two claws gripping a different weapon. No longer a scythe, but two long swords wreathed in black flames. World peace. Is your so-called world peace dragging everyone into an illusion to live out a false existence? The nine tails before him was overwhelming, its presence terrifying, yet Kazan showed no fear. Stop eavesdropping on my thoughts. Uchiha Hikari stood atop the nine tails' head, urging it forward. With a single slash, the blade's energy extended for leagues uncountable. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt cold sweat break out all over his body. What was he seeing? That single blow nearly carved Konoha itself in twain, leaving a massive gash across the village. Countless houses were reduced to dust by that strike. Fortunately, they had been foresight enough to evacuate the civilians beforehand, or the consequences would have been unimaginable, with countless lives turned to ash by that blade. This got Kazan turned, looking at the ruined Konoha, thinking that if this continued, the village would be wiped off the shinobi world's map by tomorrow. He had to move the battlefield away from Konoha. Slam. Kazan clapped his hands together, shouting sage art Gariki-style technique. Rumble. Another earth-shattering tremor. Two colossal rocky hands burst from the ground, followed by a giant composed entirely of stone, its size rivaling the nine tails, breaking forth from the earth. Almost simultaneously, the enemy's second blow came slashing down. The stone giant knelt on one knee, clapping its hands together, catching the blade between them. Catching a blade with bare hands. Uchiha Hikari was stunned, then a sharp crack echoed through the air. The stone giant, exerting its immense strength, snapped the black longsword in two, casually tossing the broken pieces miles away. Yet, even so, the impact of the broken blade hitting the ground sent tremors through all of Konoha. What was that? The villagers in the distance felt their hearts skip a beat. Such an apocalyptic scene made them doubt they would see the dawn. It's Lord Kazan's technique. He's fighting an enemy. What kind of enemy is strong enough to battle Lord Kazan to this extent? Some of the villagers found it hard to fathom. In their hearts, Kazan was Konoha's god of war, the strongest in the entire shinobi world with no equal. Since they dared to attack Konoha, they must have their reasons. Enough talk. This battle is beyond our league. Head to the shelters now. The ninja leading the evacuation urged them on. Even across the annals of history, such a battle was a rare sight. Many wished they could watch it unfold, but they also feared for their lives. Even from such a great distance, the shockwaves were clearly felt. The residual energy of that blade had nearly split Konoha. One could only imagine the devastation at the heart of the battle. If you were upright and walked the right path, why fear being heard? Your fear only proves you are not upright. Your path is crooked, and you have strayed. Kazan stood atop the giant's head, commanding its attacks, as mountain-sized fists swung forward one after another. Wham! Wham! Each punch caused the very air to explode with a thunderous crack, rattling the mind, and louder than any war drum. You're wrong. Uchiha Hikari gritted her teeth. She had never met anyone like this. How dare he invade her thoughts, and still act so righteous? But in that moment of distraction, Kazan seized his chance. The stone giant charged forward, delivering a powerful shoulder check that sent the nine tails hurtling sideways. With a great crash, most of the black armor on the nine tails' chest shattered, dissipating as energy into the world. However, the battle was not going as well as it seemed. The stone giant's hands, which had snapped the blade moments ago, were now being scorched by a clinging black flame. Amaterasu. Know the transformation of its shape. That's also Kagetsuchi. Kazan now knew what he was up against. This person possessed the same pupil techniques as Sasuke. On one hand, the Amaterasu hailed as the strongest physical attack. On the other, the Kagetsuchi, capable of freely manipulating the black flame's form. There was nothing to fear then. Boom. At Kazan's command, the stone giant shattered its own arms, only for them to rapidly regenerate with his immense chakra. Rumble. The broken arms crashed to the ground. The black flames of Amaterasu did not cease, continuing to burn and beginning to spread. Though netizens often joked that this thing was as harmless as a great fireball technique, its true power was terrifyingly godlike. What is that? Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others saw a sea of black fire begin to spread, its intense blaze seeming to burn the very air itself. That's the Mangekyo Sharingan's Jutsu Amaterasu. The flames will only cease when the target has been burned to nothing. Fugaku Uchiha had arrived. He feared that if he didn't come now, he wouldn't be able to clear his family's name. The Sharingan in the Nine Tails' pupils was visible to all of Konoha. At a time like this, words were meaningless, only actions could prove his clan's loyalty. He had brought nearly every combat-ready member of the Uchiha clan, even prepared for death, a necessary sacrifice. But for now it seemed there was no opportunity for them to join the fray. Amaterasu. Yes, our clan's records have a clear description of this dojutsu, hailed as the ultimate physical attack. Also, given that the enemy can freely manipulate the black flames of Amaterasu, their other dojutsu must be Kagetsuchi, the only technique capable of controlling Amaterasu and changing its form. Fugaku Uchiha held nothing back, not daring to. He had to clear his clan of any suspicion as quickly as possible. Is there a way to extinguish it? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked. He could see no sign of the black flames dying out, and if they continued to burn they might even spread to the village. Besides, Kagutsuchi sealing techniques can also contain them. Then what are we waiting for? Move out immediately. Hiruzen Sarutobi finished, then gave Fugaku Uchiha a long hard look. He said, Fugaku, your clan will extinguish the black flames of Amaterasu. Yes, Lord Third. Fugaku Uchiha wasted no time and led his men out of the village. His eagerness to brave any danger made it seem as though the Ninetales rampage truly had nothing to do with them. Hiruzen Sarutobi withdrew his gaze and turned his attention back to the distant battlefield. By now the battlefield was far enough from Konoha to eliminate any fear of being caught in the crossfire. Yet the cataclysmic shockwaves of the fight left Hiruzen Sarutobi deeply unsettled. This was a veritable reenactment of the Valley of the End. Booms and rumbles echoed across the battlefield as violent tremors spread in all directions. The decisive battle at the Zhongjijigu reenacted a spectacle that left onlookers stunned, yet it was also a catastrophe. No matter what, you must die here today. Yuzhibo Guang, realizing she could not outtalk Kazan, ceased speaking and focused on the enemy. Kill me. For that false piece of yours. Kazan said forcefully. Have you been sealed for so long that your mind has degenerated to a subhuman level? He was ruthless with his words, even somewhat venomous, yet an aura of dominance pervaded. Besides infinite Tsukuyami, there is no other way. Those who have never experienced hell will never understand. Kazan wanted to laugh. The true age of the person before him was a mystery. She was probably hundreds of years old, yet her mental age remained that of a teenage girl. He sneered, the hell you refer to as being locked up and provided with good food and lodging every day. As he spoke, Kazan had already urged the rock giant to approach. Under the enhancement of sage art and dragon vein power, purple mystical patterns emerged on the giant, emitting a fluorescent glow in the dark night, making it appear even more ancient and formidable. Shut up, you know nothing, brat. Yuzhibo Guang was furious. What do you mean by good food and lodging? In the past, she lived a life worse than a beast, used as a weapon and locked in a cold cell when not fighting. Kazan's words nearly made her lose her composure. The Ninetales, wielding a long blade burning with black flames, slashed down with terrifying destructive power. A single stroke could split a lake in two. Yet this fearsome attack could not harm Kazan in the slightest. Now Kazan's observation hockey level was very high, allowing him to briefly glimpse a corner of the future. The Ninetales swung its blade down, but the rock giant raised a fist and struck the Ninetales' arm joint to nullify the attack. Then another fist broke through the air and solidly slammed into the Ninetales' face. Boom. The Ninetales was knocked over again, most of the armor on its face shattered, revealing its face controlled by Jinjutsu, looking somewhat vacant. But this was not the end, it was only the beginning. With one successful strike, Kazan seized the opportunity to expand his gains, urging the rock giant to close in and unleashing a flurry of punches. Left hook, right hook. Kazan's onslaught was like a tidal wave and the Ninetales was like a punching bag. Even Yuzhibo Guang inside the armor was shaken, with her head ringing. Oomph. Yuzhibo Guang's eyes burst with Dojutsu Power 1 eye locking onto Kazan on the rock giant. Amaterasu. It was useless. Kazan had foreseen this and was prepared. He stomped the ground with one foot, and an earth dragon quickly rose from the earth, transforming into a shield before Kazan. Previously he would at least pretend to put his hands together, but now he couldn't even be bothered to clap. Such was the arrogance of having life return. Yuzhibo Guang watched the earth dragon burning with Amaterasu's black flames, and wanted to ask, where are your hand seals? Why do you perform ninjutsu without hand seals? Kazan paid no heed to what the other thought. He left a shadow clone on the spot, and his figure flashed before the Ninetales. Then, fistbone. Oh no. Yuzhibo Guang's heart tightened, and she urged the Ninetales to defend, crossing its arms that held the blade in front of it. Impact. Kazan's entire body roared like a dragon and tiger. The fist he threw crackled with dark red lightning, carrying the fluctuations of monster strength and weighted rock technique. With a loud boom, both of the Ninetales' arms exploded, and it was knocked back repeatedly. Yuzhibo Guang could hardly believe it. The armored Susanoo was already the ultimate form of Susanoo, yet it was blown apart by a single punch. Is this truly a fist and power that a human should possess? In the distance, Zilai and the others could not see the details. They only knew that the scene was spectacular, with dark red lightning constantly raging across the sky. On the ground, the Ninetales, clad in black armor, battled the rock giant, adorned with purple mystical patterns glowing in the dark. Such a scene only appeared in myths, like ancient beasts fighting, leaving people utterly stunned. However, even without seeing the details, they could vaguely tell that Kazan had the upper hand, which eased their minds. Yuzhibo Guang did not sit idly by as she quickly slid her 10 fingers. Kazan did not follow the rules, but she did honestly, forming hand seals. Fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. In an instant, a tidal wave of flames surged forth, mixed with the black flames of Amaterasu. Kazan flashed away from the spot, but the rock giant behind him could not dodge, and was soon engulfed by the wave of flames. The terrifying black flames could burn even a body of rock. Yuzhibo Guang's face bore no smile. Her Sharingan rapidly scanned left and right, searching for Kazan's position. The opponent's speed was too fast. Even the Mangekyo Sharingan could not keep up. Where is he? Behind you. An icy voice sounded from behind. Yuzhibo Guang abruptly turned around and saw an enormous fist. Fistbone. Supergiant Iron Fist. Kazan's entire arm rapidly enlarged and haki on his fist seemed to run wild, crackling and emitting an aura of utter destruction. Without giving the opponent any chance to react, Kazan swung his fist forward, smashing into the Ninetales' body. The fist grew from small to large, from far to near, crashing down like a mountain. This terrifying strike made Yuzhibo Guang feel threatened. Even under Susanu's protection, she did not feel safe. Boom. With a loud crash, the earth collapsed, and the storm uprooted the surrounding trees, blowing them into the sky. Under this blow from Kazan, the place was reduced to ruins, with not a single plant or tree left. Roar. The Ninetales let out a cry of agony. It was only controlled by Jinjutsu, not that it had forgotten pain. This punch directly shattered all the armor on its body, blowing half of its body apart. It flew sideways and finally crashed into a large mountain. What about Yuzhibo Guang? She jumped away at the first moment, just like Yuzhibo band back, then not staying in place to wait for death. Fortunately, the Ninetales was controlled by Jinjutsu at this moment. Otherwise, this Tsundere fox would have cursed and insulted the Yuzhibo ancestors for generations. Yuzhibo Guang's face darkened. She had never seen such a situation. The so-called absolute defense Susanu was shattered again, and even when applied to the Ninetales, it was useless. The people in the distance were already stunned. Kazan's strike was too powerful. However, the rock giant summoned by Kazan also disappeared. Amaterasu's black flames could burn even chakra. Without the supply of chakra, the giant turned into boulders that crashed down with rumbles onto the shattered land. With such a level, you dare to dream of saving the world. Too slow. Kazan continued his pursuit like a lightning bolt, streaking across the night sky, instantly appearing above the opponent, and then stomping down. Boom. Yuzhibo Guang's entire body plummeted like a cannonball, and upon landing it exploded into a puff of smoke. Shadow Clone Technique. This was a technique she learned after being resurrected. It didn't take much time. Her Sharingan just turned, and she mastered it. Yuzhibo Guang did not respond to Kazan's words because she knew it was not that she was slow, but that Kazan was too fast. Such a ninja had never existed, even in her most chaotic era. A speed as swift as lightning, the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan could barely keep up. The movements of ordinary ninja were like snails in her eyes, but Kazan's extreme speed placed immense pressure on her. Yuzhibo Guang snorted, "You can't hurt me no matter how fast you are. Isn't it just your red-eye disease that slows down things? I'll blow your eyes out right now." Kazan was aggressive, making a charging motion in the air, then turned into lightning again to pursue downward. In the shadows, Hei Baiju remained silent. How does it seem that Wuming is no match for him either? Not necessarily. Wuming hasn't used her true dojutsu yet. Hei Ju stared fixedly at the battlefield. Uchiha Hikari's Mangekyo Sharingan's true dojutsu was the 8,000 spears, not Amaterasu or Kagutsuchi. On the battlefield, Uchiha Hikari was speechless for a moment. Red-eye disease. It was the first time she had heard someone describe the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Jinkai like that. She bit her bright red lips, her skin as white as snow and shimmering with a crystalline luster, as if she had been sealed away for too long. Fire-style Dragon Flame Song Technique. Uchiha Hikari's fingers danced, and in an instant several fire dragons soared into the sky, blazing with intense heat, especially vivid against the night. In the distance, the Uchiha who were busy extinguishing the flames recognized the clan's secret technique. That's the Dragon Flame Song Technique. But why is its power so immense? Is this really the secret technique passed down through our clan? They were dumbfounded, watching from afar, as 4 gigantic fire dragons rampaged fiercely. Was this truly the same Dragon Flame Song technique they knew? Compared to hers, their own Dragon Flame Song was only fit for lighting candles on a birthday cake. Uchiha Fugaku was also astonished. How could he not know that such a powerful ninja had ever existed in the clan? Her combat prowess was almost catching up to their ancestor Uchiha Madara. Kazan remained cold and indifferent, swinging his fist outward. His fist crackled and sizzled as it struck the air. The moment the fire dragon charged in, it could not approach, get halted before the fist, and then, boom. The 100-jong fire dragon was blasted apart by a single punch, and countless sparks burst like fireworks in the night sky, illuminating the area. Oomph. Kazan snorted and pursued downward. With one punch, the entire earth trembled, unable to bear the force of his iron fist. Uchiha Hikari dodged her fingers, never pausing in the air as she spewed flames from her mouth. Fire-style Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. The blazing flames surged, and under Uchiha Hikari's control transformed into a fiery tornado that enveloped Kazan, subjecting him to the searing agony of the scorching heat. At that moment, the fiery tornado spun violently, churning even the clouds in the sky, terrifying and boundless. It was useless. A bolt of lightning burst out from the flames, reaching Uchiha Hikari in an instant. Kazan emerged unscathed through the fire. Her technique was astonishingly destructive, yet it could not harm him in the slightest. Susanoo. Uchiha Hikari's voice was crisp, and her body was swiftly enveloped by a layer of blood-red armor. The blood-red armor quickly formed around her, protecting her within. Useless. Kazan roared, his iron fists invincible. Before the Susanoo armor could fully take shape, he shattered it with a single punch. Boom. The armor shattered, and Uchiha Hikari was violently impacted, her small body sent flying backward. She bit her lip, and a shadow clone in midair caught her, finally landing safely. Kazan did not stop. He closed in through the air, his fists crackling with dark red lightning that sent chills down the spine. He stared at Uchiha Hikari's youthful face and brought his fist down toward her head. But at that instant Uchiha Hikari's pupils dilated sharply and a terrifying dojutsu erupted from her eyes. Kazan felt a sense of crisis for the first time. His mind shuddered violently as he was assaulted psychically. A third Mangekyo dojutsu. What is happening? Kazan had no time to think, for his spirit was now under assault and an invisible force was attempting to control him. Bang! Uchiha Hikari manifested her Susanoo and a gigantic fist smashed into Kazan, sending him flying hundreds of meters. For the first time since the battle began, Kazan was sent flying. But what was more critical was that his spiritual world was enduring a tremendous assault. It has begun. Wu Ming's true dojutsu, the 8,000 spears. Heiju's white pupils shimmered with light. He had lived for over a millennium, born on the day Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed. For years he had sought a way to break the seal. His footsteps had traversed every inch of the shinobi world, and he had seen countless people of all kinds. And Uchiha Hikari's dojutsu, the 8,000 spears, had left a deep impression on Heiju. It was almost the most powerful Mangekyo dojutsu he had ever witnessed. As long as the target is within her line of sight, and she sees their eyes or the eyes of the target, she can implant a mark. Those marks can be freely controlled in spirit and chakra regardless of distance. Unlike Kotoame Tsukumi, which changes people from the subconscious, the effect of the 8,000 spears is directly controlling the mind and chakra. Hundreds of years ago, it was precisely because of this technique that the Uchiha were able to implant other Mangekyo Sharingan into her eyes. The power of the 8,000 spears was astonishing. Even though it was merely a normal Mangekyo Sharingan, its dojutsu surpassed that of the eternal Mangekyo. This was because Uchiha Hikari could convert the chakra absorbed by the 8,000 spears into Mangekyo dojutsu. She would not lose her light, she had no need to worry about side effects, and could even strengthen the Mangekyo dojutsu transplanted into her own eyes. It is virtually invincible. The blood-red Tengu warrior once again stood upon the earth, its head crowned by moonlight, awe-inspiring. This was the ultimate dojutsu, symbolizing destruction. Uchiha Hikari within the Susanu's forehead drove it forward to slay the enemy. The sword at its waist was drawn, wreathed in Amaterasu's black flames, and slashed through the air toward Kazan. This ends here. Uchiha Hikari murmured softly. Though young, she had already experienced much and understood a truth from endless battles: people could never truly understand one another. When Uchiha Jing had unearthed her and broken the seal, telling her about the method left by the six-path sage on the Uchiha's ancestral stone tablet to save the world. At that moment Uchiha Hikari believed. Since the chain of hatred could not be severed, then let everyone obtain the happiness they desired in a dream. She herself too could see her parents again. The long blade, wreathed in black flames, slashed down mercilessly. She would use this strike to end the battle. But just then Kazan suddenly looked up. Get out of my mind. Rumble. The lightning in the sky grew even more violent, and an indomitable will burst forth from Kazan, transforming into dark red lightning that surged in all directions. The place erupted. Thunderbolts kept falling from the horizon, as if even the heavens were furious. Always talking about happiness, happiness. If you want it so badly, go earn it yourself. Your parents brought you into this world not for you to lie down and coast through life. Stop arrogantly assuming everyone is as weak as you lot. Freedom belongs to all beings. Skip the hard struggle and go straight to the finish. A pathetic worm like you. How could you ever defeat me? At the center of the battlefield, Kazan covered his forehead, with one hand, his eyes blazing with a beastly crimson. The Oni form that had appeared on the battlefield once before emerged again. Uchiha Hikari raised her hand to shield herself, battered by this terrifying will. Impossible. My technique had already been activated. This was unprecedented. Her Mangekyo dojutsu, the 8,000 spears, had been broken through by sheer will. On the battlefield, Kazan's heavenly demon's dominant haki raged like a storm, sweeping through heaven and earth. It penetrated everywhere, so much so that even those deep within might could feel its presence. An iron-like will gives the illusion capable of piercing through stubborn stones. Uchiha Guang bit her vivid lips, her brain being struck by an invisible energy. But she knew this was not an illusion, but rather a manifestation of the opponent's will sweeping through her mind like a storm. That was what a man named Jun Kazan had pursued all his life. That kind of freedom made her heart yearn. No. Uchiha Guang exclaimed in shock, realizing she had almost been subdued by the opponent's will. She cried out, what kind of jutsu is this? Could it truly be merely his will? This was something unprecedented. That intense will of his could stir anomalies in heaven and earth, surging straight into the clouds. Uchiha Guang forced herself to remain calm, but that will continued to affect her at all times. Kazan's unrestrained free will filled her with yearning. She had been imprisoned for far too long. Hundreds of years ago, she had nearly forgotten what color the sky was, how blue it could be. After breaking free from her seal, she had been constantly working towards the great illusion jutsu infinite Tsukuyami plan, without ever pausing. This left her at a loss when she faced Kazan's heavenly demon's dominant haki baptism. ZZZT. Dark red lightning continuously crackled, suffusing the battlefield. Kazan straightened up and stepped forward one step at a time. With each step he stirred a resonance between heaven and earth, thunderous roars echoing across the sky, all guided by his will. The place resembled a sea of lightning. Jiraiya and others in the distance felt their hearts tremble. Kazan's will was affecting them as well, remaining clear even across tens of li. Some people drawing parallels to Kazan all harbored the desire to follow him. Looking from afar, they could see nothing but sheets of thunder falling as if heaven itself were roaring. The happiness you desire will not come to you on its own. If you want to chase after it, then grasp it tightly and never let go. Kazan stepped out from the dark red thunder, the spiritual manipulation of the 8,000 spears technique, shattered by his heavenly demon's dominant haki. He raised his right arm to his chest and clenched his fist tightly, his dominant haki surging like a tide. Let me show you how these iron fists forge the path I wish to walk. Bang! The earth beneath Kazan's feet shattered, his form moving like a dragon as he charged forth proactively. 8,000 spears. Uchiha Guang suppressed her mind and activated the 8,000 spears, draining all the chakra from Kazan's body. Even if your will is strong enough to resist the spiritual manipulation of the 8,000 spears, without chakra, you still stand no match against me. Her tone carried regret, though she barely acknowledged it herself. She felt that someone like him should not die this way. Yet to realize the infinite Tsukuyomi plan that would bring happiness to all humanity, Kazan had to die here today. Boom. Kazan's fist had already landed on the head of the Susanoo, the dark red lightning growing even more dazzling. Uchiha Guang's eyes flickered with some astonishment. How could it be? She had already drained all the chakra from his body. Crackle. Cracks began to appear on the Susanoo's armor, gradually widening until it shattered completely. She almost blurted out, impossible. Ninja battles are all centered around chakra, including taijutsu specialists who cannot do without chakra. How could Kazan, drained by her 8,000 spears, still possess such terrifying destructive power in his fists? Could this be pure physical strength? You think draining all my chakra means you've won? Don't dream. Even without chakra, I'll still smash you to pieces. Kazan completed his strike and continued to expand his advantage, swinging his pair of iron fists forward. Uchiha Guang swept her hand only to have it shattered by a single punch from the opponent. Kazan's dominant haki was like an ocean, like a human form rampaging dragon pouncing forward. Monster strength, earth release, iron sand, lightning release, chakra mode. It didn't matter that he had lost all his ninjutsu, he feared nothing, his iron fists invincible. Uchiha Guang quickly retreated, creating distance, her ocular power erupting again as the shattered Susanoo reformed. Moreover, after absorbing Kazan's massive chakra, her ocular power advanced further. And then, Kazan pursued, using moon walk, his will infused into his fists, smashing forward relentlessly. Boom. This time his fist failed to shatter the Susanoo's armor. Yet he grew even more frenzied. Throughout he had fought using two types of energy-dominant haki and chakra. Cultivating both systems was beautiful, leading him to the pinnacle of the ninja world. However, perhaps precisely because his body contained two different energies, having a choice had instead caused his dominant haki progress to stagnate. Chakra drained. Perfect. Rumble, the lightning on the horizon grew even more dazzling, as if responding to him. Uchiha Guang did not sit idle. Her Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto Kazan, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. Yet no matter how difficult the opportunities she sought were, Kazan would anticipate them in advance, dodge, and then counterattack. Bang 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 bang. Kazan's fists fell upon the Susanoo's armor like rain. He did not deliberately activate his dominant haki, yet the dominant haki within him surged forth with his fists. Fist of the heart. Uchiha Guang was certain that Kazan had no chakra left in his body, all drained by herself. Yet the opponent's iron fists remained powerful, carrying a world-shocking momentum, a manifestation of infusing his will into both fists. Each blow made her own spirit tremble. That freedom, that unwavering absolute conviction once made her doubt whether the infinite Tsukuyomi was indeed the only way. Is dominant haki truly a Kekkei Genkai? In the shadows, White Zetsu felt uneasy. The battle situation was not developing as they had expected. That my demon god was so fierce it seemed inhuman. Kazan's strength stemmed from dominant haki as a Kekkei Genkai. This was a universally acknowledged fact in the ninja world. Yet today their understanding was shattered. That was not a Kekkei Genkai at all. That dominant haki was merely a manifestation of Kazan's will. Turning will into energy. Can such a thing truly be achieved? Black Zetsu fell into self-doubt. Over a millennium, he had seen countless people and ninjas with firm wills, yet none who could reach Kazan's level. If will could truly be materialized, how powerful would one need to be? The first person in 1,000 years. On the battlefield, Kazan continuously threw punches. Uchiha Guang did not sit idle. She kept countering with ninjutsu. However, Kazan's observation haki allowed him to glimpse a corner of the future, anticipate his enemy's moves, and thus always evade all crises. His fists grew even more unyielding, his entire aura rising with his momentum, his dominant haki soaring straight to the clouds. Uchiha Guang could feel Kazan's iron fist growing increasingly powerful. At this rate, the Susanoo's armor would surely be shattered sooner or later. She needed the Nine Tails. With the thought, the Nine Tails' roar came from afar. His body had already returned to normal, his chakra nearly limitless. Under Uchiha Guang's control, he sped toward Kazan at high velocity. The Nine Tails did not want to, for past encounters meant certain beating. Kazan's punches hurt especially badly. But just then a tiger's roar echoed from the forest. It was Hajime coming galloping from the death forest, followed by Hunyu and a group of underlings.